Chapter 1: The Secret of the Cold School Beauty. See you tonight at 7 p.m., Building 12, Shilin Villa. Looking at the message on the phone, Suja's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Could it be that there is a chance tonight to get on base and end his long virginity? In this fast-paced era, Suja also wants to have an unexpected romantic encounter. This should also be the dream of many boys. It's so nice to think about being able to date the campus beauty. Suja is a sophomore at Binhai University and is a typical college student. Recently, for some unknown reason, he had gained the favor of the aloof school beauty Lin Shiqing. 3 days ago, Lin Shiqing added him on WeChat and the two started chatting. Lin Shiqing came up and said that she liked Suja and wanted Suja to be her boyfriend. Suja was happy but also a little worried. Are you going to bite your own kidneys? But Lin Shiqing's family is well off and she is picked up and dropped off at school in a luxury car, so it shouldn't be the case. Suja finally agreed to Lin Shiqing's request. After all, picking up a wife for free, I'm afraid few people would refuse such a good thing, let alone a wife who is as beautiful as a school beauty. As for why Lin Shiqing pursued him, Suja thought about it for a long time and thought that it was because he was too handsome. I still remember that when I was a freshman, a classmate took a video of him, which ended up getting over 10 million views on Douyin, making Suja really famous. However, the traffic came and went quickly, and before long, Suja became out of fashion. The message on the phone just now was Lin Shiqing asking him to visit her home in the evening. Just when Suja was thinking about what to wear in the evening, a crisp sound suddenly came to his ears. A mechanical electronic sound followed. Ding, system binding. Binding successful. System? Suja touched his ears and found that he was not wearing any headphones at all. So where did the sound come from? Hello host, this system is a benefit created by God to give back to the vast number of EarthOL players. This system is very powerful. The fact that the host is able to bind to the system is truly a blessing. Please do not get too excited and stay calm. When he heard the word system, the stories of countless online novel protagonists flashed through Suja's mind in an instant. Could it be that I also have the legendary plugin? System, what functions do you have? Suja suppressed his inner excitement and muttered to himself. The system's functions are very powerful, but before introducing it, the system needs to tell the host a piece of information. The host sees Lin Shiqing as the school beauty, but her true identity is actually a legendary vampire. And the reason why Lin Shiqing pursues you is because she covets your blood. The host's blood is of high quality, which is why Lin Shiqing favors him. What did you say? Suja was stunned. Is this melon authentic? Absolutely true. A huge light screen suddenly appeared in Suja's mind. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shiqing's three-dimensional image appeared on the screen. On the screen, Lin Shiqing has long light golden hair draped over her shoulders, a tall figure, and extremely fair skin that looks tender and smooth. She has delicate features and is wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body, revealing her graceful curves. At the corner of her mouth, her pointed fangs were slightly exposed, flashing a silver light. Next to her 3D image is her message. Name, Lin Shiqing. Race, blood clan adulthood. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 33c, 64, 80. These measurements are amazing. When I saw her photos before, I didn't realize she was so well proportioned. Narrow waist and wide hips, an absolutely devilish figure. Suja couldn't help but think to himself. He and Lin Shiqing have not met in real life many times. The two of them have been chatting on WeChat all this time, which can be considered as a semi-online relationship. However, it seems that I am not considering Lin Shiqing's figure now. Although Suja exercises regularly, he has good physical fitness. But if your blood is sucked, at best you will become very weak and suffer from anemia, at worst you will die directly. Originally, Suja thought that it was his handsome appearance that attracted Lin Shiqing and made her pursue him. Only at this moment did he realize that everything before was an illusion. It's the other way around. Lin Shiqing is greedy for his own blood, not his own body. I can give you my body, but not my blood. System, isn't this your role? Quick, give me a cheat so I can suppress Lin Shiqing. Wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want then? Suja muttered to himself with hope on his face. Host, don't panic. The system will do its best to help you. This system is called becoming stronger by being absorbed. Suja was confused. Why does this name feel a bit unorthodox? Ding, the system releases a permanent and unique task. Being Drained of Life by Lin Shiqing once grants you a chance to win a prize, and all your attributes will increase by 1. This quest can be triggered an unlimited number of times. Suja was numb. Completely numb. Is this system poisonous? His blood only adds up to 4 to 5 liters. He is sucked dry before he can trigger the reward a few times. As if sensing Suja's thoughts, the system immediately added something. Host, please don't worry. To prevent being drained, the system has given the host a constitution that allows blood to regenerate quickly. Unless the host's blood is completely drained in an instant, it will not be life-threatening. Please rest assured. Suja's eyes lit up. This physique is good, and it matches perfectly with the tasks issued by the system. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, immediately relaxed. Suja looked at the three-dimensional image of Lin Shiqing in front of him and rubbed his chin. The excited heart slowly calmed down. Now the roles of hunter and prey seem to have been reversed. A true hunter often appears as prey. Lin Shiqing, I'm afraid I'm going to surprise you this time. At 6:40 in the evening, Suja got out of the taxi and stood steadily at the entrance of Shilin Villa that Lin Shiqing mentioned. Shilin Villa is located in the suburbs of Binhai City. It is a villa community located halfway up the mountain. Land is very expensive here, and the price per square meter is more than 200,000 yuan. So a villa would cost at least tens of millions. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Shilin Villa is extremely luxurious. In order to maintain a high-quality environment for a long time, there are hundreds of professional personnel responsible for maintenance. There will also be uninterrupted security patrols 24 hours a day. It can be said that living here not only offers a good environment, but also a high safety factor. From this point of view, Lin Shiqing must be a real rich woman. If I could really be with her, I would have avoided decades of detours. After learning that Lin Shiqing was a vampire, Suja also thought about buying a mithril dagger. But after thinking about it, he realized that he had a physique that could regenerate blood quickly, so it was impossible for him to be sucked to death by Lin Shiqing. Since there is no danger to life, what is the point of self-defense? Besides, even if he wanted to resist, the chances of an ordinary person like him defeating the vampires with just a dagger like this were slim. Unless the blow hits the vital point. If the attack didn't hit the vital point, I would definitely be dead. So in the end, Suja decided to enjoy this wonderful night. Just as he stopped, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Su? Suja looked in the direction where the sound came from. Not far away, at the entrance of Shilin Villa, stood a middle-aged man with a steady appearance. He had a beard and wore a well-tailored suit, looking very elegant. The middle-aged man walked over and confirmed, "You must be Mr. Suja, right?" Suja nodded when he heard this. "Yes, it's me." Chapter 22 Gothic Lolita. My name is Yi Hui, and I'm Miss Lin's housekeeper. She was worried that you might get lost, so she asked me to take you there. Come with me, the lady has been waiting for a long time. Okay. Suja nodded when he heard that. Under the guidance of the housekeeper Yi Hui, Suja easily entered the interior of Shilin Villa. If Yi Hui hadn't come to lead the way, it would have been very difficult for him to get in. After all, the security here is very strict, and the screening of outsiders is also very serious. The interior scenery of Shilin Villa is very nice. As the name of the villa suggests, a stream runs through the villa. The water is extremely clear and there are fish swimming in it. On both sides of the stream are groups of lush green trees. The high greening rate makes the entire villa look poetic and picturesque. At the same time, the air becomes fresh and sweet. As we go deeper, a Gothic building suddenly comes into view. The purple-black exterior walls and the towering spires seem to pierce through the clouds. At the entrance of the villa, there is a Western-style fountain, and the water flowing in it is dark red. This villa is separated from the other villas in the entire estate and is surrounded by a wall. To enter, one must pass through a black gate. From the very beginning of its construction, Shilin Villa was determined to be a community with ancient style as its main theme. Other villas in the community also prove this point. The other villas are basically in the ancient style, and with the streams and greenwoods, the whole villa is quaint. Such a Gothic villa seems very out of place in the whole scene. This is it, please follow me. As Yi Hui spoke, he opened the huge iron door that was 2 people tall. Walking into it, Suja felt that this villa was indeed in line with Lin Shiqing's identity as a vampire. The villa looked a little eerie in the shadows of the walls and trees. Since arriving outside Lin Shiqing's villa, the temperature seemed to have dropped, which made Suja feel a little cold. As soon as you enter the door, there is a hall. The hall was a little dark, with only a few crystal chandeliers lit. All the windows were covered with heavy curtains, not letting in any sunlight. After Yi Hui closed the door, he immediately walked to Suja. "Wait a moment, I'll go call the lady." "Don't shout, I'm already down." A crisp voice sounded, and Suju immediately looked in the direction of the voice. A tall figure slowly walked down the spiral staircase in the center of the hall. When he heard this voice, Suju realized that it was Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing's voice is quite recognizable. It is a clear and clean girlish voice, and in her voice, there seems to be a kind of coldness that keeps people away. Today she was wearing a gothic Lolita dress, with her short skirt swaying slightly. Her legs were covered with black knee-high stockings, and as her skirt swayed, her absolute area was faintly visible. This is the sexiest outfit Suja has ever seen Lin Shiqing wear. The fluffy skirt is mainly black, with some light gold and purple on the edges. This outfit gives people a sense of sacred and inviolable abstinence. The short skirt is very tempting, and the eyes are involuntarily drawn to that absolute area. Lin Shiqing walked down the stairs slowly and gracefully, her smooth and delicate face expressionless. Perhaps it was because Lin Shiqing had sprayed perfume, a faint fragrance gradually spread around as she approached. "Hi." Suja greeted her and took the opportunity to observe Lin Shiqing carefully. From her appearance, you can't tell at all that she is a vampire. At most, she is a girl with fair skin. This is probably why no one discovered that Lin Shiqing is a vampire. From the outside, there is no difference between her and humans. Lin Shiqing nodded calmly. "Uncle Yi, take him to take a bath. After the bath, let him change into pajamas and come to my room." "Yes, miss." After saying this, Lin Shiqing turned and left. A fragrant breeze gradually faded away, and her graceful figure disappeared at the end of the stairs. Suja was a little surprised. "You're getting straight to the point without even saying a few words? It's a bit too fast." But considering that Lin Shiqing must have been coveting his blood for quite some time, it was normal for him to be a little anxious. If Suja had not known before that Lin Shiqing was a vampire, he would definitely be very excited now. After all, he has been allowed to take a shower, so getting to base is basically a sure thing. If you're not allowed to reach base, then what's the point of taking a bath? But now Suja already knew Lin Shiqing's true identity, and he also knew that she asked him to take a bath so that it would be easier for him to suck her blood. For blood sucking, bathing is definitely necessary. If you don't take a shower, you'll be dirty and you definitely won't have any desire to eat. Imagine taking a bite and getting a mouthful of black cracks. Wouldn't this have to be vomited out on the spot? "Mr. Su, please follow me." Lin Shiqing Villa has 2 floors. There are 2 guest rooms on the first floor, and each room is equipped with a toilet and bathroom. Yi Hui helped him open the door of a guest room and then said, "Mr. Su, your pajamas are on the bed in the room. After you take a shower and change your clothes, call me and I will take you to the ladies' room." "Good." After giving Suja instructions, Yi Hui left the room. Suja then went into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After 25 minutes, it was almost done. This is the time he spends washing himself carefully. Generally speaking, his bath time lasts about 10 minutes. This time, he also used shower gel, and now his whole body has a pleasant fragrance. "Change into the pajamas on the bed." Suja kept repeating Yi Hui's instructions to him while looking at the bed. "It looks like a pink pajamas?" Suja walked over and took a closer look. It's really the pink that macho men love the most. After he changed into his pink pajamas, he looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. Somewhat unexpectedly, this pink pajamas looks pretty good on the upper body. It seems that Lin Shiqing is still obsessed with pink. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. The pinker the clothes, the more ruthless the knife man. Lin Shiqing likes pink, which is quite a contrast. It doesn't match her cold appearance at all. After packing up, Suja walked to the door and called out, "Butler Yi?" In the darkness, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Soon, Yi Hui's figure emerged. "Are you ready? Then follow me." Yi Hui was in front and Suja was behind, and they went up to the second floor together. Lin Shiqing's room is on the second floor, closer to the inside. The second floor is also quite dark, just like the first floor. But it was almost 8 o'clock and the sun had already set, so the curtains were drawn. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the corridor, making it look hazy and dreamy. "This is the ladies' room, I'll take you in. But you have to wait a while, because the lady is still taking a shower." Suja nodded upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Lin Shiqing also went to take a shower. It seems that she takes this blood-sucking experience very seriously. She has a good sense of ceremony. In order to suck blood, not only did she have to let Suja take a bath, but she also had to wash herself clean. Lin Shiqing's room is very big, it looks like about 60 or 70 square meters. The spacious room was somewhat dark, with only a few table lamps on. Some moonlight also came in, sparkling silver spots. Suja took a quick look at the interior of the room. The overall decoration style of Lin Shiqing's room is pink. The bed, quilt, coffin, piano, computer, walls, floor, the main color of everything is pink. It's like a pink ocean. Just as he had thought before, Lin Shiqing was really a pink lover. Just as Suja was looking back and forth, his eyes suddenly froze. In the dim light, he noticed that there was a huge pink spider in the corner of the wall. Seeing this, Yi Hui quickly explained. "Don't be nervous, it's the lady's pet." "Pet?" Wow, such a big spider is actually Lin Shiqing's pet. As expected of a vampire, so fierce. Yi Hui looked at his watch and it was already 8 o'clock. It's time. He had already planned to hypnotize Suja before the first inhalation. This would also prevent Suja from struggling while sucking blood and ruining this very important coming-of-age ceremony. The next moment, Yi Hui patted Suju on the shoulder. Suja immediately turned his head and the two looked at each other. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in Yi Hui's eyes. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared. This is a unique innate skill of the vampire race hypnosis. The effect of hypnosis is not very effective on vampires of the same or higher level as oneself, but for an ordinary person, the effect is still very powerful. Suja's head became extremely dizzy. "I feel so sleepy, my eyelids feel as heavy as a mountain." He felt dizzy and everything around him became blurry. The next moment, Suja fainted on the ground. Looking at Suja lying on the ground in front of him, the blood-red light in Yi Hui's eyes disappeared. Call. Yi Hui is also a vampire, but he officially became a vampire after being embraced for the first time. Because of this, the purity of his bloodline is far inferior to Lin Shiqing's. Lin Shiqing's parents are both vampires, and she was born through natural conception. The vampire's reproductive cycle is very long, with a pregnancy period of as short as 10 years and as long as 20 years before a baby is born. Chapter 3 First Inhalation Coming of Age Ceremony. After Yi Hui put Suju on the bed, he looked towards the corner. "Shafen, don't be so nervous, this person is safe. I brought him here because the young lady wants to suck his blood tonight." The pink spider in the corner was about the size of 2 footballs. Its eyes were crimson, and its body, including the soft hairs on its body, were all pink. This is the pet that Lin Shiqing has been raising since she was 76 years old, and it was also her 76th birthday gift. Because it is pink all over, Lin Shiqing named it Shafen. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of the pinky, which may seem harmless, but in fact, it is very powerful. As a species carefully bred by the vampires, the bloodthirsty demon spider only needs 1 nanogram of toxin to kill an adult instantly. Moreover, the bloodthirsty spider moves extremely fast, and ordinary people have no chance of escaping its pursuit. The bloodthirsty demon spider is usually purple-black all over, but the reason why the little pink one is pink is because it underwent certain mutations during cultivation. This mutation is so rare that it can be called a miracle. Lin Shiqing's parents knew that their daughter liked pink, so they gave her a pink doll as a birthday gift. When in a relaxed state, Shafen is still very docile. Shafen seemed to understand Yi Hui's words, and the joints of his 8 legs began to relax. It lay on the ground and looked curiously at Suja on the bed. After the young lady finishes sucking blood, she will really grow up. Yi Hui felt a little emotional for a moment. The weak vampire baby has continued to grow and is now an adult, ready to transform into a real vampire. First inhalation is of great significance to a vampire, being equivalent to a coming-of-age ceremony. Only after the initial absorption is completed can a vampire truly enter adulthood. Before Suja, Lin Shiqing only sucked blood from blood bags and had never sucked fresh blood. This is because she had been in her childhood. In the previous few months, she had just turned 180 and had acquired the ability to breathe for the first time.
The growth process of vampires is divided into infancy, adulthood, half-life, and aging.
In their childhood, vampires must sleep for a long time to slowly develop their bodies. If you suck blood directly, there is a certain probability of indigestion and affecting development. Therefore, sucking processed high-quality blood will be more helpful to her growth. The processed high-grade blood contains many elements that promote the development of blood clot and is very helpful for growth. Therefore, for the sake of stable development, there is no need to try the first suction in childhood.
In addition, the fangs of young vampires are also slightly immature.
If you try to suck blood for the first time in childhood and don't control the strength well, you may directly puncture the artery. In that case, the turbulent blood cannot be controlled at all, and it is easy to make a mess. But as Lin Shiqing entered adulthood, she gained the ability to directly suck human blood. 180 years old, an extremely old age for a human being. But for the vampires, this is just the beginning. Almost 200 years have passed, and Miss has grown up so much.
Time flies.
Yi Hui sighed lightly and then walked out. In the bathroom, Lin Shiqing had just finished taking a shower and was blow-drying her hair. While blowing her hair, she recalled Suja's appearance. Suja is over 1.8 meters tall, has a strong physique, and is handsome, which meets Lin Shiqing's standards for a blood-sucking man. The reason why Lin Shiqing was determined to make him her first love was there was a strong smell of blood on Suja's body. Vampires are very sensitive to blood and can directly smell the scent of human blood. Like most college students, most of them have bad habits such as staying up late to play games, overeating, smoking, and drinking. Moreover, they don't exercise much, and their bodies are in sub-healthy state for a long time.
So there are so many wastes deposited in their blood that the blood has an unpleasant odor.
But Suju was different. His blood was fragrant and charming, which touched Lin Shiqing's heart. So she added Suja's WeChat and asked him to come to her house today.
Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable night. The first time is always the most memorable.
The bright moonlight sprinkled on the corridor. Under the moonlight, Lin Shiqing's skin emitted a little silver light, which was particularly holy. Her slightly damp hair fell on her shoulders and she breathed a sigh of relief.
Strange, why am I still a little nervous? Miss, I have hypnotized Suja.
Everything is ready.
Yi Hui's magnetic voice broke the silence of the night.
Lin Shiqing turned and looked at Yi Hui, who was walking towards her, and nodded. Okay, I'll go over there then. Remember not to inhale too much, otherwise the blood in your body will become mixed and affect your health.
Yi Hui warned.
Uncle Yi, you've said it countless times, and I've already remembered it in my heart. Lin Shiqing responded. Yi Hui heard this and said, in order for your coming-of-age ceremony to go smoothly, it is necessary to remind you a few more times.
All right.
After saying goodbye to Uncle Yi, Lin Shiqing walked towards her room. When she reached the door of the room, she pushed it open. When Xiaofan saw that it was Lin Shiqing, he instantly became excited. His 8 legs moved at the same time and he crawled to Lin Shiqing's feet. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing smiled slightly, squatted down, and touched Xiaofan's little head lovingly.
I can't accompany you tonight. I have important things to do.
Lin Shiqing looks very gentle. This scene formed a sharp contrast with her usual cold appearance.
After hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Xiaofan nodded as if she understood.
Then it obediently crawled back to its small nest in the corner. In the moonlight, Lin Shiqing took a deep breath and looked at Suja lying on the bed.
Appropriate blood-sucking is not fatal.
Because he has been hypnotized, he will not remember anything that happened tonight. I'll just feel a little weak tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow, let Uncle Yi send him away, and pretend that nothing happened. After all, he was her first target, so she didn't necessarily have to kill him.
He had been hypnotized anyway and would not have any memory.
While thinking, Lin Shiqing walked to the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. As she stroked Suja's face, Lin Shiqing's desire to suck blood was gradually aroused. The strong scent of blood on Suja made her particularly obsessed. So much so that his eyes turned red at this moment.
Like Suja, Lin Shiqing was also wearing a pink pajamas. Judging from their appearance alone, the two of them looked like a couple living together.
Touching her face and then her neck, Lin Shiqing was half lying next to Suja. Looking at his handsome profile so close to her, she gently stroked his neck.
There are ups and downs in the flatness of the neck.
Suja's Adam's apple is very big, like a small hill, and the unique touch makes Lin Shiqing unable to let go. Originally, I didn't think it was anything unusual when I saw a man as Adam's apple. But after the touch, the feeling made her particularly indulged.
It feels so astringent.
Lin Shiqing was very excited at this time.
This is it. The best place to suck blood is about 4 centimeters away from the Adam's apple.
The next moment, she slowly leaned down.
The fangs have been extended and exposed.
In the moonlight, the fangs gleamed with cold silver. Lin Shiqing's fangs were not long, only about 2 or 3 centimeters beyond her lips. In fact, if you try your best to push it, the fangs can grow to 20 to 30 centimeters.
But that would be inconvenient and unnecessary.
Looking at Suja, who was so close, Lin Shiqing no longer hesitated. Squeak! A faint sound of breaking skin was heard. A trace of bright red quickly flowed out. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing retracted her fangs and started sucking. While sleeping, Suja felt an inexplicable sharp pain, and then he felt nothing.
Chapter 4 Living Together Until Death?
While sucking blood, Lin Shiqing recalled Uncle Ya's instructions in her mind.
This is her first time, so it's best to stop.
Reason suppressed her desire, and after sucking about 500 milliliters of blood, she stopped sucking.
Then she got up from Suja. 500 milliliters of blood was only half full for her.
After Lin Shiqing stood up, the wound on Suja's neck was still bleeding. Although it is a vein, it is on the neck after all, so the amount of blood is still relatively large. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing stretched out her right hand. The next moment, a strange blood-red energy appeared at her fingertips. The blood-red energy exudes wonderful fluctuations and is extremely mysterious. Lin Shiqing stretched out her right hand and covered Suja's wound with this energy. Under the maintenance of blood-red energy, Suja's wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the wound had completely healed. In this way, even if Suja wakes up tomorrow, he will not find that his blood has been sucked out. The mission was accomplished, and Lin Shiqing lay aside. The fullness of her abdomen made her feel extremely comfortable.
What a comfortable feeling. Fresh blood is indeed more delicious than the blood in the blood bag. Fresh and sweet, with a hint of warmth. You can clearly feel it flowing through the esophagus and into the stomach. Then he digested it and turned it into streams of power that spread throughout his body. The warmth lasted for a long time. The corners of Lin Shiqing's mouth rose slightly and she licked her lips contentedly. Suja, who was still in a coma, was awakened by a mechanical electronic sound.
Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the task, being sucked blood by Lin Shiqing once, and the reward is now being issued. All attributes increase by 1, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Half asleep, he felt a burning sensation all over his body.
Is this the bonus points added to all my attributes? The current attribute panel immediately appeared in his mind. Host, Suja. Strength, 9. Spirit, 11. Speed, 10. Defense, 7. Skills, none.
Compared with the previous attribute panel, the 4 attributes at this moment have all increased a little. At the same time, Suja also clearly felt that his mind became clearer.
The thinking is also much clearer.
The most obvious change is the physical change. The muscles on his body became harder and he seemed to be a little bigger. After being awakened by the sound of the system, Suja's hypnotic state was also interrupted. But he had just woken up, so he was still a little confused.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?
He slowly opened his eyes. With his mind still somewhat confused, Suja slowly turned his head. At a very close distance, a beautiful profile appeared in his sight.
The small yet delicate nose outlines beautiful lines. The skin is smooth and firm, revealing a clear jawline.
The eyes still sparkled with a faint red light, like 2 rubies. Lin Shiqing's body fragrance spread all over the place, making Suja a little intoxicated.
Is this the body scent of a virgin?
This smell is very unique and doesn't smell like any other perfume at all. The fragrance aroused Suja's hormones, and he almost kissed her.
In the dark bedroom, Lin Shiqing's faint breathing sounds were heard.
In the quiet environment, Suja spoke softly.
Are you done smoking?
Suja's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap in the current situation. Lin Shiqing immediately became extremely clear-headed.
She sat up immediately. You're awake?
She looked at Suja in disbelief.
This is almost impossible. It would take at least 12 hours for a hypnotized human to wake up.
And during this period, no matter how great the stimulation is, it is difficult to wake up.
But Suja actually opened his eyes now. He even spoke in her ear.
For a moment, Lin Shiqing was in a state of confusion.
Suja slowly sat up. Yeah, I'm awake.
When did you wake up?
To be honest, it was when you finished sucking blood and got up from me. Suja answered calmly. What?
Lin Shiqing was already a little flustered, and now she was even more at a loss. At the same time, she also became more vigilant.
Why are you so nervous? Shouldn't I be the one who should be nervous? Suja felt like laughing.
He, a human, was not panicked in front of the vampires, but Lin Shiqing was panicked instead.
But this is actually reasonable. Suja discovered Lin Shiqing's true identity. It would be abnormal for her not to panic.
After adjusting her mindset, Lin Shiqing returned to her usual cold self.
So you know my identity as a vampire?
She wanted to kill. Lin Shiqing cannot let her identity as a vampire be exposed. Since she cannot solve the problem, she must solve the person who caused the problem.
It's just that you know too much.
Yi Hui told her many times that if she wanted to live well in human society, she must hide her identity.
But why was Suja able to wake up under hypnosis? Could it be that Uncle Yi didn't hypnotize him completely, or was it because the pain caused by sucking blood just now was too severe? Both are possible. But thinking about these things doesn't seem to make much sense.
Her identity has been exposed, and she has no choice but to kill Suja. Seeing Lin Shiqing's somewhat cold eyes, Suja felt a chill on his back.
Suja, now that you know my true identity, please tell me your last words.
I will try to make your death as painless as possible, and I will also give your family a considerable sum of money anonymously. It can be considered as a pension, which puts this matter to a complete end. Lin Shiqing stood beside the bed, and the little pinky in the corner also crawled over with all 8 legs. In the darkness, Xiaofan's 2 pairs of eyes emitted a strange red light. As it approached, the red light kept flickering.
Suja noticed Xiaofan approaching and couldn't help but tremble.
It's such a big spider, it's not that he's afraid.
There is no need for this. If we change our thinking, we can cooperate. Suja said calmly. He had already thought about it before coming.
I must have a showdown with Lin Shiqing. The current situation was also within his expectations.
Cooperate?
Lin Shiqing was a little confused and looked at Suja in confusion.
Don't you like my blood?
From now on, you can suck as much of my blood as you want.
And I won't reveal your true identity to anyone, how about that? After hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing fell into deep thought.
The comfort of sucking blood just now surged into my heart. It has to be said that Suja's blood is indeed very tempting to her. As a normal adult vampire, she has a strong desire for high-quality blood. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shiqing felt that Suja could be spared. She is not a bloodthirsty person.
She would not take anyone's life unless she had no other choice.
Lin Shiqing's tone softened a lot, and she nodded. Well, but how can you guarantee that you will keep your mouth shut?
Uncle Yi often told me not to trust anyone easily.
Although we did chat on WeChat for a few days, it's not enough for me to trust you. Before Suja could speak, Lin Shiqing seemed to have thought of something and added.
I thought about it, and there is actually a way to make you keep your mouth shut. From now on, you will live in my house and don't go out unless you have nothing to do. If you stay here until you die of old age, then the problem will be solved.
I just don't know if you're willing. Suja was stunned when he heard Lin Shiqing's words.
Is this considered cohabitation?
Or the kind where they live together until death and growing old together?
Chapter 5 Huge Pocket Money.
For now, Suja has no reason to refuse. Lin Shiqing's house is very big and well equipped. Apart from being a little dark, it is quite comfortable to live in. Suja doesn't go shopping much. At most, he goes out to play basketball or do some other sports to exercise his body.
He also won't go to places like nightclubs and KTVs.
So it was not particularly difficult to accept staying in the villa with Lin Shiqing. What's more, the most important system task also requires him to stay here. He needs to be sucked blood by Lin Shiqing to trigger the mission reward. If the two of them live together, then Lin Shiqing can suck blood whenever she is hungry.
Suja will be able to obtain the maximum mission reward.
Although he hasn't participated in the lottery yet, he doesn't know what prizes will be in the prize pool. But he had a hunch that the things in the prize pool must be pretty good. Otherwise, his system is too poor. Suja thought for a moment, then nodded.
I think your suggestion is okay. You agreed so quickly?
Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. If your blood is constantly being sucked out, your body may not be able to bear it and you will feel weak and in pain.
Instead of doing this, you might as well just let me kill you, and I can give you a quick death.
It's okay, even if I get sucked dry it's okay,
Suja said righteously.
If he didn't have the blood-recovering physique granted by the system, nothing he said would come to him. What Lin Shiqing said just now was actually to scare him.
Actually, she wasn't that cruel.
If she saw Suja becoming weak because of his blood being sucked, she would also feel sympathy. At the same time, she would not consider smoking again, but let Suja rest for a while and then come back. Since becoming an adult, Lin Shiqing has always felt that life is somewhat boring. If Suja could stay, maybe her life would become a little more interesting.
She also wants someone to chat with.
Okay, then you stay.
There are 2 guest rooms on the first floor, you can choose one to stay in.
Seeing that the matter was almost resolved, Lin Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the edge of the bed. She was not afraid of Suja playing any tricks. After all, he is just an ordinary person. It was easy for Lin Shiqing to control him. Since you're awake, I'll call Uncle Yi over.
I need to discuss this with him. It's still early, less than 10 o'clock. Suja had just woken up from a coma.
He didn't feel sleepy at all and felt very energetic. Although a lot of blood had been sucked out of him just now, he did not feel weak at all, but rather full of energy. As for Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui, they are both vampires and can stay up late as long as they don't want to sleep.
At the same time, they won't feel tired at all. Maybe this is a kind of evolution.
But vampires also have an obvious disadvantage, which is that they feel uncomfortable with sunlight. It's uncomfortable, but it won't cause any real harm. At the same time, since Lin Shiqing is the 13th generation of the vampire clan, his bloodline has become much thinner. To sum it up in one sentence, the last generation of vampires in the world today have become more like humans and less like vampires.
However, when exposed to sunlight, the strength of the vampires will be suppressed to a certain extent.
Blood purity is very important to vampires. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the higher the upper limit of strength will be.
Lin Shiqing walked to the door and softly called Yi Hui's name towards the dark corridor.
A few seconds later, Yi Hui appeared. He lives in a room at the corner of the stairs on the first floor.
Miss, what's wrong? Didn't the coming-of-age ceremony go smoothly?
Yi Hui was a little confused.
I guess so.
Lin Shiqing told Yi Hui the whole story.
So, the situation now is that you have to leave that boy at home, right?
Yi Hui frowned. It's not impossible to do so. If you want, I have no objection.
But I just don't know what the master and the lady will think.
It's okay, I'll explain it to them. If there is really no other way, I will consider embracing Sujichu, since I don't have a blood servant anyway. Hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Yi Hui suddenly became serious. The first embrace is a serious and sacred matter.
Don't treat it as a joke.
Lin Shiqing nodded and said helplessly, I understand, Uncle Yi.
Since it's like this, if you want to keep him here, then stay. But if the master and the madam disagree, there is nothing I can do. Yi Hui is the housekeeper, he will not try to influence Lin Shiqing's thoughts.
However, after Lin Shiqing's parents came back, he had no control over what happened next. 2 months ago, Lin Shiqing's parents returned to their clan home, and no one knew why they came back.
I know. Then I'll let him stay. Thank you, Uncle Yi.
Lin Shiqing smiled slightly.
You don't have to thank me, just think about how to get along with him. In fact, I think it is better to have less trouble than more. Kill him and be done with it.
But since you insist on doing this, I won't try to persuade you. After Yi Hui finished speaking, he left and disappeared at the end of the corridor. After going downstairs, his eyes suddenly became blurred. He recalled some long-forgotten past events.
This kid is like me back then.
I don't know how long ago it was, maybe hundreds of years ago. At that time, I was also kept by a vampire lady. Yi Hui murmured softly and returned to his room. After seeing Uncle Yi leave, Lin Shiqing closed the door and walked to Suja's side.
You heard what Uncle Yi and I said just now, right? From now on, you will stay here until you die of old age. Hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Suja's heart was in turmoil. He is still a young man. Do we really want him to stay here for decades until he dies?
But think about it carefully. Every time Lin Shiqing sucks his blood, all his attributes will increase by 1. In this way, within a year at most, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. This means he has the strength to defeat Lin Shiqing. Not to mention there are so many draws. With the strength, it would be easy for him to leave here. After a moment of worry, Suja calmed down again. Well, let's do as you say. I didn't realize it when I was in school, but you seem to be much prettier than I thought. Lin Shiqing said thoughtfully. The bright moonlight sprinkled on Suja's face, and Suja's three-dimensional facial features had a more luxurious feeling. Like a nobleman. But the macho pink pajamas he was wearing were a bit out of place. It would have been much better if he had worn a proper suit. There's nothing else to do. Please go to the guest room and rest. Suja nodded when he heard that. By the way, I have classes tomorrow, so I have to go to school. You have classes? That's okay, you don't have to go to class anymore. I'll just ask Uncle Yi to say hello to the school. Lin Shiqing rarely goes to school, only occasionally, and even skips the final exams. Even so, she will not be fired. This is the power of money. Suja was stunned. If you don't go to school, do you have a degree? I put a lot of effort into getting into this university. After 3 years of hard work, he finally came to this top university in the country. He feels like he would be at a disadvantage if he didn't have a degree. But to be honest, even if he doesn't have a degree, it doesn't matter to him now. With the system, he no longer has to work as hard as his peers, and then work 996 just for the salary. There should be, but I think it doesn't matter whether you have a degree or not. Anyway, you will always stay by my side in the future, and your academic qualifications will not be of any use to you. You want a degree in order to find a job, so why don't I just give you some pocket money every month as your salary? Lin Shiqing said nonchalantly. How much pocket money? Suja's eyes lit up. 100,000, is that enough? Lin Shiqing had little understanding of money and asked tentatively. Suja forced himself to suppress his inner excitement. As expected of a wealthy woman, she is very generous. Well, I think, you see, every month, you have to suck blood so many times, and my body will also be affected. I might even be hurt mentally, so you have to pay extra. 300,000 at most, no more. Lin Shiqing frowned. 300,000 is already the upper limit in her mind. Besides, this much money should be enough, no matter what. Make a deal. Suja said quickly. Lin Shiqing looked at Suja, who was smiling happily in front of her, and felt that she had been tricked. Chapter 66 Devil Training. After getting down from Lin Shiqing's soft big bed, Suja looked at Xiaofan with some fear. By the way, why do you keep such a big spider? Suja couldn't help but ask. Don't you think it's cute? Lin Shiqing walked to Xiaofan and picked it up. She held the little pinky in one hand and stroked its little head with the other. It seemed like what was in my arms was not a spider, but a kitten. Cute. This has nothing to do with cuteness. Look at its 8 slender and hairy limbs and its 4 eyes glowing red. I would believe you if you said it eats people. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room. Suja stood up. He didn't feel anything just now, but now the aftereffects of being sucked blood came back, and he couldn't help feeling a little tired. Okay, go back. But remember, you have to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Lin Shiqing said lightly. Suja was stunned when he heard this. 4 o'clock? Although his sleep and rest schedule is relatively regular, he never gets up until 7 o'clock at the earliest. Asking him to get up 3 hours earlier would be like asking for his life. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Didn't you say you weren't going to school? Why are you up so early? I asked you to get up at 5 o'clock, but I didn't ask you to go to school. But I want you to go jogging with me in the morning. A day's plan begins in the morning, so morning jogging is a must. Lin Shiqing walked over as she spoke. You have to know that the reason I kept you here is because of your blood. If the quality of your blood drops sharply, there is no need for me to keep you. Our cooperation can only be declared broken. In order to maintain the high quality of your blood, a self-disciplined lifestyle is necessary. If you have chaotic lifestyle habits and don't exercise, it won't be long before the quality of your blood declines. So I've decided that starting tomorrow, you have to follow my training plan and exercise well to keep your blood quality at a high level. After hearing what Lin Shiqing said, Suja was dumbfounded. But you just sucked my blood tonight, and I'm a little weak. What if I get up early for a run tomorrow and suddenly die?
It will be fine after a little mending.
Then Lin Shiqing took out a small bottle from a drawer nearby. In the palm-sized bottle was a crystal-clear blood red liquid. This is the blood essence potion, which can speed up your blood regeneration. At the same time, it can also make your body stronger to a certain extent. If you drink it now, after a night of nourishment, your body will definitely recover. Besides, I only sucked 500 or 600 milliliters of your blood tonight, which is just 1 or 2 blood donations. Losing this little blood won't put you into shock. Even if you faint during your morning run tomorrow, I can just take you to the hospital. Lin Shiqing said without a doubt. Suja's face suddenly turned black. It seems that Lin Shiqing is determined to make him start a period of devilish training. He took the essence and blood magic potion that Lin Shiqing handed to him and took a look at it. The crimson potion was shaking, giving it the feeling of an alchemical potion. What he originally thought existed only in fantasy actually appeared before his eyes. There are still too many unknowns in this world. At this moment, Lin Shiqing discovered that the little pink girl in her arms seemed to be quite hostile to Suja. It waved its front legs and looked at Suja vigilantly. The 2 pairs of red eyes also kept flashing red light. Xiaofan, he's safe, you don't have to worry. While speaking, Lin Shiqing touched the little pinkie's head to comfort it. The next moment, she suddenly thought of a good idea to ease the relationship between Suju and Xiaofan. Suja, come here for a moment. The two are now about 3 meters apart. This is mainly because Suju was really scared when he looked at the little pink in Lin Shi's heart. So he naturally took a few steps back and kept a safe distance from Xiaofan. Goodbye. Come over if you're told to. Lin Shiqing frowned slightly. Little pink can't eat you. Suja silently complained, that's not necessarily true. But he still plucked up the courage and walked over. If he continues to live in this house in the future, he will definitely need to get along with Xiaofan. Simply running away is not a solution. Suja stopped when he reached Lin Shiqing. Pet its head. This. Suja looked at Xiaofan, who was a few dozen centimeters away from him. On the furry little head, 2 small eyes flashed a creepy red light. Suja felt a chill on his back. Little pink will be very docile if you touch its head. If you touch its head more often, you will become closer. You will be a member of this family from now on. If you have more intimate contact with little pink, it won't take long for it to accept you. Lin Shiqing added. Suja slowly stretched out his right hand. His hand touched Xiaofan's little head with some trembling. It seems to feel pretty good. Xiaofan felt Suja's broad palm and closed her eyes comfortably. This feeling is different from Lin Shiqing's touch. The force is greater and it also gives it a sense of security. On the other hand, Suja has already fallen in love with it. You know what, this feels amazing. Suja sighed as he stroked it. It's like petting a cat or a dog. But petting a spider is something I have never seen or heard of before. It was truly like a knife stabbing one's, but it opened one's eyes. The furry touch seemed to have a kind of magic, attracting Suja to continue stroking it. Okay, that's enough. Lin Shiqing speechlessly took Suja's hand aside. I let you touch it, and you're still addicted? Ahem. Lin Shiqing looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock. It's getting late, you should go back and get some rest. Remember to drink the potion I gave you before going to bed. I see. Suja put the magic potion of blood essence into the pocket of his pajamas and walked to the door. He felt like he had forgotten something. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Lin Shiqing. Good night. Lin Shiqing was stunned when she heard this. Good night. Suja smiled slightly, then walked out of the room and closed the door. It took Lin Shiqing a long time to come back to her senses. Suja's good night just now echoed in her ears. This was the first time Lin Shiqing heard someone say good night to her. Since she was a child, she has been separated from her parents for most of her life. Yi Hui mainly took care of her daily life and had limited communication with her. She probably talked more to Suja tonight than she had in the previous 2 or 3 months. An inexplicable feeling began to take root in her heart. In fact, what touches people most are often the little touches in the details. According to his memory, Suja walked down the stairs and found the guest room where he had taken a shower before. When he reached the room, he closed the door. He took the magic potion of essence and blood given to him by Lin Shiqing in his hand and looked at it for a while. A logo appeared on the light screen in my mind.
Blood essence potion normal.
Effect: accelerates blood regeneration, slightly improves various attributes, and restores a certain amount of physical strength.
Evaluation: if you have anemia, drinking this is the right choice. Chapter 7 All attributes plus 10.
Holding the essence and blood magic potion in his hand, Suja did not intend to drink it immediately. After all, he has a physique that can recover blood quickly, so drinking the essence and blood magic potion is not very useful. In addition to restoring blood, the essence and blood magic potion can also restore physical strength.
It's better to save it and take it when you lack physical strength in the future.
But getting stronger by being sucked in system and his mind was very considerate and even provided him with a backpack. As soon as Suja thought about it, the essence and blood magic potion in his hand was received into the system in his mind.
The next thing is the lottery.
Lin Shiqing successfully sucked my blood for the first time and got a chance to draw a lottery.
I don't know what I'll get.
There is no prize pool content on the lottery page, only a large lottery button.
Suja was about to click, but suddenly stopped. A lucky draw should have a background music.
Then Suja took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started playing Good Luck Comes.
Good luck to you, good luck brings joy and love. Good luck is coming to us, we will embrace good luck and prosper all over the world. Suja couldn't help but nod, it really had that flavor.
Amidst the festive music, he clicked the lottery button.
Call out.
A golden light flashed, and Suja looked at the light curtain expectantly. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, all attributes plus 10.
Rewards are being distributed.
As the system's prompt sounded, Suja felt severe pain all over his body. The impurities accumulated in his body were also being discharged continuously. When Suja was drained of blood before, all his attributes increased a little, but his reaction was not strong at that time.
And there is no impurities discharged on the skin. But if all attributes are increased by 10, the situation will be very different.
That's a tenfold difference. Increasing all attributes by 10 points at once is equivalent to taking a huge step forward.
But if you step too far, you may easily pull the bullet.
Suja's basic attributes are not high, but now all his attributes have increased by 10 points, which is basically doubled. It is impossible to make a leap without suffering a little. Suja felt like all his muscles were about to be torn apart. Streams of black impurities flowed out through the hair follicles, carrying with them an unpleasant stench. Suja trembled and his muscles began to spasm. He lay on the ground and tried to crawl to the bathroom. But he was in so much pain that he couldn't even move a few centimeters. It hurts so much. The waves of severe pain were like the tide, lasting for a long time.
30 minutes later.
Suja was breathing heavily, and the severe pain had basically disappeared. At this moment, he felt lighter than ever before. And the muscles are also full of explosive power. But he was still very weak after just completing the breakthrough.
Ugh, this smell, even Lao Ba wouldn't be able to stand it. Suja almost vomited. He didn't expect that there were so many impurities in his body. The dark gelatinous liquid adhered to his body.
If you don't wash it off quickly, these things will probably form scabs on your skin. Suja hurried to the bathroom and washed himself thoroughly. After cleaning, he took a mop and cleaned up the traces in the room. After cleaning up, he lay down on the bed with a relaxed look.
The time is now 12 o'clock in the morning.
Everything returned to calm, and Suja felt the mysterious feeling in his body.
Then he looked at his personal attributes in his mind. Host, Suja. Strength, 19. Spirit, 21. Speed, 20. Defense, 17. Skills, none.
According to the system's explanation, the values of ordinary adults generally hover between 6 and 10.
For the strong, such as those obsessed with fitness, the strength and speed values may be even higher. So now Suja's various hard skills are basically equivalent to the sum of 2 to 3 adults.
But this does not simply mean that 3 adults together can defeat Suja. With Suja's current strength, a punch from him would cause serious injuries to ordinary people. But now we live in a society ruled by law, and Suja would not think of doing anything bad. He only uses this strength to protect himself. Since there are vampires in the world, who knows what other races there are? Suja said to himself.
Could it be that, like in online novels, there are also superhumans or immortal cultivators among humans?
But he didn't know whether it existed or not. In front of those people, my current strength might not be enough. A wave of sleepiness came over him, and Suja stopped thinking about it.
Just take it one step at a time. After a while, he fell asleep. 4 o'clock in the morning.
Today is September 13th, and the days are longer and the nights are shorter in the northern hemisphere. In addition, Binhai is close to the equator, so the sun rises earlier. But at 4 o'clock, it was still dark. Around 5:30, the sun will completely rise above the horizon and shine on the earth. Lin Shiqing looked at the dark sky and nodded. The reason why she came so early was mainly because she didn't like the feeling of the sun shining on her body. So she has to exercise before the sun rises. And this has always been her habit. Lin Shiqing is wearing sportswear today. The upper body is a tight short-sleeved one, outlining the graceful curves. She wore a pair of hip-hugging shorts and a pair of white sneakers, looking very cool. She has the demeanor of a queen. Walking to Suja's door, Lin Shiqing knocked on it. Bang bang. Suja, are you awake? After waiting for a few seconds, no one responded from inside. Lin Shiqing frowned. Did this guy just listen to what I said last night and let it go in one ear and out the other? I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't come out in 3 seconds, I'll go in. 3, 2. Before I could count to 1, I heard a hurried sound of packing up in the room. Here I come. Suja was sleepy. He had tossed and turned until midnight last night, and even though he set several alarms in the morning, he still couldn't get up. He quickly put on his clothes and hurriedly opened the door. If you do this again next time, I will punish you, Lin Shiqing said coldly upon seeing this. Suja was stunned, and for some reason, he felt a little excited. Is this punishment fair? No. The two of them then prepared to go out, one after the other. Suja walked in front, and Lin Shiqing felt his breath, but she didn't expect that his breath was not weak at all. On the contrary, it is much stronger than yesterday. Could it be the effect of the magic essence and blood potion? But that potion shouldn't have such a powerful effect. Lin Shiqing was a little puzzled, but after thinking for a long time she still couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, she could only attribute this phenomenon to Suja's better absorption. There is a neat forest trail outside Shilin Villa. Running around the perimeter is about 5 or 6 kilometers. Because Shilin Villa is located in the mountains, there are many steps going up and down on the outside, and it is not a completely flat terrain. When he first started running, Suja was still in a sleepy state. But after he ran half a lap, he suddenly became energetic. Thinking has also become much faster. His attributes now have been greatly improved, and running has become easier. After Lin Shiqing took Suja for a run, she was a little surprised. I originally thought that Suja would be exhausted after running one lap. But looking at his appearance, he was just sweating a little and didn't show any signs of fatigue at all. Their pace was also very fast, always maintaining a pace of about 3.5 minutes per kilometer. I really underestimated you last night. I didn't expect your physical fitness to be so good, Lin Shiqing said with some surprise. Low key. Suja smiled modestly. This speed is easy for me. Since you're such a good runner, let's run a few more laps today. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 88 Ruby in the Ravine. As time passed, the sun gradually rose, the sky became bright, and the two prepared to go home. I looked at my watch and it was almost 6 o'clock. In 2 hours, the two ran around Shilin Villa 6 times. Lin Shiqing is a vampire herself and has very strong physical fitness, so she basically didn't sweat much. Although Suja's physical fitness has improved greatly, he still feels a little tired after such high-intensity exercise. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Take a shower, then come out for breakfast. Uncle Yi will prepare it for you. After finishing speaking, Lin Shiqing went upstairs. Suja's whole body was sticky with sweat, so he hurried to the room and took a nice shower. After tidying up a bit and putting on his clothes, he walked out. Although the curtains in the hall were closed, it was not dark because the lights were on. Sitting next to the dining table, Yi Hui also came over from the kitchen. I made some sandwiches, I wonder if they suit your taste. There is also a glass of milk next to it. If it is not enough, tell me again, Yi Hui said softly. Thank you. Suja nodded. It feels really good to be served by someone. After he took 2 bites, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs not far away. It was Lin Shiqing. She had already finished bathing and changed her clothes. Her outfit today is different from yesterday. She wore a short white t-shirt that exposed her belly on the upper body and jeans on the lower body.
The slightly exposed waist t-shirt adds a touch of mature charm and is full of youthfulness. Looking closely, Suja noticed a ruby necklace on Lin Shiqing's chest. And that shining ruby was right in the ravine. It was as if a crystal-clear blood lake appeared between the continuous snow-capped mountains. It's worthy of being 33C. Why are you staring at me? Lin Shiqing asked warily. Before Suja could say anything, Yi Hui came out holding a glass pot. The delicious fruit blood is here, miss, come and try it. Suja turned his head and looked at the glass pot in Yi Hui's hand. Through the transparent body of the pot, you can see the slightly dark red blood inside. After opening the glass pot, Suja did not smell the bloody smell as he had imagined, but instead smelled a faint sweetness. Fruit blood, as the name suggests, is a blood drink brewed from fresh fruits that have been grown by watering with blood and processed through some techniques. Lin Shiqing likes sweet things very much, and fruit blood just suits her preference. Her breakfast consisted of a glass of fruit juice and a piece of cream cake. Yi Hui's breakfast was much simpler, he only drank a glass of blood. It was already 7:30 when the three of them finished breakfast. It's daytime now, you can take a good rest. Come with me to do something in the evening. What's the matter? Suja looked at Lin Shiqing puzzledly. It's a secret. You'll know it tonight. After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she stood up and went upstairs, her slender figure gradually walking away. Feeling sleepy, Suja yawned. He returned to his room and began to catch up on his sleep. He basically only slept for 3 or 4 hours last night. If he doesn't rest for a while now, he might die suddenly. Just when he was falling into a deep sleep, his cell phone suddenly rang. The disturbing ringtone made Suja frown. In desperation, he opened his hazy eyes and answered the phone. Who is it? Suja asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. Being woken up in a deep sleep is really annoying. Sistering called the roll today, why didn't you come? Sistering said last week that we would take attendance this time, and if you don't come, you will fail the course. You are so brave, boy. What? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Suja suddenly became much more sober. Broken. Sister Menga's full name is Zhu Menjiang. She is his advanced mathematics teacher. She is very strict and does not tolerate any injustice. Last week, several students skipped classes and she got very angry. Not only did he note down those students who skipped classes, he also said he would deduct points from them at the end of the semester. He also said that he would call the roll in the next class, and if you didn't come, you would fail the course. All the students were silent and told each other that they must not be late or skip class next time. After all, this is about the final grade. But it seems there is no need to be nervous. Things are different now, and his situation is very different now. Lin Shiqing said it didn't matter whether she went to class or not, she would help. What is there to be nervous about? Sistering is very angry now, come quickly, otherwise you will really fail the course and have to take a makeup exam. If you fail the makeup exam, you will have to retake it. In college, teachers of each subject set the papers and mark them independently. If a teacher wants a student to pass, it is very simple. But if you don't want a student to fail, that's perfectly fine. In other words, if you offend the teacher, you will most likely fail the course. Even if you answer the questions perfectly, the teacher will find fault with you and deduct points for any flaws. Let her be, I don't care, I didn't sleep for a few hours last night, I'm almost dead tired. I still need to catch up on my sleep, so I'll hang up if nothing else. Suja said casually. He can be said to be fearless now. The overwhelming sleepiness came over him again and Suja closed his eyes. The line suddenly became noisy. Lao Zhang? What's wrong? It's so noisy. The person who called him was Zhang Zilin, who was in the same profession as him and they had a good relationship. Normally, the two of them would answer each other's questions and help each other complete attendance. Just when Suja was confused and about to hang up the phone, a cold and stern middle-aged female voice suddenly came from the phone. Suja, come to class immediately. If you don't show up before the get out of class ends, you'll fail advanced mathematics this semester. It's Zhu Menjiang's voice. The voice was deep yet sharp, it must be hers. If he didn't know that she was a female teacher, Suja would probably have thought she was a man. This sound is really too confusing. Among the many teachers, Zhu Meng is the most stubborn one. She would often check attendance unexpectedly, and if anyone was caught playing with their cell phone during class, she would deduct points. Hearing Zhu Meng's stern voice, Suja's face twitched. I definitely won't be attending class. Only sleep can sustain this kind of life. Beep. Suja didn't want to talk nonsense anymore and waste his precious sleeping time. He simply hung up the phone and turned it off. No matter what you say, I just want to sleep.
Turning over, Suja fell into a sweet dream again. On the other side of the phone, Zhu Menjing in the classroom looked at the hung-up call, her face turning purple.
Okay.
Zhu Menjing said okay 3 times in a row with gritted teeth, and she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The hand holding the phone also began to tremble. Zhang Zilin became nervous as he watched his phone shaking.
Teacher, this is my new cell phone, nothing can go wrong with it.
Zhu Menjing suppressed her inner anger and returned the phone to Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin, tell Suja that he will definitely fail the advanced mathematics exam and he doesn't need to come here anymore. Tell him not to come to me and ask for mercy, it's useless. Zhu Menjing hasn't been this angry for a long time. This was the first student who dared to hang up on her since she became a university teacher.
What is this?
This is not taking her seriously at all. In the classroom, the students all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Their hearts were already in turmoil. I haven't seen such a fierce student for a long time. This brother is going there with the intention of failing the exam. Zhang Zilin also sighed silently in his heart. Suja, you are really awesome. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Suja woke up. He rubbed his eyes and then sat up. So comfortable. After a good sleep, his physical strength had basically recovered. A powerful force surges throughout his body. Now he felt that he could punch through the bed with one punch. The improvement in his hard power made him very happy. Firmer and more powerful muscles make him feel more secure.
By the way, did Lao Zhang call me? Then I didn't seem to pay any attention to Xu Meng and just hung up the phone.
Suja said thoughtfully. Because he was too sleepy at the time, he didn't have a deep impression of it. But there should be such a thing.
Chapter 99 Romantic and Sad. Suja picked up the phone and pressed the power button.
As soon as I turned on my phone, the ringtones started to ring one after another. The first thing that caught his eye was the message Zhang Zilin sent him. Suja, the teacher said you will fail this course.
Are you sure you don't want to come?
You're awesome. Where are the people?
You're not still sleeping, are you? What a role model for our generation.
Suja replied, I just woke up. If I fail the exam, then so be it. It's all just a passing cloud. Learning advanced mathematics is meaningless and will never be used in life. If it weren't for GPA, a good ranking in a major, or a chance to get into graduate school, or something like that, who would study this kind of thing?
Now I've come to my senses. I've decided not to be involuntarily. Come on, try to get everything you want as soon as possible.
Suja's mentality has changed a lot. He used to care a lot about his grades and worked hard for those courses every day. Now he finally had a chance to lie down. As long as he stays by Lin Shiqing's side and lets her suck him a few more times, he will be able to reach the peak. In this situation, what else can I work hard for? I looked through the other messages and found that most of them were sent by other classmates in the class. Without exception, they all expressed admiration for themselves for skipping classes. After all, there are only a few people in the whole school who can confront teachers like him.
Continue scrolling down. Landlord, why did she send me a message?
Suja suddenly remembered. It's the beginning of the semester and it's time to pay the rent. Unlike other students, Suja did not live in the dormitory, but chose to rent a house outside. This is mainly because the school's dormitory conditions are too poor. Not only is it an 8-person room, but it also doesn't have air conditioning. The heater was also very small. It is indeed cold in winter and hot in summer. The space is cramped and the smell gets worse in the summer. The smell of sweat, feet, and the toilet. When all the stinky smells mix together, it's really enough to make people feel like they're in heaven. So Suja simply added some money and rented a house outside the school. The monthly rent for the rental house is 2,500 yuan. His family conditions are pretty good, his parents earn about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month, so the rent is acceptable to him. Suja's monthly living expenses are 4,500. After deducting the 2,500 yuan rent, there are still 2,000 yuan left, which is a bit tight, but still enough. However, Lin Shiqing has promised to give him 300,000 yuan in pocket money per month. It can be said that he is no longer short of money. With 300,000 yuan a month, if you don't buy a house or a car, you basically can't spend it all on daily consumption. The house he rented was about 60 or 70 square meters. Although it is not too big, it is still spacious enough for one person to live in. The rental house is located in an old residential area. Judging from the condition of the house, this rental house is not worth 2,500. The high rent is due to its location. Because it is close to the university town and there are commercial streets around it, it is very prosperous. So the rent is much more expensive. Xiaosu, when are you going to pay the rent? If you don't, I'll kick you out. Don't blame me, the rent can't be delayed any longer. The landlord was an elderly lady, probably in her 70s or 80s, named Su Hongmei, who was very kind to Su Jia. Grandma Su, I have to tell you something. I'm afraid I won't rent the house anymore. Not long after Su Jia sent the message, Su Hongmei called. On the phone, Su Hongmei's tone revealed concern amidst her anxiety, which made Su Jia feel warm in his heart. The landlady is quite nice. Xiaosu, why don't you rent it anymore? Is the rent too high? Then I can reduce the price by 200, or you can pay in installments, okay? Are you having any trouble? Tell me about it, and I will do my best to help you if I can. Su Jia has been renting this house for almost a year. Sometimes, he would help Su Hongmei to the best of his ability. Most of the time, I just do small things like carrying rice, flour and oil, or helping to buy some things or adjust the TV. Su Hongmei's husband has passed away, and she lives alone upstairs from Su Jia. Her children don't live here, so her daily life is somewhat bleak. Su Jia helped her a lot, which made Su Hongmei very grateful to this young man. So when Su Jia decided not to rent the house all of a sudden, Su Hongmei felt a little empty. Grandma Su, I'm not in trouble, it's hard to explain the situation, but the short of it is that I found a new place to live, so I'm moving. Su Jia also felt a little bit reluctant. But there is no way, all good things must come to an end. There will always be separation and parting, it's just a matter of sooner or later. During his stay, Grandma Su would sometimes bring him some food. Su Jia likes to eat things like braised pork, stir-fried pork elbow, and braised lion's head. Grandma Su's cooking skills are pretty good. Well, I wish you all the best in the future. So when will you come get your things? Su Jia thought about it, then said, I'll be there in a moment. He still had a lot of luggage in the rental house, so it was a good opportunity to move it all in at once. Okay, see you later then. After putting down his phone, Su Jia planned to look for Lin Shiqing. He is now under semi-house arrest. If I go out, I have to report to Lin Shiqing. According to Lin Shiqing, she could lock onto his position within a certain range. So even if he sneaked out, Lin Shiqing would notice it quickly. It was quiet inside the villa. The curtains were closed, but the lights were on and the room was still bright. When he arrived at Lin Shiqing's door, before Su Jia could knock on the door, Lin Shiqing's voice came from the room. What can I do for you? As early as Su Jia tiptoed up the stairs, her keen senses had already detected his movements. Can I come in? Well, come in. Su Jia pushed open the door and saw Lin Shiqing sitting in front of the piano, apparently playing the piano. But I didn't hear any piano playing outside the door just now. Are you playing the piano? Well, to be exact, I'm learning the piano. But my fingers seem to be having trouble controlling me, so I stuttered a bit. Lin Shiqing stretched her fingers as she spoke. Su Jia couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. I didn't expect there were things you weren't good at. I'm just learning. It won't take long. I'm sure I'll be able to master it. Lin Shiqing felt that she was being looked down upon and quickly defended herself. Su Jia is very familiar with the piano. When he was young, his parents enrolled him in piano classes. At the same time, he continued to take exams, and by the age of 16 he had reached the amateur level 10. But he didn't go in the artistic direction, so he hasn't played the piano for a long time. However, I had practiced the piano for so long that I had already formed muscle memory. Amateur level 10 is not very good in front of professionals. But for a beginner like Lin Shiqing, it is more than enough. Su Jia then walked forward. Just by looking at the appearance, you can see that Lin Shiqing's piano is very well made and costs at least hundreds of thousands. Such an expensive piano must feel first-rate. He couldn't help but feel eager to try it. It's like someone who plays an online game suddenly gets an account that ranks among the top in the entire server. Then you must be eager to log in immediately and have a good fight. But Su Jia hasn't practiced the piano for a long time,
and I don't know if he can get back the feeling he had before. But it's basically the same, and there will definitely be no problem if it plays smoothly. I can play a little bit, can you let me try? Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. You? What's wrong? You don't believe it. Suja smiled, I studied it for several years. Lin Shiqing stood up and stood aside, letting Suja sit on the piano chair. I want to see if you can really play it. Lin Shiqing said with some doubt. She had been trying for quite some time, but she just couldn't play it well. She didn't believe that Suja could do it easily. As soon as Suja's fingers touched the keys, the feeling of the past immediately came to his mind. Countless days and nights of practice have given him muscle memory. Then I'll start. Each of Suja's fingers seemed to have its own consciousness. They tapped the keys quickly, and notes were played one by one. He played a song he liked very much, Wedding in a Dream. Suja didn't know how many times he had played this song. He has memorized the music score by heart. There is a hint of sadness in the melodious music. The wedding in the dream, such a beautiful wedding, can only appear in dreams. Romantic and sad. The tilted notes seem to have a kind of magic, weaving dreamlike pictures one after another. Immersed in the music, Lin Shiqing seemed to see a pair of lovers holding each other's arms and walking towards the ceremony stage step by step. They exchanged wedding rings under the priest's declaration and officially became husband and wife. But in an instant, everything suddenly shattered, and it turned out to be just a dream. Chapter 1010 Piano Private Tutoring. Wandering in the sound of the piano, Suja couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. As expected of a piano that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, every note played seems to be infused with vitality and is exceptionally pleasant to the ear. There is a huge difference between this piano and those that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Pianos that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars are generally considered to be of the highest quality in terms of workmanship. There may be more expensive pianos, but they are probably expensive because of the patterns or decorative gems, which is more like an IQ tax. The workmanship of a piano worth millions is bound to be more perfect, but the sound quality will not be qualitatively improved, so a piano worth hundreds of thousands is actually sufficient. This is the same as luxury goods, the marginal effect will always decrease. The song ended and the music stopped abruptly, but Lin Shiqing had not yet come to her senses. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing beside him and patted her shoulder. What's wrong with you? Are you distracted? Well. Lin Shiqing came back to her senses and looked at Suja. I didn't expect you could play the piano, and play it so well. How much more do you know that I don't know? Suja's piano skills are indeed much better than hers. In an instant, Lin Shiqing felt that Suja was glowing. This shows that a talent can indeed greatly increase your charm. Suja smiled when he heard this. This song isn't too difficult. If you study it for a few days, you'll definitely be able to do it. Although he didn't know much about vampires, based on his own impression, vampires should all be people with very high IQs. The vampires' bodies have been strengthened, and their intelligence levels have also been improved. If they want to learn something, their learning efficiency should be much higher. Take Suja for example. Since he bound himself to the system, his attribute spirit has more than doubled. My learning ability has improved a lot, and my thinking speed has also increased. The spiritual attributes of the vampires must not be too bad. By analogy, Lin Shiqing's learning ability can only be stronger. The song Wedding in a Dream does not have too many complicated parts, and even a beginner can play it stumblingly. Even if the results are not as good as expected, as you practice more, you will have no problem mastering it. Lin Shiqing nodded and said seriously, I will definitely learn it quickly. How about this, you become my piano teacher from now on? Suja thought about it and decided that teaching the piano couldn't be in vain. A piano teacher of his level would charge at least 300 or 400 yuan an hour, not too much. Well, if you could give me some corresponding compensation, I might be more motivated. Hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing glanced at him speechlessly. No, isn't 300,000 a month's pocket money enough for you? It's indeed enough to spend, but I'm mainly afraid of being poor. I want to save more money, and it's also a motivation. Then it's 3,000 yuan per lesson. Lin Shiqing casually said a number based on her feeling. 3,000 yuan should be a lot, right? Suja looked at Lin Shiqing in front of him, appearing calm on the surface, but already beaming with joy in his heart. She is indeed a wealthy woman, she is always generous when spending money. However, Lin Shiqing's 3,000 yuan is probably about the same as 30 yuan. This is what it's like to be too rich. 3,000 then. But why didn't you find a piano teacher to teach you at home? Since you want to learn piano, it would be faster to find a teacher than to figure it out on your own. I'm not used to people coming to my house to teach me, and I don't want to interact with strangers casually. My mother had mentioned before that she wanted to teach me piano. But she has been away for a while, and it will probably take some time for her to come back. I was bored, so I thought I would try to learn it myself. But I didn't expect that playing the piano looks easy. The keys are there and you just have to click them in order. But when I tried it myself, I encountered many problems. Suja nodded when he heard this. This is normal. You just need to practice more in the future. By the way, what brings you here? Lin Shiqing suddenly asked. Suja came back to his senses and realized that he was so busy playing the piano that he forgot about his business. I came here to tell you two things. First, I was caught skipping class, and the teacher was pretty angry and wanted to fail me. Ask Butler Yi to help and tell the school. The second thing is that I want to go back to the rental house I live in. I still have a lot of stuff there, so I definitely need to go back and pack it up and get it all here. Yeah, I see. I will tell Uncle Yi about the first thing later. As for the second thing, we can go together later. But I don't want to stay outside for too long, we have to go and come back quickly. Don't worry, it won't take too long. As for why Lin Shiqing had to accompany him, it was mainly to prevent Suja from running away. As mentioned before, within a certain range, Lin Shiqing's senses can capture Suja's location. But when the distance exceeds the threshold, Lin Shiqing will lose track of Suja. The distance is about 2 kilometers. In short, Lin Shiqing couldn't let Suja go alone. Although Yi Hui could also go over and keep an eye on Suja to prevent him from running away. But Lin Shiqing still wanted to do it herself, and she also wanted to see what Suja's residence looked like. Suja's luggage was not much, mainly a laptop, a few peripherals, some daily necessities, clothes, and books. You can take everything with 2 suitcases at most. Then I'll ask Uncle Yi to arrange a car now. Good. More than 20 minutes later, Suja, Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui stood in front of the garage next to the villa. Although the villa is not too big, its own garage is quite spacious. There were 2 cars parked in a garage not far away. One is an extended version of Lincoln, its black body reflecting the light makes it look particularly luxurious. The other is a pink Lamborghini Aventador. Lin Shiqing usually drives the Lamborghini, which can only seat 2 people. The biggest advantage of this supercar is that it looks good enough and is very useful for showing off. However, the supercar is too low and the space inside is relatively small, so it is not comfortable to drive. In addition, supercars have high fuel consumption. Even if an ordinary person has such a car, it is difficult for him to afford the cost of maintaining it and filling it with gas. It's good to have money. Looking at the Lamborghini not far away, Suja felt a little emotional. If you can't afford some things when you are born, you will probably not be able to afford them in this lifetime. Reincarnation is a skill. Yi Hui walked forward and drove out the extended version of Lincoln. After getting in the car, Suja found that there was plenty of space and it was very comfortable to sit in. There is also a car refrigerator with a variety of drinks. Chapter 11:11 Ex-Girlfriend. The steel plant's family compound was built in the early 1990s and has a history of 30 years. The exterior walls of the building have peeled off, revealing the red bricks inside. It is such a dilapidated community, but the rent is not cheap at all. It will cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, and it will be even more expensive if the decoration is better. The community is full of elderly people, who were old employees who worked in the steel plant in the last century. Most of their children are not around, and have chosen to work and live closer to the city center, or live in other newly built communities. The community itself is still quite a distance away from the city center, but fortunately the transportation here is well developed and the economy is relatively prosperous. There is a subway station about 700 to 800 meters to the right of the community entrance, and there is also a bustling university town nearby. It didn't take long for Suja to arrive at the steel plant staff quarters, where his rental house was located. He has lived in this family compound for more than a year, and now it is time to say goodbye. Looking outside through the blackened glass, it's like wearing sunglasses, and the colors are much darker. Suja noticed that many people looked surprised after seeing the extended version of Lincoln. It's really rare to see such a luxury car here. Lin Shiqing sat next to him, deep in thought. The senses of vampires are very sharp. Through her observations along the way,
she noticed that Suja's blood energy was actually showing an upward trend. He was so listless when his blood was sucked yesterday. But now, not only has he recovered as before, but his blood and energy have also improved a lot. I also remembered that he performed very well when running in the morning. This made Lin Shiqing even more interested in Suja. What exactly caused this? Is it that his physique is different from that of ordinary people? After thinking for a long time, Lin Shiqing still couldn't figure it out. Suja was also shrouded in mystery in her heart. The space inside the family compound was rather cramped, so Yi Hui did not drive the car in, but parked it on the roadside outside the compound. After parking the car, the three of them prepared to get out. Yi Hui walked down first. He quickly opened a black parasol to help Lin Shiqing shield herself from the dazzling sunlight. Suja is a human being and has no fear of sunlight, so he got out of the car directly. The combination of the three quickly attracted the attention of the family compound's intelligence organization. Just like there are always a few old men and women at the entrance of every village, they will be there enthusiastically discussing the family matters of each household in the village. There are also several old people sitting together at the door of the family compound, chatting and gossiping about other people's family matters. After seeing Suja, an old man quickly recognized him. Isn't that the tenant of Su Hongmei's house? I think his name is Suja. He helped me carry food before. As soon as the old man said this, the old people around him immediately reacted. You do not say. They were very familiar with this young man, who had helped them a lot in the community. Suja has a very good reputation in this community. Whenever he sees some elderly people who need help, he will step forward and do his best to help. Xiao Su, I'm back. An old lady greeted. Suja smiled when he heard this. Yeah, I'll get something. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the elderly men and women in front of her, Lin Shiqing felt a little uncomfortable. Her face was cold and these old people didn't dare to talk to her. In addition, there was Yi Hui holding an umbrella next to him. He was wearing a black suit and was very tall. He looked like someone who was not someone to be messed with. Originally, a few elderly people wanted to ask if this girl was Suju's girlfriend, but they later restrained themselves and did not ask. Only after Suju and the other two had gone far away did they lower their voices to discuss. Suju soon arrived downstairs of his rental house. This is it. Lin Shiqing nodded, then looked around. This is where you live. The environment is not very good. That's still a euphemism. To be frank, this place seems very ordinary to Lin Shiqing. This was the most dilapidated neighborhood she had ever entered. It doesn't matter whether the environment is good or not, as long as it's livable. It's close to school, and it's convenient for attending classes every day, so it's pretty good. Suja said this as he prepared to go upstairs. Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui also followed. Well, actually I can go up alone, I can just pack it up a bit, there's not much stuff. You just need to wait downstairs for a while. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui. Before Lin Shiqing could say anything, a voice suddenly came from the corridor entrance. Xiao Su, you're here, are you here to get something? Suja's gaze passed Lin Shiqing and saw the owner of the voice. It was Su Hongmei, his landlord. Yeah, I came over to get something. This is? Su Hongmei looked at Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui standing beside her. Classmate. Lin Shiqing said concisely. Hello, classmate. Su Hongmei was very enthusiastic and then invited the three of them upstairs. Lin Shiqing nodded and did not refuse. She also wanted to see the environment of Suja's home. Xiao Su, it's really not easy to find another good tenant like you since you left so suddenly. Su Hongmei said regretfully. It's okay. I'll come see you when I'm free. Okay, you're always welcome here. If you can't find a house, you can always stay at my house. Anyway, there are 2 empty rooms at home, which is definitely enough for you. Although they have only known each other for more than a year, Su Hongmei has already treated Suju as her own son, and their relationship is very harmonious. Suju stopped at the door of 201 on the 2nd floor. This is the house he rented. Su Hongmei lives in room 301 upstairs. When the houses were distributed that year, Su Hongmei's family received 2 sets in total. Later, after her children left, she rented out the extra house. Suju opened the door and walked in. Su Hongmei said she was going upstairs to get something and went upstairs by herself. She also specifically told Suju not to leave in a hurry, as she had something to give him.
Walking through the entrance, Lin Shiqing looked inside the house curiously. Suja's room was still very tidy, and the objects inside were arranged neatly. It didn't look like a man's room at all. The appliances and furniture here are all already there, so basically there's no need to take anything with you. As Suja spoke, he began to pack up his things. It only took him more than 10 minutes to finish the cleaning. The main reason is that there aren't that many things, so it's quick to pack up. He moved the 2 large suitcases to the living room, but found Lin Shiqing looking at a photo on the wall. Suja was stunned. In that photo, the background is the blue sea, and on a beach, 2 people are standing in front, smiling happily. One of those 2 people was him, and the other was his ex-girlfriend, Su Ro. Chapter 12 Good or Bad? Who is this girl? Lin Shiqing looked away from the photo and looked at Suja. Suja's expression became a little complicated. This photo brought back many memories for him. This is a photo taken by a tourist in June of this year when Su Zhao and Su Ro went to the beach together. Then during the summer vacation, that is, in August, the 2 officially broke up. Because school had just started, Suja didn't have time to take down the photo. It's a friend from before. Suja didn't want to say too much. He took the photo down from the wall and put it aside. Take some time to throw this photo away. Lin Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly. When Suja answered her question just now, his heartbeat suddenly quickened. At the same time, his breathing became rapid. His eyes glanced away awkwardly, his whole body tense. These are all signs of lying. Suja must not be telling the truth. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Shiqing guessed that the girl must have a relatively deep relationship with him. Couple relationship? Very likely. But since Suja was unwilling to say, she didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Su. Suddenly, there were footsteps at the door, and then Su Hongmei walked over. Before you leave, I don't have anything to give you. This is the osmanthus cake I made a few days ago. Take some. As Su Hongmei spoke, she handed the bag in her hand to Suja. Well, Grandma Su, you are too polite. Suja took the bag of osmanthus cake and said gratefully. Okay, then I won't bother you packing up. I wish you a bright future. Goodbye. After finishing her words, Su Hongmei walked out the door. What is this osmanthus cake? Lin Shiqing looked at the bag in Suja's hand curiously. The fresh fragrance contained in it attracted her. Well, it's a kind of pastry, a little sweet, but not too sweet. If you like sweets, then this pastry should be suitable for you. Suja took out a piece of osmanthus cake from the bag. Try it. Lin Shiqing has lived a wealthy life since she was a child, but she has never eaten this kind of handmade osmanthus cake. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shiqing took the osmanthus cake and took a bite. A sweet taste blossomed in her mouth. Feeling the subtle sweetness, Lin Shiqing's eyes lit up. Tasty. Suja smiled when he saw this and said, right, Grandma Su's cooking skills are quite good. I used to like the osmanthus cake she made. But I'm afraid I won't have the chance to eat it later. Suja said with some emotion. Why didn't I have a chance to eat it? Lin Shiqing looked at Suja in confusion. If you don't live here in the future, of course you won't be able to eat it. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing speechlessly. He felt that there was at least half water in Lin Shiqing's little head. It was an obvious truth, but she didn't understand. However, what he didn't know was that this was because Lin Shiqing had been asleep for most of the time before, so she was still relatively ignorant. As she gains more experience, she will gradually become smarter. Can't you buy some? Well, Grandma Su doesn't specialize in making pastries. Even if she can buy some, she probably won't be able to buy much. Suja pondered. In that case, let me discuss a cooperation with her, just like the cooperation between the 2 of us. I'll pay, and then ask Grandma Su to make more osmanthus cakes. Lin Shiqing said this as she prepared to go out and go upstairs. This sweet-scented osmanthus cake is not easy to make. I'm afraid the old man can't make it as fast as you can eat it. Then I'll just eat slower. The 3 of them went upstairs together and stood at the door of 301. Lin Shiqing stood at the front and knocked on the door. Su Hongmei quickly opened the door and looked at the 3 people outside with some surprise. Lin Shiqing said straight to the point, "Hello, I just tried the osmanthus cake you made, and it tasted delicious. Can we make a deal? I want to buy more of your osmanthus cake." I didn't make much, but I do have some left at home. If you like, just take it and eat it. Since you are Xiao Su's friend, don't give me any money.
Su Hongmei was a little surprised. She felt that what she did was recognized, which made her very happy. And Lin Shiqing is also Suja's friend, so it's not a problem to give her a little more.
Come sit at my house.
Lin Shiqing smiled slightly, thank you very much.
The three of them walked into the room. The decoration is still in the style of the last century and looks a bit old. However, thanks to Su Hongmei's diligent cleaning, the house is still very tidy.
Su Hongmei took out the remaining osmanthus cake from the kitchen cupboard and handed it to Lin Shiqing. The little girl is so beautiful, she is so lucky. Su Hongmei said with a smile on her face. Looking at Lin Shiqing and Suja, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Judging from their appearance, Suja is handsome and Lin Shiqing is pretty and generous.
They are a perfect match and would definitely be a good match. The house was bustling after a long time, and Su Hongmei's face became much rosier.
Lin Shiqing said, Grandma Su, what I want to do is, if I can give you some money, can you make more osmanthus cake?
I really like it. We can negotiate the price. Su Hongmei's expression froze. This?
Suju explained on the side, Grandma Su, I actually think your craft is pretty good.
It would be great if you could make more. Su Hongmei was a little embarrassed, but looking at the expectant expressions of the two children, she nodded.
I'm very happy that you like it, but I must say in advance that making this osmanthus cake is not an easy task and it takes quite a while, so I can't make too much. How about this, after I make a batch, I will contact you and you can just come and pick it up.
But let's not talk about money anymore. I'm very happy that you can come and see me.
These osmanthus cakes can be regarded as a small gift for you. For some reason, looking at Su Hongmei's wrinkled face with a kind smile, Lin Shiqing felt that some soft spot deep in her heart was touched.
Suja said gratefully, thank you, Grandma Su. Carrying 2 bags of osmanthus cake and 2 large suitcases, the three of them prepared to go home.
On the way back, Lin Shiqing felt that the world was not that dark. Originally, she was extremely cautious about contact with humans, but after spending a few days with them, both Su Zhou and Su Hongmei made her feel very warm. Her heart seemed to have warmed up.
But is this a good thing or a bad thing? Chapter 1313 Neon Era.
80 years ago, Lin Shiqing was still a little girl. She was still in the clan territory at that time. In the magnificent Gothic castle, there are many figures dressed in black. And there was a faint smell of blood brewing in the air. In a garden surrounded by blood-red flowers, Lin Shiqing and her father Lin Xiaohua sat in the pavilion, enjoying the moonlight bath. In the silence, Lin Xiaohua's voice slowly rang out.
Xiaoqing, you must remember that you must never let your guard down when it comes to humans.
They may smile at you, but you never know what evil thoughts they may have in their hearts.
The moment you let down your guard against them, that is the moment of your destruction.
When you meet humans, you should stay away from them instead of getting close to them, no matter how sincere and innocent they appear.
Remember this principle, and you will understand it later. The young Lin Shiqing nodded ignorantly.
She looked at her father and felt that his eyes were deeper than ever before. Lin Shiqing recalled the 180 years she had lived, and Suja was the first human being with whom she had a deep interaction.
In addition, the two of them had some physical intimacy last night.
After sucking his blood, Lin Shiqing also had an inexplicable feeling for Suja.
Suja's smiling face appeared in Lin Shiqing's mind. Was there any evil intention hidden under that smile, as her father said? Lin Shiqing couldn't see clearly. Suja was still shrouded in a fog. After all, she knew too little about Suja. But if I want to deepen my understanding of Suja, where should I start?
After some thought, Lin Shiqing decided to start investigating Suja from the photo.
In Suja's house, the photo hanging on the wall left a deep impression on Lin Shiqing.
The relationship between Suja and that girl is worth pondering. They look so happy in the photo, so they must have a close relationship.
In addition, Suja's strange attitude towards the photo further proves that there is something fishy.
So Lin Shiqing took the photo with her mobile phone when Suja was not noticing. She planned to take this photo and ask Uncle Yi to help investigate what the relationship between the girl and Suja was. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Suja being so close to other girls. The car was driving smoothly. In the car, Suja suddenly asked, by the way, you said you would take me out tonight.
Where are we going? Neon Era, you know?
Lin Shiqing glanced at Suja sideways.
Isn't that a nightclub? Why did you take me there at night? You'll find out tonight. Anyway, it's a very interesting thing. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi Hui drove the two of them back to Shilin Villa. Suja returned to his room and packed up the things he had taken from the rental house in the afternoon. It took him about 2 hours to finish packing. My computer, peripherals, and some decorative furnishings have all been set up. Just as he was admiring his own achievements, he heard Lin Shiqing calling him outside the door. "Hey, we should go." Suja walked out of the door and said, "My name is not hello, my name is Suja." "Oh." Lin Shiqing and Suja are preparing to go to the Neon Era. Although Suja has a driver's license, he has hardly ever driven a car, so this time he has to let Lin Shiqing drive. She drove the Lamborghini out of the garage and waved to Suja, motioning him to get in. After Suja got in the car, Lin Shiqing stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove out along the path in the villa. Neon Era is very close to Binhai University and is a nightclub frequented by many students on campus. Many rich kids would invite many girls from school to go to nightclubs together. The small hotel next to the nightclub was packed with people. After midnight, the rooms were in short supply. In the car, Lin Shiqing slowly said, "Do you know Wu Ting?" "Wu Ting?" Suja thought about it and had some impression of this name. "That seems to be a rich second generation from our school." "Bingo, you're right. Let's go to Neon Times tonight to find him." Suja's expression froze. "Ha? I heard he's been pursuing you recently. Did you agree?" Lin Shiqing sneered, "Do you think it's possible? Tonight, I want to teach him a lesson." As the two spoke, the Neon Era was approaching. When getting off the car, Suja was still pondering the word lesson that Lin Shiqing had mentioned. He also heard from others that in order to pursue Lin Shiqing, Wu Ting stopped her in public several times, gave her 999 roses, and even hired extras to perform the cliched drama of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But he certainly would not have thought that the person he was pursuing was actually a vampire. So Lin Shiqing came here to settle old accounts? Suja almost figured out the logic. Looking at the nightclub not far away with its shining lights, men and women of all kinds walked in and out, showing their decadence and depravity. Lin Shiqing turned around and told Suja, "I can go in alone, you just wait here and watch the show." She then walked towards the gate of the Neon Age. In the top booth of Neon Era, Wu Ting was celebrating his birthday with many people. He is very happy today because he received a birthday gift from his father, a McLaren P1. This is the car he got after begging and pleading for nearly 2 years. When he first entered college, he wanted to buy a supercar to pick up girls, but his father refused to agree and only gave him a leftover G-Class. They say that studying should be the most important thing in college. Helpless, Wu Ting had to make do for the time being and drive a G-Class to make a living. During the summer vacation, he scored 92 points on the TOEFL, perhaps because of good luck or some strength. Although Wu Ting likes to flirt with girls and live a life of luxury, he is not completely uneducated. His English level is still online. This score made the old man very happy. With this result, it would be much easier for Wu Ting to study abroad in the future. So on his birthday, the old man simply waved his hand and arranged a McLaren P1 for him. McLaren is a luxury brand among sports cars. Its entry-level sports car, the McLaren GT, costs around 2 million, not to mention the P1. This car cost me nearly 14 million renminbi. This is mainly because the McLaren P1 is limited, which has caused a certain price increase. The change from the G-Class to the P1 is quite big. Wu Ting felt like he was floating in the sky. Listening to the girl next to him calling him little brother, Wu Ting showed a comfortable smile on his face. He couldn't help but pull the girl next to him into his arms and rub her a few times. "Everyone, feel free to drink today. Everything will be on my bill," Wu Ting said with high spirits. At this moment, a slim figure gradually approached. "Wu Ting, long time no see." Chapter 14:14 Just in the car. Amid the extremely noisy music, Lin Shiqing's voice was eerily clear. Wu Ting raised his head and looked at Lin Shiqing in surprise. "Lin Shiqing? Why are you here?" Lin Shiqing's sudden attack caught him off guard. He stood up and hurriedly invited her to sit down. At the same time, his heart was pounding. Could it be that Lin Shiqing knew that I bought a new car, so she changed her mind and decided to agree to my pursuit? It's really possible. My car is so cool, women will definitely like it. The P1 is quite cool to drive. As the saying goes, money is for women to see, not to spend on them. I used to drive a G-Class, so even though I sent flowers to Lin Shiqing countless times, I still didn't get anything in return. The key point was that the G-class was a bit shabby. With excitement, Wu Ting almost imagined the scene of dunking with Lin Shiqing. I have something to talk to you about. Let's go out and talk. Lin Shiqing shook her head. Wu Ting's face froze, and then he asked doubtfully, can't we talk about it here? It happens to be my birthday today, and the cake hasn't been cut yet. Would you like a piece? I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Lin Shiqing's cold voice rang out. Wu Ting suddenly felt angry for no reason. This woman is really cool. But it is precisely because he is so arrogant that he has a strong desire to conquer. Just imagine what it feels like to suppress such a proud woman. To be honest, if Lin Shiqing wasn't so arrogant, he might not have been very interested. Wu Ting hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Okay, since we're going out to talk about it, let's go. He's a grown man, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The two walked out of the Neon Era one after the other. On the east side of the Neon Era, there is a deep alley. There were no lights in the alley and it was pitch black. Suja, who was standing on the side of the road, saw Lin Shiqing and Wu Ting walking out and heading towards the alley next to them. Suja was slightly stunned and thought for a moment. The revenge of a vampire wouldn't be so gentle. Wu Ting must be blessed. What's the matter? Tell me. The two stood in the alley, shrouded in shadows. Of course it's a good thing. Lin Shiqing's expression suddenly changed. Two balls of red light soon appeared in her eye sockets. The red light was so pure that it covered the pupils, making it look extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Wu Ting felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Ghost. Before Wu Ting could say anything, Lin Shiqing lifted his neck with one hand. You have to pay the price for your previous actions. The understated words struck Wu Ting's heart hard. Lin Shiqing naturally disdained to suck his blood. What she wanted to do was to confuse his mind. Originally, she planned to suck some blood, but after sucking Suja's blood, Lin Shiqing found that she had no appetite for other inferior blood at all. Compared with Suja's blood, Wu Ting's blood is like a support for defense. Just one sniff will make you feel nauseous and want to vomit. There is no doubt that this is because Wu Ting is immersed in astringency all day long, which leads to an imbalance in his work and rest schedule and endocrine disorders. As the red light flashed in Lin Shiqing's eyes, Wu Ting's eyes gradually became dull. The next moment, his body began to twitch inexplicably. As Wu Ting's body twitched more violently, the red light in Lin Shiqing's eyes gradually dissipated. She then threw Wu Ting to the ground. At this time, Wu Ting had completely lost consciousness. His brain was severely damaged and he only had the intelligence level of a 3 or 4-year-old. The key point is that in this situation, modern scientific instruments cannot detect anything at all. We can only conclude that Wu Ting may have damaged his brain due to drinking. For a dandy like you, it would be better if you became stupid so that you wouldn't cause any more trouble to others. Lin Shiqing said coldly. According to Uncle Ye's investigation, Wu Ting once found someone to threaten a girl in order to pursue her, and even forced her to take some indescribable photos. This happened several times and ruined the lives of several girls. Faced with such a rich second-generation man who has done so much evil, Lin Shiqing could not show any mercy. There were no surveillance cameras in the dark alley, so she was not worried at all that she would be suspected by the police. The surveillance system from the Neon Era was destroyed by Uncle Ye using technical means a long time ago and has not been repaired yet. Everything is for this game tonight. Of course, there is still one thing left to do. Lin Shiqing strolled out of the alley and then entered the Neon Era. Wu Ting's friends just now also saw Lin Shiqing, and some measures must be taken against them. Hey, why did you come back alone? Where's Angkor? Why didn't Angkor come back? What's going on? Lin Shiqing looked at Wu Ting's friends and narrowed her eyes slightly. You don't remember anything. You just remember that Wu Ting was drunk and wanted to go out for some fresh air. This is an advanced version of vampire hypnosis, which can tamper with memory to a certain extent. This skill is quite appropriate to use here. Wu Ting's friends soon fell into a state of numbness. He kept repeating what Lin Shiqing had just said. As for those staff members and guests who didn't know Wu Ting, Lin Shiqing also hypnotized them just in case. She was cautious and didn't want to leave any traces. Lin Shiqing felt a sense of relief after stepping out of the Neon Era. Suja, who was not far away, was already stunned. Lin Shiqing seemed to be much more ruthless than he had imagined. He saw Wu Ting twitching constantly, and it looked like he was probably disabled. We're done, let's go back. Lin Shiqing walked up to Suja and spoke calmly. Is this the lesson you're talking about? What else? Lin Shiqing said calmly, but you don't have to worry. I won't do this to you unless it's necessary. It's just that Wu Ting is so annoying. A silver light flashed at the corner of Lin Shiqing's mouth. After the mental shock she had just used on Wu Ting, as well as the hypnosis she had used on many people, she had consumed a lot of her physical strength. A bloodthirsty desire slowly rose in my heart. Suja, it's time for you to fulfill your duties. Ah? I want to suck it. Didn't you just come here yesterday? Stop talking nonsense. Suja quickly looked around. This is a downtown area, it's not appropriate to suck blood in public. The red light in Lin Shiqing's eyes grew more intense, and Suja quickly said, calm down a bit. We need to find a place. I can't do it anymore. A red light flashed in Lin Shiqing's eyes, and she quickly hugged Suja, with her fangs close to his neck. Let's just stay in the car and not worry about anything else. Lin Shiqing opened the car door and the two of them fell in together. When supercars were first designed, it was not intended for people to do this inside the car. The space inside the car was very small, and it was quite difficult for the two of them to move around. Suja folded his body with all his strength and barely managed to close the car door. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the neck and radiated throughout the body. Chapter 15:15 The feeling of being held at gunpoint. A surge of blood and energy surged in the crowded space inside the car. Suja's eyes were a little blurry. This was the first time he had his blood sucked while he was awake. This feeling is really a bit sour. But at least, I can still bear it. Feeling a warm current flowing from his neck, a strange pleasure occupied his heart. Because while his blood is being sucked, his body is also rapidly replenishing the sucked blood. This is precisely because of his physique that can quickly recover blood. In this way, while the blood is being sucked out, the body becomes empty, while on the other hand, new blood is constantly being produced in the body. The feeling between loss and recovery is very strange. This time, Lin Shiqing seemed to have lost her mind a little, and her strength was a bit too strong. And she also smoked a lot faster. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Shiqing got up from Suja's body. There was also a hint of red at the corner of her mouth. Call. At this time, her eyes no longer flashed red like before, and returned to normal. It was only after she finished inhaling that Lin Shiqing realized that she might have inhaled too much. Ding! The host's blood has been successfully sucked. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Task rewards, 1 more draw and 1 more attribute point have been issued. Please check carefully. Suja sat up slowly. Lin Shiqing straddled him with her eyes closed. She finished it in one swift motion and felt very happy. According to the analysis on the addictiveness of vampire bloodsucking, I have now completely fallen in love with the sport of bloodsucking. Lin Shiqing rolled her tongue and rolled the blood from the corner of her mouth into her mouth. Look at Suja in front of him. When she tried to feel his breath, her brows couldn't help but frown. Suja, you are weird. Suja was a little confused by Lin Shiqing's sudden words. Strange? What's strange? Why are you still so full of energy? This doesn't make sense. Lin Shiqing stared at Suja, as if she wanted to see through him. Everyone's physique is different. Maybe I'm born with a faster blood recovery speed. That can't be so fast. I've absorbed at least 2 bags of blood, but you don't even look weak at all. At this moment, Lin Shiqing felt that the fog around Suja was thicker. She couldn't even see a human being clearly. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Suja's whole body was surging with blood. This was not only because his body was burning hot from having Lin Shiqing suck his blood and all his attributes increased by 1, but also because his current position with Lin Shiqing was somewhat indescribable. The atmosphere inside the car is also very charming. Suja felt that his impulse had been ignited. Lin Shiqing also felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like there's a gun pointed at me? Suja actually has a gun? But then, she found that she seemed to understand. Even though she was extremely cold, a blush appeared on her face. She then turned over and sat in the driver's seat. Suja, how dare you disrespect me? Lin Shiqing said coldly. Suja quickly understood what she was referring to. So he coughed twice and explained, no, it's a respect for you. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shiqing frowned, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Men only act impulsively towards very pretty girls, and my disrespect towards you just now was the greatest respect I could show you. You can understand my reaction as me complimenting you on your beauty. It's just a normal physiological reaction, and it's not something I can control at all. After hearing Suja's explanation, Lin Shiqing's face turned black. But for some reason, she felt that there was a glimmer of truth in it. Forget it, I won't pursue this matter any further, but I hope this kind of situation won't happen again in the future. You saw what happened to Wu Ting just now. I think you definitely don't want to be like him, right? Lin Shiqing didn't like the feeling of being pressed against, it felt a bit weird. Then she started the car and prepared to go home. Along the way, Lin Shiqing drove very fast. It was already night and the traffic was not too heavy, so Lin Shiqing had a lot more room to accelerate. After getting on the ring road, Lin Shiqing's speed gradually increased. This made Suja sweat. If something happened, Lin Shiqing was a vampire and could recover as before with her powerful recovery ability, but he, Sujika, was still immortal and would have to lose most of his life even if he didn't die. Slow down, it's already 180 miles per hour. Are you doubting the control of a vampire? Lin Shiqing said expressionlessly. There is a reason why she drives fast. Every time a vampire sucks blood, he will become extremely excited for a period of time. When you are too excited, you need an outlet to vent. Speed racing can alleviate her state of excitement to a certain extent, allowing her to regulate the dopamine in her body at extreme speeds and return to a calm state. The lights were flashing on the highway, and Lin Shiqing seemed to be assisted by God, overtaking and changing lanes in one go. Suja thought to himself that if all the women in the world had Lin Shiqing's driving skills, then there would no longer be any road killer female drivers in the future. However, it is foreseeable that Lin Shiqing has violated many traffic regulations. But this should be just a small matter for her. The trip to the Neon Era took 30 minutes, while the trip back only took 10. After returning home, Yi Hui felt relieved when he saw Su Zhao and Lin Shiqing. It seems that there shouldn't be any mistakes here. Is everything going well? Lin Shiqing nodded and said calmly, everything went well, except for the speeding violation on the way back. Miss, didn't I tell you to drive slower? Yi Hui said helplessly. Facing this young lady, he was helpless. It was also Lin Shiqing's idea to teach Wu Ting a lesson this time. Originally, Yi Hui was confident that he could resolve the matter perfectly, but Lin Shiqing just disagreed. What to do is to solve it with your own strength. In desperation, Yi Hui had to play an auxiliary role and help him destroy the surveillance to avoid police investigation. You also know that speeding like this will attract a lot of unnecessary attention, and if some people with ulterior motives really notice it, the consequences will be serious. Binhai is a little bit uneasy right now. Yi Hui sighed. Lin Shiqing looked at Yi Hui with a serious expression and her tone softened a lot. Uncle Yi, I was reckless this time, and I won't do it again. Besides, when you say there's unrest, do you mean those guys from the west are coming again? Although it is still uncertain, all signs indicate that it is indeed the case, Yi Hui replied. Suja was standing aside, feeling somewhat confused as he listened. It seems that Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui are very afraid of those guys from the west. Chapter 16:16 The Realm of Vampires. Yi Hui suddenly glanced at Suja next to him, and then looked at Lin Shiqing with an inquiring look. Lin Shiqing immediately understood when she saw this. Uncle Yi, he's one of us now, so it doesn't matter if he hears it. Looking at Suja, she continued. Now that things have come to this, there are some things I must tell you. In addition to our vampires in the east, there are also vampires in the west. And because the west is the birthplace of the vampires, their strength will be enhanced to a certain extent. A good way for vampires to increase their strength is to devour their blood essence. Therefore, in recent years, Western vampires have come to Shenzhou in order to hunt Eastern vampires, devour their blood essence, and increase their strength. It turns out that those guys in the West refer to the Western vampires. Suja immediately understood. That would make sense. According to Western mythology, the ancestor of the vampire clan is Cain. It was at the Red Sea that Cain met the witch Lilith, and thus created the vampire race. However, you don't have to worry too much. We are still relatively safe at the moment. Those vampires in the West don't dare to openly cause chaos in the city. What's more, they don't even know our location. Hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Suja nodded. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. What is the strength division among the vampires? And what is your level of strength? Seeing Suja's curious look,
Lin Shiqing thought for a moment, then replied, well, it's probably divided according to the ancient titles. From high to low, they are Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, and the last vampire.
Suja nodded when he heard this. Is that so? Then what stage of strength are you at? Viscount? Earl?
Hearing Suja's guess, Lin Shiqing shook her head.
Neither, and I am very far away from the two realms you mentioned. Ah, no way? Lin Shiqing rolled her eyes at Suju and said, do you think realm is something easy to improve? Let me ask you, do you know when the first vampire appeared in the world?
Suja was stunned and said, God created humans around 4400 BC, so the birth of the first vampire should be a few hundred years after this time. Indeed, around 4000 BC, Cain officially became a member of the vampire race, and up to now, it has a history of 6000 years. In these 6,000 years, the Blood Clan has been constantly iterating and updating, and I am already the 13th generation of the Blood Clan. This also means that the blood in my body has become much thinner. Even if both parents are pure-blooded vampires, the child's bloodline will still be diluted. This accumulated effect will be a fatal blow to the purity of the bloodline. Without high-purity blood, the upper limit of the vampire race is limited.
I am unable to improve and can only be stuck at the realm of the last generation of vampires. The chance of breaking through is slim.
A hint of regret emerged in Lin Shiqing's eyes.
In my lifetime, I'd be lucky if I could break through to the Baron level, let alone the Viscount level.
Suja was shocked by Lin Shiqing's words.
But it is true. Like many powerful ethnic groups, once their bloodline becomes thin, their strength will decline accordingly.
The vampires, who place greater emphasis on blood, will only be more affected by bloodline factors. I am the 13th generation of the vampire clan, and tracing back, the earliest vampire born in my family is the 8th generation. The blood in his body is more than 100 times richer than mine. With high purity blood and thousands of years of accumulation, he has become an earl. As for me, even if I practice diligently for thousands of years, I am afraid that I can only reach the rank of baron at most.
This is the importance of bloodline.
After saying this, Lin Shiqing looked up at the moon. Suja, the fact that we can meet here is actually thanks to the not-so-strong blood in my body. If they are powerful vampires, they will not live around the city. They usually live in their clanland, which is where my parents are now.
Families also need money.
That is why, when each regime rises, they will create an industry and maintain it for hundreds of years to keep the family running. You should have heard of the Lin Group.
It's our family's property in Binhai.
Otherwise, where do you think the car I drive and this house came from?
Suja absorbed a wealth of information from Lin Shiqing's words.
For some reason, she seemed very willing to share some secrets with me today. In fact, what Lin Shiqing was thinking was that she had already regarded Suju as her long-term food, so it was only right for her to tell him some things.
It was quiet at night.
Suju returned to his room and planned to use the lottery opportunity he had just won after being drained of blood. His overall attributes increased a little bit, and he felt that his strength had increased again.
Host, Suja. Strength, 20. Spirit, 22. Speed, 21. Defense, 18. Skills, none.
Lin Shiqing and Yi Hui had already returned to their rooms. There was no sound in the villa, and there was an eerie silence. Suja felt quite creepy at first, but as time went by, he gradually got used to this environment.
His attention is now entirely focused on the lottery. What will we win in this lottery? Shouldn't it still increase all attributes by 10 points?
To be honest, he had been staring at the Yi skills column on his attribute page for a long time. He vaguely felt that this item was the one that could quickly bring about a qualitative change in his abilities. In many online games, the role of skills is often greater than stacking attributes.
For example, a skill can directly unleash several times the strength. The effect is self-evident. This time, Suja once again chose good luck as his exclusive lottery BGM.
Good luck, I wish you good luck. The melodious singing filled the entire bedroom. What he didn't know was that Lin Shiqing heard everything Suja said at this moment. Her face was distorted and she was speechless.
This Suja, what kind of nonsense songs is he listening to in the middle of the night? If he doesn't sleep well at night, he might not be able to get up tomorrow.
At the same time, she was also a little confused. Because she discovered that the blood in her body had become a little purer. This surprised her very much. Bloodlines are usually fixed, and it is very difficult and slow to improve them. Although it was only a little, it still surprised her.
After thinking about it, there is only one reason. Could it be that he sucked Suja's blood so his bloodline became purer? This speculation is not unreasonable. After all, the purity of her bloodline only came after she sucked Suja's blood twice. Suja, what secrets are you hiding?
Lin Shiqing murmured to herself while stroking Xiaofen's little head.
Chapter 1717 Skill Time Stop.
Suja clicked the lottery button, and then a golden light flashed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Time Stop Elementary. His eyes froze for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face.
The skill actually appeared. Could it be possible that all my wishes come true? This further strengthened Suja's idea of putting BGM in future draws. He then looked at the skill introduction. Time Stop Basic, pauses time within a 50-meter radius centered on the user. The duration depends on the player's mental attributes, and the effect gradually weakens for individuals with higher mental attributes. I don't know how long my current mental strength of 22 points can last. Suja stroked his chin, thinking. This skill is undoubtedly very powerful.
In a combat situation, every second counts. Sometimes the outcome of a fight is decided in an instant.
If you can pause time, you can seize the initiative. But if it's not used in combat scenes? Some content from the Sakura action movie suddenly appeared in Suja's mind. Time Pauser series? Ahem, it seems like this skill of mine can become a bit unconventional.
He originally wanted to try it now, but after thinking about it for a moment, Suja finally gave up the idea.
Now in Lin Shiqing's villa, using such skills rashly may attract some unnecessary attention. I'd better find an opportunity to try it privately.
As for suspending Lin Shiqing's actions, he certainly has no hope now. Just now in the Neon era, Lin Shiqing launched a mental shock on Wu Ting. The fluctuations at that time were very strong, allowing Suja to clearly feel that his mental power was far inferior to hers. However, once his spiritual attributes gradually increase, it might be possible to calm Lin Shiqing down. After a busy day, Suja dragged his tired body to bed and soon fell asleep.
Miss, this matter has become a hot topic.
You should go out less recently to avoid being discovered by the Western vampires.
The next morning, Yi Hui handed the phone to Lin Shiqing and said.
Lin Shiqing looked at the content on her phone. There was no doubt that it was about how she turned Wu Ting into a mentally retarded person yesterday.
Wu Ting, the son of Wu Yongquan of Shangjiang Group, may be mentally retarded, suspected of brain damage from excessive drinking. Shangjiang Group is one of the largest enterprises in Binhai City, so it is normal that this matter was reported by the media.
Lin Shiqing had anticipated this outcome, so she nodded. I understand, Uncle Yi. If the vampires from the West were to understand this matter carefully, they would definitely find that this is undoubtedly the vampire clan's method. Wu Ting's eyes have been temporarily blinded, which is the result of the vampire energy impact. And when Wu Ting, who was recuperating in the hospital at the time, was approached, he could also feel the remaining vampire energy in him.
This is a clue that helps the Western vampires find the Eastern vampires in the city.
It is safer for Lin Shiqing to stay at home now, so as to avoid being discovered by the Western vampires. Suja stood next to Lin Shiqing. Although he still sweated a lot today, it was much less than yesterday morning. I ran a total of 7 laps yesterday, and the distance today was about the same as yesterday. 7 laps is about 38 kilometers, so the pace per kilometer is just over 3 minutes. This speed is already very fast, but Suja felt relaxed throughout the entire running process, and even had a lot of energy left.
This couldn't help but surprise Lin Shiqing. The night before yesterday, more than 500 milliliters of blood was sucked, and last night, about 1,000 milliliters of blood was sucked. 1.5 liters of blood is equivalent to about 1/3 of an adult's blood. This is already a considerable amount of blood loss. According to medical concepts, losing more than 800 milliliters of blood is considered excessive blood loss.
But now Suja still looks like nothing happened. Even if the essence and blood magic potion worked, it would never have such an effect. While the three of them were having breakfast, Lin Shiqing looked at Suja from time to time.
Why is this man so strong? The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I became.
The osmanthus cake in my hand no longer smelled good.
After taking a bite out of spite, Lin Shiqing said, Suja, get ready in a while. We'll continue sucking blood this morning.
What? Suja widened his eyes. No, you wanted it the day before yesterday, you wanted it yesterday, and you want it again today.
Are you trying to suck me dry? From what I can see right now, you're fine. I want to test your limits and study your special physique. Lin Shiqing narrowed her eyes. I've never met a human being like you who, after losing 1.5 liters of blood in just 2 days, is still as energetic as you are and even runs for 2 hours in the morning, covering nearly 40 kilometers. And I can also feel that the blood and energy in your body are increasing instead of decreasing. I can hardly believe that you are in such a situation. If it hadn't really happened before my eyes, I would have thought it was just a fairy tale. Suje explained guiltily, you forgot the bottle of essence and blood magic potion you gave me. It was that potion that helped me relieve the excessive blood loss. Oh, do you take me for a fool? No matter how powerful that potion is, it definitely can't reach this level. Today, I want to see how much blood I need to suck before that strange blood energy of yours subsides. Lin Shiqing made the final decision and threw the whole osmanthus cake into her mouth, looking at Suje seriously. Lin Shiqing is wearing very cool clothes today. The t-shirt on her upper body was quite tight, making her 33C breasts look like they were about to burst out. Suje's sight was attracted by the vast expanse of snow white, and the ruby inlaid in the middle became even more attractive at this moment. Broken. His nose suddenly felt hot, and a warm current flowed out. I actually had a nosebleed. It seems that I am still too easily excited. It may also be because of the drastic changes in my physical condition in the past 2 days. So after seeing some indescribable scenes, my blood rushed up, causing the nasal mucosa to rupture. Lin Shiqing frowned slightly when she saw Suje bleeding from his nose. Although vampires are excited by blood, it depends on where it comes from. No vampire would swallow what comes out of his nose. Unless they are very perverted, but they are definitely a minority. You actually have extra blood from your nosebleed, Suje. Your physique is really interesting. Lin Shiqing said lightly. Suje quickly took out a tissue and stopped the nosebleed. Is this what I want to see? It's all because you're wearing too cool clothes. But he didn't say that. He was afraid that if he said this, Lin Shiqing would become more cautious about how she dressed. That way, he would never see such an embarrassing sight again. He can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Chapter 18:18 Lin Shiqing's defense is broken. After breakfast, Lin Shiqing officially began the experiment on Suje. The experiment is very simple. She will try to suck Suje's blood continuously until Suje's blood gas drops significantly. This cycle repeats over and over again. Today, either she will die of overeating, or Suje will be sucked dry. This is also a good opportunity for Suje. His task required him to have his blood sucked by Lin Shiqing. Each time he sucked his blood, he would increase his attribute points and chances of winning a lottery. But there was always a doubt in his mind. Does sucking 1 milliliter of blood count as one time? If it does, then he can let Lin Shiqing leave after sucking 1 milliliter and get the reward. Because of his physique, Suje is not afraid of having too much blood sucked out of him. His blood is almost unlimited. In general, the bottleneck in completing tasks and obtaining rewards lies in Lin Shiqing. Her digestive capacity is limited, and sucking too much blood is not good for her. If inhaling 1 milliliter really counts as one inhalation, then Suje will definitely become rich. Lin Shiqing can absorb up to 2 liters of blood, and every 1 milliliter of blood sucked is counted as one time of sucking, so he will get the task reward for 2,000 times. This means that he will receive a 2,000 point bonus to all attributes and 2,000 chances to draw a lottery. If this is true, it is a bit outrageous. He had a vague feeling that doing so would be ineffective. The amount of blood sucked must reach a certain threshold before it is considered as blood sucking. In order to verify his idea, he lay on the bed and said to Lin Shiqing, who was about to bend over him, Lin Shiqing, there is something I need to discuss with you. Lin Shiqing's fangs were stretched out, and she had to stop. Hearing Suje's words, she frowned. Can you tell me in advance next time? I'm about to start, and you want to do this with me? At this time, both of them had finished taking a shower and were wearing the pajamas they wore when they first sucked blood. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the top 2 buttons of Lin Shiqing's shirt were not fastened tightly, revealing a hint of peach. Lin Shiqing had a pleasant smell on her body, which became more obvious as she got closer. How about you suck 1 milliliter of blood and then get up? Is that okay? Suje said seriously while lying on the bed. Why? When your skin is broken, more than 1 milliliter of blood will flow out in an instant. Lin Shiqing said in confusion. Just consider it a request from me, okay? You only need to try it once, and then you can smoke it as much as you want. Is that okay? Seeing Suje's sincere look, Lin Shiqing agreed.
Her fangs extended 3 centimeters, then found the right place, and a slight popping sound was heard. Seeing the bright red blood flowing out, Lin Shiqing followed Suja's instructions, curled her tongue slightly, and sucked a drop of blood. She stood up and sat aside, and the blood-red energy on her hand spread out and splashed onto Suja's neck. In a moment, Suja's wound was completely healed. Suja verified his idea. As expected, after Lin Shiqing sucked 1 milliliter of blood this time, she did not receive any task completion reminder from the system. This means that the reward for completing the task can only be triggered when the bloodsucking reaches a certain threshold. But what would this threshold be? Okay? Why are you doing this? Lin Shiqing asked. It's okay, I just want to feel the reaction in my body. From now on, you can inhale as much as you want. When I tell you to stop, you stop. Suja reminded. After hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing felt a little strange. She felt that she was now in a state of being ordered. It was as if Suja became the master and she was the servant. But she was too lazy to think so much. She wanted to explore the secret of Suja's physique as soon as possible. Lin Shiqing leaned down, and just like before, she moved her fangs slightly, making a cut, and then she began to suck blood wantonly. Because she was completely open, she sucked blood very quickly. Lin Shiqing sucked 1.5 liters of Suja's blood in the past 2 days, which caused the blood in her body to become unbalanced. There is still about half of the blood that has not been digested, about 700 to 800 milliliters. Lin Shiqing had never done any experiments to determine how much undigested blood could be stored in her body. She is not a camel and does not have an extra organ specifically for storing blood. Therefore, Yi Hui always reminded her not to drink too much blood, as it would cause the blood in her body to become mixed. But today she decided to go for it. She wanted to see whether she would be sucked dry first or Suja would be sucked dry first. Streams of warm current flow through the esophagus and into the body. The energy in the blood was being absorbed by Lin Shiqing. However, the speed of digestion is limited. If you do not engage in some activities that consume a lot of energy, most of the blood absorbed into the body will be temporarily stored in the stomach. Feeling his blood being sucked away, Suja was not at all panicked. His magical physique was working. Although Lin Shiqing was constantly sucking blood, the total amount of blood in his body remained at a high level. He was waiting for the system prompt. He wanted to see how long the system would remind him to finish taking the task and receive the reward. 10 minutes later, just when Suja was drowsy, the system prompt sound finally rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards, all attributes +1 and lucky draw ×1 have been issued. Please check. Suja quickly said, Lin Shiqing, can you stop for a moment? As he spoke, he tried to push Lin Shiqing away. Lin Shiqing's rationality declined as she fell into a bloodthirsty state, but she still reacted quickly. As Suja spoke, she stood up immediately. He wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth, and a few strands of blood-red energy spread out, quickly healing Suja's wound again. Lin Shiqing was a little full at this time. Looking at Suja in front of her, she was shocked again and her defense was broken. Suja, are you a perpetual motion machine? Your blood energy hasn't decreased at all, and it's even increased a little bit? She was almost shutting herself in. Everything in front of me cannot be explained by common sense. Suja's all attribute +1 just now brought about an improvement in his physical fitness, so his blood and energy also became more vigorous. I was wondering, if I used a needle to drain your blood day and night, could you support our entire vampire family? There seems to be a children's web game, which seems to be called Seer, and there is an item called Endless Energy in it. In my opinion, you are the endless blood source. Lin Shiqing's eyes were full of complexity. She was very confused. She was considering whether to continue sucking blood to test whether there was an upper limit to Suja's blood. Suja said in surprise, you still play Seer? I played a little bit about 10 years ago when web games became popular, Lin Shiqing said casually. My main point doesn't seem to be this game. I just want to know what the hell is wrong with your physique. Well, actually I'm not sure. Can you tell me how much blood you sucked when I asked you to stop just now? Suja asked. 500 milliliters? No more than 600 milliliters. I can almost feel it. Lin Shiqing thought for a while and replied. Suja immediately understood that the threshold standard for sucking blood once should be 500 milliliters. If no more than 500 milliliters is sucked at a time, it will not be counted as sucking blood once, and naturally no reward for completing the task will be issued.
Chapter 1919 Stroke the Spider. Do you want to continue? Suja asked, blinking.
Lin Shiqing took a deep breath, and a hint of ferocity flashed in her eyes.
In any case, I have to see if your blood energy will decrease. I really don't believe it.
In the following 30 minutes, Lin Shiqing sucked blood 3 times in succession, each time sucking about 500 milliliters. Altogether, there should be about 2,600 milliliters of undigested blood in her body. So much so that her belly was bulging. In fact, when Lin Shiqing took the last puff, she was already feeling quite reluctant. But she just wanted to prove herself. She didn't believe that Suja's blood was still strong. But obviously, she still lost, miserably. At this time, Lin Shiqing looked like a pregnant woman in her 4th month, with a bulging belly. She sat on the bed with a frustrated look on her face. After sucking too much blood, I can't help but feel a little nauseous. She wanted to spit out the blood she had sucked in, but after trying several times, she failed.
I was just about to scratch my throat to induce vomiting.
But Lin Shiqing knew that if she forced herself to spit it out, it would definitely hurt herself. The blood sucked into the body has already merged with one's own blood. Once vomiting is induced, it is very likely that one will not be able to stop and will vomit out one's own blood as well. By then it won't just be a matter of indigestion, her realm may even regress. Each realm of the vampire race has 9 levels. She is now the last generation of the 3rd level vampire race, and her strength is not that strong. If you let your level regress even a little bit, it will undoubtedly make the situation worse.
Although Lin Shiqing wanted to use vomiting to make herself feel better, she finally held back.
She won't need to drink blood for at least 10 days.
Unless she exerts significant physical effort, this blood will last for a while.
Seeing Lin Shiqing's face full of black lines, Suja's mouth corners slightly raised.
He has become the biggest winner. After 3 times of bloodsucking, his total attribute points increased by another 3 points. Looking at the all in his mind, he was very satisfied. Host, Suja. Strength, 24. Spirit, 26. Speed, 25. Defense, 22. Skill, Time Stop Basic. In addition to the increase in attribute points, there are also 3 lottery opportunities.
Including the previous one, there are a total of 4 chances to draw.
I should be able to get a lot of good things, right?
As Suja thought about it, his heart was filled with emotion. Lin Shiqing looked at Suja in front of her and became angrier the more she thought about it.
She turned and got out of bed, then took out a dagger from the drawer.
Then she took out a 3-liter basin from the bathroom.
Hand.
Lin Shiqing looked at Suja in front of her and said through gritted teeth.
Ah.
Looking at Lin Shiqing's posture, it seems that she is going to bleed herself. Although he has a magical physique that can restore blood infinitely, he is still a little cautious.
What are you going to do?
Seeing that Suja was not cooperating, Lin Shiqing did not continue to persuade him gently, but took action directly. Although Lin Shiqing looks thin, she is very strong. Even though Suja's strength attribute has now reached 24, he still has no room for resistance. Lin Shiqing pinched Suja's wrist and swung the knife. Squeak! To be on the safe side, Lin Shiqing ruptured the vein. Although arterial bleeding is efficient, it is easy to lose control.
Intravenous is the most appropriate choice.
Suja simply stopped resisting. Instead, like Lin Shiqing, he became interested in his own miraculous physique. He also wanted to see where his limits were.
The blood flowed down and gathered into the plastic basin. An hour later, Lin Shiqing was completely numb.
She looked at the blood still flowing in front of her and wondered if she was dreaming. The 3-liter basin was almost overflowing, but Suja was still full of energy. Although the blood and chi in the body fluctuated slightly, they still maintained a high level. Lin Shiqing waved out a stream of blood-red energy to help Suja heal his wounds. Then he poured a basin of blood into the sewer. She was completely convinced. She even believed that if Suja was given enough time, his blood would be able to flood the entire blue planet. After cleaning up everything, she sat on the edge of the bed, next to Suja.
Not continuing?
Suja asked.
No.
Lin Shiqing shook her head, her eyes confused. I don't think there's any point in trying again. Suja, you have a very strong physique. I have never seen or heard anything like it before, it is so terrifying. Sighing, Lin Shiqing looked at Suja who was standing nearby.
I'm a little tired. Can you play a softer piano piece for me?
She was about to fall into a deep sleep. If a vampire absorbs too much blood, he or she will need to enter a dormant state to digest the blood in the body as quickly as possible. When a certain amount of blood has been digested and the blood stored in the body is maintained at a reasonable level, Lin Shiqing will wake up. This time will vary from 24 hours to 48 hours. Looking at the somewhat weak little girl in front of him, Suja was a little dazed.
Is this still the extremely cold Lin Shiqing? He nodded. Okay. Thank you.
Lin Shiqing rarely smiled, then lay down on the bed and covered herself with a silk quilt. The slender figure was delicate and charming. Suja looked away and walked towards the piano. When the smooth music played, melodious ripples seemed to begin to spread throughout the room.
He was playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Very quiet and gentle music. This kind of music is perfect to listen to before going to bed.
When Lin Shiqing heard the music, she seemed to see the bright moonlight breaking through the clouds and shining into the house. She closed her eyes gently. After the song was finished, Suja looked back at Lin Shiqing and found that she had already fallen asleep. Just as he was admiring the beautiful body on the bed, he heard rustling sounds at his feet. He took a subconscious look and froze.
It's Xiaofan.
His memory went back to the night before yesterday when he first saw the oversized pink-haired spider named Little Pink. But it scared him badly. But at this moment, the little pinky seemed to be approaching him very obediently.
It seems very docile.
Its 8 legs moved at the same time, and it quickly crawled to Suja's feet.
The next moment,
Xiaofan gathered her strength and jumped, actually jumping directly into Suja's hand.
Wow!
Suja was so scared that he almost threw Xiaofan to the ground.
This spider is really amazing. It can actually jump and jump so high.
Xiaofan looked at Suja with 2 pairs of blood-red eyes and nodded slightly.
It seems like he is trying to please me.
Suja subconsciously touched the little pink furry head. Little Pink lay on the back of Suja's hand, looking very happy. It turns out that he wanted to masturbate himself. Like kittens and puppies, they also like to be petted by people close to them. But it always feels a bit weird to do this to such a huge spider. The bad news is that I have to stroke the spider myself. The good news is that it feels very good, completely crushing cat and dog petting.
Chapter 2020 The Vampire Lady and the Little Boy.
Suja's hands kept rubbing, and the little pink under him cooperated very well, even stretching her head upwards to move herself. And just at this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Miss, are you there? It was Yi Hui's voice. Suja was stunned, then walked to the door.
Butler Yi, Lin Shiqing has already fallen asleep.
He opened the door.
The room was very quiet. Little Pink climbed onto Suja's shoulder and looked at Yi Hui with 4 eyes.
Asleep? That shouldn't be the case. She's still very early in her dormancy.
Judging from the time of her last sleep, it will take at least 20 days for her to fall asleep again. Yi Hui said doubtfully, and then he spread his senses to cover Lin Shiqing's body. He felt a thick blood surging. I see, she sucked a lot of blood.
Yi Hui frowned. How many times have I told her to drink blood in moderation? Why won't she listen?
Sighing helplessly, Yi Hui looked at Suja. It's very strange that the lady sucked so much blood, but Suja acted like nothing happened.
Could it be that the lady was sucking a bag of blood?
Putting aside his doubts for the moment, Yi Hui said, lunch is ready, let's clean up and get ready to eat. After saying that, he took Xiaofan off Suja's shoulder.
Xiaofan was quite familiar with Yi Hui.
It didn't resist at all and lay directly in the palm of Yi Hui's hand. Yi Hui wants to prepare food for Xiaofan. This time every day is Xiaofan's mealtime.
Xiaofan feeds on various poisonous insects.
For this reason, Yi Hui bought many boxes of carefully raised poisonous insects at home. When Xiaofan needs to eat, he will take out a box and pour it on the plate. While Yi Hui was preparing food for Xiaofan, Suja had already walked through the long and dim corridor and went downstairs. In the dark living room, Suja turned on the crystal ceiling lamp, and the room finally became much brighter.
There are many sumptuous dishes on the table.
After Suja sat down, he took a quick glance at the dishes. Pig blood porridge, red dates and black fungus soup, fried pork liver with leeks, wolfberry and beef bone soup.
Wow, these are all blood-replenishing dishes.
After taking a bite, Suja couldn't help but be impressed by Yi Hui's cooking skills. The taste is moderate and just right, and it tastes delicious. It was just time for lunch, and Suja started to eat heartily. Footsteps were heard coming from the direction of the stairs. Yi Hui walked down slowly.
How is it? Is it to your liking? Walking to the dining table, Yi Hui gave a standard smile.
Of course, Butler Yi, your cooking skills are very good, and these dishes taste great.
Suja replied. That's fine, take your time eating. You've had so much blood sucked out these past few days, and you've consumed a lot of energy. It's only right that you replenish your nutrition. But you seem to be in pretty good shape.
I'm surprised you're still so energetic after having so much blood sucked out of you.
Really? Ha ha. Suja evaded the question.
Yi Hui looked at Suja, his eyes becoming deeper. Suja felt a little nervous as Yi Hui kept staring at him.
Butler Yi couldn't be a gay. If you don't mind, I want to tell you a story.
Yi Hui suddenly spoke.
Ah? Suja was stunned and looked up at Yi Hui. Of course, you can treat this story as true or false. I just hope you can appreciate what that means.
Suja didn't know what Yi Hui meant, but it was foreseeable that he probably had no ill intentions.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Suja put down his bowl and chopsticks.
Yi Hui's mysterious expression successfully aroused Suja's curiosity.
This story begins in 1614, a long time ago. If you are good at history, you will know that it was during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. The times were extremely chaotic and the empire was in danger. There were the Manchu Tatars in the north and sharp class contradictions in the south. There was a poor boy in a mountain village, let us call him Xiaoye. In this year, Xiaoye was just 10 years old, and he accidentally met a graceful and elegant lady. Perhaps because he was too pitiful, Xiaoye, whose parents had both starved to death, was taken away by the lady. Xiaoye, feeling like he had survived a disaster, came to a strange place under the guidance of his wife. It's a strange place, with a spooky, pointy castle, and it's very quiet. The war that had swept across the entire country seemed to have completely ceased the moment he set foot here. This place seemed to be isolated from the world and was not affected by any outside influence at all. He never heard of any unrest or war anywhere again, and he no longer had to run for his life based on such news. And here, there is extremely abundant food. Xiaoye, who was originally pale and thin, became white and plump in just 2 or 3 months. The lady has a daughter who is very pretty, but a little pale.
Judging from the appearance, the lady's daughter is older than Xiaoye.
She is estimated to be about 16 or 17 years old, which is the age of being as beautiful as a flower. Xiaoye called her Sister Shaolin. Under the care of his wife and sister Shaolin, Xiaoye grew up day by day. As time passed, Xiaoye gradually felt that everything around him became stranger. First of all, Sister Kobayashi's appearance seemed to have remained the same as when he first arrived here, without any change. As he walked around the castle, he often noticed people whispering to him. And every middle of the month, he would smell an extremely strong smell of blood. But when he asked his wife and sister Kobayashi, the latter would just smile and say nothing, just giving a perfunctory answer. Time flies, and Xiaoye is 18 years old.
With the accumulation of abundant food, Xiaoye became very strong and taller.
Xiaoye has a lot of contact with Sister Shaolin, and he has long had a secret crush on her. And he was at the age of full vigor and vitality, so Xiaoye confessed his love to Sister Xiaolin. Sister Xiaolin seemed to like him too, so she asked Xiaoye to come to her room at night because she had something to tell him. Xiaoye was very excited. Taking advantage of the night, he quietly came to Sister Shaolin's room.
But what awaits him is...
Yi Hui's voice stopped abruptly. He picked up the fruit blood at hand and drank it all. Suja was listening intently when he was interrupted. He felt very uncomfortable.
What awaits him? Yi Hui's eyes suddenly became deep. What do you think it will be?
Suja's expression froze.
He noticed many clues in Yi Hui's narration just now. Regarding the towering castle and the strong smell of blood, isn't that the lair of the vampires?
And this Xiaoye was favored by a lady of the vampire clan, who fattened him up in order to make him food. Based on this, we can infer that Sister Kobayashi, whose appearance has not changed in 10 years and whose face is pale, is also a vampire. She lured Xiaoye into the room, probably to suck his blood.
Did Sister Xiaolin grow sharp fangs? Did she suck Xiaoye dry?
Suja guessed. Chapter 21 Prize Pool Level. Waiting for Xiaoye was Sister Xiaolin, who looked affectionate and had red eyes.
She immediately stopped Xiaoye.
Sister Xiaolin was as gentle as water and quickly captured Xiaoye's heart. The two hugged each other, and Xiaoye made countless vows to her. He imagined the future and thought about how to tell his wife that he wanted to marry Sister Kobayashi. Sister Kobayashi kept agreeing from the side, seeming to approve of everything.
However, things are not that easy. Sister Xiaolin is a vampire. The reason she seduced Xiaoye is to suck his blood. She also wants to embrace Xiaoye for the first time and make him her blood servant.
Poor Xiaoye, all his affection was ridiculous. He thought he had a chance to be with Sister Xiaolin, so he cared about her every day, helped her with various things, and used up all his energy. What's even more ridiculous is that he always thought he would have a future with Sister Kobayashi. On countless nights, he dreamed that he and Sister Xiaolin had many children and they lived happily together until old age. Caught off guard, on a dark night, Xiaoyu was embraced by Chu and also became a vampire. A blood servant who is embraced for the first time will become a vassal of the vampire clan forever. It is an indestructible shackle. Sister Xiaolin has completely taken control of Xiaoye. After being embraced for the first time, Xiaoye will become Sister Xiaolin's slave forever. Yi Hui lowered his head. You should understand this story, right? There is only one thing that vampires do with humans, and that is to suck blood and embrace them to make them blood servants. Apart from that, there is no other possibility. Don't harbor illusions that you can develop real feelings with the vampires. Even if they treat you well, it's all fake and just a temporary novelty. Suja looked at Yi Hui. That Xiaoyi, is that you? Yes or no, it doesn't matter anymore. Yi Hui shook his head. Suja, I can give you a chance to leave. Lin Shiqing is asleep now, she won't notice that I let you go. I can also give you some money, and you can go to a very far place, and Lin Shiqing will never find you again. If you want, I can send you away now. Suja looked at Yi Hui in surprise. You just need to nod or shake your head. Yi Hui stared at Suja. I don't want you to repeat the mistakes of Xiaoyi. It is impossible for Suja to leave. His system mission has already determined this. After a moment, he shook his head. No, I can't leave. Yi Hui looked at Suja in surprise. He didn't understand why this human wouldn't leave. I have already told him the whole story of Xiaoyi, but he still wants to stay here. You know, the first embrace is not a good thing. It is a shackle that can completely lock up everything about a person, actions, thoughts, and even beliefs. A life without freedom is worse than death. Why? Do you also want to become a blood servant, allowing the vampires to control your thoughts and become a puppet? Yi Hui's low voice echoed throughout the living room. Suja slowly said, I can't tell you the reason, but I really can't leave. Butler Yi, thank you for your story, but my thoughts remain unchanged. Yi Hui closed his eyes. This kid might become like Xiaoyi in the future. He sighed weakly. I gave you a chance, when I didn't say anything. Staring at the empty ceiling, the story Yi Hui had just told kept coming to his mind. If there were no system, Suja would definitely leave here. But he has a system, and he stays here to complete the task of being sucked blood. When he becomes stronger, things will be able to change, and he will not be easily slaughtered by the vampires. As of now, Lin Shiqing is very dependent on Suja's blood, so she will not embrace him for the time being. After the first embrace, Suja became a vampire and could no longer become Lin Shiqing's food. From this point of view, Suja is safe for the time being. Looking at the UL interface in his mind, he saw that he had 4 draws left. These 4 opportunities should bring me a significant improvement. Suja still looks forward to these 4 opportunities to significantly improve his strength. This way he will have more confidence in the future. It feels bad to have your destiny controlled by others. Yi Hui's story shocked Suja greatly and made him feel more threatened. Vampires need human blood and need the first embrace to turn them into blood servants. There is no logic to this. He felt very sorry for Yi Hui. He was a victim, but there were too many such victims. Countless humans would be treated like this by the vampires. Some were even much worse off than Yi Hui. They were directly sucked to death by blood and had no chance of being embraced for the first time. The strong prey on the weak, a simple law of nature. If it weren't for the rescue of the vampire lady, Yi Hui would probably have lost his life long ago and would not be where he is today. Turning on his phone and playing the familiar BGM, Suja prepared to draw the lottery. Good luck to you. Click the lottery button and a golden light flashes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, all attributes +5. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, all attributes +10. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, all attributes +1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, skill transform into a vampire.
When Suja heard the first 3 rewards, his expression was very calm. Because these rewards are quite common and completely expected. Moreover, the points added to all attributes are quite stingy, and there are even +5 and +1. But the last reward seems to be very interesting. He turned his gaze to the skill introduction. Transform into a vampire, gain the power of the vampires and become a vampire. Skills can be used at any time without cooldown. Note, after transforming into a vampire, the current attributes will be equivalent to the corresponding realm and blood purity. After reading the introduction, Suja smiled with satisfaction. This skill allows him to transform into a vampire so that he can better integrate into the vampire clan. However, he would definitely not use this skill casually. He didn't know whether vampires had the same kind of rejection behavior, but according to preliminary speculation, there was a high probability that they did. The battle between the Western and Eastern vampire families, and within them, there must be friction between the various families. If I become a vampire and am discovered by Lin Shiqing's family, I will definitely be treated as an alien and killed. Only by hiding your secrets can you play a role at the critical moment. All attributes increased by 16 points, and Suja's attributes were greatly improved. Host, Suja. Strength, 40. Spirit, 42. Speed, 41. Defense, 38. Skills, time stop basic, transform into a vampire. Just when he was about to exit the UL interface, he suddenly discovered that a button appeared in the upper right corner of the lottery interface. Prize pool? I clicked subconsciously, and then a prompt appeared on the light screen. Current prize pool, level 1 prize pool. To upgrade to level 2 prize pool, your average attribute points must be over 50. Sorry, your current attribute average is less than 50, so you cannot open the secondary prize pool. After some thought, Suja understood. It turns out that the prize pool also has different levels. He had always been in the first level prize pool before, so no matter how good the things he drew were, there was an upper limit. If you want to draw better things, you must increase the prize pool. It's a very simple truth. The higher the prize pool, the higher the probability of getting good things. Chapter 22 Clues to the Lord. Endless darkness has completely engulfed Yi Hui. Yi Hui's room was very clean. Apart from some necessary daily necessities, there was nothing else. The curtains were drawn tightly, not letting in any light, and the whole room seemed to be locked in an iron box. The prototype of Xiao Yi is indeed him. As a vampire who has lived for more than 400 years, his memory of those dusty past events has become a little vague. But in his mind, he could still often think of that chaotic era. It was a very strange thing, he had experienced many of the things described in history books. And according to his memory, there are many things in history books that are not correct. On the one hand, as dynasties change, history is always written by the victors, and the authenticity of history books will be in question. On the other hand, history itself is difficult to be fully recorded. The true history is forever engraved in the memory of everyone in that dynasty and cannot be verified at all. From that era to the modern era, I have experienced and seen too much. Many times, Yi Hui would often fantasize about what would happen to him if he had not met Lin Meng. That's right, Lin Meng is his master and also sister Shaolin in the story. It was she who first embraced Yi Hui, making him her vassal and eternal slave. Those who have not experienced the first embrace will never imagine how painful it is. When the blood in the body mixes with the blood of the vampires and collides in the narrow body, the sky is dark and the earth is dark, and the heart is torn apart. Even falling into a coma was a luxury, as the extremely clear perception magnified the pain 10,000 times. Yi Hui survived, but what greeted him was not heaven, but an even more cruel hell. He still remembered the day when he officially became Lin Meng's blood servant. He broke free from the endless pain, and then felt the despair of being completely dominated by Lin Meng. As long as Lin Meng has a thought, he will be in excruciating pain. His actions were controlled, and he had only one option, to carry out Lin Meng's orders. Yi Hui had no choice. The obedience engraved in his bones made him serve the Lin family for nearly 400 years. When he saw Suja, he saw his own shadow, a poor guy who was about to be fooled by the vampire lady. Today is a great opportunity. He originally planned to save Suja, but this kid did not listen to him and instead stubbornly stayed here. Yi Hui couldn't figure out what kind of love potion Lin Shiqing had given Suja. After a deep sigh, he was powerless to do anything. He could believe that in a few months, or even years, the Lin family would have a blood servant named Suja. What is more painful than being unable to stop it is watching the tragedy happen.
Jinding Building, a 299-story super-high building, is very eye-catching in the entire Binhai area. On the rooftop of the building, two figures stood on the edge, overlooking everything below without any safety measures. At such a high place, there are strong and unpredictable winds. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. Kasha, where exactly are these eastern vampires? The intelligence clearly states they're in Binhai, but after these few days of investigation, we still haven't found a clue.
Who knows? Maybe the information is false, Kevin. Are you sure there is no mistake in the information?
There must be no mistake, but there is good news.
The master gave me a new clue.
What new clues? The tall figure on the left turns slightly to look at the strong figure on the right.
The Lin group might be a breakthrough point.
You know, many ancient Eastern vampire families tend to manage businesses outside of the country.
The information given by the Lord is that the Lin group is an Eastern vampire family's business.
As long as we keep a close eye on the group's manager, we'll definitely be able to obtain useful information. Then we'll be able to kill a few Eastern vampires and devour their blood essence. Then, you and I will be more confident in breaking through to the 7th level. Kevin's voice was a little excited, and such emotion made Cassette excited as well. If we can break through to the 7th level, we will receive more attention and our status in the family will rise significantly.
I'm already looking forward to that day.
Having the help of the Lord is our greatest advantage.
Those ants in the family are nothing in front of the Lord.
Kevin looked at them with disdain, his eyes revealing fanaticism. The next moment, he jumped down, his body falling rapidly under the influence of gravity and disappearing in the dark fog. Kassa followed closely with a smile on her face. The rooftop returned to silence, as if there had been no one there at all. The next day, Suja felt a little uncomfortable because Lin Shiqing didn't call him to get up. He got up at 4 o'clock to run for 2 consecutive days, and he was surprisingly able to adapt to it.
Is it because of the rapid improvement of his attributes that his adaptability has also made a qualitative leap?
He couldn't explain it clearly, but he felt there must be some connection. What's more important is that now he can't feel sleepy at all after 4 o'clock. It was as if every cell in his body was reminding him to go for a run outside.
The power of habit is really strong.
Suja sighed. Since I can't sleep, I might as well go out for a few laps. His strength and speed both exceeded 40, and he also wanted to see how much his speed had improved. As soon as he walked out of the room, Yihui suddenly appeared in front of Suja.
His sudden appearance scared Suja.
Butler Yi, how did you come out so quickly?
You scared me to death.
Suja was still in shock.
What are you going to do?
Running.
Yi Hui's expression was a little strange.
He felt that he was becoming increasingly unable to understand the boy in front of him.
400 years of age is like living in the body of a dog. This kid really doesn't play by the rules. I'll ask you again about what happened last night. There's still time.
Otherwise, when Lin Shiqing wakes up, you won't be able to leave.
Tell me, what is your answer?
After tossing and turning all night, Yihui was still unwilling to watch the tragedy happen. So early in the morning, he came to ask Suja again, intending to give him another chance. Suja shook his head decisively.
Butler Yi, even if you ask me 100 times, my answer will still be that I won't leave. Stubborn boy, you will regret it.
After Yihui said this, he turned around and left.
It seems that he is really angry.
Suja stared at his back, thinking secretly in his heart.
No matter what, Butler Yi is a good person.
He didn't want to go back to his old ways, so he tried to persuade him several times. But what he could never have imagined was that Suja had something in his hand that was enough to make him invincible the system. He remembered all the help Yihui gave him. If he became strong in the future, Suja would definitely help him kill the sister Xiaolin who had embraced him for the first time. Once the blood servant's master dies, the blood servant will regain his freedom and usher in a new future. Killing Sister Xiaolin also means allowing Yihui to become the master of his own body and be reborn.
Chapter 23 Curled up Lin Shiqing.
It was still early and the sun had not yet risen. Suja's figure kept shuttling back and forth on the forest path at a very fast speed. He planned to test his fastest speed. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his legs, coordinated his waist and abdomen, and shot out quickly like a sharp arrow. The sound of wind whistling in his ears made Suja feel like he was about to fly.
In about 5 seconds, he actually ran more than 100 meters.
Suja originally thought it would be fast, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. The 100-meter speed standard for a second-level athlete is 11.5 seconds, but my time was half of this standard. It becomes increasingly difficult to increase the speed. Running 100 meters in 5 seconds is already impossible for humans. This means that his strength has now exceeded the scope of humans, at least that's what it seems at the moment. On paper, the peak human 100-meter speed is 9.58 seconds, and Suja's speed is nearly 5 seconds faster. And in these 5 seconds, there is also a certain amount of acceleration time. If the acceleration time at the start is removed, his time will be even shorter. Looking at his hands, Suja's face was full of shock. However, since my attribute values are now 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person, it is reasonable for me to reach this level. He didn't run for too long today. He just tested his speed, ran 2 laps, and then turned back. Finally, I have a chance to take a break. There is no need to work so hard. On the way back, he happened to meet Yi Hui, who was out. There's food in the refrigerator. Help yourself to something. I'm going to be out for a while. Yi Hui reminded, and then left in a hurry. Watching Yi Hui's car gradually go away, Suja was happy to relax. The next moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed not to have been to school for several days. Going to school was not a happy thing, so after some thought, he decided to continue skipping classes. It seems that there is another class taught by Zhu Menjiang today. Last time I didn't go to class, she was furious. Now that I can't see her this time, I wonder what she will do. For such an extremely strict teacher, my behavior undoubtedly touched her red line. But what does that matter? Only the weak will follow the rules, while the strong will only trample on them. Suja shook his head and walked into the villa. I had never noticed before that there were actually a group of trees surrounding Lin Shiqing's villa. This is probably done to improve concealment and security. If you want to discover this place, unless you know it in advance, you will definitely be confused by the woods outside. Walking through the hall and into the kitchen, Suja began to prepare a classic sandwich following Yi Hui's previous method. It is not difficult to make sandwiches. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that the bread slices should be toasted moderately. If you don't control it well, they will easily burn. After preparing the food, Suja had a hearty meal and felt that every cell in his body was jumping with joy. A feeling of fatigue came over me. Suja yawned. He was planning to go to bed, but before that, he had to try out the skill transform into a vampire that he had won in the lottery yesterday. Vampires, before he met Lin Shiqing, he thought it was a race that only existed in legends. Suja was very curious about what their powers were like. It happened that there was no one in the villa at this time, and Lin Shiqing was still sleeping. Now is the best time to test your skills, and the opportunity should not be missed. But before that, we need to confirm whether Lin Shiqing has woken up. After transforming into a vampire, it should cause relatively large fluctuations. If Lin Shiqing had woken up, she would have noticed it immediately. In order to hide the secret, he had to try it without Lin Shiqing noticing. After walking up the 13 black crystal stone steps, Suja arrived at the second floor. Gently pushing open the door of Lin Shiqing's room, Suja saw that the figure on the bed was still there, her body curled up like a baby in her mother's womb. The soft and fair arms were clasped together, and the thin eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. This sleeping position is a sign of insecurity. In the corner, Xiaofan noticed the movement at the door. He was a little nervous at first, but when he saw it was Suja, he relaxed. Lin Shiqing, she is not as strong as her appearance shows. Suja said softly. After seeing that Lin Shiqing was still sleeping, Suja closed the door and returned to his room downstairs. He is about to start preparing to use his skills. Transform into a vampire. Suja muttered to himself and tried to use his skills. The next moment, he felt an extremely wonderful feeling coming from deep within his body. But this feeling did not last long, and a sharp pain began to spread rapidly throughout the body. The pain was not unbearable. Suja persisted while observing the changes in his body. There was a tingling sensation at the corner of his mouth, so Suja touched it with his hand and found that it was the fangs growing. A few sharp white fangs grew at a rapid speed and were already touching the lips. He quickly opened his mouth to avoid the fangs piercing his lips. He suddenly felt his heart gradually stop beating. The increasingly slow beating made his whole body cold and his blood gradually stopped flowing. In order to better observe his changes, Suja walked to the bathroom and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. A thin boy with clearly defined muscles appeared in the mirror.
What Suja was very satisfied with was that although his attribute values were constantly improving, the size of his muscles did not increase several times like his attribute points, but his density and strength increased greatly. To be honest, Suja has no interest in becoming a big muscle man. Moderate muscles attract the opposite sex, while excessive muscles can only attract the same sex. He had seen some truly obsessed muscular men, with such huge bodies that even Suja felt scared. It cannot be said that they had no aesthetic sense, but that they had nothing to do with beauty. Maybe this is his aesthetic taste. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, such big muscles are more attractive. The intense pain did not last long. After 5 minutes, the pain receded like the tide. Looking at himself in the mirror, Suja found that he had become a lot whiter. At the same time, there was a flickering red light in his eyes. At the same time, a strange energy seemed to be born in his lower abdomen, about 5 centimeters above his navel. He tried to mobilize the energy in his lower abdomen, and then he saw a hint of crystal red spreading across his fingertips. He remembered this energy. Isn't this the blood red energy that helps heal Lin Shiqing's wounds every time she sucks blood? However, this was his first time transforming into a vampire, so he didn't know how to control this energy. At present, he can only rely on a subconscious feeling to let the energy reach his fingertips from his lower abdomen. Once the energy appears, he can no longer control it and can only watch the energy dissipate into thin air. I tried for a long time, but there was no progress. Because of many attempts, he could feel the energy in his body gradually decreasing, and at the same time, waves of fatigue surged into his heart. The depletion of blood red energy forced Suja to stop temporarily. He then used the skill again and transformed into a human. Chapter 24 The Call of the Clan. It has to be said that he gained a lot from this attempt. Transforming into a vampire did allow him to see a different world. From the perspective of the vampires, the whole world is much clearer and has a hazy blood color. He felt that if he came a few more times, he would probably fall in love with that feeling. If he could fully utilize the blood red energy, his strength would be qualitatively improved. However, if you want to fully control it, it will definitely take some time to explore. When I turned on my phone, it was already 8:20 in the morning. As soon as he turned into a human, he felt as if he was hollowed out and limp, so he lay down on the bed. According to Suja's speculation, it was because he had just consumed too much blood red energy, which led to the exhaustion of his physical strength. Sleeping is undoubtedly a good way to replenish physical strength, so he closed his eyes immediately. At this moment, Zhang Zilin sent a message. "What are you doing? I haven't seen you in class for 2 days. Do you really not want your diploma anymore? The other teachers are fine, they didn't call the roll, but I have to remind you that the first class today is Xu Menjing's class. Are you sure you're not coming? If you don't come soon, there will be no turning back. You're doing this, are you going to get rich? Is your house going to be demolished?" Suja glanced at the message and put down his phone. The first class was taught by his most strict advanced mathematics teacher, Xu Menjing. But even the most demanding class couldn't stop him from sleeping. Although Suja wanted to reply to the message, the fatigue that surged through his body made him give up. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in Linghai Building in Binhai City, Yi Hui was processing various reports with a serious look on his face. As a butler, his professional ability is naturally up to standard. He went overseas more than 20 years ago and studied for an MBA on the other side of the ocean, and obtained a master's degree with almost full marks. Coupled with the management experience accumulated over the years, Yi Hui is adept at managing the entire huge Lin Group. The entire company has continued to develop under his overall planning and has now become a large company with thousands of employees. I hurried over here in the morning to handle some business. After being busy for a long time, I finally got things arranged. Xiao Zhou, come here for a moment. I'll tell you about my plans for the next period of time. Please convey my intentions to every department. Yi Hui said to a woman at the door who was wearing a professional hip skirt and a clean white work shirt. Zhou Xueming has a hot body and beautiful and generous looks. More importantly, she is very capable and always completes the tasks assigned by Yi Hui very well, which makes her Yi Hui's right-hand man. After giving some instructions on the work, Yi Hui added, "In the next week or even a month, I will be busy and may not come to the company. All matters will be decided by you for the time being. If there is anything you feel you cannot decide, try to contact me. If you cannot reach me, please postpone it for the time being. You've been an assistant for so long, you should know what to do." Zhou Xueming nodded, and a crisp voice rang out. "I understand, Mr. Yi." Well, in that case, I'm relieved. Yi Hui immediately let Zhou Shueming leave. Sitting in his seat, he sighed. He received a call from Lin Meng this morning. It seemed that the clan was in some trouble. And these blood servants who are managing the family business outside will also be recalled to the family to protect the safety of the clan land. Lin Shiqing's father, Lin Xiaohua, also called him and basically told him to go back by himself. The situation this time is rather dangerous. If Lin Shiqing is allowed to go back with them, her strength will be too weak and she won't even be able to protect herself. She will undoubtedly be a burden. It would be safer to let Lin Shiqing stay outside. I don't know if the lady is awake now? Rubbing his swollen temples, Yi Hui sent a message to Lin Shiqing. Miss, I have been summoned by my family and need to return to the clan temporarily. You don't have to worry. In addition, the recent situation has been a bit tense. You and Suja should stay in the villa and do not go out to avoid being discovered by the Western vampires. Lin Shiqing should be able to see this message when she wakes up. It's time to go back. The tribe's location is very far away. If we set off now, we might not arrive until the early morning. Yi Hui took one last look around the office, then opened the door and walked out quickly. I hacked into the traffic surveillance system. Based on the intersection surveillance, I found that Yi Hui's vehicle first appeared at an intersection 500 meters away from Shilin Villa. From this, I infer that the Eastern Blood Clan's lair is most likely in Shilin Villa. There were 16 surveillance screens spread out on Cass's computer. In these screens, there was a lot of traffic and vehicles kept passing by. Standing next to Cassa was Kevin. The two of them were the two Western vampires who had jumped from the Jinding building before. I didn't expect your hacking skills would play such a role at this time. Yes, this really helped us a lot. Kevin nodded with satisfaction. We can go to Shilin Villa at night. There we will definitely find what we want. Cassa is already looking forward to it. I just don't know how many Eastern vampires there are. It would be nice if there were more. This is the East. It's already very difficult to find vampires here. It's good to have more, but it also brings great risks. Try not to make a big noise tonight, otherwise if there are too many vampires in the East, we will become prey. Cassa said rationally. You're right. It's always right to be cautious. Although we have the help of the Master, this is the home ground of the Eastern Blood Clan after all. We must be careful here. Kevin nodded in agreement. The clan's land is located in a hidden valley. Without accurate positioning, it would be extremely difficult to find it. Yi Hui has to change 3 modes of transportation: airplane, ship, and car, and finally contact the family leader at the foot of the mountain, who will take him to the clan's land. At this time, Yi Hui had already boarded the plane. At the last step of the flight of stairs, he suddenly stopped. He subconsciously looked back, and for some reason, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Sir, please hurry up, there are passengers behind you. The stewardess's soft voice brought Yi Hui back to his senses. He nodded and walked into the cabin. That premonition must be just an illusion, yes, it must be. Suja woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes slightly. Ah! He quickly got up from the bed and said to Lin Shiqing, who was slowly getting up from the bed, Lin Shiqing, why did you put your head so close? You scared me to death. As soon as Suja woke up, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him, and he was so scared that he almost fell off the bed. You seem very tired, and your blood energy has also dropped a lot. It seems that my bloodletting this morning was effective. I said that your blood cannot be endless, and your blood energy should not be without any fluctuations. Lin Shiqing said to herself. Suja knew clearly that the decline in blood and physical strength was not caused by bloodletting, but was the result of excessive consumption of blood-red energy after he became a vampire. But on the surface, he still obeyed Lin Shiqing's words and nodded, indeed. Lin Shiqing woke up 2 hours ago. She had digested a little more than half of the blood she had sucked yesterday morning. After the blood was digested, she could clearly feel that her strength had improved significantly. This has never happened before when sucking blood from a bag. The purity of her bloodline has also increased to a certain extent. Although the improvement is not too great, it is already amazing enough. Now her blood purity may not be comparable to that of the 12th generation vampires, but among the 13th generation vampires, she is definitely the best. She had a feeling that if she only drank Suja's blood a few more times, she would be able to break through to the 4th level last generation of vampires. The changes that Suja's blood brought to her were simply unbelievable. Even high-level potions might not have such an effect. Chapter 25. Is there a girl hiding in your house?
One thing is that my strength has increased a lot faster recently. And the purity of my blood has also improved significantly. Suja, this is all thanks to your blood. Lin Shiqing stared at Suja with a complicated look in her eyes. Suja was stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself that the rapid improvement of his various attribute points seemed to also help improve the quality of his blood. The improvement in his own blood quality can also enhance Lin Shiqing's strength and bloodline.
In this way, a cycle is formed.
First of all, after Suja has his blood sucked by Lin Shiqing, his attribute points will be increased, and he can also get certain attribute points through lottery. The increase in attribute points leads to an improvement in blood quality, and after Lin Shiqing absorbs higher quality blood, her strength will also increase accordingly. Lin Shiqing continued to suck Suja's blood. The more she sucked, the higher the quality of Suja's blood became, and the more Lin Shiqing's strength would be enhanced. If they continue like this, the end result will be that both of them will become stronger. It is undoubtedly a win-win situation. It's a good thing that your strength has improved.
Congratulations. Suja nodded and said.
Suja, your physique is truly amazing. If you continue like this, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Lin Shiqing sat down on the edge of the bed, looking thoughtful.
There's one more thing I need to tell you. Uncle Yi has returned to his clan's land. He will probably have to wait for a while before coming back. So recently, you have to stay at home with me to avoid any accidents.
Suja's eyes changed.
This morning, I happened to see Butler Yi leaving the house. He seemed to be in a hurry. What happened in the clan?
Lin Shiqing shook her head. I don't know either. There must be some outsiders who have come with ill intentions. They must have launched some attacks.
This is not the first time.
Whenever the clan is in danger, the clan members who are away must return to the clan as soon as possible to protect the safety of the clan land.
You are also a member of the tribe, aren't you going back? Suja couldn't help but ask.
My strength is still too weak to protect myself.
Returning to the clan will only cause more trouble. It's better for me to stay outside, which is safer.
Lin Shiqing replied inside. I hope the family can successfully survive this disaster, and I also hope that my parents and Uncle Yi can return safely.
It will happen. Suja comforted. The two suddenly didn't know what to say. The empty bedroom fell into silence for a moment.
Lin Shiqing lowered her head slightly, a hint of worry showing on her delicate profile.
Ding-a-ling.
Too long, has it been too long?
A magnetic male voice rang out along with the music. It was Suja's cell phone ringing. He quickly walked to the bed and picked up his phone. Who would call me at this time?
I unlocked my phone with some confusion and saw the words mother at the top of the screen. I glanced at Lin Shiqing, and she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She looked at Suja, her eyes seemed to say, what are you standing there for?
Answer the phone. Suja looked embarrassed, coughed, and explained, well, I have to answer the phone.
Okay. Lin Shiqing nodded, her expression normal. Seeing that Lin Shiqing still didn't get up, Suja simply stopped asking questions and let her leave. As a vampire, her 5 senses are very sharp. Even if she is allowed to go out, she can still hear what she is saying. After clicking answer, Suja saw his mother's face appear on the screen.
Xiaojia.
Zhang Xuan said happily when she saw her son on the other side of the screen.
How are you doing recently? I haven't called you in a while. Are you studying well over there? Don't forget to study every day.
I heard from your Aunt Lee next door that undergraduates are really worthless these days.
It's hard to find a good job. You'd better apply to graduate school. You're already a sophomore now, so you have to think about this matter, okay?
Hearing his mother's words, Suja responded, I know, don't worry.
Don't make nice promises all the time but do nothing, okay?
If you're short of money, tell mom. You can have a relationship at your age, but don't let it interfere with your studies, Zhang Xuan continued to remind.
But why does it get dark so quickly over there? It's dark at this time? Zhang Xuan asked in confusion. There was only a desk lamp on in the room, making it a little dim.
It's only 6 o'clock now, so it's not dark in Binjiang at this time. It's just that Suja pulled the curtains when he went to sleep in the morning, so the sunlight could not shine in.
Suja replied, I just drew the curtains. It shouldn't be dark yet. Why are you pulling the curtains? You haven't slept until now, have you? Zhang Shuan asked vigilantly.
No one knows a child better than his mother, Suja couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
You stay up late at home all day long. How come you are still like this when you go to school? This is not good for your health. Why don't you listen, kid? Zhang Shuan said angrily.
Suja said helplessly, I didn't.
How could I get up now? It's almost night time. The perceptive Su Ma quickly observed an important clue. Look at your hair, it's almost a mess, and you still say it's not just growing?
Xiaozhe, if you keep staying up late like this, your dad and I will have to reduce your living expenses.
You have to have a regular sleep and rest schedule, do you hear me?
Suja quickly agreed, but at the same time felt that the phone was a bit slippery, so he adjusted the position of his hand. The thumb moves, ready to sweep across the screen. The flip lens button suddenly flashed.
Suja was dumbfounded.
He never expected that he would touch it by mistake while adjusting the position of his phone. The button to flip the lens was clicked exactly. Now he is turning on the front camera, and after flipping the lens, the rear camera is activated. The rear camera was facing Lin Shiqing, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Suja quickly tried to turn the camera over, but Zhang Shuan still saw everything clearly.
Xiaozhe, why is there a girl hiding in your room? What are you doing?
Zhang Shuan said quickly, she felt like she had discovered an incredible secret.
Has my son found a partner and is living with him her? Mom, there is no girl here.
You must have seen it wrong. Suja said perfunctorily, feeling very nervous.
Nonsense, I just saw it clearly. Tell me honestly, are you dating someone and bringing that girl home? Suja was a little overwhelmed.
Just when he didn't know how to explain, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind him.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Shiqing, Suja's classmate. Chapter 26 Warm Hug.
I don't know when, Lin Shiqing suddenly walked behind him. Zhang Shuan was stunned when she saw Lin Shiqing on the screen. Suja turned on the rear camera just now and turned it off quickly, so Lin Shiqing's figure flashed by and Zhang Shuan didn't see it clearly at all. But at this moment, Lin Shiqing's face appeared in front of the screen and became very clear. What a beautiful girl. This was Zhang Shuan's first impression. Fair and tender skin, and perfectly delicate facial features.
My son has made it big? He found such a beautiful girlfriend?
Suja turned his head and looked at Lin Shiqing, who was smiling beside him, feeling a little numb.
Mom must have misunderstood. Hello.
Zhang Shuan came back to her senses and quickly greeted him.
Auntie, I'm discussing study with Suja.
Don't worry, I will urge him to study. Lin Shiqing showed a harmless smile.
That's great, Xiaozhe needs someone to supervise him, otherwise he won't study.
I feel more at ease knowing you study with him.
By the way, classmate, what's your name? My name is Lin Shiqing, you can just call me Xiaolin.
Suja listened and complained in his heart, Mom, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not, but actually, according to her age, you can't stop her from calling her grandma.
One is 180 years old and the other is in his 40s.
A 180-year-old calls a woman in her 40s auntie.
The painting style is a bit messy for a while. Xiaolin, since you are studying, I won't disturb you.
Xiaozhe still needs your care over there.
Okay.
Lin Shiqing gave a polite smile. Zhang Shuan was happy but also a little worried. Although Lin Shiqing said they were classmates on the surface, the fact that a man and a woman were alone in the same bedroom did not look like a simple classmate at all. From this point of view, even if Lin Shiqing is not his son's girlfriend, she is not much different. The girl is indeed beautiful, but having a beautiful girlfriend is not necessarily a good thing.
Isn't it said now that the prettier the girl, the more extravagant she is?
My son has never had much experience in love, and I'm afraid he is no match for a beautiful girl like this.
Suma suddenly became worried.
But looking at the girl's face, she doesn't look like a bad girl. No, I have to find Xiaozhe and interrogate him later to find out how they knew each other. By the way, he also asked about the girl's basic situation to prevent Xiaozhe from being deceived again. Last time, that senior sister Su Ro was two-faced and had several girlfriends at the same time. She hurt Xiaozhe badly. He didn't eat much for a month and lost a lot of weight. Boys also have to be careful when they go out. Zhang Shuan agreed with this and then said, Xiaozhe, I'll hang up first. I'll call you later. After the video call ended, Suja turned to look at Lin Shiqing.
Miss Lin, are you walking silently? How come you came straight over here like a ghost?
Lin Shiqing shrugged, I just took a few quick steps.
But your mother is quite young.
That's right. Although my mother is in her 40s, she has maintained herself very well. Of course, she can't compare with you vampires, but compared with other people of the same age, she is at least 10 years younger.
Suja said proudly. Appearance is a dominant gene, and children's appearance is largely determined by their parents.
Suja's parents are both good-looking, so his facial features must not be too bad.
Actually, sometimes I think being a human is pretty good. Being a vampire isn't always a good thing.
Huh?
Why? Suja asked doubtfully, I'm afraid you are in Versailles.
Possessing eternal life, great strength, no aging, and eternal youth, this is what many humans pursue.
How can it not be a good thing?
Experiencing birth, aging, sickness, and death, doing as much as you can within a limited time, rushing through life, and then entering the cycle of reincarnation.
How fulfilling it is.
I was born 180 years ago, and have lived my entire life in my clan's land and on the fringes of the city, leaving only emptiness and boredom.
In human society, I can't do many things. I need to hide my identity, I'm timid, and I can't meet new people. I only have Xiaofen to accompany me. This kind of life is meaningless.
Lin Shiqing's expression was a little complicated. I can see that you have a very good relationship with your parents, and I can't see my parents more than a few times a year.
Maybe it's because there are too many things to do in the clan. I can understand them.
When they were not around, Uncle Yi often had to go out to deal with company matters, and I was alone at home. Sometimes I could just stare blankly for 3 or 4 days. I want to find someone to talk to, but I can't let them know that I am a vampire, which means I can't make any real friends. Sometimes I really feel that being a vampire isn't a source of pride, but a bone-chilling curse. Lin Shiqing's body suddenly became much softer. When Suja was having a video call with his mother just now, many scenes of her interactions with her parents suddenly emerged in Lin Shiqing's mind. But those pictures are a bit old. It had been a long time since they last met, and she really missed them. Suja suddenly remembered the figure curled up on the bed in the morning.
Lin Shiqing's deliberately cold body hides a fragile heart.
The next moment, he hugged Lin Shiqing directly.
2 bodies, one cold, one warm.
Suja held Lin Shiqing in his arms. He could feel Lin Shiqing trembling slightly in his arms.
It's okay, you won't be alone with me by your side.
When Lin Shiqing recalled the feeling in Suja's arms just now, she felt like she was crazy. She was holding a teddy bear in her arms, with little Pink on her shoulder, and her expression was a little unnatural.
It was a spur-of-the-moment move. Was Suja taking advantage of me?
But she didn't seem to be disgusted by his embrace. His arms were warm and made her feel comfortable. I have to say, I seem to be becoming more and more dependent on him. His blood, his companionship, his voice. According to the relevant information she found on the internet, it is very likely that she has fallen in love with Suja. But how is this possible?
Don't believe it. What's good about that human being?
It just makes me happy to be with him, but that doesn't mean I like him.
It must be like this.
Lin Shiqing's expression returned to its usual cold look.
Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang.
Lin Shiqing answered the phone with doubts.
Hello, is this Miss Lin? I'm Mr. Ye's assistant, Zhou Xueming. We've met before. Do you remember me? Zhou Xueming?
Lin Shiqing remembered that she seemed to have met such a person when she went to the company before.
It seems so. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's like this. Mr. Yi asked me to find someone's information the day before yesterday and send it to you after I find it. I have sent it to your email. You can take a look. If there is anything missing, please feel free to tell me. Zhou Xueming said. The day before yesterday was the day when I went to his rental house with Suja.
She saw the photo of Suja and an unknown girl on the wall. In order to get to know Suja better, Lin Shiqing asked Uncle Yi to investigate the girl.
I didn't expect to see results so soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiqing opened her email. Zhou Xueming's email had just arrived and she clicked on it immediately. Su Ro, from Jiangzhou City, Jiangling Province, is a junior student at Binhai University.
Relationship with the boy in the photo, ex-girlfriend. Based on crawling relevant information on the school forum and questioning some students, it can be basically confirmed that Su Ro was dating several boys at the same time, and the two officially broke up after Suja found out.
The most frequently used keywords related to Su Ro in the forum are green tea, beautiful, bus, rich people's playthings, ordinary stuff. Chapter 27 Female Shiqing, Master of Time Management. A lot of information about Su Ro was found on Binhai University's online forum. Like many universities, Binhai University also has its own online forum, which is filled with posts from students. Things like gossip, course help, flea markets, all have related content on the forum. On the internet, everyone wears a mask and no one knows who each other is, so many people will speak freely without any consideration. The most popular area on the forum is the area for exposing people, where people with bad records are exposed and publicly punished. Some of them are fabricated, but more of them are real situations. College students in the 21st century are not pure white lotuses. Being in the ivory tower of the campus, they feel the huge split between spirit and material, which can breed some disgusting things. Su Ro was exposed 2 months ago. Because of her good looks and figure, Su Ro has contact with many boys in the school, and she manages her time very well, so several of her dating partners are completely unaware of each other's existence. Su Ro is indeed a female Shiqing, and also a master of time management. She could go on 3 dates in one night without changing her expression or heartbeat, and could tell all kinds of lies to justify herself. Su Ro hid it very well, but the truth would eventually come out. The person she was dating eventually discovered some clues. After some follow-up investigation, he got evidence of Su Ro's infidelity. These include many videos taken while tracking Su Ro, as well as some audio recordings. Faced with these evidences, Su Ro had no chance to defend herself. With his hair full of green hair, the boy was filled with indignation. He posted the whole story on the forum, accompanied by detailed evidence, which instantly ignited the entire forum. After this incident, Su Ro lost her reputation in school. So that's how it is. Suja was cheated on, so he broke up with Su Ro. Lin Shiqing said thoughtfully. Continue looking down. After further investigation, Su Ro is currently dating Lin Shiqing, a junior student at Binhai University. Lin Shiqing is the eldest son of the director of Failing Group and comes from a wealthy family, which is why he became Su Ro's hunting target. After the forum post incident, Su Ro had a very bad reputation in school, but because of her beautiful looks and proud figure, she still attracted many rich boys who wanted to have fun with her. Su Ro's only criterion for finding a partner is money. She is a textbook gold digger. Now she is still the same as before, chatting with several people at the same time. If it's just for fun, many rich young men are willing to pay a little money in exchange for a period of time and a few nights with Su Ro. At the same time, these rich young men would introduce Su Ro to their friends from other schools, calling it sharing, but in fact they just took turns. Before the forum post incident, Su Ro still pretended to be a loyal and innocent person, but now, she is too lazy to pretend. After giving up, she has started dating more rich second generations. What's the difference between this and being a prostitute? Lin Shiqing shook her head, feeling sorry for Suja. But having such a woman teach Suja a lesson can also be considered a kind of experience. After experiencing this incident, Suja will probably be more sensitive and cautious about relationships in the future. Such a woman is really rotten to the core. She is a scumbag with a clear conscience. She clings to rich second generations just for a better material life. Su Ro and those rich second generations were willing to fight and be beaten, which was nothing wrong. What really disgusted her was that she had deceived a love novice like Su Zhe and that she was not loyal in her feelings. What a cheap woman. Suddenly, Lin Shiqing wanted to vent her anger on Su Zhe. She wanted to teach that bad woman a lesson. But how to do it specifically? Looking at the computer screen, Lin Shiqing fell into deep thought. This is it, Shilin Villa. Casa, dressed in black, looked at the ancient residential area in front of her and gradually determined that this was the place she was looking for. Kevin, who was standing next to Casa, looked through the information on his phone and nodded. It should be correct. According to the map, this is the only possible place where Yi Hui lives. There is also a high probability that this is the lair of the Eastern Blood Clan. The 2 Western vampires couldn't wait to suck the blood. In their eyes, these Eastern vampires were a rare feast. According to the previous plan, we'd better sneak in first and see how many Eastern vampires there are. If there are too many people, we will retreat first. Cassis said in a low voice. I know, but we are at least the last generation of the 6th Order Vampire Clan. There is really no need to be afraid in this East. Didn't the Master already say that the truly powerful Eastern vampires are all in those remote clanlands, and the vampires living around the cities are generally not that strong?
If it were just you or me, it might be difficult to handle, but if we work together, even a 7th level warrior might not be able to stop us.
Casa nodded in agreement.
There's nothing wrong with what you said, but there's always something to be careful about. Today, Casa and Kevin were wrapped up tightly, wearing baseball caps on their heads, and masks and sunglasses on their faces covering most of their skin. Whether you get close or look from a distance, you can't see the faces of the two people at all, you can only see their body shapes. Today's surveillance is pervasive, and in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, some cover-up is necessary. Kevin walked in front, followed closely by Casa, and the two of them arrived at the door of Shilin Villa while walking.
Hello, do you have the owner's phone number?
If so, please call the owner and you can enter after he agrees.
You can't go in without the owner's consent.
Looking at the two sinister people, the security guard realized that they were up to no good, so he stepped forward and blocked the entrance. The security guard was very tall.
He graduated from a sports college.
With a height of 1.9 meters, Casa and Kevin looked much thinner in front of him. After seeing the situation here, several security guards not far away also came over. They stood together in front of Kevin and Casa, like a high wall. The security guard's behavior seemed to be saying, "Give up when you know it's difficult, you can't get through here at all."
Kevin's heart was filled with disdain. How does the idiom go?
Yes, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. These humans in front of them are just a few large mantises, how can they stop them? Kevin slowly took off his glasses, and a hint of scarlet danced in his pupils. A strange wave began to spread, and the security guards began to feel weak and their vision blurred.
In an instant, several security guards fell to the ground, their pupils dilated, and they were in a deep coma.
The fluctuations caused by Kevin's mental shock were much stronger than those caused by Lin Shiqing. And it seems that Kevin hasn't used all his strength yet, maybe not even 1/10 of his strength.
The gap between level 3 and level 6 is huge.
When they meet each other, the former will only be crushed. In the world of vampires, unlike the cultivation of immortals by humans, there are not many things like gongfa, martial arts, and methods, there are only some spells that stimulate blood-red energy. Most of the time, spells have little impact on the battle situation, unless they are extremely powerful spells. However, in the realm of the last generation of vampires, it is impossible to activate any overly powerful spells.
This is why Kevin is so confident. In the face of the absolute realm, any struggle is futile. Chapter 28 Critical Moment. Do you smell a smell that's unique to vampires? It seems to be in the southwest.
Kevin sniffed a few times and said to Casa beside him.
As his strength level increased, Kevin's sense of smell also made great progress.
Being sensitive to the smell of blood, he quickly found a clue floating in the air.
It seems to be true.
It seems that as long as we keep going in this direction, we will definitely find the lair of those eastern vampires. After saying this, Casa's face became a little excited. This was not the first time they had hunted eastern vampires. In the past 2 years, they had hunted more than 20 eastern vampires in the surrounding coastal cities. When they first arrived in Shenzhou, their realm was only the 5th level, but after 2 years of struggle, their realm has been greatly improved. Although the improvement of 2 levels may not sound that big, it can be regarded as a great progress in an era when vampires are declining and bloodlines are dying out. If they only rely on their day-to-day practice, even breaking through the 6th level would be a problem. Devouring the essence and blood of one's own kind is indeed a shortcut, but since it is a shortcut, it naturally comes with risks. If they happen to hit a wall, they are likely to be killed. This was all thanks to the help of the Lord.
Over the past 2 years, the Lord provided the two with a lot of intelligence, which guided them and helped them avoid many dangers.
As for who the Lord is, they can't explain it, but they know that it must be an exceptionally powerful being. Following the blood floating in the wind, Kevin and Casa gradually approached Lin Shiqing's Gothic villa.
Casa's brows suddenly frowned.
Based on the fluctuations in blood energy, it seems that there is only one weak eastern vampire.
Its strength should not exceed level 4.
No way, why is there only one this time, and such a weak vampire at that? Casa said with some disappointment. Such a weak vampire, with very low quality of blood essence, could not provide much help to the two of them in breaking through. If you want to help them make a breakthrough, you must at least have the strength of the 5th level.
Kevin was also a little dumbfounded.
Reluctantly, he checked several times with his senses, but still found no other existence. It seems that there is really only one weak eastern vampire. I wasted nearly half a month and thought I caught a big fish, but the result was like this. Kevin said in a low voice.
Casa thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's because many of the people from the 7 major families have recently come to the east and attacked many eastern vampire tribes. Although they suffered certain losses, their gains were enormous. I heard that there were several 12th generation vampires who broke through to the 9th level by devouring essence and blood. In such a turbulent situation, the eastern families should have called their people back, which is why we came up empty-handed this time. Kevin's eyes changed when he heard this, and he nodded. It is indeed possible. Then should we go? Casa asked. Why not? Even if it's weak, it's still good medicine that can help us improve. We have no reason to let it go. As the saying goes, even the smallest fly is still meat. You really learned a lot of weird words in the East. Cassidon complained and then walked ahead. The two of them were much more relaxed now. Facing a vampire so weak that he was not even at the 4th level, they really couldn't get nervous. The purple-black wall that was half hidden in the woods was not far away. The two of them took a few quick steps, their eyes revealing their desire for essence and blood. When Lin Shiqing saw the 2 uninvited guests in black through the surveillance camera, it was already late. Those guys from the west actually came here. Lin Shiqing was a little flustered, and she tried her best to calm herself down. There are many surveillance cameras within a radius of about 1,000 meters around the villa. According to real-time monitoring, they were already 800 meters away from the villa. Fortunately, they did not come at full speed, but just walked slowly. They would reach the door in about 3 or 4 minutes. The most important thing right now is to hide in the underground chamber as quickly as possible and activate the defense system. Lin Shiqing took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. This villa was built more than 10 years ago. At the beginning of its construction, a defense system was designed to prevent enemy invasion. She originally hoped that the defense system would never be used, but she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. There is no point asking anyone for help. Time is too tight and I can only rely on myself. Gritting her teeth, she put Xiaofan on her shoulders and quickly went downstairs. Suja, come with me quickly. Pulling up the confused Suja, the two of them and the spider began to walk towards the secret room underground. What's going on? It was the first time that Suja saw Lin Shiqing so panicked. There was nothing unusual around him and he was a little confused about what was going on. Those western vampires I mentioned before are about to arrive. We must hide in a safe place quickly. The entrance to the underground chamber is behind the stairs. There is a bookshelf behind the stairs, which is full of books. On the second shelf of the bookshelf, behind a book called Secret History of the Blood Clan, there is a turntable. As long as you turn the correct number of circles in sequence, you can open the entrance. Lin Shiqing was hoping for a lucky break. The two western vampires seemed to underestimate their enemies, so they gave her a chance to catch her breath. If they came straight at me quickly, I would have no chance to resist. She could already feel that the 2 balls of rich and restrained blood energy were becoming more terrifying as they approached. According to the comparison, even Uncle Yi would not be his opponent. This means that their strength is at least level 6, or even stronger. If they fight head-on, Lin Shiqing has no chance and will definitely lose. I turned the dial hurriedly, muttering to myself, clockwise 1, clockwise 3, counterclockwise 5, clockwise 2, counterclockwise 7. Under extremely tense circumstances, Lin Shiqing turned the door 18 times in total, and the door of the safe house opened. This type of mechanical lock is indeed not very convenient, takes more time to open, and is much slower than the electronic structure. But you need to know that these tedious clockwise and counterclockwise rotation processes not only provide higher safety, but also avoid the failure problems that often occur in electronic structures. This is also why nuclear missile launch systems are generally mechanical structures. If they are electronic structures, once they are launched out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. It took half a minute to unlock the entrance. The next moment, Lin Shiqing pulled Suju and they both entered quickly. After the two entered, the entrance door closed quickly without leaving any trace. The next moment after Lin Shiqing and Suju entered, Kevin, who was 500 meters away, suddenly frowned. No, the blood energy fluctuations of that eastern vampire suddenly dropped a lot. She must have hidden in a relatively sealed space. Casa was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt it and found that as expected, the originally very obvious fluctuation dropped sharply and was about to disappear. Kevin's body suddenly burned with a faint crimson, his speed increased dramatically, his body skimmed across the ground, and he quickly ran towards the villa. Casa's situation was similar to his, her whole body was also covered in crimson, but her fluctuations were weaker than Kevin's and her speed was also slower.
Under the moonlight, they were enchanting and ferocious, dyeing the dark forest red.
Chapter 29 The End? Or the Way to Survive? There was an old atmosphere in the secret room underground. Suja looked around and found a cabinet on his right. In the center of the room, there is a coffin and a bed. On the left is a chair and table. There was a dusty lever on the table. Lin Shiqing walked up and pulled it directly. Click, click. The sound of gears turning continuously rang out, and Suja felt like he was in the heart of a giant steel beast, surrounded by sophisticated mechanical structures that made sounds as they ran. At the door of the villa, mithril spikes are ready to go. As long as the enemy steps on the nearby pressure plate, they will bounce out and take the enemy's life. Well-installed mithril crossbows quietly poked out from every corner of the room. In addition to these cold weapons, there are also some modern thermal weapons, laser beams have been activated, and gossamer grids. Cold weapons made of mithril can maximize damage. After a vampire is scratched by a sharp blade made of mithril, the wound cannot be healed in a short period of time, and the surrounding skin will gradually fester. Thermal weapons are a supplement to cold weapons. After all, they are all carbon-based creatures, and the damage caused by thermal weapons is also considerable. But the prerequisite is that these mechanisms can hit. The mechanisms in the villa are hidden in the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This is the villa's defense system, but the enemy this time is a bit too powerful. I'm afraid it's impossible to stop them. Lin Shiqing's face was a little gloomy. You mentioned the realm of the vampires to me last time. Are those enemies stronger than you? Level 4? Suja guessed. Lin Shiqing shook her head. It would be great if they were level 4, but they are at least level 6, which makes them even stronger than Uncle Yi. Suja couldn't help but become serious when he heard this. The situation seemed to be much worse than he thought. Be careful. Even though he's just a weak eastern vampire, we can't be careless. Remember that time in Guangcheng? There was a crossbow mechanism made of mithril there, and it almost got me seriously injured. Casa and Kevin were already standing at the door of the villa. Because of the previous lessons, they were much more serious. Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly, then stretched out his right hand, and a ball of blood-red energy gradually condensed in the palm of his hand. Just start bombing. In the East, this is called one force breaks all laws. In the face of absolute power, any tricks are nothing. You speak more and more in an Oriental tone. I really doubt whether you can still speak Italian. Casa said speechlessly. To be honest, many Eastern languages and cultures are indeed very interesting. Sometimes, I feel that my previous views on the East were too narrow. The blood-red energy ball in Kevin's hand was about the size of a football. He swung his arm and the energy ball exploded at the gate. Bang! The gate was blown open, and broken steel fragments were scattered all over the ground. The crimson flame-like energy dissipated in the air and gradually disappeared like a dazzling firework. Look at the exposed mithril spikes on the ground. This mechanism should not be underestimated. After the bombing just now, the ground spikes that originally served as defensive mechanisms were turned inside out and looked very messy. This trick may fool some inexperienced people, but to me, it's just a child's trick. Kevin said disdainfully, and then walked into the villa. His steps were bold and steady. He observed his surroundings carefully, and even the slightest movement could not escape his perception. Cassidon followed closely behind, and with the cooperation of the two, the so-called defense system ultimately did not play much of a role. Whether it was the ferocious mithril crossbow or the laser thermal weapons, they were all destroyed by Kevin's energy ball. Explosions continued to sound, and the entire villa was reduced to devastation. The fluctuation of that eastern vampire is underground, it should be nearby. Kevin called Casa. I felt it too. Casa nodded. The two of them made a lot of noise, but Kevin was well prepared. The residents of the surrounding villa complex have all been hypnotized by him. Within a radius of 8,000 meters, there are no conscious humans. He would not allow the situation to escalate and attract the attention of the authorities or even more people. Imagine that a nearby resident noticed something unusual and called the police, and then the police arrived. Things would become very complicated at that time. They could kill those policemen, but that would inevitably bring a lot of trouble. After all, they still have to live in human cities. Once they are targeted by the police, it would be difficult for them to live an easy life. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Shiqing to be stupid enough to call the police for help.
Using human legal and security systems to restrain vampires is a joke in itself. On the one hand, even if ordinary police officers are armed, they are no match for Kevin and Casa. In the face of the powerful Sixth Order last-generation vampires, only a large number of troops or the top combat power among humans, the Transcendents, can subdue them. Kevin began to bombard the floor of the villa crazily, and the raging blood-red energy ball was about to turn the place into ruins. The collapsed floor and scattered wood chips were accompanied by the explosion of pieces of reinforced concrete. The soil has begun to turn over, and it won't be long before they discover the underground secret room. Feeling the turmoil, Lin Shiqing's expression became more and more solemn. Although the underground secret room was very strong and tightly wrapped with hard steel, it was only a matter of time before it broke under such an attack. Lin Shiqing, I have a way that may help us overcome the difficulties. Suja stood up, his eyes emitting a glimmer of light in the dim secret room. What method? Lin Shiqing was stunned. She was at the end of her rope and even planned to write her will. She didn't know what good solution Suja, as a human being, could come up with, and she didn't hold out much hope. I have a skill that can be considered a special ability to pause time, but I don't know if this skill will work on those Western vampires. Rather than sitting here and waiting for death, it is better to go out and try to break the deadlock. Suja then demonstrated the time-stop skill to Lin Shiqing, which is currently his most powerful skill. In order to save mental energy, he only opened it for a moment. The next moment, Lin Shiqing felt as if an invisible fishing net tightly wrapped around her, so that she couldn't move her fingers. Kevin and Casa, who were on the ground, also noticed something unusual. They were also affected by the time-stop skill just now. Did you feel like we were stuck just now? Kevin asked doubtfully. For a moment, I felt like I couldn't move at all. Really? I had the same feeling just now. I thought it was just my illusion. Casa nodded in agreement. Forget it, it shouldn't be a big deal. I have a feeling we'll find that Eastern vampire soon. Kevin didn't take what happened just now to heart and continued to throw the blood-red energy balls in his hand. The huge impact force generated by the explosion caused the underground soil to fly and formed a big pit. Kasha and Kevin got busy together. After the two people continued to bombard, they finally saw a flash of silver, which was the outer wall of the underground secret room. Kevin's face lit up. It's right here. Chapter 30:30 Don't let anything happen to you. Seeing the outer wall of the underground secret room meant that success was not far away. As long as the outer wall is broken, the Eastern vampire can be seen. Kevin and Casa felt that it was not worth it to go through such a big fuss just for that little bit of blood. But it has come to this point. If you choose to give up now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Let us continue. Kevin took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and poured the liquid into his mouth. He drank the dark red liquid in one gulp, and a warm current spread throughout his body. The blood-red energy in his body began to recover and fill up little by little. A new round of bombing began immediately. Click. Is that the sound of turning the door lock? Kevin and Casa turned around and saw two figures appear at the entrance of the secret room. They were standing 30 meters away, a man and a woman, with serious expressions. Kevin gave a weird smile. Not staying in there any longer? That's good. It saves me the trouble of breaking this iron lump. That girl should be from the Eastern Vampire clan. The blood and energy flowing through her body explained everything. As for the boy, he should be just an ordinary human being and pose no threat. Kevin licked his lips and tried to step forward. He pushed the female vampire to the ground, tore her clothes apart, cut open her chest, and took out her crystal heart. Such a young and beautiful vampire is rare, which further aroused Kevin's perverted desire. Suja took a deep breath, looked at Lin Shiqing, and nodded. Time stopped. His voice sounded softly, like the whisper of an ancient god. The next moment. Dust drifting in the air, scattered clods of earth, falling rubble, chunks of concrete. These objects that were supposed to be moving suddenly stopped in the air and on the ground. It was like the pause button was suddenly pressed, and the picture remained at this frame forever. In such a still picture, a slender figure suddenly appeared, moving quickly. That's Lin Shiqing. In her hand she held a pure white dagger, which gleamed with a faint silver light under the moonlight. Squeak! The dagger stabbed into Kevin's heart in an instant, then was pulled out and stabbed again. Blood began to gush out. A small figure appeared with Lin Shiqing. It was Xiaofan. Its 8 legs turned into sharp blades at this time, cutting countless wounds on Kevin's neck. The wounds crisscrossed each other,
finally forming a huge hole, a bloody mess of flesh. The vampire and the spider had a clear division of labor and tacit understanding. After ensuring that Kevin had no chance of survival, they came to Casa. Lin Shiqing repeated the previous action while the silver light in her hand flipped, and Xiaofan also wielded the sharp blade with ease. Call. Debris fell, dust scattered, the play button was pressed, everything started running again, and countless sounds echoed in my ears. No, I can't. Suja's head was covered with bean-sized sweat beads, which gathered into a river and flowed down his skin. He just used the time stop skill. This skill can be targeted at a specific individual. He was responsible for locking onto the two Western vampires, while Lin Shiqing and Xiaofan went forward to kill them. While casting skills, perhaps because Cassidon and Kevin were too strong, Suja found it very difficult to control them. But he still persisted. After maintaining this for 8 seconds, his mental strength was completely drained and he felt severe pain in his head. In fact, he was exhausted after holding on for 4 seconds, but when he saw that Lin Shiqing and Xiaofan still had not completely finished off the two men, he gritted his teeth and held on for another 4 seconds. The final result is good, that's enough. The whole world was crumbling and Suja's vision became blurred. From now on, it depends on you. Suja said softly. Fainting caused by draining mental energy shouldn't be fatal, right? Suja fell to the ground, surrounded by soft soil, which supported him softly. Lin Shiqing, holding the mithril dagger, quickly retreated, with Xiaofan following closely beside her. She gasped as she looked at Kevin and Casa. In the 10 seconds of time stop just now, she had already used all her strength to stab the hearts of the two Western vampires as hard as possible. Xiaofan also tried hard to cause harm to the two of them. For vampires, heart injury is the most serious. Coupled with the corrosion of mithril and poison on the dagger, Kevin and Cassidon were doomed to die. After time resumed its normal flow, Kevin and Casa fell to the ground, dark red blood gushing out of their chests and blood dripping from their necks. If you look closely, you can see that the skin around their hearts has begun to rot and turn black, the result of the erosion of the mithril and poison. The two Western vampires had lost their ability to resist. Lin Shiqing was delighted and immediately turned to look for Suja, wanting to tell him the good news. But why did Suja fall to the ground and why was his face so pale? Lin Shiqing's body trembled, and a crimson blood mist immediately rose around her body. It swept across a distance of dozens of meters and came to Suja's side. Suja, are you okay? Lin Shiqing said nervously. She frantically checked Suja's breath and found that he was still breathing. This made her feel much more at ease, but she was still a little uneasy. Shaking Suja's body and holding his face. Suja, how do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere? Although her blood-red energy has a healing effect, it is only limited to external injuries. If it is an internal injury, it is difficult to heal. Suja heard a faint call coming from his ear and forced his eyelids open. I'm just drained of my mental strength. Are those two Western vampires completely dead? You'd better give them a few more stabs to prevent them from resurrecting. Suja's voice was weak and frail. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing quickly looked at Kevin and Casa. They made no sound and were obviously dead. That mithril dagger is coated with deadly poison, not to mention that the dagger itself is made of mithril, which has a strong corrosive effect on vampires. Those two Western vampires are dead, and we are safe. Suja nodded with difficulty, then closed his eyes. Lin Shiqing stood up, with a huge fire beside her. The once spacious villa has become a ruin, and everything is gone. Little Pink quietly climbed onto Lin Shiqing's shoulder. Under the fiery red night, Lin Shiqing walked towards the two Western vampires. It's a pity for their blood in essence. After being corroded by the mithril and infiltrated by the poison, the blood and essence have become highly toxic. Inhaling it now is tantamount to seeking death. Lin Shiqing has to deal with the body. If these two bodies were discovered by humans, it would cause a lot of trouble. Two streams of blood-red energy shot out from his fingertips, one heading towards Kevin and the other towards Casa. As soon as the blood-red energy touched their bodies, it began to burn with deep red, even somewhat purple, illusory flames. After a while, only 2 pools of black ashes were left. After solving the problem of the corpse, Lin Shiqing returned to Suja and picked him up from the ground. Looking at his pale face, Lin Shiqing felt distressed. You must not get into any trouble. Chapter 31. My house exploded. Smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky. The location of the villa is too remote and no one has noticed anything unusual here yet. Call the fire department?
Lin Shiqing frowned slightly. Suzhou in her arms was still unconscious, so she planned to find a hospital first to give Suzhou the necessary treatment.
But someone has to deal with everything right now.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Shiqing took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Zhou Xueming. Uncle Yi had told her before that if anything happened, she could just go find Zhou Xueming directly. At the moment, she is the only one who can handle the current situation.
As Uncle Yi's assistant, Zhou Xueming's ability to handle things is definitely online.
Lin Shiqing is very relieved that she helps to solve the problem. In a high-end apartment in the center of Binhai City, Zhou Xueming, wearing a silk suspenders and purple shorts, had fallen asleep. In the quiet room, her even breathing rose and fell.
Ding-a-ling.
The ringing of the phone cut through the darkness. Zhou Xueming frowned, then lazily stretched out her slender and tender right hand from the silk quilt and picked up the phone. Being woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night is really annoying. He half closed his eyes and looked at the screen. After seeing the 3 words Lin Shiqing, she immediately came to her senses. Zhou Xueming immediately sat up and adjusted his mood after waking up. Mr. Yi is very respectful to Lin Shiqing.
In addition, Lin Shiqing's last name is Lin, so maybe the entire Lin group belongs to her family. As a small assistant, I must serve this young lady well. Hello, Miss Lin. Zhou Xueming answered the phone and said. Assistant Zhou, I need to trouble you with something, Lin Shiqing said, looking at the still burning ruins of the villa. You might not believe this, but my house blew up. What? I don't understand. Exploded, what does exploded mean? Did the one you thought of explode?
I'll send you a picture and you'll understand. As she spoke, Lin Shiqing took a close-up of her villa.
After seeing the photos, Zhou Xueming was stunned.
For a good house to be in this state, it must have been attacked by some terrorists.
What I need you to do now is to find some people to deal with the things here. This matter must not be known to anyone else.
Also, I need to send someone to the hospital now, so please find a car to pick him up.
Remember, be quick. Okay. I'll be there right away. Zhou Xueming was very efficient.
She notified the group's emergency processing department in 3 minutes. The emergency processing department was mainly responsible for resolving such emergencies. After understanding the general situation of the matter, they would send someone over immediately.
Then she dressed and went downstairs in one go, arriving at Shilin Villa in 15 minutes.
Her car was parked on the mountain trail outside the villa. After getting out of the car, she walked all the way to the side of the villa. The fire had subsided somewhat, leaving only scattered flames that had not yet formed a large blaze. What just happened did not cause a wildfire, and the fire no longer spread.
The surrounding woods were very quiet, like silent bystanders.
As they got closer, Zhou Xueming's face flickered in the light of the fire. She saw Lin Shiqing hugging a boy not far away. The boy's face was very pale and seemed to be in pain. What is even more strange is that although the boy looks very young, he has a head of white hair.
Zhou Xueming walked over quickly. Ms. Lin. Assistant Zhou, you're here.
Lin Shiqing's face showed a trace of fatigue, but also a sense of relief.
People from the company will be here soon. They will seal off the scene and handle the situation. The news won't leak out, so you can rest assured.
Lin Shiqing nodded slightly, then looked at Suzhou in her arms.
That's good. You drove here, right? Take me to the nearest hospital.
As you can see, he has some medical issues that require urgent medical attention. Lin Shiqing had also thought about carrying Suzhou and walking to the hospital, or taking a taxi. But her attire inevitably attracted trouble and unwanted attention.
A girl went to the hospital with her sick boyfriend at midnight? Some exaggerated self-media will definitely not miss such news.
In the past 18 minutes, Suzhou's hair turned snow white little by little. Lin Shiqing wanted to stop her hair from turning white, but she couldn't think of any way and could only watch. Suzhou's breathing remained steady, which gave her some comfort.
As long as basic vital signs are still there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhou Xueming took Lin Shiqing to the nearest Binhai City 3rd hospital and arranged for her hospitalization smoothly.
However, after the doctor conducted a thorough examination, he did not find any illness in Suzhou. His hair is turning gray, which could be due to excessive energy consumption. Judging from his various physical indicators, he is very healthy and has no problems at all.
He will definitely wake up after a few days of rest. Remember, don't let him work too hard recently.
Go out for a walk more often to relax your body and mind.
After a period of relaxation, his hair will become darker. The doctor left after giving his instructions. Zhou Xueming stood at the door, smiling as she saw the doctor off, but a storm was brewing in her heart. Is that boy Miss Lin's boyfriend? What happened tonight? Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang and Zhou Xueming immediately answered the call. Hello?
Assistant Zhou, the scene has been cordoned off.
I'm ready to start handling the scene. Everything is going smoothly at the moment. Thank you for your help, Manager Chen. It's okay, this is all my job.
The most important thing is to tell your men to keep their mouths shut. If the news gets out, neither you nor I will be in trouble.
Zhou Xueming lowered his voice and warned. I understand. Chen Guangxing agreed immediately.
As the manager of the Lin Group's emergency response department, Chen Guangxing has handled thousands of incidents.
In business wars, there are always some special situations. Whenever this happens, he will come out to finish and deal with them. But to be honest, this incident tonight really left him confused. The ground was covered with traces of explosions, but no shrapnel could be seen. And such a large-scale explosion did not cause a more serious fire. Only some electrical lines caught fire. This doesn't conform to the logic of a dynamite explosion. What kind of new weapon could it be? Chen Guangxing speculated secretly. This was already an extremely vicious incident, but Assistant Zhou did not ask him to call the police, so he naturally would not add unnecessary details. Lin Shiqing in the ward looked at Suzhou, a little dazed. Even though the doctor had said everything was fine, she was still very nervous. The unreasonable skill of stopping time, the magical blood recovery physique. Suzhou, who are you? Chapter 32. Do you remember?
Lin Shiqing sat on the edge of the bed, and the cold light shone on Suzhou's face, making his face look even paler.
After Zhou Xueming finished the call, she pushed the door open and walked in.
When Xiaofan heard the door open, he immediately stood up, always alert to the visitor.
Although this was not the first time Zhou Xueming had seen this giant spider, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
I don't know how Miss Lin tames such a spider. What a mysterious and strange person. Ms. Lin, someone has already taken care of the situation at your villa.
It will definitely be completed properly. You can rest assured.
Zhou Xueming stood by and said softly.
I see. There's nothing else to do. You can go back and rest. If there's anything else, I'll contact you.
Lin Shiqing said lightly.
Zhou Xueming nodded.
Okay, Miss Lin, if you have anything, please call me and I will come as soon as possible.
After saying that, Zhou Xueming walked out of the room. The ward where Suzhou is located is the top-level VLP ward of the 3rd hospital, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. It is equipped with a full range of medical equipment, bathrooms, and dedicated caregivers.
It costs 10,000 yuan to stay in such a ward for one day.
The more money you pay, the better the service will be.
Lin Shiqing did not ask the nurse to come and take care of Suzhou. She decided to stay here with him alone. No matter what happened tonight was caused by her. What she didn't know was why those Western vampires could find her. But there is no point in thinking about those things now. The key is to take good care of Suzhou and help him recover soon. As time passed, Lin Shiqing felt fatigue coming over her like a tide. Although she did not consume too much physical strength tonight, she burned some of her blood and essence under the effect of the 8 seconds of time stop and was barely able to kill the 2 Western vampires. Those burning essence and blood are the essence in Lin Shiqing's body. Once consumed, it will take a long time to condense again. It is a long process. Lin Shiqing became more and more tired. She lay on Suzhou's quilt and soon fell asleep. When Suzhou woke up, his first feeling was thirst.
Extreme thirst. It's like waking up from a hangover. My mouth is dry and my throat is about to split.
After using the time stop skill and draining his mental strength, his memory was disrupted. He only remembered that he finally fell into the ruins of the villa.
He knew nothing about what happened next.
But now that I am safe and sound, it means that everything has been resolved successfully. After opening his eyes and looking around, Suzhou realized that he should be in the hospital.
The surrounding medical facilities have already illustrated this. Wait, why do I feel like there's something pressing on my stomach? Suzhou slowly raised his head, ready to find out what was going on.
A familiar figure appeared in his sight. Lin Shiqing was obviously still asleep, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were curved, and her brows were slightly wrinkled.
Seems like a nightmare? Suja breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they are indeed safe. Those two Western vampires should be killed with one strike just as they planned. Base. Xiaofan jumped onto Suja's quilt, showing a friendly look. Suja was startled at first, then he smiled and began to stroke Xiaofan's little head with his right hand. He felt more and more that he, Lin Shiqing and Xiaofan had become a family. The two people and the spider supported each other and finally overcame the difficulties. They won. Originally, Suja thought that Xiaofan's fighting ability would not be too strong. But after seeing Xiaofan's bravery in the battle last night, he completely changed his mind. The 8 spider legs turned into sharp blades, which were extremely lethal. In addition to its amazing fighting power, Xiaofan is also very agile and extremely fast, making it impossible to catch it easily. Xiaofan also made a great contribution to killing the 2 Western vampires last night. Suja stroked Xiaofan's head as he did before, feeling peaceful in his heart. It's great to have survived. As if she noticed that Suja had woken up, Lin Shiqing also opened her eyes. You're awake. Lin Shiqing rubbed her eyes and said with some surprise. Well, I'm fine, I just lost all my mental energy. Mental strength can be quickly restored with a good rest. Suja said easily. That skill of yours was indeed powerful. It controlled those 2 Western vampires for a full 8 seconds. That's why I was able to kill them successfully. Suja, thank you, if you were not here, I would have died last night. Suja was stunned, then shook his head. It's the same for me. Without you, this one skill of mine would be useless. Being able to kill those 2 Western vampires was the result of our joint efforts. It wouldn't have been possible without you or me. I almost forgot about Xiaofan and it. It was the joint achievement of the 3 of us. As he spoke, Suja felt his throat become even drier. Can you get me some water? I feel like I'm dying of thirst. Lin Shiqing nodded, then stood up and poured Suja a glass of water. Suja took the water and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Shiqing sat down on the edge of the bed and spoke slowly. Suja, I want to ask you something. What's going on with your skills? Lin Shiqing looked directly into Suja's eyes, hoping to see something from them. But there was a deep black in those 2 eyes, and nothing could be seen, as if they were shrouded in a thick fog. Well. After hearing Lin Shiqing's question, Suja fell into deep thought. To say or not to say? What you say, is it true or a lie? If he didn't tell her, how would he face Lin Shiqing's constant questioning? Scenes flashed before his eyes. Last night, when the 2 vampires came, Lin Shiqing grabbed his hand and took him to the underground secret room. If Lin Shiqing only cared about himself, he would have become a corpse by now. In such an emergency, she really wanted to protect herself. Thinking of this, Suja was a little touched. Lin Shiqing is very reserved and won't let her emotions show on the surface easily. But when Suja woke up from his coma, a glimmer of joy still flashed in Lin Shiqing's eyes. Suja fell into memories. The first thing that appeared in Suja's mind was Lin Shiqing's slender figure curled up in the dark room shrouded in night. As he played the piano, a slight smile appeared on Lin Shiqing's lips. When he stroked the little pink head, Lin Shiqing's expression revealed gentleness and warmth. When I went back to the rental house with him, Su Hongmei mistook us for a couple. As the days passed, Lin Shiqing became much more cheerful. Lin Shiqing never said it, but Suja knew that she was actually very lonely. She wanted someone to be by her side for the rest of her life. During this time, they experienced both laughter and sadness along the way. Lin Shiqing and Suja unexpectedly broke into each other's lives and gradually got to know each other. Everything was constantly playing out before Suja's eyes. Suja put down the water cup and looked at Lin Shiqing. His eyes were more calm than ever before. Lin Shiqing took him to the hospital and stayed with him all night, which was enough to prove that she was trustworthy. It seems that telling the truth is not impossible. But you can't say everything, just say some necessary content. This is the smoothest transition. Suja doesn't like lying very much. Lies are lies after all and will inevitably be exposed. What's more, the tasks of this system are somewhat strange. The mission can only be completed if Lin Shiqing can suck your blood. Perhaps the mysterious and supreme being who gave Suja the system was intentionally trying to bring him and Lin Shiqing together. Or, that supreme being might have some profound intention, allowing Suja and Lin Shiqing to gradually get closer and eventually form a bond? With so many thoughts in his mind, Suja made up his mind and spoke slowly. Do you still remember the scene when we first met? Chapter 33 Forging a Bond. Do you remember when we first met?
Lin Shiqing was stunned, and the somewhat dark and cloudy sky appeared in her mind. She ordered a cup of coffee in the coffee shop of Binhai University, and was suddenly attracted by the rich and refreshing aroma.
That was her first meeting with Suja.
At that time, Lin Shiqing happened to be choosing a partner for her first smoking ceremony. She had examined many boys and even girls in the school, but the blood energy in them did not meet the standards. After all, it's still too difficult. Higher blood quality requires not only talent, but also self-discipline.
But how many young people nowadays are not self-indulgent?
Just when Lin Shiqing was feeling discouraged, Suja suddenly appeared in her sight as if by accident.
Well, I took a fancy to you at that time, so I asked for your WeChat, and then I started chatting with you on WeChat. Just 3 days after we met, I invited you to my home, and we have been together ever since. The memories are so long. They have been through a lot.
Even couples who have been together for a year may not have experienced as many things and as many ups and downs as they have in the past few days.
It was on the day you invited me to your home that I learned that you were a vampire. Suja reminisced. Lin Shiqing's expression froze. So, you already knew. But if you already know, why did you come anyway? Because I have a mission.
Suja paused and continued.
Every time you suck my blood, I will complete a mission.
You have always wondered why I can't absorb all the blood.
That's because I have a physique that can restore blood infinitely. This physique can help me recover blood quickly.
As long as you don't suck all my blood at once, the lost blood will be restored in a very short time. Besides that, I can also transform into a vampire, and as you've seen before, stop time.
Lin Shiqing looked surprised.
Although I don't know exactly how you did it, I think your physique is indeed very strong.
Suja smiled slightly. Indeed, people's physiques cannot be generalized. My physique is indeed like a miracle.
The main reason why Suja said so much to Lin Shiqing was that he already trusted Lin Shiqing. And Lin Shiqing also trusts him enough. However, the trust between them was not enough for Suja to say what he said now.
There is a deeper reason.
That is, benefit. He and Lin Shiqing are now in a relationship of mutual interest. No matter what, Lin Shiqing has no reason to do anything against him. Suja organized his words and said, "You mentioned before that my blood quality has improved rapidly. The higher the quality of your blood, the easier it will be for you to break through and improve the purity of your bloodline. After my analysis, it was the growth of my attributes that led to the improvement of blood quality.
This has formed a cycle.
In the first step, you suck my blood, and my attributes are increased and the quality of my blood is improved. In the second step, you suck my blood, and your strength and blood purity are improved. In the second step, after you absorbed my blood, I got another opportunity to increase my attributes and blood quality. Repeating this process, our strength will snowball." Lin Shiqing was silent for a moment.
She needed some time to digest such shocking news. After telling everything, Suja felt much more relaxed.
These words are the result of careful consideration.
Doing so does have risks.
After all, telling your secrets to another person can only lead to two outcomes: trust or betrayal.
But if it is not made clear, many things cannot be explained reasonably at all. A mysterious human being, with a miraculous blood recovery physique and powerful skills, but what is the reason for all this?
The fact that he is surrounded by so many mysteries makes Lin Shiqing suspicious of Suja. Lin Shiqing is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even though she always looks cold on the outside, Suja knows that she is soft-hearted and longs for someone to accompany her and give her warmth. In addition, after confessing, it will also help Suja complete the subsequent tasks. For example, if you encounter a bug, try sucking 500 milliliters of blood and then spitting it out to see if you can get the task reward. And the frequency of blood sucking is higher. For example, it allows Lin Shiqing to speed up digestion and maximize the task rewards. The system forced him and Lin Shiqing to establish a bond.
As long as the system existed, he and Lin Shiqing would be inseparable.
He'd have to come clean sooner or later, so he might as well make it clear now. If there was no system, he would only have had a certain amount of blood sucked out on the night of his date with Lin Shiqing, and nothing that happened afterwards would have happened.
You just said you can turn into a vampire, can you show me? I'm very curious, how can a human being become a vampire at will? This goes against common sense.
After a long silence, Lin Shiqing asked.
Suja nodded and immediately activated his skills.
The next moment, a faint crimson covered Suja's body like a veil. Pupils turned red, fangs grew, and the heart stopped beating.
It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. The curtains in the ward are closed and the room is dim.
In such a dim environment, the crimson on Suja's body flickered slightly, blurry and weird. If you look closely, you can see that the crimson on his body is exactly the same as the crimson on Lin Shiqing and the two Western vampires last night. It really is the breath of the vampire. Lin Shiqing said in disbelief. My mental strength has not fully recovered yet, and the previous attempt has used up all the blood-red energy in my body, so it's a bit difficult to use this skill suddenly.
Suju explained.
After a day of recovery, only 1/3 of the blood-red energy in Suja's body was restored. With such a slow recovery speed, he will definitely not waste blood energy casually in the future. After witnessing Suja becoming a vampire with her own eyes, Lin Shiqing was somewhat shaken. She was silent for a long time, her thoughts in a mess.
Am I dreaming?
I remember the last time I was so shocked was when I was bleeding Suja. She poured a whole basin of Suja's blood, but Suja was still safe and sound. Her worldview almost collapsed. Suja suddenly remembered that he still had something to ask Lin Shiqing. After using the transform into a vampire skill yesterday, he still hasn't learned how to control the blood energy.
He wanted to ask Lin Shiqing if there were any tricks involved.
How can we manipulate the blood-colored energy, make it condense, gather it into an energy ball at will, or heal wounds, etc.? A qualified vampire must learn how to use blood energy, which is also the direction of Suja's future efforts.
Lin Shiqing, I have something I want to ask you. Do you know how to control this blood-red energy? Although I can now transform into a vampire, I still cannot manipulate the blood energy as I wish.
Suja suddenly asked. Lin Shiqing looked at Suja with complicated eyes, and then replied, the blood-colored energy you mentioned should refer to blood energy. This strange energy is one of the main means of attack of the vampires. The most common method is to condense the blood energy into an energy ball and throw it out to cause damage. In addition, blood energy is also very effective in healing wounds. For example, after I sucked your blood, some of the blood energy will cover your wound, and your wound will heal quickly.
As for how to control blood energy, actually I don't know how to explain it. You should figure this out on your own.
I remember when the first trace of blood energy was born in my body, I naturally knew how to control it, like a subconscious action. But when Uncle Yi comes back, you can ask him. He's in a similar situation to you, having also transformed from a human into a vampire, so he should have some experience in how to manipulate blood energy. Suja felt a little regretful that he didn't get any tips from Lin Shiqing.
But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense.
Just like a baby sucking milk, it is an instinct imprinted in the genes. The blood clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and manipulating blood energy has become an instinct for them. As a human being, if you want to control blood energy, it will definitely take some time to get used to it. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can fully control blood energy. However, according to Suja's speculation, he would be able to initially control the blood energy after trying it 2 more times at most.
As long as you get started, the rest will be easy. I have a question. If you can switch back and forth between humans and vampires, will you also have a lifespan of thousands of years like the vampires? Suja was stunned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. I don't know either. Maybe we'll get the answer after a few decades.
Suja shook his head. Suja knew limited information about God's gift and the system that came out of nowhere. But according to his inference, as his strength grows, he should be able to know more information.
Chapter 34 A small boat. Boom boom boom.
There was a sudden knock on the ward door.
Is it convenient to check the ward now? A calm male voice sounded.
Lin Shiqing recognized the voice as that of the attending physician, Xiao Guosen. It was he who checked Suja's condition last night. He was also the main person in charge during Suja's hospitalization.
Come in.
Lin Shiqing said as she let Xiaofan hide in the cabinet next to her. If Xiao Guosen saw such a big spider, he would be scared to death. Xiao Guosen is a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head. He is in his 30s, graduated from a top medical school, and became an attending physician a year ago. He has a bright future. And because of his appearance, he is more likely to be trusted by patients and their families.
As soon as I saw his barren head, I knew his medical skills must be good.
It has become a consensus that the more hair a person has, the worse his medical skills are.
With Lin Shiqing's permission, Xiao Guosen opened the door and walked to the bedside.
He lowered his head and looked at the various values on the multifunction ECG monitor next to him. There were no abnormalities in the values of blood pressure, blood oxygen, and heart rate, and the electrocardiogram showed fluctuations within the normal range.
This shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Guosen nodded secretly, then looked at Su Jia. Are you feeling unwell?
Su Jia felt it and found that after a night's rest, he no longer felt any pain in his body, but his head was still a little dizzy.
It's just that my head feels a little uncomfortable, but everything else is fine.
The doctor nodded and wrote basically no problem in the record book in his hand. All indicators are normal, and you can consider being discharged from the hospital. Lin Shiqing heard this and said, Doctor, I see his hair is still white and there's no sign of it turning black.
Is that okay? It should be no problem.
I don't know if you have heard of the idiom white hair overnight. In certain situations of extreme fatigue or depression, a person's hair will turn white overnight.
The patient is still so young, and his body's ability to recover is obvious.
Even if his hair turns gray, he will definitely recover in no time. Xiao Guosen patiently explained that those who can live in the top-level VLP ward are not ordinary people, so their attitude must be better. Of course, if you still feel unwell, you can continue to stay in the hospital. It is safer to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time.
Xiao Guosen added. Okay, I understand.
Lin Shiqing nodded. Xiao Guosen was very busy at work, so when he saw there was nothing else to do, he left.
Lin Shiqing, can you contact Butler Yi? We can't tell him everything that happened last night.
Su Jia's eyes flashed.
Ha?
Lin Shiqing was stunned, but the next moment, she understood what Su Jia meant. The secrets about the mysterious man and other secrets cannot be known to others. Su Jia was willing to tell her this secret because he trusted her. But Butler Yi told him that it would only cause trouble. Moreover, it is a crime to possess a treasure. The fewer people who know Su Jia's secret, the better. It would be best if only the two of them knew. Suddenly, Lin Shiqing said, I understand what you mean. I will definitely not tell anyone else what you said to me. I won't tell anyone else about this unless you give me permission. Su Jia's expression froze, and he smiled. My feelings were exactly what Lin Shiqing said. His choice was right. The cabinet next to him was suddenly opened, followed by a rustling sound.
It was the little Pinky who had just hidden in the cabinet. It crawled out of the cabinet.
After climbing onto the bed, its little legs were stretched out and completely spread on the quilt, motionless.
Su Jia suddenly remembered that Xiaofan had not eaten since yesterday.
When Yi Hui was here, he was responsible for preparing food for Xiaofan once a day.
Little Pink seems hungry?
Lin Shiqing also noticed the listless Xiaofan.
She nodded. That seems to be the case, but its food is all in the villa. Now that the villa is in ruins, I'm afraid the food will be lost. I see. But what does Xiaofan eat? If you can buy it, you can go buy some now.
Lin Shiqing shook her head when she heard this. No, the food Xiaofan eats are all poisonous insects. Those poisonous insects are carefully cultivated by the family and are simply not available on the market. If there's really no other way, let's go to the flower and bird market first.
There should be some insects and the like there.
We can make do with that for now, and then contact Butler Yi and ask him to get some food from the clan. Lin Shiqing nodded. Okay, then I'll ask someone to go to the flower and bird market later. The matter of Xiaofan is put on hold for the time being, as there is another matter that needs to be discussed urgently.
Let me ask you, have you figured out how to explain what happened last night to Butler Yi?
Su Jia asked, staring into Lin Shiqing's brown eyes. Lin Shiqing looked thoughtful. She hadn't made up her mind yet. I don't know, mainly because I don't know how to explain how I killed those two Western vampires.
You must not be mentioned in any way.
Since I have to lie, I must be thorough and not leave any room for doubt.
In my opinion, why don't you just say that those two Western vampires were not strong enough and were killed by you in the end? Is that okay? I'm afraid not.
No matter how weak the Western vampires are, they are probably stronger than me. My third-level strength is basically at the bottom in the entire vampire world. If those Western vampires are weaker than me and choose to come to the east, they are not coming to hunt at all, but to offer their heads.
Su Jia pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Have you forgotten the defense system you activated last night?
You can explain that it was the defense system that seriously injured the two Western vampires, and then you made the final move and narrowly killed them.
Didn't you turn those two Western vampires into ashes? There's no evidence, so as long as your words are logical, they won't arouse suspicion.
Lin Shiqing thought about it and couldn't think of any loopholes.
There was indeed nothing wrong with this statement. If you put it that way, it's indeed feasible. At present, Lin Shiqing and Suja are like two fledgling birds. They cannot leave the protection of their family, so they must make some necessary disguises. But as time went by, the number of blood-sucking times increased, and the two became stronger, the family became dispensable, and there was no need to explain. Only by maintaining steady development and becoming stronger can you take control of your own life. The Western vampires were watching covetously, and the country was not safe. Suja was sure that if the two Western vampires had been a little stronger last night, his time-stop time would have been even shorter, and Lin Shiqing would not have been able to complete the kill. What awaits them then is death. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing with a gentle gaze. She understood that in the years to come, he and Lin Shiqing must rely on each other. The two boarded a small boat and sailed together towards an unknown future. Chapter 35 Experimenting with Lin Shiqing. Night falls, but the city center of Binhai City is still brightly lit. Will Hotel, one of the only two 5-star hotels in the city center. On the 24th floor, Suja stood by the window, admiring the superb night view. If it was a week ago, he would definitely not be able to stay in such a top luxury hotel that costs 30,000 yuan a night. This is the temporary resting place for Suja and Lin Shiqing. After staying in the hospital for a morning, Suja really couldn't stay any longer. The smell of disinfectant was so strong that it made Suja feel uncomfortable. Besides, he wasn't injured in the first place, it was just his mental strength that needed to recover. So there is no need to stay in the hospital. At noon, Zhou Xueming came to the hospital and brought some strange insects as food for Xiaofan. Lin Shiqing also asked Zhou Xueming to find a place to stay temporarily. But apart from the Gothic villa in Shilin Villa, the other properties of Lin Shiqing's family were either not renovated or had been covered in dust for a long time. After some discussion, Zhou Xueming finally contacted a hotel for them, which is where Suja is now. My white hair is flowing, making me look like a hermit. Suja muttered to himself as he looked at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. Tonight was not a night of idleness, he and Lin Shiqing had something to do. These things require the cooperation of two people. At noon, when it came to booking a few rooms, Suja and Lin Shiqing both asked Zhou Xueming to book a room. Until now, Suja still remembers the gossipy look in Zhou Xueming's eyes when she heard the two of them talking about getting a room. I guess in her heart, she and Lin Shiqing have already become a couple. A good-looking boy becomes the boyfriend of the daughter of a listed company. I really avoided taking decades of detours. Lin Shiqing's idea of renting a room is, it is more convenient to protect Suja, otherwise what if Suja is in danger? Suja's explanation was very simple. He and Lin Shiqing wanted to do something. Of course, for a gentleman like him, he would definitely not do anything unspeakable with Lin Shiqing. Simply put, it is to try to bug. The becoming stronger by being sucked system does not provide a detailed definition of sucking blood once. The specific criteria for judgment are not specified. Suja had conducted an experiment before when Lin Shiqing didn't know about the existence of the system. The result of that experiment was that the minimum amount of blood sucked in one time was 500 milliliters. If the blood sucked does not reach 500 milliliters, it will not be considered as sucking blood once and the corresponding reward will not be obtained. This method was blocked, and Suja thought of another loophole. That is, after Lin Shiqing sucks 500 milliliters of blood and the task reward is distributed, let Lin Shiqing spit out the blood. Suja asked Lin Shiqing about the feasibility of doing so. The latter told him that as long as a layer of blood energy was formed in the stomach to act as an isolation to prevent Suja's blood from coming into contact with her own blood, then when the absorption was finished, she could spit it out at will without hurting herself. If this is feasible, Suja and Lin Shiqing can use this to obtain mission rewards almost infinitely. Although I think that if I do this, the system may not issue the task reward, but if I don't try, how can I know the final result? The night is long and there is plenty of time. Suja was wearing a clean white bathrobe. He had just finished taking a shower. The sound of running water in the bathroom echoed in the silent room. It was Lin Shiqing taking a bath. According to Lin Shiqing, bloodsucking is a sacred thing. As a noble vampire, bloodsucking must not be done in a dirty environment. Bathing before bloodsucking is also a necessary step. Suja silently stared at the surging traffic on the street, thinking that he should try driving. It would be best to drive a sports car, which would be very cool. Thinking of this, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. That was a video I saw on the school forum. That was the post that exposed his ex-girlfriend Su Ro's relationship with several women. At the entrance of a nightclub full of lights and wine, Suro, dressed lightly, got out of a Ferrari F8 with a face full of flattery. A burly rich second-generation man hugged her, like Beauty and the Beast. Suja felt nauseous and his eyes turned cold. Thinking back to his ex-girlfriend, he really felt like eating a fly. But it is undeniable that she really understands men and what men want. During the few months of dating her, Suja, a novice in love, was manipulated by her everywhere and was no match for her at all. If you only look at her appearance, most people will be amazed by her beauty, but what they don't know is that beneath her glamorous appearance, she has a dirty soul full of the smell of money. If she was only looking for a financial sponsor, Suja wouldn't say anything. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten, there is no problem. But she cheated on her feelings and acted like a sea king, that was her fault. Don't be so naive when it comes to relationships in the future. Suja muttered to himself and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was reminiscing, the sound of running water in the bathroom behind him suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of a door opening. Click. Soft footsteps were heard and Suja slowly turned around. In the corner, the well-fed little Pinky had already fallen into a deep sleep. Suja felt fortunate. He finally didn't have to worry about this oversized spider ruining the atmosphere of the night and affecting the progress of the experiment. Lin Shiqing's body was wet. Her clothes were all at the villa, and because the villa had collapsed, her clothes were basically all damaged. Some of them may be able to be salvaged. According to Zhou Xueming, after the villa was cleaned up, many previous items have been saved. The news that the villa had become a ruin was kept very secret, and a cordon had been set up around it, so no one would break in and discover it. In a few days, the villa will be cleaned up and the relevant restoration work will begin. The Lin Group itself is involved in real estate and has many construction teams under its umbrella. It's not a big problem to restore the villa to its original state. But whether to go back and live there has not yet been decided. After all, the place has been attacked once by the Western vampires, and there is no guarantee that it won't happen a second time. The news of the villa collapse was not leaked, but another piece of news spread like wildfire. Last night, after entering Shilin Villa, Kevin, a Western vampire, used his blood energy to hypnotize all the nearby residents. The next day, after the residents in the surrounding area woke up, they exchanged messages with each other and found that they had all fallen asleep suddenly and without warning, and at the same time. This incident is so unusual that it is difficult to understand. One of the residents posted something online. A reporter happened to see it and hurried to Shilin Villa. He conducted an interview seriously and released the news. Unexpectedly, this incident quickly became a hot topic. At the same time, experts from all walks of life began to analyze the cause of this incident. Most experts believe that a special type of radio wave is the cause. However, this explanation is too far-fetched and too official, and few people believe it. Netizens have been discussing this matter and have different opinions. Some say it was done by aliens, others say it was done by ghosts or spirits. There was chaos on the internet, with people saying all kinds of things, but no one suspected it was a vampire. Those netizens' comments were very funny, which made Suja very happy and became the source of his happiness today. They certainly couldn't imagine that all this was thanks to vampires. You didn't expect that vampires exist in the world, did you? As someone who knows everything, Suja has an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The sound of footsteps brought him back to his senses and he looked at what was in front of him. Lin Shiqing walked over while wiping her hair. Chapter 36 Role-playing? What are you looking at? Lin Shiqing noticed Suja's gaze and felt strange. Facing such a gaze, she couldn't say she was repulsed, but she just felt a little uncomfortable. Nothing. Suja shook his head. The white bathrobe covered the beautiful body a little too tightly, which made him feel a little regretful. Lin Shiqing gathered her hair and let it fall over her shoulders. In the dim room, one could only make out the outline of her face and her watery, slightly shining eyes. Haven't you contacted Butler Yi yet? Suja asked. Yeah, I was wondering if something happened in the clan territory. I really can't say for sure. Lin Shiqing sighed, I'm still too weak right now and can't change anything. The struggle between Eastern and Western vampires has a long history. It is said that among the fourth generation of vampires in ancient times, there were more than 300 Orientals. These more than 300 Orientals probably traveled through Asia and wandered all the way to Europe. Then, in a mysterious environment, they established some connection with the third generation of vampires, were embraced by them, and thus became vampires. In the early days of the vampire clan, their numbers were small,
and the method of expanding the clan could not be limited to natural reproduction. The advantage of natural reproduction is that it reduces the loss of blood purity, but there are only 13 third-generation vampires, and the number of male and female vampires is uneven, so even if they pair up, they can't produce many offspring. In addition, it takes a very long time for vampires to reproduce, often decades. It seems that all powerful races in the world need a considerable amount of time to continue their offspring, such as the dragon race, and the time cost required is too high. In this context, the third generation of vampires began to try to use the method of first embrace to create new members of the clan. Although the purity of the blood of the newborn vampires decreased, the efficiency had a qualitative leap. According to some records, the third generation of vampires initially embraced more than 2,000 humans. The fourth generation of vampires was born. These 2,000 newborn vampires became a powerful force, establishing an empire in that distant era and ruling over humanity. After more than 300 Orientals became fourth-generation vampires, they mated with other fourth-generation vampires to give birth to the fifth-generation vampires. As time goes by, the activities of the vampires are no longer limited to the West, and their footprints are all over the blue planet. According to some bizarre rumors, Columbus was a vampire. And to this day, he is still alive. Sometimes, the real appearance of the world may be very different from what we think it is. In the eyes of Western vampires, they are the orthodox and supreme, and Eastern vampires should not exist. Such struggles have been going on for thousands of years. What Lin Shiqing wants to do is to protect her family and her people. Why should the Eastern vampires be slaughtered by the Western vampires? Maybe Butler Yi is busy. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Maybe he will contact you on his own initiative. Suja comforted. Lin Shiqing nodded. In fact, she also knew that it was useless to worry no matter how much. Are you ready? Well, just lie down on the bed and I'll start. Suju is ready to start the experiment. The goal of this experiment, to suck blood but spit it out, and see if you can get the task reward. It's very comfortable to lie on the soft big bed. Suja looked up at Lin Shiqing, who was not far away. The moonlight and neon lights meet, and the girl's figure becomes dreamy. As she slowly approached, a rich fragrance rushed into Suja's nose. After the awkwardness of the previous few times, this time, Lin Shiqing's technique was much more skillful and not at all slow. Squeak! Suja frowned slightly, the pain was still bearable. The blood was sucked out bit by bit, and Lin Shiqing's throat rolled. Waves of heat dissipated within her body. After quickly drinking 500 milliliters, Lin Shiqing immediately stood up. 500 milliliters was an approximate amount, and without a measuring tool, she certainly couldn't be very precise. But what is certain is that the error will not be large, no more than 50 milliliters. Have you finished smoking? Suja looked at Lin Shiqing dimly. Well, the blood is now in my stomach, separated by a layer of blood energy. I won't absorb it and can spit it out at any time. Just as he was about to ask if there was a delay in the system, Suja heard a familiar mechanical electronic sound in his ears. Ding, detected that the host has completed the task, first issuing the task reward, all attributes +1, number of lucky draws +1. A surge of power came over him, and his physical fitness was improved to a certain extent. The next moment, Suja looked at his UL interface. Host, Suja. Strength, 41. Spirit, 43. Speed, 42. Defense, 39. Skills, time stop basic, transform into a vampire. All attributes have actually increased a little, and there is one more chance to draw a lottery. It seems that this is really feasible. Suja felt a surge of heat in his heart. In this way, you can get task rewards an unlimited number of times. Wait, don't be too happy too soon. He suddenly realized something. He and Lin Shiqing's experiment is still one step away from completion. Well, spit out the blood. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing and said. Lin Shiqing nodded when she heard this, then turned and went to the bathroom. She spat out all the blood she had just sucked. The blood can effectively isolate the inner wall of the stomach from Suja's blood, so Lin Shiqing doesn't have to worry about spitting out her own blood. The moment Lin Shiqing spat out blood, Suja suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Ding, it was detected that the host's mission had failed to complete. The previously issued rewards are now being reclaimed. The next moment, Suja clearly felt that a force had inexplicably disappeared. The original number of draws also disappeared. It seems that circumventing the bug won't work. Suja smiled bitterly.
The system is like an omniscient and omnipotent being. It is impossible to deceive it.
Lin Shiqing cleaned up everything and returned to the bedroom. She looked at Suja curiously. Did it succeed? Suja shook his head helplessly. No, I understand. Only when you start absorbing and can't spit out the blood, can I get the mission reward? Otherwise, even if I get the mission reward, it will be taken back. Lin Shiqing felt a little sorry when she heard this, but then she felt relieved.
It's okay. It's okay if you fail. It's impossible to achieve success overnight. We have plenty of time. A few years, no, a year will be enough.
I can suck blood at least 100 times in a year, or even more. Then, your 100 chances to draw the lottery will definitely bring you surprises. Lin Shiqing's words helped Suja quickly get over the feeling of experimental failure.
Also, I want to tell you something,
Lin Shiqing said mysteriously. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing and inexplicably felt that she was a little playful.
What is it? Of course I'm hungry.
As Lin Shiqing spoke, he bared his teeth and claws, like a big bad wolf. She had consumed a lot of energy last night, and now was a good time to suck blood to replenish her energy. The vampires are about to suck your blood, human, tremble. Looking at Lin Shiqing's pretended ferocious look, Suja laughed out loud. At the same time, he also felt a little excited.
Is this role-playing? Chapter 37:37 The Only Choice. Wait, I think I have a new idea.
Suja interrupted Lin Shiqing, a mysterious look on his face. If you suck blood and then spit it out, the reward will be taken back. So, if you want to increase the number of draws, you should draw the lottery before spitting blood. If the reward is good, keep it. If it is not good, spit blood and start over.
Does this allow me to get the best rewards 100% of the time?
Thinking of this, Suja's eyes lit up. After telling Lin Shiqing about this method, Lin Shiqing was also very excited.
The two then began a new round of experiments.
20 minutes later, Suja drew 2 prizes but didn't get anything good, so he asked Lin Shiqing to spit out all the blood. This really made Lin Shiqing exhausted. But she still cooperated very well. After all, if Suja could become strong, she would also benefit greatly. Just when Suja was about to do it for the 3rd time, the system's prompt sounded in my ears.
Ding!
The host has been detected to have failed too many times. Please note that if the number of mission failures exceeds 2 in the future, 50% of the host's total attribute points will be deducted. Please avoid failure, to avoid a decrease in attribute points. Well, this method doesn't work. It seems that this bug is not that easy to fix. Handsome Suja was speechless. Afterwards, Lin Shiqing began to suck blood normally.
If you can't get stuck with bugs, just complete the task well.
Suja thought carefully that he would need to be sucked dry countless times in his future life. Although the pain would always be uncomfortable, he still had to try to accept it. It's just like when girls have their period every month, they can't eat ice, it's very uncomfortable. For something that you have to go through, instead of resisting it, you might as well choose to accept it or even enjoy it. After overcoming the psychological barrier to pain, Suja could even selectively ignore the radiating tingling in his neck. The blood on Suja's neck was being sucked away bit by Lin Shiqing, but elegant piano music was playing in Suja's mind. The notes flowed in an illusory way, and he felt comfortable as he smelled the fragrance from Lin Shiqing's body. When your attention is not on the pain, all other pains will fade away. 6 minutes later, Lin Shiqing was done, ending the short-lived bloodsucking. Just like she had done nearly 10 times before, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then slowly turned over and lay next to Suja.
There is a crystal ceiling lamp on the ceiling, surrounded by intricately carved patterns.
It's very beautiful, Suja thought to himself. The two of them were silent. Lin Shiqing slowly digested the blood he had just sucked and showed a satisfied smile. Clearing his mind, Suja began to think about something. The reward for the bloodsucking just now has been distributed, his attribute points have been recovered, and he has a chance to draw a lottery. He still needs about 10 points to reach an average of 50 points for his attributes, which will give him the opportunity to unlock the second-level prize pool. Lin Shiqing told him that her digestive capacity was about 500 milliliters 2-3 days. Sometimes after doing some very physically demanding activities, she would suck more blood to make up for the loss of physical strength. However, it takes time to convert the sucked blood into physical strength and energy. This is why Lin Shiqing fell into a deep sleep after sucking a large amount of Suja's blood. Based on this calculation, Lin Shiqing can suck blood as soon as once every 2 days. This means that Suja can obtain 15 all-attribute points and 15 lottery opportunities in a month. After several previous lottery experiences, Suja discovered that the efficiency of obtaining attribute points through lottery was very high, often 5 or 10 points, but sometimes he was unlucky and only got 1 point. The probability of having extremely bad luck and extremely good luck is equally high. It is not possible that you will draw the worst reward every time. Suja is not worried. He decided to take an intermediate value. Assuming that one lottery draw could obtain 5 or more attribute points, then 15 lottery draw opportunities in a month would bring about a 75-point increase in all attributes. This assumption is based on the absence of a lucky guy. If a critical hit happens and he gains 10 or 20 points of all attributes at once, his strength will take a leap forward. In addition, he will be able to open the second-level prize pool immediately. The prizes in the second-level prize pool will definitely be much richer than those in the first-level prize pool. Maybe you can get even more attribute points. In addition to attribute points, Suja also hopes to extract some other skills. The bonus that skills bring to personal strength is obviously very powerful. But a blacksmith must be strong himself. In the battle with the Western vampires last night, if Suja's spiritual attribute points were higher, the stop time imposed on them would be longer, and everything would be more relaxed. He would not become mentally exhausted and his hair would not turn snow white. Attribute points are the foundation of everything. If you only have powerful skills but no attribute points to support them, they are like a tree without roots and the effect is limited. Ding-a-ling. The ringing of the cell phone broke the silence of the night. Lin Shiqing stood up and picked up her cell phone from the bedside table. It turned out to be Uncle Yi's phone number. "Hey, Uncle Yi, is everything okay over there in the clan territory?" Lin Shiqing said a little excitedly. "Since I can receive the call, it should be safe over there." "I'm your father, Shiqing. Is everything okay over there? I see you've made a lot of calls." "Alas, a lot of things have happened in the clan these days, and I haven't had time to turn on my phone." "Dad, why is it you? What happened in our clan?" Lin Shiqing suddenly had a bad premonition. "Those bastards in the west killed many of our people, but we survived and we won. Now that our clan land is safe, I was thinking that you could hurry back. In addition, Yi Hui might be executed." "What?" Lin Shiqing's expression suddenly changed. "Why did you kill Uncle Yi? He couldn't have done anything bad." "He didn't do anything bad. In this battle, he worked hard and helped the family kill several Western vampires. He made great contributions. But you know, once the Blood Master dies, the Blood Slave will be executed. Lin Meng died in this battle, so Yi Hui lost the Blood Lord's control over him. Without restraint, the family cannot guarantee that he will not do something out of line, and killing him is for the safety of the family." Lin Shiqing's body began to tremble. She bit her lip and said word by word, "I don't agree. Uncle Yi shouldn't be killed. He has always been very good to me. But killing blood slaves who have lost their blood masters is the iron rule of the family. Dad, please save Uncle Yi. I beg you." Lin Shiqing's voice was mixed with a faint cry. "Alas, Yi Hui is safe for now. He is trapped in the blood prison. Come back first and we'll talk later. By the way, Yi Hui also said that you captured a human. Remember to bring that human to the clan. Yi Hui said that his blood seems to be of high quality and the clan members will like it." After a pause, Lin Xiaohua continued, "I still have some things to take care of. You should remember the way back to the clan. Someone will pick you up." Beep, beep. The call was hung up. Lin Shiqing's eyes were confused for a moment, and she tried hard to digest the complicated information her father had just said. The room was very quiet and Suja could hear the entire conversation clearly. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that his clan's territory was also attacked by the Western vampires. What a bunch of reckless guys. He also felt a little sympathy for Yi Hui, but before sympathizing with Yi Hui, he should sympathize with himself more. "If I go to the tribe as a human, I will undoubtedly be placed under house arrest forever and become a blood-making machine without freedom." But he couldn't just leave, he was already tied to Lin Shiqing. Etc. Suja looked at the transform into a vampire skill in his skill column in his mind. If he pretended to be embraced by Lin Shiqing for the first time, then even if he returned to the clan territory with her, he would not be sucked dry by other vampires. As long as you become a vampire, no one will doubt the authenticity of this matter. I thought about other methods, but without exception, they all had many loopholes and were not feasible. The best way is to become a vampire, pretend to be Lin Shiqing's blood slave, and return to the clan together. At the same time, he can also initially integrate into the world of vampires and learn more about this magical group. Chapter 38 Silver Moon Mountain. Blood Slave. Although this name is not very nice, Suja doesn't care much about it. After all, he is a fake blood slave. If he became a real blood slave like Yi Hui, his state of mind would be very different. His thoughts and behaviors are controlled by others, and he becomes a complete puppet. That was an extremely terrifying abyss. You heard everything that happened in the call just now, right? Suja, you go first and hide somewhere. I will come back after a while and we will see each other then. If you go back to my tribe with me, you will end up in a miserable state, and I have no ability to protect you at all. You will become food for your family and lose your freedom, and you will never get it back. Lin Shiqing had a resolute look on her face. I'll explain to my father that I killed you because you didn't cooperate. Also, if you're short of money, I can give you some. Just wait for me in Binhai, okay? Suja was touched when he heard Lin Shiqing's words. Even at such a moment, Lin Shiqing was the first to come up with a way to keep him absolutely safe. No, I will go back to our tribe with you. Suja shook his head and said. Why? Lin Shiqing frowned. You're a human. Entering the vampire territory alone, aren't you going to die? But what if I'm a vampire? As Suja spoke, his pupils suddenly turned red. A wave that was unique to the vampires resonated in the room. From now on, I am your blood slave and you are my blood master. We can return to our clan land together. Suja's magnetic voice sounded. Perhaps because he was a vampire, his voice became more elegant and pleasant. In the past few moments, Suja thought about all the possible situations that might happen. In the end, he discovered that the probability of death upon entering the clan territory was less than 1%. As Lin Shiqing's blood slave, he will not be coveted by other members of the tribe. Attacking blood slaves of the same race is a provocation and is absolutely not allowed. They will also break the rules and be besieged by other tribesmen. Lin Shiqing and her parents' status in their clan seems to be not too low. With their protection, Suja is very safe. Of course, Suja could have stayed in Binhai. As Lin Shiqing said, he would have been much safer there. But it will become difficult for him to set foot in the world of vampires in the future. Becoming a half-member of an Eastern vampire family would be very helpful for the future, and would also allow Suja to initially establish a worldview of the vampire world. Young people should dare to think and act, and it is not enough to just follow your heart. Suja was quite looking forward to seeing the clanland that Lin Shiqing mentioned. What kind of place would that be? Gothic castles stand in rows, just like in movies and TV shows, exuding a sense of weirdness and evil. It is an Oriental-style mansion with numerous courtyards lined up one after another, mysterious and ancient. He will find out. After hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing's eyes changed several times. She had to agree with Suja's idea. Lin Shiqing knew that even if she objected, Suja would not change his mind. The next morning, Suja and Lin Shiqing boarded a plane to their clan's homeland. The plane tickets were purchased by Zhou Shueming. As the assistant to the president of a listed company, she holds top membership cards from major airlines. Despite the tight schedule, she still managed to book 2 first-class tickets to Hushan. Hushan is the location of Lin Shiqing's family. Hushan is a prefecture-level city, surrounded by many hills with an altitude of 300 to 400 meters. These hills and mountains have not been developed and retain their most original appearance. Although the leadership of Hushan City has tried many times to develop the surrounding mountains and forests and boost tourism, every time they apply for approval, an invisible hand blocks it. Over and over again, the forest development plan has been shelved and has never started. Those leaders certainly could not have imagined that the failure of the plan originated from a vampire family located deep in the mountains, the Lin family. After thousands of years of reproduction and development, the Lin family has long been deeply rooted in this land. Coupled with the connections and money that the clan members have gathered outside, it is easy for them to obstruct a small development plan. When Suja was sitting on the plane and looking at the ground through the window, he always had a feeling that the plane he was on would malfunction, and then rush vertically to the ground, turning into debris and flames. He had previously seen a psychiatrist, and after telling him about this feeling, he said it was a sign of pessimism and caution. After thinking about it carefully,
Suja actually felt that there was some truth to it. Every time he decides to do something, he always thinks of the worst possible outcome and makes a plan for it. The worst outcome of this trip to Lin Shiqing's clan territory was death. He recorded a will in advance and saved it in the network disk. As for the password of the network disk, his parents knew it. When Suja was missing for too long, they would always find the last words in the network disk. In addition to the will, Suja also deposited all the money Lin Shiqing gave him into the bank card that his parents knew about. The total is 1,332,700 yuan. Lin Shiqing gave him the first month's pocket money, the tuition for private piano lessons, and a sum of money that Lin Shiqing gave him specifically to prevent accidents before he left. Suja took so many precautions that he even wanted to laugh, as if he would definitely die if he went to the clan territory. But the chance of death is extremely small, no less than being hit by a car when going out. If the mortality rate had been too high, he certainly wouldn't have made the journey. I hope everything is fine. Rubbing his temples, Suja lay down in the comfortable chair. As a first-class cabin, not only is the service good, but the space is also spacious. There is a window on the right, a curtain on the left, and a small table in front of me with a cup of steaming coffee on it. With the curtains drawn, the space is private enough. Each first-class customer is separated into individual grids. Nothing you do here will be seen. Lin Shiqing's seat was behind her. She was in a bad mood and felt bad about Yi Hui's matter. A person who grew up with her since childhood, and they already have a deep affection for each other. If Yi Hui was really executed, Su Zhizhen felt that Lin Shiqing would turn evil. The plane landed at Hushan City Airport. Upon arrival, Lin Shiqing and Suja were picked up by a Mercedes-Benz S500. There are many mountains around Hushan City, and the clan's territory is located in the Yingyue mountain area. The location of the tribe's land is extremely secretive and rarely visited. Silver Moon Mountain is not very steep and its altitude is not very high, but there are many ferocious beasts around it. Even the top domestic expedition teams dare not enter it at will. Suja and Lin Shiqing were in the car, feeling the slight bumps. They would travel all the way from the airport to Yingyue town at the foot of the mountain, and then follow the tribesmen stationed in the town to their clan's territory. Lin Shiqing didn't say much in the car. She kept looking out the window, and no one knew what she was thinking. During this period, Suja noticed that he still had one more chance to draw the lottery. He had nothing to do during the long drive, so he decided to try his luck by drawing a prize. Chapter 39 Secondary Prize Pool opened. When Suja decided to click the lottery button, he suddenly felt something was missing. After thinking about it, he realized that he had missed the background music part in this lottery. Looking around, isn't it a bit inappropriate to put good luck inside and outside the quiet carriage? So he took out the wired headphones from his pocket, put them on, and started playing. Good luck to you. The festive sounds echoed in his ears, full of ritual sense, and the familiar feeling returned. Just as Suja was about to click the lottery button, Lin Shiqing suddenly came over. I want to listen to whatever music you're listening to, too. In Lin Shiqing's heart, Suja is a musical genius because he can play so many beautiful piano pieces. The music that he can listen to must be some melodious and pleasant songs. She had been feeling a little down, and she hoped to listen to some music to improve her mood. Suja was stunned when he heard this, and then handed over the earphones on one side. Ha! What song is this? Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. The high-pitched female voice rang in her ears, as if she were on a big rural stage. Good luck, you haven't even heard of it. Lin Shiqing felt confused and tried to experience the rich emotions contained in Good Luck Comes. I have to say, her mood has indeed improved a lot. I narrowed my eyes slightly. This song is a bit magical. I don't think there's anything particularly outstanding about it, but I still want to listen to it again. It's really awesome. Suja didn't expect that Lin Shiqing actually liked the song. It seems that the most vulgar is the most elegant. Lin Shiqing not only likes those elegant piano pieces, but she is also compatible with the lower class and likes this kind of rustic divine song. Then Suja didn't hesitate any longer and directly clicked the lottery button. Ding, lucky draw successful, number of draws 1. Congratulations to the host for achieving all attributes plus 10. Ding, the host's average attribute value has exceeded 50, and the secondary prize pool has been opened. Hosts can get more generous rewards through lucky draws. Suja hummed softly as abundant power spread throughout his body. The muscles all over the body began to grow and develop rapidly, as if a long drought had finally brought rain. The muscle mass did not increase, but the density took another leap. Suja likes his current figure very much.
His muscles are clearly defined but not too distorted.
He doesn't want to be a big muscle man. He has no obsession with bodybuilding.
He just hopes to maintain a relatively coordinated figure while strengthening his body.
Good luck is still playing in my ears. The reward I got this time is already considered lucky. Can luck really get better with BGM turned on?
Suja finally understood why when watching live broadcasts, the hosts would play background music when they were drawing prizes. A festive background music can indeed increase the drop rate and make it easier to ship items.
You can't always rely on the guaranteed minimum. Look at the personal all interface. Host, Suja. Strength, 51. Spirit, 53. Speed, 52. Defense, 49. Skills, time stop basic, transform into a vampire.
Although the defense has not yet reached 50 points, the other attribute values have all exceeded 50, and the average has reached more than 51 points.
What will be in the secondary prize pool?
He doesn't know yet, but according to the information just revealed by the system, there should be some unexpected surprises. Other systems are dedicated to helping the host solve problems, but you, besides issuing mission rewards, also ignore me at some keynotes no matter how I contact you. Comparing systems with each other is really frustrating. Suja secretly complained that his system was good in every way, but it was a bit dull and he needed to figure out all the rules by himself.
But having a system is already good enough.
Thinking of this, he expressed his contentment. Nearly 2 hours later, Suja and Lin Shiqing arrived at Inui Town.
Arriving at Silver Moon Town is just the beginning. This is the foot of the mountain, and it will take a really long time to enter the mountain and truly enter the clan territory. There is about 30 kilometers of mountain road to walk, and the rugged terrain is accompanied by ferocious beasts. It will take at least 5 or 6 hours to reach the location of the tribe. This was not the first time Lin Shiqing returned to the clan territory, but she had indeed not been back for a long time. They got out of the car.
Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. It had been 10 years since they left. During these 10 years, Inui Town had changed a lot.
Amidst the hustle and bustle of traffic, there was a bustling crowd of people.
Inui Mountain is rich in various herbs. These herbs have made Inui Town a herbal medicine market, and many drug dealers come to purchase them. The herbal medicine business in the town was also part of the Lin family's business, but the herbal medicine business was just a cover. They secretly deceived some young and strong laborers with high salaries, and finally imprisoned them in the clanland and regularly extracted their blood. The main source of food for the vampires is human blood. For thousands of years, the Lin family has had countless blood on their hands because of this.
But this is like humans hunting animals. In the eyes of most vampires, humans are just food and they don't have any extra feelings for them.
It's not that there haven't been cases of vampires and humans uniting in history, but in the eyes of vampires, such behavior is a manifestation of depravity and a self-destruction.
Ms. Lin, you can get off the bus now. Someone will take you into the mountains.
The driver turned around and spoke slowly. Lin Shiqing nodded when she heard this, and then got out of the car with Suja.
The infrastructure in Inui Town is quite good, with hotels and homestays.
In the eyes of local people, this is a good place to make money, but in the eyes of the Lin family, this is just a farm. At the beginning of every month, there would be more or less several missing persons cases in Inui Town, but because they were all outsiders, they had never been taken seriously. Even if the police were called and wanted to follow up on the investigation, in the end nothing was done. The reason behind this was naturally that the Lin family had suppressed the matter by force.
On the surface, the Lin family has always presented themselves as a philanthropic family. They provide many job opportunities and have a very good reputation in the local area.
Winning people's hearts with benefits is the Lin family's consistent style. Suja got out of the car, looked around, and found that he was now in a parking lot. Outside the parking lot, there are 2 buildings with more than 20 floors. One of them should be a hotel, and the other should be used for office and commercial purposes.
Xiaoqing.
A male voice came from a distance, attracting the attention of Suja and Lin Shiqing. He was a middle-aged man with a yellow and white face and a beard. He opened his arms and showed a hearty smile.
Uncle Tai.
Lin Shiqing's face suddenly lit up with joy and she ran towards the middle-aged man. Suja had heard from Lin Shiqing that this middle-aged man should be Lin Tai, Lin Shiqing's uncle, who had taken good care of Lin Shiqing since childhood.
Xiaoqing, it's been 10 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Your dad said you've already entered adulthood. As expected, you've really grown into a big girl. The two hugged each other after a long separation. Even though 10 years was not a long time in the vampire timescale, it was only 3 or 4 months in human terms. Suja did not step forward. He stood in the distance and watched them talk silently. He is analyzing Lin Tai. You can basically tell what kind of person a person is from his appearance. Lin Tai was unkempt and looked a little haggard, but his smile was very friendly and he didn't seem to have any scheming intentions. Based on preliminary analysis, he should be a straightforward man. This was Suja's first impression of him, but of course it was not ruled out that he was pretending. Suja will have to conduct further analysis based on Lin Tai's words and actions. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Suja is walking on thin ice in the Lin family blood clan, so it is always right to be careful. Chapter 40. Is it as good as yours? After Lin Tai and Lin Shiqing chatted for a few sentences, they noticed Suja not far away. This is? Lin Tai looked hesitant and inquiring at Lin Shiqing. He sensed the fluctuations of the vampires from Suja. But it is obvious that Suja is definitely not a member of the family. Is it a foreign blood clan? In an instant, his thoughts surged and Lin Tai's eyes flickered. Uncle Tai, this is Suja, my blood slave. Lin Shiqing looked at Suja and introduced him. Blood slave? Lin Tai was surprised. When did you have your first embrace? I haven't heard your father tell me. Besides, you've just reached adulthood. Are you really sure you want to have your first embrace at this point? The first embrace is not an easy thing. It requires the vampire to inject his own blood into the human body in order to complete the first embrace. The amount of essence and blood consumed in the first embrace is not a small amount, and it may even cause a certain degree of decline in strength. Uncle Tai, the first embrace is my own business. I haven't told my father yet, but I will explain it to him after returning to the clan. Lin Shiqing explained. You're too impulsive. Embracing someone for the first time at such a young age will affect your future potential. Lin Tai clearly felt that Lin Shiqing's breath was a little weak, which should be the sequelae of the first embrace. What he didn't know was that Lin Shiqing's weakening aura was caused by the battle with the two Western vampires the night before, not by her first embrace. This is also part of the plan. The first embrace has a great impact on the body. If Lin Shiqing is completely fine, it would be hard to believe that she embraced Suja for the first time. If you want to make people believe something that doesn't exist, you must pay attention to logic and details. Before coming to Inui town, Suja had rehearsed the whole thing in his mind countless times, filling in many loopholes and adding many new variables. Since I'm your blood slave, then follow me back to the clan. But I'm sure your father will be very angry. Lin Tai shook his head and acquiesced to Suja's existence. In Inui town, there are 2 herbal medicine companies, both of which are owned by the Lin family. Lin Tai is the general manager of one of those herbal medicine companies, Shintai Pharmaceutical. In addition to being responsible for some herbal medicine business, he is also mainly responsible for collecting blood needed for daily use and dealing with some people who get in the way. Shintai Pharmaceutical's herbal business is just a cover. All the senior executives of this company are vampires. They work together and do many shady things for the Lin family. When Lin Tai came over, he drove a Maybach S480, which is the latest model this year. The black body of the car was shining with golden luster under the setting sun. We'll set off at 9 tonight, and it'll take 2 to 3 hours to return to our tribe. We might encounter some ferocious beasts along the way, but I'll handle them. Xiaoqing, you and your blood slaves, follow me closely. When Suzhou and Lin Shiqing got into the car and sat down, Lin Tai solemnly reminded them of the details of returning to the clan territory tonight. Lin Shiqing nodded as she listened. After talking about returning to the clan land, Lin Shiqing couldn't help but ask about the attack by the Western vampires a few days ago. Uncle Tai, my dad said those Western vampires are here again. How is the family doing this time? Lin Tai was silent for a while after hearing this, then he sighed. More than 10 of our clansmen died. Those Western vampires were crazy. They attacked recklessly. We tried our best to stop them, and we managed to hold our territory for the time being. Among the more than 10 tribesmen who died, there was your aunt Lin Meng. She loved you the most back then, even having her blood slaves take care of you. It's been nearly 200 years now, right? Suja's mind moved. The blood slave of Lin Meng that Uncle Tai mentioned should be Yi Hui. Uncle Tai,
I heard from my dad that Aunt Lin Meng's blood slave, Uncle Yi Hui, who has always taken care of me, is going to be executed, right? Yes, once the blood master dies, the blood slave must be killed. This is the iron rule that the family has followed for thousands of years. No, Uncle Yi Hui has made so many contributions to the family, why should we kill him? This is unfair. Lin Shiqing said excitedly. Uncle Tai, talk to the family elders. They will consider letting Uncle Yi Hui go. Xiaoqing, it's not that I don't want to help you. This is the rule. Do you understand what the rule is? No one can break the rule. Lin Tai shook his head. For thousands of years, our family has always been like this. It has always been like this, is that right? Lin Shiqing said word by word. Lin Tai was speechless for a moment. I don't know if it's right or not, but executing the blood slaves makes sense. Without the control of the blood master, they are likely to cause chaos, and the family is also concerned about safety. Lin Shiqing stopped talking. She leaned back in her seat, feeling powerless. Suzhou would not say anything in such a situation. He wanted to be an honest blood slave and not be noticed by anyone. Without sufficient strength, any rash action would be suicidal. He immediately turned his attention to the outside of the window, observing the situation in the entire Silver Moon town. Among the diverse crowd, many are tourists. As a tourist attraction, Inui town is quite qualified. It has many homestays and landscapes with local customs and culture, as well as specialty restaurants and shops everywhere. Lin Tai's car was driving on the main road of Inui town. Because it was the weekend, there was a large passenger flow and the main road was somewhat congested, so the car kept stopping and starting and could not speed up. Inui town is not very big. At a speed of no more than 30 kilometers per hour, it took Lin Tai less than half an hour for his car to reach the edge of the other side. They will rest for a while and set off again at nightfall. Night is the vampire clan's home turf. When covered by moonlight, no matter what kind of ferocious beast it is, it will not pose any threat. It makes sense for the Lin family to set up their clan territory in the Silver Moon Mountain where ferocious beasts roam. No one can easily reach the depths, which saves a lot of trouble. Now that online media is so developed, if one day the Tribe's land is broadcast live by an outdoor anchor, things will be difficult to control. Let's go eat something first. Walking at night is very tiring. Xiaoqing, you just had your first hug and you're not in good shape right now. Remember to have a good rest. Lin Tai specifically reminded. The Lin family built a villa near the entrance to the mountain in Inui town as a place for the clan members to rest. Outside this residential area, there is a black steel fence more than 4 meters long and equipped with an electric fence. The villa area is full of locust trees. Looking from the outside in, you can only see a few black exterior walls. Xiaoqing, a group of human slaves with good physiques have arrived recently. Their blood tastes good. You can try it later. You will definitely like it. Lin Tai said with a smile. Lin Shiqing nodded and then looked at Su Jie. That look seemed to be saying, no matter how delicious it is, can it be as delicious as yours? Chapter 41. Place it in your heart. The three of them came to the outside of a villa. Lin Tai took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. This villa is located relatively far to the west, and there are no traces of Lin family vampires nearby. Amidst the lush greenery, the door of the villa was open. Looking inside the villa from outside, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. The next moment, Suzhou's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, activating the vampire vision. A blood-red hazy net shrouded the eyes, and everything became clear. The vampire's vision is extremely sensitive to objects in the dark, like a night vision goggles. However, objects seen through the vampire's vision will be covered with a faint layer of blood red, but this does not particularly affect the viewing experience, it will only cause a certain visual deviation. Suzhou watched everything in the villa. The decoration inside the villa is relatively simple. There is a marble staircase in front of you, and there are wide corridors on both sides of the staircase. You can reach the living room of the villa by passing through the corridors on both sides. The ceiling light was off, probably because no one had lived there for a long time. The moment Lin Tai opened the door, dust suddenly billowed in the villa. Seeing this, Lin Tai frowned slightly, then stretched out his right hand. Call out. A stream of blood-red energy rapidly flipped and expanded in his palm. When it expanded to the size of a dinner plate, he waved his hand and threw it out. The blood energy turned into a large net with very small gaps, covering all the dust. The entrance hall in front of me suddenly looked brand new. Suzhou was secretly shocked.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to imagine that blood could be used in this way. Blood energy is like a panacea, and it will be of some use in any situation. Thinking divergently, isn't this the same as the spiritual power in the novels about cultivating immortals? In many novels about cultivating immortals, anything that can be thought of can be accomplished by mobilizing spiritual power, which is simply turning decay into magic. After sweeping away all the dust in the villa, Lin Tai smiled with satisfaction. Shiqing, you can rest here first. I'll go get you some fresh blood and be back soon. After saying that, Lin Tai patted Lin Shiqing on the shoulder. Lin Shiqing was depressed because of Yi Hui's matter, but at this moment, she's still forced to smile. You are such a warm-hearted uncle. Suja said thoughtfully as he watched Lin Tai's back disappear at the end of the woods. He's always been like this. Lin Shiqing nodded. Uncle Tai was very good to me. When I was little, he would often spread his blood wings and take me through the mountains and forests. Blood wings? Suja was stunned. Uncle Tai has already reached the barren realm, so he can activate blood energy and grow a pair of blood wings. As long as you have blood wings, you can travel freely between heaven and earth. You have to reach the Baron level to fly. I really hope that one day I can become a Baron. Lin Shiqing said expectantly. Just like in the movies, wandering in the sky, just thinking about it, you can feel the wind of freedom blowing on your face. Suja nodded, and suddenly remembered that he had something else to ask Lin Shiqing. By the way, I have something to ask you. Although I know the general realm divisions of your vampire race, are there any distinguishing signs between these realms? You said I was the last vampire, but what level of strength should I be at? Suja felt the blood energy surging in his lower abdomen. After another day, his blood energy recovered by 1/3. Combined with the part he had recovered previously, he now has more than half of the blood energy stored in his body. He knew very well that the quality and quantity of his blood energy were not as good as Lin Shiqing's, but what stage was he at? First order or second order? Lin Shiqing thought for a moment and answered. I thought you knew how to check, but if you want to know for sure, you have to learn to look within. When others observe your strength, they can only roughly judge it from the fluctuations of your blood and energy, and cannot accurately determine your level. There are also methods to suppress blood and chi fluctuations. If blood and chi fluctuations are suppressed, it will also lead to judgment deviations. I just felt the fluctuations in your blood energy. Your strength should be around the early stage of the first level. However, because your blood energy has not yet recovered to its peak, this result is not absolutely accurate and will fluctuate. In my opinion, your exact strength should be mid-first stage, or even late stage. Lin Shiqing's words made Suja nod slightly. What do you mean by inner vision? What should I do? You can practice on your own, but that is too slow. Never mind, let me guide you in learning inner vision. As the name suggests, inner vision means feeling the situation inside your body. You need to focus your attention on a certain part of your body to achieve a state of seeing and observing. The place where blood energy is stored, which is the lower abdomen, is called blood dan. This is the Eastern term. In the West, it is called blood source, which literally means the source of blood, but it doesn't seem to matter what it is called. If you can look inward at your blood pill, you will see a crescent-shaped blood moon symbol on top of the blood pill. For the last generation of vampires, 1 waning moon was the first stage, 9 waning moons were the 9th stage, and 9 combined into 1 became a crescent moon, signifying a breakthrough to the barren realm. Suja listened carefully, and the huge amount of information made him overwhelmed. I can activate my blood energy and guide you to gradually see within until you can see your own blood elixir. As she spoke, Lin Shiqing naturally took Suja's hand. Suja was stunned and subconsciously followed Lin Shiqing's steps. Lin Shiqing's hands were cold and smooth, which made Suja slightly dazed. This should be the first time she took the initiative to hold his hand, right? The two of them walked through the dark corridor, the living room with a slightly decayed smell, and arrived at the bedroom. The furnishings in the bedroom were very simple, with no extra decorations or items, only a bed and a coffin. The coffin is dark brown in color and is made of fir wood. The bed next to it looked like no one had slept in it for a long time and was already covered in dust. Take off your clothes now. Lin Shiqing said calmly. Lin Shiqing's words were so shocking that Suja was unable to react for a while. Just take off the top, and keep the bottom on. Lin Shiqing realized something and added. Aren't we here to practice inner vision? Why do we have to take off our clothes? Suja said with a puzzled look on his face. You're stupid. I want to inject blood energy into your body. If that's the case, I have to have skin contact with you. Otherwise, how can the blood energy in my body be transferred into your body out of thin air? Suja listened to Lin Shiqing's words and imagined the scene in his mind. Suddenly, he felt that this scene was a bit like the one in martial arts novels, where one person puts his hands on the back of another person to transmit internal energy. You mean to put your hands on my back, transfer blood energy to me, and guide me to learn inner vision? Don't put it on your back, but on your left chest, which is where your heart is. Lin Shiqing corrected. When Suja listened to Lin Shiqing's words, the corresponding picture immediately appeared in front of his eyes. If the genders were swapped, it would be impossible to broadcast. Chapter 42 First Drinking of Blood. Without hesitation, Suja took off his t-shirt. No matter what, it's not his turn to suffer. Looking at Suja in front of her, although Lin Shiqing appeared calm on the surface, her heart was filled with turmoil. The muscles were smooth and the size was just right. Lin Shiqing couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she saw an adult man shirtless. But after all, she was 180 years old and her life experience was no longer that of a little girl, so her emotions calmed down in an instant. You should lie down on the bed. It seems a bit dusty here, let's go to the living room. Lin Shiqing looked at the somewhat messy bed and frowned slightly. The sofa in the living room is made of leather and is easier to clean. You can just use blood to sweep away the dust on it to make it very clean. But the bed sheets in the bedroom were made of cotton, and it was impossible to clean them with blood. The two of them then moved to the living room. Lin Shiqing mobilized some blood energy and cleared away all the dust. Suja sat on the sofa, and Lin Shiqing sat 20 centimeters away from him. Then I'll start. Lin Shiqing stretched out her hand. For some reason, she was actually a little nervous. Although Suja is a man, he still feels a little embarrassed when facing such a scene. He involuntarily exerted force, and his left pectoral muscle twitched violently. Ah! Lin Shiqing was shocked when she saw this. What's going on? Why is it still moving? Although she lived to be 180 years old, she knew very little about the human body, and she had no idea that a man's chest muscles could be controlled to beat. Ahem, I accidentally used a little force just now. You start now. I won't use force anymore. Suja explained somewhat embarrassedly. Lin Shiqing was surprised and reached out her hand again. It rested on Suja's left breast, and she felt it was a little hard, completely different from her own. What a magical feeling. The next moment, she mobilized the blood energy in her body and injected it into Suja's heart. Follow my blood energy and gradually try to develop an introspective sense of your own body. Close your eyes and focus all your attention on my blood energy. Suja closed his eyes and began to feel. He quickly found the technique. Consciousness slowly sank and finally settled in the lower abdomen. In the darkness, a blood red light suddenly appeared. That's blood pill. I saw the blood pill. It has intricate and dense veins on it. Just as you said, there is indeed a crescent-shaped waning moon on it. In addition to the waning moon, there is also a new moon that is about to take shape. A waning moon and a crescent moon that is about to take shape indicate that my strength is about to reach the second level, which is around the peak of the first level. Lin Shiqing was a little surprised. She didn't expect that she could achieve such results so quickly after guiding Suja to look inward for the first time. Although inner vision is not a difficult task, it is still quite difficult to achieve a certain level of proficiency. Why didn't this kid close the door? Anyway, this is a good opportunity to ventilate the room and get rid of the stale smell. Lin Tai muttered to himself and walked into the villa. Walked slowly along the corridor and into the living room. The scene before him petrified him. Xiaoqing grabbed the blood slave's left breast. What was she doing? I dare not look. I dare not look. Ahem. The sudden cough brought Lin Shiqing back to her senses instantly. She hurriedly withdrew her right hand and at the same time took back the blood energy in Suja's body. Uncle Tai, why did you come here suddenly? Lin Shiqing knew without a second thought that Uncle Tai must have seen what happened just now, so she simply stopped explaining. How could I be so sudden? I just told you to get some blood. Did you forget? After saying that, Lin Tai looked at Suja with mixed feelings. He does have a good figure and a handsome appearance, no wonder Xiaoqing likes him so much. My niece is good in every way except that she is too impulsive. When looking for a blood slave, one must not only look at the appearance, but also the potential. According to Lin Tai's observation, Suja's blood fluctuations are not strong, and his future achievements will not be very high. It is obviously not a good deal to waste his blood in essence to make him a blood slave. But the matter was done, and nothing he said could make a difference. When Suja saw Lin Tai, he quickly put on his clothes and stood up. Lin Tai was holding a glass bottle in his right hand. Through the bottle, one could see that it contained about 600 or 700 milliliters of dark red blood. In his left hand was a suitcase containing several goblets. Shiqing, this is the top-grade blood I mentioned. Come and try it. Lin Tai walked to the dining table and poured a glass of blood for Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing walked over and sniffed it carefully. The taste is just okay. Maybe Suja's blood has spoiled her taste. Even though it is top-notch blood, it still doesn't interest her. Seeing that Lin Shiqing was unmoved, Lin Tai was a little puzzled. The quality of the blood this time was beyond his imagination. He drank more than a liter yesterday. If his body could digest it, he would probably have drunk more. He has watched Lin Shiqing grow up, and she can't hide anything from him. From her expression, Lin Tai could be sure that Lin Shiqing had no interest in this so-called top-level blood at all, and even felt a little disgusted. You don't like the taste? How about I add some sugar? Knowing that Lin Shiqing likes sweet food, Lin Tai thought that the blood was not sweet enough this time, so Lin Shiqing didn't like it. It's not about the sugar, it's just that I don't have much of an appetite right now. Lin Shiqing waved her hands quickly. Is that so? Okay then. Lin Tai nodded helplessly, then looked at Suja. It has already been poured into the cup, so it would be inappropriate to pour it back. This blood slave can only benefit from it. He picked up the cup and walked in front of Suja. Normally, blood slaves are not qualified to enjoy such high-quality blood, but today I can make an exception and let you taste this top-quality blood. I guarantee that you will definitely be addicted to it. Lin Tai handed the goblet filled with blood to Suja. The bloody smell even entered Suja's nostrils. Lin Shiqing, who was standing by, noticed that Suja was a little hesitant. That's right, after all, he is not a real vampire, but a vampire who became one through his skills. At heart, he is still human. Therefore, it is inevitable that there is some resistance to drinking blood. She originally wanted to help Suja block it, but when she was about to speak, Suja's voice rang out, "Thank you, Uncle Tai." He took the glass of blood directly. The dark red liquid ripples in the cup, crystal clear and without any impurities. Real high-quality blood must be absolutely pure and not sticky or thick. Drinking such blood is an absolute enjoyment, of course. This is for vampires. Most humans still find it difficult to accept drinking blood. Without hesitation, Suja drank it all in one gulp. He had no need for blood, but since he had become a vampire, he had to adapt to the local customs and drink some. The taste is a bit like red wine that has been stored in a cellar for a long time, with a hint of blood. Once it enters the mouth, it quickly slides into the throat. The whole process was painless, just like drinking water. When the blood reached his stomach, Suja found that he had actually begun to digest the blood. Streams of blood were gradually transformed and sank into the blood pill in his lower abdomen. Chapter 43:43 Entering the Tribe. After drinking a cup of blood, Suja found that his blood pill was gradually filling up and the blood could recover much faster. It seems that I can consider using blood drinking to quickly restore blood energy in the future. Suja had no objection to drinking blood. In his eyes, the blood was just some drink. It seems that I can speed up the recovery of blood energy by drinking blood in the future. Lin Tai took the empty cup from Suja's hand and put it in the suitcase. We'll call you at 9 in the evening. You should get some rest first. After Lin Tai finished speaking, he looked at Suja meaningfully, then walked out, and the hall became quiet again. As soon as he walked out of the villa, Lin Tai called Lin Shiqing's father, Lin Xiaohua. Xiaohua, there is something I must tell you. Your daughter embraced a man for the first time. What? Lin Xiaohua's voice was a little confused and shocked. Are you kidding me? In the clan territory, Lin Xiaohua was busy with Yi Hui's affairs for a long time, but there was no progress. The Presbyterian Church's response was to handle the matter according to the original law. This means that Yi Hui is not going to be spared. He sat tiredly at the desk, but unexpectedly received a call from Lin Tai. Is this something you can joke about? I was planning to tell you about this back at the tribe's land, but guess what I just saw? But I saw Shiqing put her hand on the man's chest. Besides, the man was shirtless. I was too embarrassed to watch that scene. Shiqing's first embrace should be the human you mentioned, the one with whom she completed her first embrace ceremony. What?
Shiqing never mentioned the first hug to me, why did she suddenly? Lin Shihua's voice trembled slightly.
And he did such a despicable thing. Ah, it's understandable.
Shiqing is so young and easily deceived by sweet words.
As a father, you should get her back on the right track as soon as possible.
She didn't tell anyone about her first embrace, which should have happened just a few days ago.
Shiqing's blood and energy fluctuations were obviously weak, which must be the sequelae of the first embrace. There is a high probability that Shiqing has fallen in love with that human. This is not acceptable.
When we arrive at the tribe's territory in the early morning, you must have a good talk with Shiqing.
Hasn't the tribe already arranged for Lin Shiqing to be Shiqing's husband?
You have to let them get along with each other as soon as possible, cultivate their feelings, and let Shiqing give up the idea of continuing with that blood slave as soon as possible. Combining with a blood slave would undoubtedly be a waste of her bloodline, and the family still needed her to give birth to the 14th generation of vampires as soon as possible.
Many members of the clan died in this battle.
If the clan wants to prosper, it must have more powerful members. Lin Tai said a lot of things, but Lin Shihua only heard 10 words. Shiqing fell in love with a blood servant.
This cannot be done.
Lin Shihua frowned.
Yi Hui's matter alone had already made him overwhelmed. Why was his daughter causing him more trouble at this time?
He also couldn't bear to see Yi Hui executed, as he had been a blood slave for over 100 years. But there are many things that he cannot decide at will, and he is also powerless. Now he heard the news that his daughter fell in love with the blood servant, and for a moment, Lin Shihua was overwhelmed with thoughts. As a relatively open-minded father, he can accept some of Lin Shiqing's willful behavior to a certain extent. But he would never allow anyone to develop feelings for a blood servant. The combination of vampires and blood servants is an absolutely selfish act. If a vampire wants to continue his bloodline, he needs to mate with a member of the opposite sex of his own clan and then have children. Unlike humans, where inbreeding can lead to deformities, children born from inbreeding among vampires are, on the contrary, stronger. Marriage and childbearing among the same clan can ensure the maximum purity of blood, and the newborn vampires will also have stronger fighting talents. But the blood of the blood servant is not pure. If a woman gives birth to a child with a blood slave, the purity of the blood of the newborn will be greatly reduced, and the talent will be much lower. The torch of the clan has been passed down from generation to generation, and it cannot be cut off at Lin Shiqing. Just as Lin Tai said, the Lin family had arranged a marriage for Lin Shiqing early on. This is a uniform arranged marriage.
Brother, I understand.
I will have a good talk with Shiqing when I get back. I will definitely not allow her to marry a blood slave. Lin Shihua said in a deep voice. Well, resolve it as soon as possible, and don't forget about Lin Shiqing's matter. His grandfather is an elder in the clan and is highly respected in the entire family. Being able to marry Lin Shiqing is something that countless female vampires of the 13th generation in the clan have dreamed of. You must seize this opportunity, Lin Tai added. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shihua looked a little ugly. Just as he put down the phone, a plump figure walked up behind him.
Lao Lin, what's wrong?
The speaker was Lin Wen, Lin Shiqing's mother. She married Lin Shihua 300 years ago and gave birth to Lin Shiqing. Shiqing embraced a human for the first time and developed feelings for that human. Lin Shihua pinched his nose and whispered.
What? Lin Wen felt unbelievable for a moment.
Why is Shiqing so confused? This child. Lin Wen's face showed sadness, and her beautiful eyes drooped.
Fortunately, it's not too late now. With some good persuasion, it should still be salvageable.
Early this morning tonight, Lin Tai will take her and the blood slave to the clan territory. He will then call Shiqing aside and ask her about the matter clearly. Besides, I want to see which human being gave Shiqing some kind of magic potion. There was a sharp look in Lin Shihua's eyes and his voice was filled with anger. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Tai arrived as scheduled and knocked on the door of the villa.
Shiqing, it's time to go.
In addition to Lin Tai, there were a total of 7 other clansmen on this trip. These vampires were not from the same lineage as Lin Shiqing, so they were not familiar with each other. They all hold certain positions in Shuntai Pharmaceutical and can be considered the backbone of the company.
Here I come.
Lin Shiqing and Suzhou were also ready, and they quickly walked out of the villa. In the past few hours, the two of them had a good rest. Suzhou's blood was almost restored, and Lin Shiqing's condition was also much better.
It was a long dark night as a group of 10 people set out from the villa and headed towards the entrance of Inue Mountain. Tonight is the waning moon, and the bright moonlight pours down on the earth, bringing peace and tranquility. There is a mountain road at the entrance to the mountain. The road winds deeper and deeper and disappears into the woods. Suzha and Lin Shiqing walked at the front of the team, behind Lin Tai. Be careful, there are ferocious beasts nearby. Although they are not particularly powerful, it is still very dangerous if they attack suddenly. Lin Tai reminded. The ferocious beasts in Silver Moon Mountain are different from those in other places. They are extremely ferocious and have physical strength and attack power that are no less than those of the vampires. As for the reason, perhaps it is because this place has been the Lin family's blood clan's home since ancient times, and the wild beasts have been affected by the surging blood energy of the clan's home and have undergone some mutations. In addition, this place has never been developed and has maintained its original ecological appearance, providing fertile ground for ferocious beasts to reproduce and thrive. Chapter 44 Ghostly Shadow. Lin Shiqing grew up in the clan's territory and had seen the so-called ferocious beasts. Grizzly bears, wild wolves, tigers, lions, cheetahs, many ferocious beasts that were originally impossible to gather in one area miraculously appeared near Silver Moon Mountain. For this reason, some biologists even set up a special expedition team to investigate why these animals with hugely different living habits appeared here together, but in the end they found nothing and even several expedition members died. The specific reason why the ferocious beasts appeared here together should be traced back to when the Lin family blood clan originally chose their clan land. That was thousands of years ago, and the landforms and biological populations here were quite different from now. According to records, at that time, someone in the Lin family conducted a crazy experiment. Sucking human blood was no longer enough to satisfy them, so some members of the tribe turned their attention to wild beasts. They wanted to know whether sucking the blood of wild beasts would have a positive effect on improving their strength. The Lin family blood clan began to capture wild beasts from all over the world and brought them back to Silver Moon Mountain. The tribesmen collected their blood and conducted a series of experiments to see whether drinking their blood could improve their strength and blood purity. But the final result was disappointing. The blood of wild beasts was no match for human blood, and sucking their blood would make one's own blood mixed, hindering the improvement of strength. The tribesmen learned from their failures and finally realized that humans are the best of all things. Although the fighting ability of Homo sapiens may not be as good as those of large carnivores, they can use and invent tools, and finally kill those powerful animals one by one. Humans are the pinnacle of biological evolution on this planet. They have traveled through mountains and rivers, overcome all difficulties, and created a brilliant civilization. This is why the value of human blood is difficult to be surpassed by the blood of other animals. After the experiment failed, the beasts were released at will. They set up camp around Silver Moon Mountain. Through continuous evolution, they eventually adapted to the local environment and have reproduced to this day. This is the origin of the ferocious beasts near Silver Moon Mountain. It has a long history. Often some seemingly unintentional behaviors will produce many unexpected results over a long period of time. The Lin family blood clan has the ability to kill the surrounding ferocious beasts, but they will not do so. The ferocious beasts have done a good job of preventing humans from getting involved here and disrupting the operation of the clan. It can also cause certain obstacles to the western vampires who invade here. On the mountain road, Suzha held his breath slightly, his eyes flashing with red light as he paid attention to his surroundings. He saw everything in the darkness and saw a python moving through the woods, chasing a frightened monkey. Seeing this scene, Suzha did not show any mercy and even cheered for the python. Perhaps the monkeys in Mountain gave him a bad impression of monkeys as an animal. If he saw a monkey, he would not only not feed it, but would even kick it a few times. Squeak! Squeak! The unfortunate monkey was caught up by the python and was entangled in it. Under the powerful force of the python, slight bone cracking sounds were heard, and all the bones in the monkey's body were broken. It soon lost its ability to resist and could only make a few screams in the last moments of its life. Suzha watched all this silently. Lin Shiqing beside him also noticed this scene, but she obviously did not have a sympathetic heart. She had seen this kind of situation too many times. The strong prey on the weak. Such scenes were played out every day in the mountains and forests. There was nothing to worry about. As the leader this time, Lin Tai walked at a moderate pace, his eyes darting around, observing any possible unexpected situations. Soon, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Roar! A grizzly bear patted his chest and roared, his figure appearing in the woods 400 meters away. Awah! A pack of wild wolves howled at the moon and appeared on a small hill about 800 meters away. It looks like a fight to the death? Suja watched this scene with great interest. It is not easy for these two animals to meet. Grizzly bears generally live in the Great Plains and coniferous forests of North America, while wolves are more likely to be found in northern Asia. They are confronting each other here, which is a very interesting and rare beast fighting scene. The battle was about to break out, and a group of wild wolves quickly swept through the jungle and came to the grizzly bear. The two sides began to fight. There were about 5 or 6 wild wolves. They had the advantage in numbers and they had a tacit understanding. They formed an encirclement and then began to attack. The grizzly bear is quite bulky, but he has amazing strength. Although it is difficult to hit the wolf when he swings his arms, once he hits, it will be a fatal blow to the wolf. Suja felt as if he was watching the animal world, and he watched the scene with great interest. Lin Tai in front of him turned his head and said to the people behind him, "Everyone, please pay attention. Please pass through the battle area quickly and avoid stopping." Everyone nodded and quickened their pace. As a vampire, he has strong physical fitness and his running speed is naturally not slow. Everyone increased their speed again, running through the mountains and forests at a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. Although it is not very fast, the road between the mountains and forests is not easy to walk on, so this speed can be considered very fast. After Suja sped up, he felt a little tired. In contrast, the others felt much more relaxed. Suja realized that his strength was still too weak and he had to find a way to improve his strength as soon as possible. Whoosh! Suja suddenly heard an inexplicable faint sound of wind coming from the front right. He turned his gaze towards the direction where the sound of the wind came from and saw a ghostly black shadow. And the black shadow was still rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. The target was Lin Shiqing. Suja subconsciously rushed forward and threw Lin Shiqing to the ground. There was a sharp pain in the back, followed by the sound of flesh being torn. A large piece of flesh was torn off, but Suja did not feel much pain. The pain felt by vampires is much lighter than that felt by humans. If a human had such a large piece of flesh torn off, he would probably scream in pain. Faced with such an emergency, Lin Tai reacted quickly. In a hurry, a strong blood red light flashed in his hand, and a ball of energy was thrown out. Boom! The energy ball exploded at the location of the black shadow, and a loud noise echoed throughout the mountains and forests. A whoa! Roar! The wild wolves and grizzly bears noticed the situation here. They realized that the fluctuation just now was extremely dangerous, so they stopped fighting and fled in all directions. Lin Tai walked forward with a gloomy face. He never expected that such a thing would happen when he was leading the team. Generally speaking, these ferocious beasts dare not attack them. The Lin family blood clan had carried out a sweep before, and most of the ferocious beasts had been scared of being killed. When they sensed the breath of the blood clan, they would immediately run away, let alone attack. Lin Tai walked to the side of the black shadow, activated his vampire vision, and checked the situation. It turned out to be a skinny cheetah. Chapter 45 Lin Shiqing's recognition. A skinny cheetah, on the verge of death, decided to take a desperate gamble and attack the vampire who had killed his wife and children. Lin Tai, who was busy on his way and should have noticed the clues, gave the cheetah an opportunity. It was his negligence. Although the vampires are powerful, their defense is average. Without the thick skin and flesh of wild beasts, they can only rely on their agility to avoid various injuries. Generally speaking, with the speed of the vampires, it is absolutely impossible for the ferocious beasts to get close to them, let alone cause harm. Lin Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. The cheetah hit by the energy ball was completely dead, with blood and limbs splattered all over the ground. Regarding the attack just now, the cheetah itself did not think about surviving. It was like a Suicide Squad member, wanting to use its last bit of strength to give the enemy a heavy blow. Originally, there were many cheetahs in Silver Moon Mountain, but after the Blood Clan's purge, their number decreased a lot, and the balance between creatures was broken. As the population decreases, cheetahs are facing difficulties in hunting. They are no longer a match for the grizzly bears that they once could surround and overwhelm with their numerical superiority. Moreover, the cheetah will be besieged by other ferocious beasts, and the situation will become increasingly difficult. With no other options left, the cheetah decided to seek revenge. Unfortunately, it is still too weak. Although the attack was unexpected enough, it still failed to be fatal. The wound on Suja's back was aching slightly, but the blood was constantly flowing, and the pain of the wound was alleviated. But for some reason, the healing speed of the wound seems to have slowed down a lot. Even the healing of blood energy is somewhat ineffective?
If blood energy is used forcibly to heal wounds, the wounds may heal much faster, but it will inevitably consume a lot of blood energy. Suja is still a first-level vampire, and his blood energy is not much. In addition, the wound is extremely strange and the healing effect is poor. Even if all the blood can be used to heal the wound, it is likely that there will not be a particularly good effect. After a moment of daze, Lin Shiqing gradually came to her senses. She looked at Suja, whose face looked a little painful, and hurried over.
"What's wrong with you?"
The next moment, she saw the bloody wound on Suja's back. She was shocked and heartbroken.
"Suja, why are you so stupid?"
In order to protect her, Suja threw her to the ground and suffered such serious injuries. Seeing his white hair again, Lin Shiqing felt even more uncomfortable.
Suja has saved himself twice.
In a panic, she quickly mobilized her blood energy and began to heal Suja.
A blood-red light shone in the mountains and forests. The rest of the tribesmen were shocked.
They looked at the scene in front of them, somewhat puzzled. It was just a blood slave. Why did Lin Shiqing care so much?
Even if the blood slave died, so what? As long as he could guarantee his own safety, wouldn't that be enough?
In their eyes, the blood servant is like an object.
You shouldn't put any emotion into an object.
Suja looked at the anxious girl under the blood-red light and smiled slightly.
It's okay, just some minor injuries.
There's not a single intact piece of skin on my entire back, and it's even a superficial wound.
Stop it.
As Lin Shiqing spoke, she accelerated the activation of her blood energy, wanting to help Suja heal his wounds quickly.
Lin Tai came over at this time.
That cheetah is not an ordinary cheetah, but a mutated one. The toxins contained in its claws and fangs will corrode the wound, making healing difficult. As Lin Tai said, when Lin Shiqing tried to heal the wound, he found that blood could adhere to the wound, but the progress of healing always stagnated.
The wound is so deep that the bone is visible. It will be difficult to recover as before. Shiqing, why don't you just leave him here and embrace a human later?
Blood servants are everywhere, and wasting resources on healing him is not worth it. Lin Shiqing frowned after hearing what Lin Tai said.
Uncle Tai, what are you talking about? Suja saved my life just now, but you want me to leave him here and let him be eaten by a ferocious beast? Suja's face turned cold in an instant.
He suddenly realized that what he had thought before was too simple.
It was not so easy to go into the tiger's den.
Although the tribesmen would not attack him openly, with the variable of the ferocious beast, they could easily kill him with a borrowed knife.
For example, in the current situation, I have been seriously injured.
If no one helps me, I will report to hell and it will be reopened directly. Fortunately, Lin Shiqing absolutely protected him, so he didn't fall into a dead end. Lin Tai looked at Lin Shiqing helplessly. In his eyes, the blood servant was just a pawn that should be discarded decisively when necessary to stop the loss in time. The next moment, Lin Shiqing squatted down with her back facing Suja.
Climb up, I'll carry you back to the tribe. I'll ask my father to heal your wounds.
Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well. Suja felt warm in his heart when he heard Lin Shiqing's words. Lin Shiqing is his biggest confidence in getting involved in this. Suja only injured his back and was not completely unable to move. He slowly climbed onto Lin Shiqing's back. Lin Shiqing lifted up his legs, and a man over 1.8 meters tall was carried firmly on the back of a young girl. Why is there something strange on my back, and it hurts? A blush flashed across Lin Shiqing's face. She guessed what that thing was and then felt relieved. It's just something every boy has, now is not the time to be embarrassed. Now her only goal is to bring Suja to the clan as soon as possible so that her father can treat him. His father is a baron, his blood is thick and condensed, and has more powerful healing abilities, which will definitely help Suja recover as before. Looking at Lin Shiqing's stubborn figure, Lin Tai didn't know what to do. Forget it, let Xiaohua handle this matter. This is my brother's family affair, and it is not convenient for me to interfere. After this episode, the group of 10 set off again. Lin Shiqing is physically strong, so it is quite easy for her to carry Suja on her back. Her footsteps were alternately deep and shallow, revealing a sense of impatience.
Uncle Tai, can you be faster?
Lin Shiqing urged.
Let's go back to our tribe quickly. Suja's injury cannot be delayed.
Lin Tai looked at Suja with complicated eyes. It seemed that his niece was really deeply in love with this blood servant.
With a sigh, he agreed to Lin Shiqing's request. Turning around, Lin Tai shouted to the remaining tribesmen. Everyone, hurry up and try to reach the tribe's territory by 10:30. Lin Shiqing quickened her pace and felt slightly at ease amidst the bumps. Suja was still thinking about how to heal his wound. He tried to guide the blood energy in the blood pill to his back, but the effect of healing the wound was very general and the results were minimal. If this continues, the edges of his wound will be affected and his intact skin will become ulcerated. Suja, don't worry. My father is very powerful. He will definitely find a way to cure you. Don't worry. Lin Shiqing said firmly. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I know. Suja agreed softly. After more than half an hour's journey, Suja's sight gradually fixed on a building in the distance. Is that the clan's land? The architectural style combines the east and the west, with both eastern courtyards made of rubble and bricks and western castle spires. There is a circle of towering walls on the outside, which tightly wraps the entire clanland. In the thick night, it looked like a mirage, not matching the surrounding environment and not seeming to exist in reality. The lights came on and the surroundings became much brighter. The clan's territory is like a city, but more like a giant beast, entrenched in a basin between the mountains. We're almost there. Do you see those lights? That's the location of the clan's land. Lin Shiqing introduced to Suja. It's spectacular. Suja exclaimed. He had been to the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and many other places of historical interest, but compared to the Lin family land before him, he felt like something was missing. The buildings here are natural, revealing a sense of craftsmanship and grandeur, with a unique sense of heaviness. Perhaps it is because the existing scenic spots and historical sites in the country are not as old as the Lin family's land. The gate of the clan's territory was open, and there were 2 watchtowers next to it. They had already noticed Lin Tai and his group. Lin Tai waved and greeted the vampire on duty at the sentry tower, then walked into the clan territory with a group of people behind him. In the center of the clan territory is a road, through which you can reach every corner of the clan territory, just like the trunk of a tree with veins surrounding it. Brother Tai, let's go. Goodbye, Tai. The other vampires on the trip waved goodbye to Lin Tai, then left and went home. Only Lin Tai and Lin Shiqing, who was carrying Suja on her back, were left there. The 3 of them went to Lin Shiqing's home together. Lin Shiqing's house is a Western-style castle with 3 floors, located in the southwest. Being able to live in the ancient castle is enough to show that Lin Shiqing's lineage is relatively prominent in the entire Lin family. Lin Xiaohua was waiting at the door early in the morning for his daughter and the blood servant who had deceived his daughter into being infatuated with him. Lin Wen stood on his left, looking worried. Judging from the husband's expression, he must be angry. At home, the couple get along very well, but the main household affairs are still handled by Su Xiaohua. Lin Wen is mainly responsible for housework and some daily chores. She wanted to persuade her husband not to be so angry, but she stopped herself several times. Having been married to her husband for 300 years, she is very familiar with his temper. If he is really angry, no matter who persuades him, it will be useless. 2 figures appeared in the distance, and Lin Xiaohua, who was standing at the door, suddenly became alert. Why is my daughter carrying someone on her back? Looking closely, he saw that it was a young man with white hair. Could it be that this young man is the blood slave that Lin Tai mentioned? Your own daughter is carrying a blood slave? I haven't even let my daughter carry me on her back, so why would this blood slave have the right to do so? Lin Xiaohua's anger grew even stronger, and his face looked very ugly. Lin Tai stepped forward first and pulled Lin Xiaohua aside. Xiaohua, something unexpected happened just now. This is what happened. In between words, he recounted the situation he had just encountered. The anger in Lin Xiaohua's heart slowly dissipated. It turned out that this blood servant was seriously injured while protecting his daughter, so his daughter had been carrying him on her back all the time. I originally thought he was just a human being who only knew how to sweet talk, but I didn't expect that in a critical moment, he would do anything to protect his daughter. This couldn't help but greatly change Lin Xiaohua's impression of Suja. Chapter 46:46 He is my good friend. Just as Lin Tai and Lin Xiaohua were talking, Lin Shiqing put Suja down and supported him as he walked towards the house. Lin Wen immediately went to meet him. Suja looked at Lin Wen, thought for a moment, and realized that this should be Lin Shiqing's mother. She looked very young, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, like a ripe fruit that would ooze juice if you pinched it. Xiaoqing, are you okay? Lin Wen asked with concern. Of course I'm fine. It's Suja who's in trouble. I forgot to introduce him to you. Suja is him. I gave him my first hug. He's my good friend. What good friend is it? Isn't it just a blood servant? Shiqing, why are you so stupid? Didn't I tell you at the beginning that you can't just hug someone casually? The first embrace will deplete your essence and blood, causing harm to your body. Why won't you listen? Lin Wen said angrily. Lin Shiqing shook her head. Mom, I have to correct one thing for you. In my heart, Suja is my best friend. He is not a blood servant, the relationship between us is equal. In addition, a lot of things happen in Binhai these days, I will explain them to you in detail later. After saying that, Lin Shiqing held Suja tightly and held his right arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Wen couldn't help but frown. Her daughter has always been obedient, so how come she can't tell right from wrong in this matter? Suja was seriously injured and must be treated by father. He was injured because he saved me. Lin Shiqing slowly helped Suja turn around and showed his mother the hideous wound on his back. After seeing the wounds on Suja's body, Lin Wen covered her mouth in surprise. What happened? How could he be injured so badly? We encountered a cheetah on our way back to our tribe. The cheetah originally wanted to attack me, but Suja discovered it in advance. In order to protect me, his back was torn by the cheetah, and he became what he is now. Uncle Tai said that this cheetah had mutated and its claws contained toxins, making the wounds difficult to heal. I tried to mobilize blood energy to help Suja heal, but with little success. If I want Suja to recover, I'm afraid I'll need some potions and my father's Baron-level pure blood energy. After listening to Lin Shiqing's story, Lin Wen was surprised at Suja's bravery. In her husband's description, Suja was a human being who used sweet words to deceive Lin Shiqing, so she had a preconceived notion and had a very bad impression of Suja. But at this moment, Lin Wen was a little shaken. He is a trustworthy person who is willing to risk his own life to save his daughter. He is not the kind of handsome young man who only knows how to speak sweet words and has good looks. By the way, Mom, why don't you try to activate your blood energy to see if you can help Suja heal his injuries? Lin Shiqing suddenly said. Lin Wen is the last generation of the Ninth Order vampire clan. Although her strength is not weak, she is still far behind her husband who is already a baron. The gap between the major realms is like a chasm, and there is a huge gap in the quality and quantity of blood energy. However, compared with Lin Shiqing, Lin Wen is obviously much stronger, and her blood energy may be able to help Suja heal his wounds. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Wen is an emotional person. Suja was injured while protecting her daughter. No matter what he did in the past, she was very grateful to Suja and was willing to try to help him heal. Besides, since the matter is done and my daughter has already embraced him for the first time, it might not be a bad idea to keep him. But the prerequisite is that he must be a good person and not have any other bad intentions. With her thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Wen calmed herself down and walked behind Suja. Most of his back was devoid of skin, with wounds crisscrossing it, and at the deepest part, white bones could be seen. She stretched out her right hand, and a trace of blood appeared on the palm of her hand. This fluctuation is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than Lin Shiqing's. This gave Lin Shiqing confidence that perhaps her mother could heal Suja's wound and restore his back to its original state. When Lin Wen's blood covered Suja's back, a miracle happened. The flesh that had been festering and curled up was reborn at this moment, growing strands of fresh flesh and blood. Very good. Lin Shiqing looked very happy. Suja felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if a professional masseur was massaging him. It was a little itchy and he could feel some flesh and blood growing out. Stop, Xiaowen, what are you doing? Lin Xiaowa's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Wen was startled and subconsciously stopped what she was doing. Wait a minute. There's no need to rush into healing before you get to the bottom of things. Lin Xiaowa's voice was unquestionable. Lin Xiaowa learned a lot of information from Lin Tai just now. In addition to the situation encountered on the mountain road just now, there was also what happened in Silver Moon Town. Lin Xiaowa has rich experience and has lived in the clan for many years, so he has much broader knowledge. Naturally, it was impossible to trust Suja so quickly. Lin Tai was about to leave. He had already told Lin Xiaowa all the information he knew. Let Lin Xiaowa decide how to deal with it. As Lin Tai gradually walked away, Lin Xiaowa coughed. Come in first. You'll just be a laughingstock if you stay outside. Although they belong to the same clan, the entire clan is like a small society, and there is also competition between different lineages. As for blood being thicker than water, after thousands of years, if one is not a member of the same clan, then to the collateral lineage, he or she can only be regarded as a stranger with blood relationship. This is like a distant relative. The Lin family has a large population and complex bloodlines, so the situation is even more complicated. Talking about family matters on the street will definitely become a topic of conversation among other clans. People are eager to laugh at you, the more miserable your life is, the better. Lin Shiqing never left Suja's side. She stayed by his side from beginning to end, supporting him and taking good care of him. Walking into the room, Suja saw that the lobby was very large. The carpet was dark red and covered with strange and mysterious patterns. As you go deeper, you can see a hall. The hall was empty, with flickering candle flames. Due to their limited brightness, the entire hall was somewhat dark. Lin Xiaohua originally wanted to press Suja against the wall and interrogate him, forcing him to reveal how he had deceived his daughter. But after thinking for a moment, he felt that Suja had saved his daughter after all. Although his daughter was deceived, Suja also made a great contribution by making amends. Lin Xiaohua finally decided to let him go for now, but the necessary interrogation was inevitable. Suja's initial analysis of Lin Xiaohua is a very sensible man who cares about his daughter very much, and his attitude towards himself has not reached an irreversible point. Suja was still a little worried after all. Without knowing it, his daughter was abducted. Lin Xiaohua didn't know how she would treat herself. Suja, right? I'm going to ask you something and you must answer honestly. If you try to deceive me, I will throw you out there and let those beasts eat you until not even a bone is left. I mean what I say. Lin Xiaohua said in a cold voice with a sharp look on his face. Is this a show of force? Chapter 47:47 This is my bottom line. Xiaoqing, please step aside for a moment. I want to talk to him. Lin Xiaohua looked at his daughter. Dad, Suja is still injured. Can't you treat him first and talk about other things later? Lin Shiqing frowned and said dissatisfiedly. No, there are some things I must ask first. Lin Xiaohua shook his head. But don't worry, since he saved you, I won't do anything to him as long as he answers honestly. Lin Shiqing wanted to say something, but was stopped by her mother. Xiaoqing, let your dad ask him first. You are still so young and inexperienced, and you can't tell the difference between good and bad people. Your dad and I are also worried that you will be deceived. Hearing this, Lin Shiqing quickly retorted. I wasn't fooled. Suja is a good man. He saved me more than once. Suja spoke up, Shiqing, let me talk to my uncle, it's okay. Lin Xiaohua narrowed his eyes slightly. You even dare to call yourself Shiqing, you are really not afraid of death. This is the first time in hundreds of years that someone has kidnapped my daughter in front of me. Boy, I admire your courage more and more. Seeing Suja say this, Lin Shiqing nodded helplessly. Okay then, Suja, if my dad wants to hurt you, just call me immediately and I will protect you. Suja smiled slightly and nodded when he heard this. Lin Shiqing had good intentions, but if Lin Xiaohua really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to say a word, and the game would be over. Lin Wan and Lin Shiqing walked to the guest room on the side, leaving only Suja and Lin Xiaohua in the huge living room. Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Lin Xiaohua gradually approached. Uncle, if you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago, right? Suja's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was a sense of calmness in his words. This made Lin Xiaohua curious. This human was really brave. He was ready to see Suja kneel down in front of him and beg him desperately. But the reality is quite the opposite. I have to admit, you're very courageous. Lin Xiaohua circled around Suja. Sometimes, foolish bravery only brings death sooner. Uncle, I'm not a very brave person, but at this moment, even if I beg you to spare my life, it will be useless. Suja endured the pain and tried to keep his body straight. Lin Xiaohua sneered, as expected of a human being who can deceive my daughter into being infatuated, his psychological quality is indeed very strong. I didn't lie to her. We are friends. I am willing to be embraced by her, and I will spare no effort to ensure her safety. Suja said calmly. Lin Xiaohua stared at Suja's eyes. His black pupils were calm and no emotion could be seen. He felt strange and surprised at the same time. This young man was beyond his expectations. He has to change his strategy. How did you two meet? What happened next? Tell me everything. I am a student at Binhai University. More than half a month ago, Shiqing and I added each other on WeChat. We kept chatting on WeChat, and later she invited me to her home, but in fact she wanted to suck my blood. I woke up in the middle of the night and unexpectedly discovered that she was a vampire. She originally planned to kill me, but finally spared my life. However, I had to stay with her. During the time I spent with her, we developed a deep friendship, and she eventually gave me her first hug. The day before yesterday, we encountered two Western vampires, and those two Western vampires attacked the villa. But fortunately, the villa's defense mechanism worked and killed the two Western vampires. Our friendship deepened in times of crisis, and finally she decided to take me back to the tribe. Looking back, we gradually understood each other and got along well with each other. I am willing to protect your daughter in the future. Even though my current strength is not strong, I will still do my best, and I will work hard to improve my strength in the future to help her more. Suja's words made Lin Xiaohua's eyes change several times. Besides, Shiqing has been living alone and has rarely been with you and your aunt. She is very lonely and hopes that someone can be by her side, and I am willing to be that person. After Suja finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Uncle, if you want to kill me, go ahead and do it. I won't resist at all. Lin Xiaohua was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything? No, I have no regrets about you taking action. Are you giving up resistance just like that? Suja shook his head. My strength is so insignificant that there is no need for me to resist you. Lin Xiaohua stood beside Suja with his back to him. With so many thoughts in his mind, he found that he seemed to have no reason to kill Suja. Suja's words were very sincere and he didn't feel any deception. If these are all lies, Suja is undoubtedly the greatest actor in history. What he didn't know was that Suja had rehearsed this line of speech in his mind thousands of times. Although the part about being embraced for the first time by Lin Shiqing was false, everything else was true. Between the truth and the lies, the small amount of lies becomes more credible and convincing. Lin Xiaohua looked at Suja, examining him. Suja has never done anything bad to Shiqing. In addition, he also accompanied Shiqing and gave her a lot of warmth. As Suja said, he spent too little time with Shiqing. To be honest, Lin Xiaohua felt very guilty. But there was nothing he could do about it. The clan affairs were complicated and he had very little free time. He let Lin Shiqing live in Binhai because he hoped that his daughter could find more happiness in the human world and not stay in the tribe and watch the world from a narrow perspective. As for the incident of the Western vampires attacking the villa, this was the first time he heard of it. It seems that his long absence almost cost his daughter her life. Lin Xiaohua was also moved by what happened on the mountain road just now. After looking at Suja in silence for a while, Lin Xiaohua nodded. Okay, I've decided to spare your life. But you have to promise me one thing. Suja opened his eyes, and his heart, which had just calmed down, began to rise again. But you can't develop feelings beyond friendship with Shiqing. If I find out that you two have developed feelings that go beyond the norm, you will bear the consequences. Lin Xiaohua said in a deep voice. Shiqing is already engaged to another 13th generation vampire in the clan. It's impossible for her to marry a blood servant. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. From now on, your mission is to protect Shiqing's safety. Don't even think about anything else. This is my bottom line. Chapter 48 Lin Wen sees through everything. Lin Xiaohua felt very conflicted. He couldn't calmly accept the relationship between Suja and Lin Shiqing. In the hundreds of years of his family, there has never been a case of a blood master and a blood servant falling in love. He regards such a situation as a shame. But on the other hand, he hopes that his daughter can pursue her own happiness instead of being forced to marry someone she doesn't like. Although that person may have enormous power and strong strength, such external conditions are obviously not enough to make his daughter happy. When he was young, he had given his whole heart to Lin Wen from the first moment he saw her. Over the past few decades, he always talked to her intentionally or unintentionally, and invited her to dances and go out together to complete tasks assigned by the family. As they spent time together day after day, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen gradually developed feelings for each other and agreed to be together forever. Originally, the family arranged another female member of the clan as Lin Xiaohua's fiancée. When he learned the news, he decided to fight. After a long period of hard work, he finally got his wish and married Lin Wen. But his situation is different from Suja's.
He and Lin Wen are both 12th generation vampires, and their combination can be considered a perfect match. Suja and Lin Shiqing are a blood master and a blood servant respectively. The combination of master and servant will only lead to countless ridicules. Lin Xiaohua understands how happy it is to be with the one you love, and he also understands that arranged marriages are always gilded by the veneer, and the desolate feeling of not being loved can only be tasted alone. His eyes flickered and he sighed silently in his heart. Forget it, he decided to follow his heart. He hoped that his daughter could pursue her own happiness and let her decide everything for herself. Although Suja is a blood slave, it is undeniable that he treats his daughter sincerely. As for Lin Xian, if his daughter really doesn't want to be with him, Lin Xiaohua will support her. As for why Lin Xiaohua's attitude just now was so bad, and even had a hint of intimidation. Suja almost kidnapped his daughter without his knowledge. If Lin Xiaohua didn't give him a warning, he would have no way of knowing what Suja was thinking. Only under severe intimidation can Suja get the most truthful answer. Moreover, just a few months after returning to the tribe, his daughter was stolen. No one could bear this. Looking at Suja, the wound on his back was rolling and festering, and it looked very painful. But Suja's eyes were as firm as ever. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but nodded secretly. This perseverance is truly admirable. Unfortunately, he is a blood servant after all. Lin Xiaohua sighed softly, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. He couldn't help but be stunned, then he quickly walked to the entrance and opened the door. Brother Hua, there's a turn for the better in Yi Hui's situation. Just now, the Elders' Council has relented and said that they can make an exception, but you need to agree to some conditions. I don't know the details. The elders want to meet with you, please come with me. The visitor was a vampire who looked like a middle-aged man, of medium build, with a look of joy on his face. Really? Lin Xiaohua was overjoyed and said in disbelief. Okay, wait for me, I'll take care of some housework, I'll be there soon. After finishing speaking, he walked quickly to the living room. At this time, Suja was still standing straight, like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the ground. If you look closely, you can see that he is trembling a little, his body swaying slightly. The wound on my back felt like it was being cut by a knife. The new flesh and blood that had just grown after being healed by Lin Wen was torn apart again, and the bloody back became even more tragic. Even so, Suja never thought of bending down to show submission. Lin Xiaohua patted Suja's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, remember what I told you. After finishing his words, he quickly walked towards the guest room. Xiaowen, treat Suja's wound. I have to go to the Elders' Council right away. I probably won't be back early. Remember to arrange accommodation for Suja later. Lin Xiaohua's voice is full of magnetism, deep but mixed with majesty, and has the aura of a superior. After hearing the noise outside, Lin Wen and Lin Shiqing quickly walked out of the guest room. I understand. Go quickly and don't delay anything. Lin Wen reminded repeatedly. Although I don't know what it is, judging from my husband's appearance, it must be a rather urgent matter. Lin Xiaohua left quickly, and the next moment after he walked out of the house, Suja could no longer hold on and almost collapsed. The wound on his back was even more horrific, with blood running all the way down his spine, soaking the upper part of his trousers. Suja gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep himself steady. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiqing's heart was almost broken. She hurried to Suja's side and helped him walk to the sofa. Just lie down on the sofa. It's all my dad's fault. He insisted on talking nonsense to you. The wound has gotten worse. Lin Shiqing felt distressed but also a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have been more forceful and not let my dad talk to you. It's okay. Suja smiled and shook his head, the wound doesn't hurt that much. It doesn't hurt, I don't believe it. Look at your wound, how bad it is. How much pain must it be for you? The once aloof Lin Shiqing became like a chatterbox. Suja felt a warmth flowing through his heart, and the pain of his wound also faded a lot. Mom, please help Suja heal his injuries quickly. Look at what he's become. Lin Shiqing looked at Lin Wen and urged. I know, don't worry. As Lin Wen spoke, she walked towards Suja's position. Suja suddenly smelled a body fragrance that was completely different from Lin Shiqing's, like a red wine that had been cellared for a long time. The fragrance was intoxicating. Is this the smell of a mature vampire? The next moment, Suja realized that Lin Wen should be about 400 or 500 years old this year. After 400 or 500 years of sedimentation, it's outrageous. In comparison, mature women in their 30s and 40s in reality are really weak.
However, Suja had no interest in being a thief. In his opinion, it was really against human ethics. The couple has a good relationship, why would you interfere? Being a thief is not something that can be done casually.
Perhaps it is only acceptable when necessary, such as when the original wife is not in harmony with the original wife.
Not to mention that she is my mother-in-law. If I still have any thoughts about her, I would be a beast.
After moving a chair and sitting aside, Linwen began to treat Suja's injuries. Suja lay on the sofa with his back facing up and closed his eyes. Next, it depends on Linwen's operation. Linwen raised her right hand immediately, and streams of pure blood energy gathered from her palm. It was a soft blood-red beam of light, shining and covering Suja's wound.
It is the pro version of Lin Shiqing sucking Suja's blood and performing healing magic on his neck.
As time passed, the wounds healed quickly, the flesh and blood continued to reorganize, and life came back to life. Seeing that Suja's injuries were gradually getting better, Lin Shiqing finally felt relieved. While Linwen was pouring blood energy into healing the wound, she stared at Suja's profile with a slightly slanted look. Just now in the room, she learned a lot about Suja's past from Lin Shiqing.
He plays the piano very well and is an honest and brave person.
He always stands up at critical moments and spares no effort to protect his daughter's safety. Suja brought a lot of warmth to his daughter, and the two of them established a deep relationship through their in-depth and easy-to-understand interactions. Linwen gradually let down her guard against this young man.
Perhaps she and her husband were just overly sensitive.
Suja was a good man. He did not deceive his daughter and did not say any sweet words. The reason why he protected Xiaoqing and accompanied her for a long time was only one answer. That is, he likes Lin Shiqing. Linwen felt that she had seen through everything.
Chapter 49 Waiting for Trial.
The dungeon was dark, cold, damp, and filled with a musty smell. A hunched figure huddled in a corner, looking sad. Yi Hui looked ahead with lifeless eyes, waiting for his end. He still remembered the night 5 days ago when dozens of Western vampires launched an attack and the sky was dyed red with blood. During the battle, blood energy fluctuations spread, energy balls flew everywhere, and countless large pits appeared on the ground. As a member of the tribe defending the land, he stepped forward and led 4 or 5 blood slaves to attack and kill a Western vampire and injure 3 Western vampires. But just as the battle was about to end, an accident happened. A Western vampire burned all of his remaining blood and dealt a fatal blow to the Eastern vampire closest to him.
The unlucky Eastern vampire was Lin Meng.
She was pierced through the heart by an extremely thick energy beam and died on the spot.
Everything happened so fast that no one could react.
At the moment when Lin Meng died, Yi Hui suddenly discovered that his spirit, which had been suppressed for 200 or 300 years, was liberated in an instant. He was free. After the blood master dies, the blood slave will become free again. But when Yi Hui found that he had regained his freedom, he did not feel excited at all, but his face turned pale. He had been in the Lin family blood clan for hundreds of years, so how could he not know that once the blood master died, all the blood slaves controlled by him would be executed? And as Lin Meng's only blood slave, he will definitely not escape death. Then, as expected, he was taken to the dungeon to await the final judgment. During the 4 days in the dungeon, he often thought of Lin Meng. The sister Kobayashi who had been affectionate with him, but only to deceive him. Her voice, smile, and appearance echoed in front of his eyes. Yi Hui suddenly realized that when he saw her being pierced by the beam of light, he did not feel the pleasure of revenge as he had imagined. Instead, he felt dazed and numb, and felt that everything in front of him was like a dream. He felt like he had Stockholm Syndrome. Lin Meng had hurt him so badly, but when she died, he didn't feel any sense of exhilaration at all. Instead, he felt a little nostalgic. I will never see her again, and I feel a little sad. But shouldn't I be excited? It's like in a heroic movie, when the bad guys get their comeuppance, justice is served, everything turns out well, and people start cheering for the hero. Shaking his head, Yi Hui felt confused. Well, it seems that I don't hate Lin Meng that much. It's been too long, and I have long been willing to be driven by her. I have become a slave from the bottom of my heart. This is the fact. Yi Hui smiled self-deprecatingly and calmly prepared to wait for death. Death, a word I originally thought was very far away. As death approached, he felt a sense of relief. He recalled the night when he was 18, with the candlelight flickering. He hugged Lin Meng and made a vow to her. Lin Meng's body was cold in his arms, and he wanted to warm it with his hot heart. Lin Meng has a pair of crescent eyes and looks very cute when she smiles. Yi Hui can't help but smile when he thinks of her.
Even though she had deceived him and turned him into a blood slave, Yi Hui still wanted to say that he just liked Lin Meng. So silly. It's really stupid, but sometimes, feelings seem to be like this. I give everything foolishly, knowing that I can get nothing in return, but I just want to do it. Forget it, it's all over anyway. The smell of decay rushed into his nose. Yi Hui didn't want to think about anything anymore. He was tired. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts quickly became scattered and endless darkness swallowed him. The tower where the Presbyterian church is located in the center of the tribe. It is a Gothic tower over 40 meters high and has as many as 13 floors. Some Oriental elements are integrated into the tower, and many ancient Oriental symbols are engraved on it, which is obscure and mysterious. The tower body is built with huge purple stones, and the top of the tower is sharp and towering, which is the highest point in the entire tribe. On the third floor, in the conference hall, the elders of the Lin family gathered here. Their faces showed signs of aging that were not obvious, and the deep and shallow wrinkles on their faces made them look more majestic. Most of these elders are 10th generation vampires, and the strongest among them is a 9th rank baron. Although these elders are highly respected in the clan, they are not the strongest of the Lin family blood clan. The truly powerful ones are all old monsters, most of whom are 9th and 8th generation blood clan members. The 8th and 9th generations of vampires have survived for nearly 3,000 years and are almost at the end of their lives. Although the lifespan of vampires is very long, it still has its limits. They are bound by the laws of heaven and earth. As time passes, they will eventually turn into dust. In order to continue living, they, as viscounts, must break through to the Earl level, which will allow them to have a longer life. In order to race against time to break through the realm, they lived in seclusion in the clan territory and did not go out for a long time, and the decision-making of daily affairs was handed over to the 10th generation vampires with less seniority, that is, the elders in the conference hall. Next to the long table in the conference hall were 9 clan elders. Opposite them, Lin Xiaohua had a serious expression on his face. Lin Xiaohua, after our discussion, we finally decided to make an exception. As for why, Yi Hui made great contributions in the previous battle to defend the clan's territory, and you also helped kill 2 Western vampires. The whole clan admires you and Yi Hui's glorious actions. Because of this, we decided to set a precedent. Yi Hui can survive, but... Lin Shiqing, the clan elder sitting in the center, suddenly stopped talking. Lin Xiaohua knew in his heart that the content that followed was the key. He didn't know what conditions the elder wanted him to agree to this time, but as long as they were not too excessive, he would accept them. Yi Hui has been serving as the housekeeper in his family for more than 200 years. During these long years, he has already developed a deep affection for Yi Hui, and they are more like family to each other. Lin Xiaohua is willing to pay a high price if he can save him. Yi Hui has been handling the affairs of the Lin group before, right? Lin Shiqing suddenly changed the subject. Yes, he has been the president of the group for more than 20 years. As Lin Xiaohua answered, various scenes from the past 20 years appeared in his mind. 20 years ago, the family asked Yi Hui to manage the Lin group in Binhai. Since then, the profits of the Lin group have been growing rapidly and rising year by year. 10 years ago, Lin Xiaohua saw that Lin Shiqing had been staying in the clan in Yingyue town, which was too isolated and narrow-minded, so he sent her to Binhai to live there temporarily. Later, she was arranged to go to university, but since she was a vampire after all, there was a natural gap between her and humans, and Lin Shiqing still had few friends. Because there were too many things to do in the clan, Lin Xiaohua had little time to accompany Lin Shiqing, and time just passed by like this. Time flies so fast, it all seems like it was just yesterday. Feeling a little emotional, he looked at Lin Shiqing again. Chapter 50-50 Hope of Life. Our intention is to let him be in charge of the Lin group in Binhai from now on, but he can never return to the clan. If possible, the clan will give him a way out. And he must drink the thrall potion. Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew what the Sal potion was. It was a highly toxic potion. Once drunk, one would need to take an antidote every 3 months, otherwise one would die. This potion is often used by the Lin family vampires to control powerful humans, such as wealthy businessmen or officials. When the Lin family blood clan conducts some black transactions, the Sal magic potion always has a surprising effect. With this potion, the family can easily control a large number of humans for their use. Without an antidote, the person will die. In order to survive, the person who drinks the potion will have to work for the Lin family. Unexpectedly, this trick was used on Yi Hui according to local conditions. Yi Hui has a talent for business, which is recognized by all the elders. In the human world, money is a very useful pass. They need Ji Hui to continue working for them and grab more wealth. In other words, they made an exception not because they were soft-hearted, but because Yi Hui was still of use. As for why Yi Hui was not allowed to return to the clan, it was because they were afraid that he would want to fight to the death and pose a threat to the safety of the clan. As long as he was kept far away from the coast, there would be no need to worry about his safety. You guys are really calculating. Lin Xiaohua's eyes changed several times, and his anger was about to burst out. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaohua felt extremely weak again. He understood that this was the last concession of the Elders' Council. If he did not agree, Yi Hui would definitely be executed. There was no other possibility. Lin Xiaohua, think about it carefully. If you can accept it, then do as we say. After Yi Hui drinks the Sal potion, you will immediately take him to Binhai. Also, you must remember to remind him not to try anything cunning. If the Lin Group's profits decrease, and it's discovered he did it intentionally, then the subsequent antidote, he'll have no choice but to die. Lin Maching's voice, without a trace of emotion, echoed and dissipated in the conference hall. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Lin Xiaohua left the conference hall, and he felt dizzy. And in his right hand, there was a bottle of green potion. It was the Sal magic potion. I have to be the executioner, haha. He agreed to the elder's request and saved Yi Hui's life. It was a helpless move and he had no other choice. Lin Xiaohua is now going to the dungeon and handing the Sal magic potion in his hand to Yi Hui and asking him to drink it. In the endless years to come, as long as Yi Hui is alive, the family will absorb the value he creates like a leech. Lin Xiaohua has no blood slaves. He does not think that blood slaves are objects that can be discarded at will. He believes that blood slaves are more like partners rather than a simple master-slave relationship. There are very few people in the entire Lin family who think like him. Lin Xiaohua believes that it may be related to the fact that he inadvertently read some books about Marxism-Leninism, and the seeds of equality were planted in his heart. The master-slave relationship is the dregs of the times. Shaking his head secretly, Lin Xiaohua felt like a whore trying to pretend to be a saint. As a vampire, he is not equal to humans. The blood he drinks every day is extracted from humans, and the wealth and benefits he seizes are also stained with blood and cannot be seen in the light. It is indeed true. There is no such thing as fairness in the world. Those who protest against situations where people are oppressed by force are often the victims. If they were given a higher status one day and could use their power to oppress others, they would immediately stop protesting and begin to consciously safeguard their own status. People are dirty in their bones and are selfish by nature. Lin Xiaohua is also very selfish. He admits that Yi Hui has worked diligently in his family and taken care of his daughter for so many years, so he wants to protect Yi Hui and let him keep his life. The family has killed more than 10 blood slaves over the years, but Lin Xiaohua has never interfered. The key is that he doesn't care and keeps out of it. He is not a saint, and can only uphold justice that he believes is reasonable within his ability. What a pity, Xiaoya, this is all I can do. Lin Xiaohua's father died in battle more than 100 years ago, but his grandfather was still alive and was a member of the elders in the Presbyterian Church. Perhaps this was why the Presbyterian Church finally made an exception. The most powerful person in his lineage is his great-grandfather, the 9th generation of the vampire clan, who has reached the rank of Viscount. However, his great-grandfather is over 2,900 years old and is about to die. If he could break through to the Earl, his lifespan could be increased by another 1,000 years, but that was obviously impossible. My great-grandfather's strength had only reached the 6th rank Viscount. To want to break through 3 small realms and 1 big realm in the last 100 years of his life and reach the Earl was nothing less than a pipe dream. When his great-grandfather died, a huge tree collapsed, and his family was trapped under it. Their situation would surely be much worse. With so many thoughts in his mind, Lin Xiaohua felt that the burden on him was very heavy. It was not an easy thing to survive in such a large family with conflicting interests. The dungeon is in the southeast corner of the clan's territory. There is often a foul smell near the dungeon. The clan members are quite disgusted with this place and basically will not come here. This was Lin Xiaohua's second time here. In the past 400 years, the only time he came here was when he was transferred here to serve as a guard to prevent prisoners in the dungeon from escaping and causing chaos. When the unpleasant smell hit him, Lin Xiaohua knew that he was not far from the dungeon, and his pace slowed down. He was thinking about how to tell Yi Hui about this. Oh, who knows, he might get so upset that he commits suicide. At this point in life, being exploited all the time, it seems that there is no point in living. Lin Xiaohua suddenly thought of something.
It seems that Yi Hui has never been in a relationship, so it would be better to introduce him to some female blood slaves, or humans. With a partner, life will have hope and you will want to continue living. Although the Sal magic potion will also imprison Yi Hui to a certain extent, it is much easier than the Blood Lord's wholehearted suppression of the blood slave. He only needs to follow the family's wishes, manage the Lin group well, and drink the antidote once 3 months. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaohua's expression looked a little better. With the guard's permission, he walked into a dark corridor, went down the stairs little by little, and arrived at the dungeon. Yi Hui's cell was in the corner. It was called a cell, but it was actually just a shabby little house with some tattered straw mats and a steel fence. Lin Xiaohua quickened his pace when he saw the figure leaning against the wall with a dejected look on his face. Chapter 51:51 Let me protect you. In the hall of Lin Shiqing's house, Suzhi closed his eyes slightly. At this time, the wound on his back had mostly recovered, with only a few small scars left. Lin Wen frowned behind him because Suzhi's injuries were too severe, which put a lot of pressure on her and consumed nearly half of her blood energy. Lin Shiqing looked delighted. Seeing Suzhi become healthy again, a big stone in her heart was immediately put down. Call. 3 minutes later, Lin Wen breathed a sigh of relief, the blood energy flowing in her hands gradually dissipated, and the healing was finally over. Suzhi felt warm and indescribably comfortable on his back, just like, when he was a freshman in college, he went to a massage parlor with his classmates and had the technician massage him with essential oils. Of course, he only does regular massage and no other services. Lin Wen's body trembled slightly as she sat on the sofa beside her. This time the healing encountered considerable resistance. I really don't know how the nearby ferocious beasts evolved. Their toxins have become so much stronger. According to common sense, even if I was injured, it wouldn't take much blood energy to heal the wound. Feeling a little puzzled, Lin Wen stopped thinking about it after failing to find any result. She looked at Suzhi. You've just recovered, and you'll probably need some time to recuperate. You can go and rest. The room on the right side of the second floor is the guest room, you can rest there. Suzhi also sat up from the sofa so that he could take a good look at Lin Wen. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes were sparkling and clear, her hair was flowing down in strands, and her nose was small and straight. No wonder Lin Shiqing is so pretty. With a mother like that, it would be strange if she wasn't pretty. Lin Wen gently stroked her slightly hot cheek and felt a little hot all over. Perhaps it was because she had just consumed too much blood energy, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. A feeling of emptiness came over my lower abdomen. The consumption this time is so huge, it seems I need to replenish my blood energy. Okay, Auntie, I'll go to rest now. Suzhi stood up and said respectfully. Lin Shiqing, who was standing by, grabbed Suzhi's hand and said, I'll take you there. My house is very big. If you go alone, you might get lost. After saying that, she pulled Suzhi towards the stairs. Before leaving, Suzhi nodded to Lin Wen and smiled. The latter also smiled slightly, and this smile made Suzhi a little dazed. Gentle as water. She is truly a perfect lady in every way. Lin Shiqing grew up quite happily in such family conditions. The only drawback was that she had less time to spend with her parents. Although Lin Wen doesn't have too many things to do in her daily life, she also needs to take on some responsibilities in the family, and going out is normal. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the smile on Lin Wen's face gradually disappeared, and a trace of sadness gradually appeared on her face. Falling in love with a blood slave, Xiaoqing, you will suffer in the future. Led by Lin Shiqing, Suzhi went to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor is very long. Looking from the middle to both sides, the dim lights flicker. The walls of the corridor are covered with rich and obscure symbols and carved patterns. Suzhi and Lin Shiqing walked on the wooden floor, and a slight creaking sound was heard with their steps. This is the guest room, but it seems a little dirty. I'll change the sheets and bedding for you. After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she turned around and went to the storage room on the side to get the bedding. The guest rooms have not been occupied for a long time, and many places are covered with dust due to the long vacancy. Seeing this, Suzhi wanted to try to use blood energy to clear the dust like Lin Tai had done before, but failed again. The blood energy that had just gathered in his hands dissipated in an instant, and the red light gradually dissipated. He found that his control over blood energy was still lacking, and he would need to try more in the future. Lin Shiqing brought clean bedding from next door. Seeing Suzhi's failure, she quickly comforted him, don't worry, you will be able to do it next time. Controlling blood energy is not a difficult task. It's very simple.
Suja looked at Lin Shiqing with resentment. You said it was simple, but why do I feel even more useless? The right corner of Lin Shiqing's mouth curled up slightly. What's the use of not being able to control blood? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it in your lifetime. As long as I can, that's enough. Why don't I just protect you then? Although you saved me again this time, it was because I didn't react in time. As long as I react, I will definitely be able to protect you well. Lin Shiqing's eyes were full of innocence, and Suja felt himself purified in an instant. Lin Shiqing placed the bedding on the bed and then waved her arms. Blood energy quickly grew in the palms of her hands, gathering into a net that swept away all the dust. After gathering almost all the dust together, a small blood-red ball the size of a piece of paper flew out of the window at a very fast speed, and the whole room suddenly looked brand new. Okay, you can rest now. Lin Shiqing clapped her hands and said with satisfaction. To be honest, Suja didn't feel that tired. Even if he rested now, he couldn't fall asleep. After becoming a vampire, he found that his daily routine was also greatly affected. When he was a human, he was always full of energy during the day. At 11 or 12 o'clock at night, he would feel sleepy and fall asleep quickly once he lay down on the bed. But when he was a vampire, he would not feel particularly sleepy whether it was day or night. In fact, he would feel much sleepier during the day. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he was extremely energetic and would not feel sleepy at all even when he lay down on the bed. I can't sleep well. Suja shook his head. After your mother healed me, I became more energetic. The wound is warm and comfortable now, as if I had never been injured in the first place. Is that so? I thought you wanted to have a good rest. Lin Shiqing nodded. So what do you want to do now? What for? Suja was stunned. This question stumped him. What to do? Oh, he needs to drink blood. 4/5 of the blood energy has been stored in the blood pill in the body, and it is almost full. The cup of blood that Lin Tai had given him before had basically been digested by him, and that blood made his blood recover much faster. If he drinks some more blood, his blood energy should be restored to its peak again, and he can continue to try to control the blood energy. The process of trying it consumes a lot of blood energy. Do you have any blood at home? I want to drink some. Suja asked. Lin Shiqing was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Uncle Tai asked you to drink some before, and you became addicted? I thought you would be more resistant to drinking blood, but I didn't expect it to be the exact opposite. Suja replied, not really. It's just that after I drink blood, my blood energy will recover much faster, which will give me more opportunities to try to manipulate the blood energy. Chapter 52-52-99 Roses. In the west of the Clan S land, there is abundant blood and energy flowing, and that is where blood is brewed every day. More than 100 years ago, members of the Lin family discovered that by adding herbs and performing some filtering treatments, the blood could become purer, provide more energy to the body, and be more easily absorbed than untreated blood. There are only two raw materials for brewing blood, one is blood drawn from humans, and the other is herbs. The former is very simple to obtain. The Lin family blood clan raises a lot of human slaves. These slaves must undergo sufficient training every day, and their food must be simple and healthy. The quality of their blood must be guaranteed, and they will be allowed to eat more blood-enriching food. In this way, the blood supply can be sufficient. The latter can be obtained by using local materials. There are many kinds of herbs near Inue Mountain, so there is no shortage of them. In addition, there is a medicine garden in the open space on the western border of the tribe's territory, which is planted with abundant herbs. The cup of blood in Lin Shiqing's hand is the high-end product from the blood brewing factory in the west. Only vampires with a certain status in the clan are qualified to taste it. Originally, there wasn't much food at Lin Shiqing's house, but Lin Shiqing still insisted on taking some for Suja. She wanted Suja to eat something good. Walking into the bedroom, Suja was already trying to control his blood energy. It must be said that his progress was rapid, and he was already able to maintain the blood energy in his hands for more than 10 seconds without dissipating, but if he wanted to fully control it, it would probably take some effort. Here, this is the blood you want. It's the best blood in our family. It should help you recover your strength quickly. Lin Shiqing handed the glass in her hand to Suja. Suja smiled, thank you. It doesn't matter. No one in my family drinks anyway. Lin Shiqing said indifferently. Little did she know that this top-grade blood was the treasure of her father Lin Xiaohua. If he knew that his daughter gave his treasure to Su Zhe, he would probably faint from anger. The blood in the cup is quite clear. Even if you put the cup in front of your eyes, you can't see any impurities floating in it. Su Zhe drank it in one gulp, and soon he felt his lower abdomen begin to warm up slightly, and then the blood began to melt and his blood energy increased. Unexpectedly, this time the blood allowed his blood to recover much faster. Soon, his blood energy returned to its peak, and the blood pill turned a gorgeous red. Then, with the help of Lin Shiqing, he began to manipulate blood energy. This training lasted until the next morning. The sun gradually rose, and a trace of blood energy appeared in the palm of Su Zhe's hand. The blood energy quickly turned into a streak of light under his control and hit Lin Shiqing not far away. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Shiqing's eyes, and then she waved her right hand and swallowed up Su Zhe's blood energy. I didn't expect that you could control blood energy in just one night. You really have a strong talent, Lin Shiqing said in surprise. This may be because my mental power is relatively high. Su Zhe smiled and then said. His mental power did help him comprehend many things much faster. His current progress is that he can use blood energy to create some small energy balls. The power of the energy balls has not been tested specifically, but it is probably equivalent to 1/10 of the power of Lin Shiqing's energy balls. If Su Zhe reaches Lin Shiqing's level, his energy ball will probably be as powerful as Lin Shiqing's energy ball. In addition, there are some small uses such as releasing blood energy on yourself, increasing movement speed, and using blood energy to clean the room. Just when Su Zhe was rejoicing, a distinguished guest came to Lin Shiqing's house. This distinguished guest has an imposing bearing and strong features. He is Lin Shiqing's fiancé, Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard that Lin Shiqing had returned, he wanted to visit her. In a few months, the adult vampires in the family who were over 180 years old would begin their marriage ceremony. Lin Xian wanted to see what his so-called fiancé would look like. He knocked on Lin Shiqing's door with 99 roses in his hands. Most vampires like roses very much, and Lin Shiqing should be no exception. Thinking of this, Lin Xian personally selected the flowers. After all, it was his first time visiting his parents-in-law's house, and it would be inappropriate not to take anything with him. His parents were still on a mission outside and not in the clan territory, otherwise they would have appeared here today. Lin Xian couldn't wait to see what his fiancé looked like, so he went there alone without waiting for his parents. At this time in the house, Lin Wen had not slept all night. She had been paying attention to Su Zhe's room, worried that there would be some strange noises there, such as panting. As a person who had been through this, she naturally knew that when their love was at its deepest, Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe might do something extraordinary. What relieved her was that apart from a few bang-bang sounds, she didn't hear any other noises in Su Zhe's room last night. When Lin Xian knocked on the door, Lin Wen was lying on her side in the room. When she heard the knock on the door, she thought it was her husband who came back. She hurriedly got dressed and got up. When she saw that it was Lin Xian, she was a little stunned. Lin Xian? As a talented 13th-generation vampire from another branch of the family, Lin Xian's reputation within the clan is well known. Lin Wen has met him several times and can recognize him. A few months ago, from a marriage distribution list of the new generation of vampires circulated from the Elders' Council, Lin Wen learned that her daughter's marriage partner was Lin Xian. When she saw the 99 roses in Lin Xian's hand, she immediately understood that he must have known about the engagement arrangement, and he came to see Lin Shiqing this time. As expected, Lin Xian nodded and said, "Aunt, I want to visit Lin Shiqing today." "Is she home? Is it convenient for her now?" For vampires, they generally do not need to rest for 24 hours a day. They only need to sleep for a while regularly, so visiting in the early morning is not a bad idea. Lin Xian was drinking with a few friends in a tavern in the clan last night. After hearing the news that Lin Shiqing had returned to the clan, he couldn't wait. "Yes, it should be convenient. I'll call her. Please wait a moment." Lin Wen invited Lin Xian into the house. She was a little nervous, not knowing what Xiaoqing would do. Su Zhe was still here, and letting Lin Xian in wouldn't just lead to a confrontation between them. Thinking of this, she regretted letting Lin Xian in. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xian will know about Su Zhe's existence sooner or later, and Xiaoqing will also know that Lin Xian is her nominal fiancé. Let Xiaoqing make the decision. Just let it be. If my husband knew about this, he would definitely get angry again. Xiaoqing, come out for a moment. There's a guest here, looking for you. Chapter 53:53 I like you like this. My mother is calling me. I'll go down first.
After hearing her mother's voice, Lin Shiqing said to Suja. Suja nodded when he heard that. Okay, I've been practicing all night and I'm exhausted, so I'll just rest for a while. Lin Shiqing opened the door and walked downstairs. At the same time, she was a little confused as to why her mother would call her downstairs early in the morning. Lin Xian sat upright, looking at Lin Wen opposite him. Auntie, you look so young. Lin Xian praised sincerely, with a hint of flattery in his words. No way, I'm already 400 or 500 years old, how can I still be young? As a woman, Lin Wen was very happy about such praise, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Aunt is like the spring waters along the Seine, gentle and beautiful. Lin Xian remembered some beautiful sentences he saw on his mobile phone last night, which should be more appropriate to use here. Little did she know that as soon as these words came out, Lin Wen immediately felt embarrassed and laughed dryly twice. Isn't this a cheesy love talk? Just dipping my toes. Lin Xian didn't know what to say for a moment, and he suddenly noticed footsteps coming from the stairs. It should be Lin Shiqing coming downstairs. Lin Xian stood up very familiarly and looked at the figure on the stairs. Poetic sentiment. When Lin Shiqing heard someone calling her, she immediately looked towards the hall. A man with ordinary looks and about 1.75 meters tall was standing there, looking at him. In her heart, Lin Shiqing silently compared him with Suja. She finally discovered that Suja's looks and height were far superior to this man. He frowned. This person just called him poetry? Can poetry be called upon by just any stranger? Lin Shiqing's first impression of this man immediately declined. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm your fiancé. Lin Xian smiled confidently. However, in Lin Shiqing's view, his confident smile was full of trustworthiness. Fiancé? Why haven't I heard of it? Lin Shiqing became even more confused, although she knew that when she was of the right age, her family would arrange a marriage for her. But she has just reached adulthood and shouldn't have a fiancé at this time. The family hasn't announced it yet, but our engagement is almost certain. Lin Xian said. He picked up the 99 roses lying nearby. Looking at Lin Shiqing in front of him, he was very satisfied. A very beautiful girl, completely beyond his expectations. If I could marry her, the vampire baby I would give birth to in the future would definitely be very cute. Although it was only the first time they met, Lin Xian had already imagined the wedding scene and even thought of the child's name. Shiqing, these are 99 roses I picked especially for you. I don't know if you like roses, but I think this should be enough to express my feelings for you. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing was not at all moved, and she felt even more disgusted with Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I have to make it clear to you that I don't like you doing this. We just met, and your behavior is embarrassing for me. Lin Xian still smiled. He felt good about himself and just thought that Lin Shiqing was being reserved. Lin Shiqing must be just embarrassed, but she must be very happy in her heart, right? Although we have just met, I feel like I have seen you in a previous life. Buddha said that it takes 500 glances in the previous life to get a chance to pass by someone in this life, and 500 chance encounters to get a chance to meet someone, and 500 chance encounters to get a chance to fall in love. Shiqing, we will get married and have a lovely baby. I look forward to that day. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Shiqing's face suddenly became darker. Are you okay? What cheesy love talk? Now it's not just Lin Wen who is tapping her toes on the ground, Lin Shiqing is also tapping her toes on the ground. If Suja said this to her, Lin Shiqing would be very happy. But if it was Lin Xian, she would really feel a little disgusted. Lin Wen noticed that Lin Shiqing's expression was not right, so she hurried forward. Xiaoqing has been feeling unwell recently, so you should leave first. Lin Xian felt a little regretful when he heard this, and he nodded. Well, now that I've been able to meet Shiqing today, my goal has been achieved. I'll be leaving first. He looked at the rose in his hand and remembered that he had not given it away yet, so he walked forward and handed the rose to Lin Shiqing. I won't accept the roses. You can take them. Lin Shiqing expressed her ugly refusal. Lin Xian was stunned. Still holding back, huh? Shiqing, I know you're just a little embarrassed. Lin Xian smiled knowingly, then placed the rose on the coffee table next to him. Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After Lin Xian left, Lin Shiqing immediately asked. Mom, what's going on? The clan has already started assigning marriage partners, but I just never told you. Some of the things Lin Xian said were really embarrassing,
Ha! More than that, he's embarrassing me to death. I can't stand such ordinary and confident people.
Lin Shiqing rolled her eyes and got goosebumps all over her body.
Lin Wen laughed awkwardly, then said.
However, Lin Xian's grandfather, Lin Yuntian, is a highly respected figure in the clan.
His family is quite prominent, so it wouldn't be a loss for our family to marry into theirs.
Lin Shiqing quickly shook her head upon hearing this.
Impossible, Mom, even though Lin Xian looks so ordinary, his blood energy fluctuation is only at the 4th level. I don't like him and I don't want to marry him.
Lin Shiqing felt disgusted just by saying a few words to someone like Lin Xian.
In Lin Xian, she only saw arrogance and insincerity.
Xiaoqing, if the clan really releases a marriage distribution list, you will really have to marry Lin Xian.
This is not up to you.
Although your father and I did not obey the assignment at the beginning, our respective lineages are well matched within the clan, so we can reconcile in the end.
If you don't like Lin Xian, then choose someone from the younger generation in the clan.
After hearing her mother's words, Lin Shiqing immediately wanted to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them.
She wanted to try out the feeling of being in love with Suzha. When she mentioned marriage just now, she immediately thought of Suzha, and her face turned a little red. But I am definitely not in love with him, I just have a good impression of him.
Right.
Lin Shiqing would never admit that she liked Suzha, otherwise how embarrassing would it be if she was rejected?
She wanted Suzha to pursue her, that was right.
I'm just entering adulthood. I don't want to get married so early.
After saying this, Lin Shiqing went upstairs immediately. Suzha has become a vampire, and his hearing is very developed, so it is easy for him to hear the sounds downstairs in the bedroom.
He heard the conversation downstairs clearly. Lin Shiqing went upstairs and went straight to Suzha's room. I'm so angry. That Lin Xian is really going to piss me off to death.
Lin Shiqing said angrily, and then told the whole story again.
Why, you don't like him? Suzha asked knowingly.
I don't like people who are self-righteous.
So what kind do you like?
Like. Lin Shiqing swallowed the second half of the sentence.
I like you like this. Chapter 54 Finding a Partner for Yi Hui.
It was noon when Lin Xiaohua and Yi Hui returned home. Yi Hui finally chose to drink the Sal potion, which meant that he submitted to the Lin family vampires and would continue to manage the Lin group for them. In order to help Yi Hui find his true love sooner, Lin Xiaohua contacted several female blood slaves in the tribe.
2 or 3 of them were quite interested in Yi Hui. He thought that he might be able to bring them together as a kind of compensation. Yi Hui will definitely be under his protection in the future.
Lin Xiaohua's grandfather is a viscount, and his lineage has a lot of say in the clan.
Under his care, Yi Hui's life will definitely not be too bad.
In addition, Yi Hui's own abilities are not low, so it is normal that female blood slaves are interested in him.
One of them is called Beiying.
The conditions of this female blood slave are very outstanding. She is 370 years old, the last generation of the 4th level vampire clan, and the purity of her bloodline is about 13 generations. Moreover, Beiying's blood master, Lin Feng, has a good relationship with Lin Xiaohua. At Lin Xiaohua's request, he has agreed to let Beiying and Yi Hui contact each other, and allowed Beiying to go to Binhai together.
This is considered a favor, and Lin Xiaohua can only repay Lin Feng in the future. Xiao 1. Lin Xiaohua called out as soon as he entered the door. Lin Wen then walked out of the room and was very surprised to see Yi Hui. Yi Hui, you're here? Yi Hui's face was filled with fatigue that was difficult to conceal. He smiled slightly and then said, Madam, I'm back. Husband, what's going on? Yi Hui was originally going to be executed, so why was he suddenly released?
The Elders' Council gave in, but Yi Hui also drank the Sal potion.
You know, this potion is actually designed to make Yi Hui continue to work for the family. But this is the only solution.
If we don't obey the wishes of the Presbyterian Church, they will not give in.
Lin Wen's face froze and she looked at Yi Hui with pity. Yi Hui, you have suffered.
No, Master, Madam, I am already very grateful that you are willing to save my life.
Our family has so many blood slaves that they will be executed as soon as the blood master dies. I am extremely lucky to be alive. I'm glad you think so. I was just worried you might get over it.
Lin Xiaohua was relieved.
Also, wait a minute, I'll introduce you to someone new.
You can work with her to handle the affairs in Binhai.
Yi Hui was a little surprised when he heard this. Really? Actually, I can do it alone. Isn't this to lighten your burden? You've done so much for the family, I've seen it all. Now that the crisis of the Western blood clan has been temporarily resolved, you should go to Binhai and enjoy life. You don't have to work so hard anymore. Lin Xiaohua patted Yi Hui on the shoulder. There was a sudden knock on the door. A distinguished guest has arrived. Lin Xiaohua smiled, then walked to the door and opened it. A woman with a sweet face and a proud figure stood at the door. Bai Ying, is that you? Lin Xiaohua said with a smile, I've only seen your photos before, but now that I see you in person, I feel you're much prettier in person than in the photos. Bai Ying gathered the hair by her ears and smiled sweetly. No, Brother Feng told me that you were extraordinary. Now that I've met you in person, I can see that your reputation is truly well deserved. Ha ha. Lin Xiaohua smiled. Bai Ying's mouth was really sweet. Such blood slaves can usually get along well in the family, and emotional intelligence is really a necessary thing. Moreover, Lin Xiaohua also learned that Bai Ying seemed to have never had any relationship and she should still be a pure girl. This is the same as Yi Hui. If he were to find a fickle blood slave, Lin Xiaohua would think it was inappropriate. He looked down on people who did not love themselves. Bai Ying's appearance is quite suitable for Yi Hui, so they can consider getting together. But it still depends on Yi Hui's attitude. Come in, Bai Ying. The one with double eyelids, a high nose and a thin face is Yi Hui. You should have seen his photo. Yes, Brother Feng did show it to me. Bai Ying walked into the hall and greeted Yi Hui immediately after seeing him. Yi Hui, I'm Bai Ying, nice to meet you. Bai Ying smiled and stretched out her small white hand. Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying in front of him and was stunned for a moment. The master said he was looking for a helper, and I thought it was a male blood slave, but it turned out to be a female blood slave, and so beautiful. Yi Hui rarely had contact with other people in the family. After seeing Bai Ying, he actually became a little nervous. Hello, I'm Yi Hui, nice to meet you. Yi Hui nodded and shook hands with Bai Ying. Yi Hui became even more nervous when his soft and tender hand was held. He is not afraid of being laughed at. He is still a complete novice in love. The time he had with Lin Meng 400 years ago ended with him being turned into a blood slave. Apart from Lin Meng, he had never shaken hands with anyone. When he was in Binhai, many subordinates of the Lin group privately said that he was a monk or was sexually incompetent. Yi Hui didn't take these rumors to heart. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years and would not be upset by such trivial matters. This is... After Bai Ying and Yi Hui shook hands, they looked at Lin Wen. This is my wife, Lin Wen. Lin Xiaohua introduced from behind. Hello, ma'am. Bai Ying nodded quickly to greet her. Hello. Lin Wen was still wondering where her husband found this beautiful blood slave. Yi Hui, you and Bai Ying should get to know each other. We will set off back to Binhai this afternoon. From now on, to manage the Lin group and the housekeeper's work, we will need the cooperation of you two. Lin Xiaohua said. Okay, Brother Hua. Yi Hui nodded. You promised to go over there and chat with Miss Bai for a while, why are you so dull? Lin Xiaohua's words made Yi Hui understand a little. This Bai Ying should be the person that the family wants to match me up with, right? When I was in the dungeon, the master of the house had already mentioned to me that he wanted to help me start a family and build a career. I didn't expect that a candidate would be found so quickly. Yi Hui looked at Lin Xiaohua with a complicated expression. He had saved me and found me such a beautiful partner. He simply couldn't repay her enough. Bai Ying stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Yi Hui. What are you daydreaming about? What are you thinking about? Looking at the puzzled and delicate Bai Ying in front of him, Yi Hui came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. Nothing. He was a little overwhelmed, feeling like he was on a blind date and had met someone he liked, but was afraid of leaving a bad impression, so he became very nervous. Has anyone said that you look like Wu Yanzu? Bai Ying suddenly asked. Ah? Yi Hui was stunned, then quickly waved his hands. How is that possible? How can I be as handsome as him? As we all know, Wu Yanzu is an adjective, but Yi Hui doesn't think he is that handsome. Ah, they really look alike. Look at your nose and your eyebrows. Bai Ying laughed, her eyes were like crescent moons, very cute. Yi Hui was infected by Bai Ying's smile and he started laughing too. The atmosphere between the two of them also eased a lot and was no longer so awkward. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. Lin Xiaohua had already pulled Lin Wen aside to create a private environment for the two of them. Yi Hui, you must seize this opportunity. Don't be timid. Chapter 55 Ship the goods for me. Yi Hui's matter came to an end. Lin Wen told her husband in the next bedroom about Lin Shiqing and Su Jia. I feel like Xiaoqing and Su Jia's relationship is not ordinary. It's very likely that they have started dating. Lin Wen said affirmatively. Lin Xiaohua frowned and replied, Huh? Now Xiaoqing and him are just friends and master and servant, right? Where does love begin? You don't know. This morning, the fiancé designated by the family for Xiaoqing, Lin Xian, arrived. He brought 99 roses. Xiaoqing's attitude towards Lin Xian was average. It seemed that she was not interested in Lin Xian at all. I think all she has in her mind right now is Su Jia. And last night, Xiaoqing and Su Jia were in the same room all night long. What? A man and a woman alone in a room, staying there all night, and you didn't try to stop them? Lin Xiaohua suddenly became anxious. Could it be that his daughter had been taken away by Su Jia? No, of course I know what's going on. If something really happened, I would definitely stop it. I was listening downstairs, and all I heard was two people trying to control their blood energy. It's probably Su Jia. He just became a blood servant, and it's still difficult for him to control his blood energy. He needs some practice. Lin Wen recalled the look her daughter gave Su Jia, which was full of enthusiasm and obsession, which actually explained the problem. Why fall in love with a blood servant when there are so many people to fall in love with? I really can't do anything about her. Lin Xiaohua still hoped that he could scare Su Jia away with his intimidation, but he didn't expect that it didn't work in the end. But he would look up to Su Jia instead. This kid, at least he's not a coward. Lin Xiaohua hates timid people the most, who have no opinions of their own and back down easily. Let my daughter choose her own happiness, no one can interfere. Lin Xiaohua's eyes changed several times. Some things are bitter, and you have to experience it yourself to know. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xiaohua and his wife, Su Jia, Lin Shiqing, Yi Hui and Baiying, a group of 6, prepared to return to Binhai together. Before leaving, Yi Hui called Zhou Xueming to confirm the current situation of the villa. The reconstruction of the villa has begun, but it will take more than half a month to complete. So Zhou Xueming arranged another property, which was located in the eastern part of Binhai, close to the city center, and had nice surrounding scenery. This was an asset of the Lin Group and had been abandoned before. Now after cleaning, it looks brand new and is much more suitable for living. The most important thing is that the area is sufficient, about 1,000 square meters. 8 spacious bedrooms, perfectly adequate for living. After seeing Zhou Xueming's arrangements, Yi Hui was very satisfied. After all, she has been his assistant for a long time and her work ability is indeed online. I must give her a raise when I go back this time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day when we arrived at the hillside villa arranged by Zhou Xueming. The 6 people traveled day and night, went through many twists and turns, changed several means of transportation, and it took a lot of effort to arrive. Zhou Xueming also specially assigned 3 nannies. These nannies can take good care of the family's food, clothing, and daily life, as well as keep the house clean. Su Jia chose a room on the first floor, and Lin Shiqing lived next door to his room. Lin Xiaohua was quite dissatisfied with this choice, thinking that Lin Shiqing should not live in adjacent rooms with Su Jia. But after Lin Shiqing's strenuous persuasion and constant nagging, Lin Xiaohua finally agreed reluctantly. At the same time, he became more certain in his heart that his daughter must have taken a fancy to Su Jia. It would be very difficult to change her mind in the future. Yi Hui and Baiying also lived next door to each other, in another corner of the first floor. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen live on the second floor. Baiying heard that Yi Hui was going to the Lin Group to handle some matters, so she followed him and prepared to familiarize herself with the company's affairs in advance. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were preparing to go to the villa where they had lived before to check the specific situation and see if they could get back some of their previous belongings. It was not known whether they did it intentionally or unintentionally, but in the huge house, only Su Jia, Lin Shiqing and Lin Shiqing's pet spider Xiaofen were left. During this period of time, Xiaofen was entrusted to Zhou Xueming. Zhou Xueming was still afraid of the spider, but she finally agreed. Xiaofen will not attack people she is familiar with, so Zhou Xueming's safety is still guaranteed. Xiaofen was very excited to see everyone coming back. Zhou Xueming was also very happy. She could finally send the big spider back. God knows how she has been living these days. Every night, when she got up to go to the bathroom, she could always see Xiaofen's pair of eyes shining red. This scene was so horrifying that it almost drove her into autism. Even though she knew Xiaofan wouldn't attack her, she still had to be afraid. Lin Shiqing looked at the huge villa and found it was empty. The nanny had already left. Cleaning can basically be done using blood energy. There is no need to worry about eating. They are vampires. How can a vampire need to cook? This time when he came to Binhai, Lin Xiaohua brought several large boxes of craft blood. These bloods can be stored for a long time after being refrigerated. Lin Shiqing and Su Zhe glanced at each other inadvertently, and they immediately understood each other's feelings. However, Su Zhe is still a vampire now. If he wants to suck blood, he must first become a human. So he used his skills to transform into a human, his heart began to beat again, and his blood began to flow. After his body temperature returned to normal, Su Zhe looked at Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing also looked at him. Su Zhe, shall we start? Good. It was another ordinary, yet exciting blood-sucking experience for Su Zhe. After Lin Shiqing sucked the blood, she licked the wound with her tongue to heal it. From Su Zhe's perspective, this scene was a bit awkward. After this blood-sucking, Su Zhe's attributes increased a little again. But the increase in attribute points is no longer the key, the chance to win the lottery is the key. What can I get this time? The second level prize pool should be much better than the first level prize pool. Maybe you can get some good stuff. Although Su Zhe knew that his luck had not been very good, he was still willing to believe that he was a lucky guy at this moment. Lin Shiqing cheered Su Zhe on the side. Come on. This time we're going to produce something good. Su Zhe smiled and nodded, then clicked the lottery button. Ship it to me. Chapter 56 Taking a bath together? When Su Zhe saw the golden light, he felt that this time he was definitely sure to win. Generally speaking, when there is nothing good, there will be no light, and most of the time it will be white light. But the golden light means that you have drawn the highest reward. He had seen the golden light twice, once when he drew the transform into a vampire and once when he drew the time stop skills. This means that the reward you get this time is either a large amount of attribute points or advanced skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving all attributes plus 50. 50? Su Zhe's eyes widened. Before he could be happy, waves of severe pain began to spread all over his body. The pain was similar to the first time I drew 10 attribute points, except that this time all attributes were increased by 50, and the pain was obviously even more intense. Oh my god, why does it hurt so much? Su Zhe curled up on the bed like a shrimp. Every cell in the body is changing dramatically. They absorb nutrients frantically, then divide and strengthen themselves. After this time, all of his attributes have basically exceeded 100. Compared with ordinary people, it is the combined efforts of more than 10 ordinary people. The average man's full-strength punch is about 100-150 kilograms. Taking an average value of 125 kilograms, the power of Su Zhe's punch is probably at least 1 ton and 500 kilograms. It's hard to imagine what would happen if such a punch hit a person. A yak charging at full force only exerts a force of about 1 ton. No one can survive such an impact. The internal organs will rupture directly and most bones will be broken. The yak's impact force area is larger, and Su Zhe's punch is concentrated at one point. The pressure is much more terrifying and can basically penetrate a person directly. It should be easy to tear the Japanese apart with bare hands, right? Although such power is extremely strong, physical damage is not that important to vampires. What's important is the magic damage. The blood race has a strong recovery ability. Even if they are hit by a punch, the injury can be quickly healed by blood energy. Although Su Zhe is now a human tank, he does not have much advantage when facing the vampires. The severe pain in Su Zhe's body continued to spread. He groaned a few times. Lin Shiqing, who was standing beside him, became very nervous and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I look like, okay?" Su Zhe gritted his teeth and said with all his might. A foul odor emanated from his body, and this stench made Lin Shiqing feel like vomiting. "Su Zhe, did you poop? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Shiqing said helplessly, but she did not move away. Because she knew that Su Zhe really needed her now. So even though it smelled bad, Lin Shiqing still persuaded herself and suppressed the urge to vomit. "Those are impurities on your body. Go to the bathroom and fill a bathtub with cool water," Su Zhe said tremblingly. "This is really impressive. System, you are so kind to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing immediately ran to the bathroom and filled a whole bathtub with water. "Suja, the water is ready. I'll take you there." Regardless of the stickiness and stench on Suja's body, Lin Shiqing resolutely carried him on her back, walked to the bathroom, and put him in the bathtub. Lin Shiqing's back turned black, covered with the sludge that Suja had just discharged. The water in the bathtub turned black in an instant, with greasy and dark impurities floating on the surface of the water. After entering the bathtub, Suja felt that the severe pain in his body was instantly relieved a lot. Lin Shiqing stretched out her right hand and held Suja's hand. She squatted beside the bathtub, a look of concern on her face. She still didn't understand the situation. She thought Suja's body might have encountered some extremely bad conditions, as if he had suddenly fallen seriously ill. "Suja, how are you? Are you still in pain?" Suja forced a smile and shook his head. "It really doesn't hurt. Don't worry, it will be fine in a while." 30 minutes later, the pain in Suja's body gradually disappeared and he felt much more relaxed. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Lin Shiqing standing close to him. "I have successfully undergone this transformation." Suja smiled. "I was really lucky this time. All my attribute points have taken a leap forward, and my strength has doubled. And it was precisely because of the rapid leap in strength that my body was temporarily unable to bear it, so I expelled so many impurities, and the severe pain that followed. Now, it's all over." After hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing finally felt relieved. "Great, I was wondering what happened to you." She hugged Suja tightly. Suja's hands were suspended in the air, feeling Lin Shiqing's warm embrace, feeling a little at a loss. Perhaps it was the strong stench from Suja's body that made Lin Shiqing sober up a lot, and she let Suja go. "You really stink." "It stinks, but you still hug me." "I just want to hug you, what's wrong, is that not okay?" "Sure, why not?" The corners of Suja's mouth curled up slightly. The clothes on Lin Shiqing's chest were all stained with black stains. She also needed to take a shower now. "You need to take a shower too. Your front and back are all dirty," Suja reminded. "It's all your fault." Lin Shiqing glared at Suja and said angrily, "Shall we take a bath together?" Lin Shiqing's face immediately turned red. She hit Suja and said, "What are you thinking about all day? Go away. You're even thinking about taking a couple's bath. How dare you think about that?" After saying that, she stood up immediately. "I'm going to take a shower first, so don't peek." Suja shrugged. "TSK, if you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it." "But I was thinking in my heart, you said you don't want to watch it, so don't watch it?" After Lin Shiqing returned to the room to take a shower, Suja turned on the shower and began to wash the dirt off his body. A sense of full power permeated my whole body, and my mind became clearer than ever before. He had a feeling that if he were to play FPS games or Mob A games now, he would be invincible. He's not exaggerating. This type of online game really tests your reaction speed. If you have a good reaction speed, you've basically already taken the lead. Coupled with the leap in his mental power, his brain's computing speed has also increased a lot, so it can be said that he can easily beat ordinary players in this kind of game. This is also the reason why Lin Shiqing rarely plays online games. Her reaction and calculation abilities are very strong. With such abnormal attributes, reaching a higher level is as easy as eating and drinking. Even when facing some so-called 100-star players, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Being invincible is as lonely as snow. It's the same as cheating. This kind of dimensionality reduction attack becomes boring after a while. Sometimes, you really don't know what your opponent will be like. One day I was beaten like a dog. Maybe the strongest MVP on the opposite side was actually a vampire. He was bored and opened the game, killing people like cutting melons and vegetables. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if we didn't lose. Thoughts surged in his mind, and Suja immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Suja. Strength, 101. Spirit, 103. Speed, 102. Defense, 99. Skills, time stop basic, transform into a vampire. Chapter 5757 That Girl Likes You. Lin Group Building. As soon as Yi Hui got off the car, he saw Zhou Xueming standing at the gate on the first floor with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yi, you are finally back." In the past few days, Zhou Xueming has been temporarily taking over Yi Hui's duties in the company and is somewhat exhausted. Without Yi Hui, Zhou Xueming felt that her work had lost direction, Looking at the empty office, she missed that tall figure very much. Xiao Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you during this period. A smile appeared on Yi Hui's face, and then he said. He is in much better condition now, perhaps because of Beiying. With Beiying around, he feels well taken care of and comforted for a long time. The previous unpleasant memories have also faded a lot. The impact of the cell magic potion is not that great. It is an instantaneous poison. As long as the antidote is taken regularly, there will usually be no adverse reactions. Bai Ying got out of the car with Yi Hui. As her beautiful figure appeared at the gate, she attracted a lot of people's attention. With fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, it's hard not to attract attention. When Zhou Xueming saw Bai Ying, his eyes froze. Boss Yi, what is this? Oh, this is Miss Bai Ying Bai. From now on, she will be the vice president of our group and assist me in managing the entire company. Yi Hui introduced to Zhou Xueming. On the way here, Yi Hui had already introduced some information about Zhou Xueming to Bai Ying, which allowed Bai Ying to form a preliminary impression of the young girl in front of her. She smiled expertly and greeted gently, "Hello, I'm Beiying." "Hello, Mr. Bai." Zhou Xueming's expression changed. She silently wondered in her heart, could this vice president who appeared out of nowhere be President Ye's wife? But it's as it should be. Looking at Mr. Ye's appearance, he is already in his 30s, so it's normal for him to get married and start a family. But why do I feel so empty inside? Zhou Xueming walked in front, followed by Yi Hui and Bai Ying. Boss Yi and Boss Bai, the company has nothing going on these days, so we'll continue working as usual. A few things worth noting are the renovation of the old residential complex in the west of the city and the sales situation of Kangxin Homes. Zhou Xueming reported his work somewhat absent-mindedly, glancing at Bai Ying from time to time, trying to find some clues from her. Taking the elevator from the first floor to the top floor, Zhou Xueming had just finished reporting on his recent work priorities. Well, just follow your idea. There is nothing wrong with your approach. It seems that I can let you handle the problem with confidence in the future. Yi Hui nodded in praise. Zhou Xueming smiled and smoothed the hair around her ears. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the compliment. When they arrived at the office, Yi Hui asked Zhou Xueming to leave and let her continue with her work. He wanted to talk to Bai Ying about something. Bai Ying is similar to Lin Shiqing in some ways. She also likes desserts and sweet drinks. She held a cup of Shaxian KO and her hand. Vampires didn't have to worry about gaining weight, so she could drink as much as she wanted without losing her figure. After taking a sip, Bai Ying looked at Yi Hui somewhat mysteriously. Even though this is my first time at the company, I feel like I've discovered a secret. Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying in confusion. What secret? That girl named Zhou Xueming seems to like you. Bai Ying smiled, revealing her white teeth. Ah. You men are so careless. Didn't you notice that she was secretly looking at me? I can even feel that there is a bit of jealousy in her eyes. Bai Ying analyzed. No, Xiao Zhou and I are both teachers and friends. When she graduated from the University of Finance and Economics, I let her start as a clerk in the company. I taught her a lot of things, and sometimes I would take a walk with her and chat with her. She should consider me as a friend. It's normal for friends to like each other, but there shouldn't be the kind of feelings between opposite sexes. Yi Hui shook his head. Young girls usually have a filter when it comes to their superiors. Besides, you're the CEO. It's only natural for her to develop some feelings for you after spending so much time with you. Bai Ying, your analysis makes sense, but you also know that we can no longer be called human beings. Even if she likes me, it's impossible for me to be with her. Bai Ying shrugged, I'm just analyzing it casually. Besides, judging from what the patriarch said, we have to be together. So, when do you think we should get married? As he spoke, Bai Ying came closer. The beautiful and lovely face was so close to him, and the watery eyes flickered, making Yi Hui a little dazed. Ahem, there's no need to rush this. Yi Hui quickly avoided her gaze. It had been a long time since he had such close contact with the opposite sex. The fragrance of Bai Ying rushed into his nose. Why are you acting like a little boy? Bai Ying giggled. Faced with such provocation, Yi Hui admitted that he really found it difficult to resist. With a helpless smile, he turned on the computer. Let's talk about work first. On the other side, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had arrived at Shilin Villa, outside their former villa.
Chen Guangxing, who had already greeted Lin Xiaohua and his wife in advance and was in charge of the villa restoration work, immediately came over when he saw them.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, hello.
Lin Xiaohua nodded slightly, then asked, how much of the stuff in the villa can be salvaged?
Well, about 1/3.
It's mainly because the villa collapsed and many items were crushed, but many of the items stored in the cabinets are still intact.
There aren't many large items left intact, but many small items have been salvaged. Chen Guangxing has many doubts about this emergency repair. For example, why is there a coffin in the villa?
And there are some bottles of blood.
Is it human blood or animal blood? There are many strange things like this.
But he knew that these were secrets and he had no right to ask, let alone disclose them.
The subordinates also understand this. They are only responsible for their work and never say anything.
They are well aware of the influence of the Lin group in Binhai, and the only consequence for talking too much is death.
Forget about the rule of law society.
In front of such a powerful large company, it is very easy to make a person disappear from the world. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen nodded, walked around the surroundings, and found signs that the villa's defense system had been activated. It seems that the invasion of the Western vampires almost cost my daughter her life.
Fortunately, nothing happened to my daughter.
Otherwise, Lin Xiaohua will never let me go in this life.
Mr. Lin, do you have any other instructions? Chen Guangxing asked enthusiastically. You will deliver the intact items to this address later.
Lin Xiaohua told Chen Guangxing the location of his new home.
Okay, we'll do it.
In addition, the restoration work on the villa should be carried out as soon as possible, and it would be best if it is completed within 1 month.
Lin Xiaohua ordered. 1 month is a bit difficult.
Chen Guangxing muttered to himself, but still nodded, okay, we must finish it within a month.
Chapter 58. You are indeed a bit fierce.
After taking a shower, Suja wiped his body while calming down and feeling the energy contained in his body. The doubling of his attribute points this time really brought him a great improvement. Just by intuitive feeling, he could sense the surging power contained in his body.
I just don't know what level of the last generation of vampires the average attribute of 100 points is equivalent to. This is a question worth thinking about. How are attribute points converted to vampire realms?
He still hasn't come to a definite conclusion. After a while, he will activate the skill and check it out himself.
A waning moon is the first stage, and the new moon behind it is the peak.
Suja recalled what Lin Shiqing had told him before, the method of determining one's realm. As long as you calm down and look inward at the blood pill in your lower abdomen, you will be able to know your specific realm. He immediately activated the transform into a vampire skill. Fangs grow, hearts stop, blood coagulates, and skin turns pale.
Everything changes in an instant.
The pupils were also stained with a faint blood red. He hurriedly looked inside the blood pill. Sinking his consciousness into his body, he swayed slowly. Not far away, a blood-red round bead shaped like a fruit was surging with strands of blood energy.
That is the location of the blood pill. And above it, there are actually 3 waning moons.
And the 4th crescent moon has not yet condensed. This means that his strength has reached the 3rd level vampire clan. The fact that there is no new moon being born means that he is in the early stage of the 3rd level. The last generation of the 3rd level vampire is almost as powerful as Lin Shiqing.
And based on this inference, Suja almost understood the conversion between attribute points and vampire realm. Every 50 attribute points can correspond to the realm of the last generation of the 1st level vampires.
By analogy, when his average attribute points exceeds 150, he will be promoted to a 4th level vampire.
150, the last generation of 1st level vampires. 51-100, the last generation of the 2nd level vampires.
101-150, the last generation of the 3rd order vampires.
Continue down. I just don't know if the attribute points corresponding to the Baron rank are still 50?
But it should be unlikely. After all, the higher the realm, the harder it is to cultivate.
After reaching the Baron level, the corresponding attribute points will also increase by a certain multiple.
As he thought about it, Suja felt relieved. According to the current progress, he will soon be able to break through to the 9th level of the last generation of vampires. The attribute points corresponding to the last generation of 9th order vampires are only 401-450. That was something he could be sure of. If you draw a lottery, even if you don't get a critical hit, the attribute points you gain will be at least 10 to 20 points at a time.
This is a 2nd level prize pool, it must be much better. Now he is still 300 away from 401.
He needs to let Lin Shiqing suck his blood more than 10 times before he can be promoted to the last generation of the 9th level vampire. If the blood-sucking cycle lasts 2 or 3 days, it will be about a month. Suja's heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. He was tired of feeling powerless. Whether before, facing the 2 invading Western vampires, or he bowed his head when facing Lin Shiqing's father Lin Xiaohua. It all made him feel very uncomfortable.
There will be an explosion after repression. The latter is understandable.
After all, he had abducted Lin Shiqing, so it was nothing for his father-in-law to vent his anger on him. The key is the potential threat from the Western vampires, which makes Suja feel uneasy. This world is still not peaceful. Improving his strength quickly is what he should do, and it is also the most important thing.
In the bathroom next door, a beautiful body was being wiped.
Lin Shiqing frowned slightly.
She felt a little hot.
This heat started after I sucked Suja's blood. This made her a little confused. At the same time, she saw that a huge change was taking place in the blood pill in her lower abdomen.
The new moon after 3 waning moons is transforming into a waning moon.
The blood is absorbed and digested, and then turns into strands of blood that can penetrate the blood pill.
Is this a breakthrough? A joyful smile appeared on Lin Shiqing's face.
She had been stuck at the level of the last generation of the Third Order vampire clan for 20 years, and she never expected that she would finally break through. The breakthrough was actually basically due to Suja's blood. During the days of sucking Suja's blood, she felt that her improvement was greater than in the past few years. Originally, it would take her more than 10 years to break through to the 4th level vampire. As a result, it has now been advanced for such a long time. Suja's blood has really brought great improvement to himself. Lin Shiqing closed her eyes and felt the transformation of the blood pill in her body.
Very comfortable feeling. Isn't breaking through a realm also an evolution?
Cold water sprayed from the shower, slightly cooling Lin Shiqing's hot body.
Call.
20 minutes later, Lin Shiqing saw the 4 crescent moons above her blood pill, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She is now a 4th level vampire. After wiping herself, she wanted to tell Suja the good news immediately. But just as she walked out of the bathroom, she sensed the fluctuations of a 3rd level vampire next door.
Who is that?
Lin Shiqing's face changed drastically.
It became cold again in an instant. Now she is no longer the last generation of the 3rd level vampire.
She didn't think she would lose when she met an invader who was 1 level lower than her. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and walked out of the room.
Will Suja be okay? It shouldn't be.
If a battle wave broke out, I would have noticed it long ago. The key point was that the fluctuation of the 3rd level vampire came too quickly, and she had been immersed in breaking through the realm, so she didn't notice it at the first time.
Die.
The blood energy transformed into a blood blade, and Lin Shiqing broke through the door and pointed directly at the enemy's heart.
Aha!
Suja was stunned when he saw the aggressive Lin Shiqing and quickly hid to the side. He never expected that he would be assassinated by Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing was also confused. The moment she saw Suja's face, she hurriedly tried to retract the bloody blade. But it was too late. Suja quickly activated a brief time stop and hid aside. The blood blade did not attack him in the end.
Bang!
The bloody blade smashed the glass behind him, and glass shards fell all over the ground.
What are you doing? Suja was stunned.
No, I sensed the presence of the last generation of the 3rd Order vampires, so I hurried over here, wanting to kill the intruder.
I didn't expect it to be you.
Lin Shiqing was surprised and quickly explained.
There was some grievance in the words.
Fortunately, I still have the time stop skill, otherwise I would be either dead or injured.
Suja said helplessly. Isn't this what I did to rescue you? I'm sorry.
Lin Shiqing said apologetically.
Suja walked up and patted her little head. Isn't this all right? Don't blame yourself. Although you did seem a bit fierce just now. You're the tiger. Lin Shiqing waved her little pink fist, then looked at Suja in disbelief. So you've broken through to the 3rd level now? Of course, I'm awesome, right?
Suja raised the corner of his mouth, feeling like he had become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King.
It's amazing, it's really amazing. Your system is really powerful.
Lin Shiqing said sincerely. From the 1st level to the 3rd level, it was achieved so easily. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. But at this moment, Suja suddenly heard a familiar mechanical electronic sound in his ears. Ding, I feel Lin Shiqing's admiration for this system. This system is very happy and will reward the host with a 20-point increase in all attributes. Chapter 59 2 kisses on the cheek and 1 on the forehead. The system awarded an extra 20 points? This is also a pleasant surprise. Suja smiled with satisfaction. 20 points is already a lot, equivalent to an improvement of 2/5 of a small realm. According to normal accumulation, it would take several years for a vampire to make such progress. Feeling the gift from the system, Suja's body felt some pain to a certain extent. But this pain is much easier than before. Hey, why do you smell bad again? Lin Shiqing asked in surprise. A lot of black impurities appeared on Suja's body again, and a foul smell swept over him. But the stench was much lighter than before. Suja has discovered that if the overall attribute improvement is less than 10, there will be no particularly obvious impurities appearing on the skin. But if it exceeds 10, the increase will be quite obvious and will bring in a lot of foul-smelling impurities. Perhaps it is because he is still too weak. If he were stronger, this improvement would not expel much impurities. Only by expelling the dirt from your body can you usher in a more glorious evolution. You don't know until you try it, and you'll be shocked when you try it. Suja really didn't know that there was so much dirt accumulated in his body. I just improved my strength a little bit, so I expelled some impurities. It's really a headache. Suja said helplessly. He's going to take another bath. Lin Shiqing suddenly said, wait, your strength has improved so much, the quality of your blood should also have improved a lot, right? Suja was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. That's for sure. After all, as your physical fitness improves, your blood quality will also improve accordingly. Lin Shiqing is now a little curious about how terrifying the quality of Suja's blood will be. But it's not the time yet. Smelling the stench emanating from Suja, she said, damn it. Let us wait until Suja is clean before talking about the blood-sucking thing. Although she is very curious now. Suja went to the bathroom and washed again. 2 sets of clothes were discarded in the trash can nearby. Both sets of clothes were stained with a lot of black impurities, and the smell was too pungent, so he decided to throw the clothes away directly. Although this is a bit wasteful, Suja now has more than 1 million yuan in his hands and there is no need to save. Recalling the suicide note he left on the network disk when he went to the clanland for safety reasons, it seems that there is no need to keep the suicide note now. I opened the network disk and deleted the suicide note directly. Then opened the Bank S app. The string of numbers above made Suja's eyes change. More than 1,130,000 yuan, how long will it take to earn this amount of money if you work normally? But for rich people, this amount of money is nothing. As long as you have tens of millions, you can earn millions of dollars every year just by putting the funds in the bank. This is also why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It seems that in Lin Shiqing's eyes, money is nothing great. If this happened to Suja more than half a month ago, money would have been extremely important. But for him now, having money is no longer a difficult thing. Take a shower and relax. Suja's life ushered in new changes. But he still doesn't know where the end will be. After Suja finished taking a shower and just opened the bathroom door, he saw Lin Shiqing sitting by the bed. Why are you here? Suja was a little confused. I came to see you, no. Lin Shiqing's expression was full of coquettishness. I see you want to smoke again? Lin Shiqing looked at Suja at this moment with red eyes. As for why, the scent of Suja's blood is simply hard to describe in words, it is extremely tempting. Didn't you just finish smoking once? Suja was a little confused. Yes, but I just broke through the realm, and the consumption of blood energy is still quite large. The blood in my body has basically been digested. Lin Shiqing said. Is that so? Suja was not resistant to bloodsucking. After all, it was very beneficial to him. If I get lucky again in the next lottery and get a critical hit that increases my attribute points, breaking through to the 4th level is not impossible. Lying on the bed, Suja stretched out his arms. Come on, be gentle. Suja's fearless look was a little funny, which made Lin Shiqing laugh. I didn't know you were going to be beheaded. She licked her lips, then couldn't bear it any longer and leaned on him. His blood was sucked again, but this time Suja's luck was not good, and he only got plus 10 points in all attributes. But he was already very satisfied.
A crescent moon slowly condensed above the blood pill in the body. The third order last vampire is nearing its peak. Let us stop here for now. Perhaps because of sucking blood too frequently, Lin Shiqing felt a little tired. She closed her eyes, lay down beside Suja, and fell asleep. Looking at the cute face so close to him, Suja couldn't help himself. He gave her a kiss on the face like a chick pecking at rice. Suja raised his head and felt as if he had committed a crime and felt a little guilty. Such a soft face, it feels so good to kiss it. Luo's classic expression came to his mind, "You're breaking the law, you know that?" He was addicted to kissing, so he pecked her again. It's funny to say that Su Zhu and his ex-girlfriend, the female sea queen Su Ro, had been dating for several months, but they didn't even kiss, and the most intimate action they took was just holding hands. She and other financial backers had already reached the top step. This is another thing that makes Suja feel disgusted. Only a minotaur would be ecstatic if the girlfriend he was close to was actually a swordsman who would do anything for money, right? It is really hard to accept a pure love warrior like Suja. He was almost turning evil. He secretly touched Lin Shiqing's face a few more times. The eyelashes trembled slightly, beautiful and holy. He felt his torn heart slowly healing. This time he kissed Lin Shiqing's forehead. At the same time, he whispered, "It is a lucky thing to meet you." Unfortunately, Lin Shiqing didn't wake up, she was still sleeping. Like in ordinary TV dramas or movies, the heroine should be awake at this time and hear everything. But this is reality, and that kind of thing doesn't happen in reality. I was sleeping so soundly that I didn't even notice how many times I was kissed on the face or the slight sounds around me. Wasn't there news that a woman had unspeakable things done to her in her sleep? As long as you don't make any drastic movements during sleep, it is difficult to wake you up. Suja gathered Lin Shiqing's hair, his thoughts wandering as he entered a trance-like state. Chapter 60. You didn't do anything unspeakable, did you? At this moment, Suja suddenly heard messy footsteps coming from the door. At the same time, there are also strong fluctuations in blood energy. Such a powerful fluctuation must be the result of Lin Xiaohua and Lin when returning. Suja's eyes widened as he realized a serious problem. Lin Xiaohua came back and sought his daughter in her room. It's over. It's so sour just thinking about it. But it is undoubtedly too late to remedy the situation now. It's all my fault for not noticing in advance that Lin Xiaohua was almost home. But you can't blame him for that. After all, Lin Xiaohua usually restrains his blood energy fluctuations when he is outside. Otherwise, the blood energy fluctuations alone would be enough to kill the surrounding humans. For the vampires, releasing the blood energy fluctuations will generate powerful pressure and caused considerable damage. Such pressure does not have much impact on other vampires, but it causes serious harm to ordinary people. In mild cases, it can cause hallucinations, and in severe cases, it can cause death. After returning home, Lin Xiaohua relaxed, so he was no longer restrained and released the fluctuations of blood energy. This made Suja aware of his approach. Lin Xiaohua's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Suja said that he was ready to die and could just start over again. He straightened his clothes, then stood up and opened the door first. The figures of Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen appeared in sight. They just came back from Shilin Villa. As soon as he got downstairs, Lin Xiaohua noticed the fluctuations of his daughter's blood energy in Suja's room. What surprised him was that his daughter's fluctuations became much stronger, which must be a breakthrough. I didn't expect my daughter to become the last generation of the 4th-level vampire so quickly. This made Lin Xiaohua a little unbelievable. But he was soon enraged. Why is my daughter in Suja's room? Damn it, I went out and my house got robbed? With a gloomy face, Lin Xiaohua looked at Suja who was standing at the door. Why is Xiaoqing in your room? What did you do? Nothing was done. She just fell asleep and probably needs to sleep for a while. Suja answered truthfully. Have you ever done that with her? Lin Xiaohua's face darkened even more. You'd better think before you answer. Don't try to deceive me. What thing? Suja was stunned. Lin Wen understood what her husband meant. Of course it's about having a baby. You probably haven't had any yet. She muttered to herself, if I really did that, I'm afraid my husband would tear Suja in half. Ah, of course not. Suja said firmly. He just kissed her twice on the cheek and once on the forehead. He didn't do that. If they really did something unspeakable, that would be too much. Suja thinks he is not the kind of person who thinks with his lower body. He would not do that without Lin Shiqing's permission. As for a few kisses on the cheek, it's not a big problem. Everything has a bottom line. Lin Xiaohua saw sincerity in Suja's eyes, and he felt relieved. Probably not done yet. Vampires are extremely sensitive and can be called walking lie detectors. Whether a person is lying or not can be inferred by looking at his tone, actions, expressions, and other factors when he answers. But Suja is an ordinary person. After his mental strength increased, his acting skills also improved a lot. Then why are you in the same room? Lin Xiaohua asked. Shiqing drank some blood and then felt a little sleepy. Since she drank it in my room, she fell asleep on my bed. Suja said. You didn't do anything else bad, did you? Lin Xiaohua suddenly asked. I actually did it, 2 kisses on the cheek and 1 on the forehead. But Suja obviously couldn't be so stupid as to say it out loud. No. Lin Xiaohua narrowed his eyes slightly. A moment later. Okay, I believe you this time. Suja felt relieved. His expression was impeccable and did not arouse Lin Xiaohua's suspicion. Don't let Xiaoqing sleep here with you anymore. Pay attention, you are a blood slave and she is your master. How can a master sleep in a slave's room? Suja nodded. He doesn't have strong strength now, so the first priority is to develop slowly. When he becomes capable, Lin Xiaohua will definitely change his opinion of him until he accepts his union with Lin Shiqing. At the current rate, it won't take too long. Just stay put. Without the ability, everything is just empty talk. Then you go to another room to rest first. After Xiaoqing wakes up, you can go back to your room. Lin Xiaohua said. Okay. Suja nodded. On the 3rd day, the sun rose as usual. Suja and Lin Shiqing need to go to school today. It all started when Lin Shiqing said she wanted to go to the library to find some books. Suja didn't know what Lin Shiqing wanted to do, so he agreed. After a day of rest and sleep yesterday, Lin Shiqing's condition has returned to normal and she is full of energy. Looking back on these days, Suja has not been to school. His friend Zhang Zilin, who is in the same major, also asked him several times why he didn't come. He didn't reply much. Seeing that there were only a few replies, Zhang Zilin thought Suja had been murdered, so he hurriedly called Suja. The final result was naturally that he knew Suja was still alive, but he was still puzzled by his long-term absence from classes. Suja didn't explain too much. He couldn't say that he had become a vampire and had a system. The windows of the restaurant on the 1st floor were tightly closed and covered with thick black curtains. Only a few dim candle lights flickered, providing a faint light. Lin Shiqing and Suja sat at the dining table. There were 6 people sitting at the dining table: Yi Hui, Baiying, Lin Xiaohua, Lin Wen, Lin Shiqing, and Suja. There were more than a dozen high-heeled glasses on the dining table, and there was clear blood in the glasses. Lin Shiqing had just sat down when her mother, Lin Wen, said, "This is the top-grade blood that just arrived. It tastes great. Try it, it's still very fresh." Lin Shiqing nodded and then took a bite. It was indeed good. She drank 2 glasses of blood in succession and enjoyed it very much. Yi Hui walked into the kitchen and brought over a piece of cream cheesecake. Knowing that Lin Shiqing liked sweets, he prepared it in advance. "Thank you, Uncle Yi," Lin Shiqing said in surprise. "Your Aunt Beiying and I made this together. She put in more effort than I did. I'm not very good at baking cakes, and she taught me many of the steps. She's really good at making desserts. You'll be in for a treat from now on," Yi Hui said with a smile. Yesterday afternoon, Baiying and Yi Hui worked together to make a cake, and the distance between the two became closer because of this cooperation. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, work is not tiring. This does make sense. Yi Hui and Baiying finished making the cake while chatting and laughing, and it didn't seem like they spent much energy at all. Beiying has excellent baking skills, which is good news for Lin Shiqing, who loves sweets. Seeing that Baiying and Yi Hui were getting along well, Lin Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly, and he was very pleased. It seems that my efforts to bring the two together have begun to bear fruit. Lin Wen also had an anti-smile on her face, and she started thinking about how to arrange a wedding for the two of them. Chapter 61-61 The 3 Campus Spells Presidents. Everyone was having a great time at the dinner table, and Suja felt as if he had become part of a big family. Is 1 drink enough? Or some more? Lin Shiqing asked with concern. Suja smiled and shook his head. It's okay, it's enough. I drank too much and I'm afraid I will have indigestion. Okay then, shall I give you some of my cake?
Lin Shiqing asked again.
Lin Xiaohua coughed when he saw this. Drink blood if you want, and stop talking.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing glanced at her father.
I just want to say something to Suja, Dad. I also spoke when we drank blood before. Why don't you allow me to do so this time?
Lin Xiaohua was suddenly speechless.
Suja quickly said, Shiqing, I won't eat the cake. You eat it.
Lin Xiaohua looked at Suja and gritted his teeth secretly.
This guy is about to steal his crystal. Alas! It's fate.
As a father, he is really helpless.
Bai Ying and Yi Hui watched the scene with great interest.
Bai Ying is a little lovesick, and she really hopes that Suja and Lin Shiqing can be together. This became the first case of a blood master and a blood slave falling in love in the Lin family's thousands of years of history.
It is so epic making.
Moreover, Suja and Lin Shiqing are both handsome and beautiful, they are a great match. She loves to ship this kind of good-looking couple the most. After breakfast, Yi Hui drove Suja and Lin Shiqing to school. After the previous extended version of Rolls-Royce was damaged, Yi Hui temporarily replaced it with a G-Class. There is still plenty of space inside the car, and it is equipped with blackout glass, so not much sunlight can shine in.
I have to go to the first class this morning. That's my favorite teacher.
I really like the ancient poetry she teaches.
Don't you have a class too? You go to class too. After class, I will come to meet you. Well, I'll bring some good friends along.
Lin Shiqing thought about it and then said.
You have friends at school? Suja was surprised.
Lin Shiqing glanced at Suja.
What do you mean by return? I can't have friends?
The Korean dance club, home dance club, and animation club in our school are basically all sponsored by me.
I am their financial backer.
I have a good relationship with the presidents of those clubs.
Suja was dumbfounded. At the same time, I remembered something.
Those are the clubs that Lin Shiqing mentioned just now.
They hold many large-scale performances every year.
The costumes and props are very exaggerated, and the funds seem to be endless. Suja had been confused before, but now he seems to know where so much funding comes from.
You're awesome.
Suja had met the presidents of these clubs before when he was watching a party in the lecture hall. Choi Xiaoxi, the president of the Korean dance club, is 1.75 meters tall and very imposing. She has a pair of long legs without a trace of fat, and she dances in a cool and sexy way. The president of the Otaku Dance Club and the president of the Anime Club are close friends, and both of them are considered 2D fans.
But the two people are heading in completely opposite directions.
Yi Shiner, the president of the Home Dance Club, is a very cute loli. Her daily outfit is mainly cute, and with her height of 1.56 meters, she looks very young. As for the president of the Animation Club, Gu Shuyi, she has the image of a complete queen.
She is over 1.7 meters tall and has a strong aura.
But those who are familiar with her know that although she looks like a cold queen, she is actually a middle school girl who loves anime.
These three girls are all celebrities in Binhai University.
Every year when the clubs recruit new members, many people sign up for the corresponding clubs just because of them.
Their looks are still very good.
Before, a film crew came to the school to film a movie, saw them by chance, and wanted to discover them and make them stars.
This indirectly proves that their looks are indeed like those of celebrities.
There are so many beautiful women in China, and there are many ordinary people who are prettier than the so-called stars. However, the entertainment industry is too complicated, so the three girls finally declined the director's offer and continued their studies at school. This matter was very popular on the forum at that time. There are 5 most beautiful girls in the school, but it's just a private list. Lin Shiqing and the 3 presidents were among them.
The last school beauty is an old acquaintance of Suja. Ex-girlfriend Su Ro. Su Ro's appearance is still impeccable. After arriving at the school, Yi Hui parked the car at the gate. Miss, we're here. Do you really not need me to take you inside? No need, I can go in by myself.
Lin Shiqing waved her hand and then said. By the way, miss, remember to bring your umbrella.
Yi Hui reminded. Umbrella? Is it going to rain today? Suja took a look and saw a black umbrella on the right side.
It's used to block out the sunlight. Lin Shiqing explained. Suja woke up as if from a dream and almost forgot that Lin Shiqing was a vampire. Well, judging from her appearance, you really can't tell that she is a vampire. She looks no different from a normal person. Then the two got out of the car. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto Lin Shiqing's body. This made her frown. But the sunlight did not cause any harm to her body, it just made her feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, Lin Shiqing's strength will be greatly reduced if exposed to sunlight. Lin Shiqing opened her black umbrella and stood beside the car. Suja then got out of the car. Some curious students saw Lin Shiqing and quickly raised their phones and started taking pictures. Lin Shiqing doesn't come to school very often, and every time she does, many people take pictures of her. Many students in the school are interested in this rich girl who rarely attends classes but passes every subject with high scores and is very beautiful. Lin Shiqing couldn't help but frown when she saw someone taking pictures. Then she looked in the direction of the crowd. As if they had sensed Lin Shiqing's cold gaze, the students who were taking pictures quickly put away their phones. I have to say that when it comes to momentum, Lin Shiqing really has a firm grasp of it. Just a look has considerable power. Let's go. Suja walked over and said. Yeah. Lin Shiqing said lightly, and then walked into the school with Suja. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the teaching building. Because the two people studied different majors, their classrooms were not on the same floor. Suja Xue's major is computer science, while Lin Shiqing's major is ancient literature. The content of learning can be said to be very different. Suja's major was originally chosen by his family, who said that he would get a good salary after graduation. In fact, this is true. The starting salary for programmers is indeed high. He just loses his hair easily and is extremely smart at a young age. The two entered the teaching building and went to their respective classrooms. Wait until the second class to meet again. Suja looked at the students coming and going in front of him, and for a moment he felt as if he was in another world. I haven't been to school for a long time. I miss this familiar feeling a little bit. Suja's first class this morning is advanced mathematics. The course of advanced mathematics is neither difficult nor easy. The key is to make good use of class time and master what the teacher says in class. In college, teachers basically make the exam papers themselves. Therefore, there is a high probability that the key points mentioned by the teacher in class will appear on the test paper. If you master the key points, passing the exam will be easy. Even if you can't get a high score, it's still easy to pass. Chapter 62-62 Mrs. Miju expresses compromise. As soon as Suja entered the classroom, he saw Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin is a friend he is more familiar with in the class. In college, even if you are in the same major, you may not necessarily be very familiar with each other. Most of them can only be said to be casual acquaintances. There are many classmates from all over the world. Suja has taken classes with them for several semesters, but he still doesn't know their names. Zhang Zilin is a little fat and likes to play an open-world game called Yuanshan. In addition to playing Yuanshan, he also likes to watch anime. It can be said that all kinds of buffs are stacked up. All in all, he is a bit of a 2D otaku. Suja had tried to invite him to some group activities several times before, but he had refused. According to him, how can these three-dimensional girls be as attractive as his two-dimensional wife? Sure enough, Suja walked behind Zhang Zilin and saw that this guy was indeed playing with his soul. Even though he had already reached the indolence period and had basically finished reading the current version's content, he still enjoyed the daily commission tasks. Still playing, is this game really that fun? To be honest, Suja didn't quite understand. Maybe he is not the target audience for this kind of game. Hearing Suja's voice, Zhang Zilin was startled and turned around quickly. Suja! You're finally back. After not seeing each other for half a month, for some reason, Zhang Zilin felt that Suja had become more handsome. His posture is more agile and his muscles seem to be bigger. Is this an illusion? Long time no see. Suja sat down next to Zhang Zilin. I thought you died. You haven't come to class for so long. Suja glanced at Zhang Zilin helplessly. Can't you just hope for me? Okay, then I guess you're being kept by a rich woman, and you've avoided decades of detours, so it doesn't matter whether you come to school or not. Am I right? Suja was stunned. Zhang Zilin actually guessed it right. Although I didn't guess it completely right. Damn, I guess what I said was right. Zhang Zilin said in surprise, hugging Suja's arm.
My dear brother, you have achieved enlightenment, but you can't forget me. You kid, stop guessing. I've been going on dates with vampires these days. Suja said in a deep voice. TSK, you might as well say you went to practice Taoism. Zhang Zilin sneered. If you don't believe it, forget it. Suja shrugged. This is how the world is. Sometimes no one believes you when you tell the truth.
Zhang Zilin continued to look at the phone screen and play with Yuanshan.
Seeing how obsessed he was, Suja couldn't help but ask, is this game really fun? I think it's quite fun anyway. Zhang Zilin answered while tapping the screen. By the way, there is something. Zhang Zilin said suddenly.
Suja looked at Zhang Zilin warily.
Every time I say something happens, it's definitely not good. Could it be borrowing money? Suja guessed. Whenever there is a problem, 99% of the time it involves borrowing money. Yes.
Zhang Zilin said with a sad face, my luck is really bad this time.
I have lost several guaranteed prizes in a row. This month's living expenses are basically all gone.
You can't just stand by and watch me die, please help me.
Zhang Zilin said pitifully. You're amazing. You actually spent all your living expenses just to draw cards. I'm really impressed by you. I'll lend you 1,000, is that enough?
Although Suja has a lot of money now, brothers still settle accounts clearly.
He can't just throw a stack of money to others like a nouveau riche.
Before this, Zhang Zilin often spent money on card draws, which led to bankruptcy and he had to borrow money from Suja, but he always paid it back. Therefore, whenever Zhang Zilin asked, Suja would lend it to him without hesitation.
Thank you, brother Zhe, you are my god.
After receiving the money, Zhang Zilin picked up his phone again and immersed himself in the world of his soul. There was still some time before class started, and Suja had nothing to do, so he opened the school forum.
There are many sections on the school forum, and students of our school like to post on them.
Unexpectedly, he saw his own photo in a post. In the photo, he is standing next to the G class, and in front of him on the right is Lin Shiqing holding a black umbrella. It was the scene in the morning. With this photo, I'm afraid many people will gossip again. But this was also within Suja's expectations. After all, Lin Shiqing is the school belle, and since I have a close relationship with her, it is normal to have some rumors.
By the way, Suja, this first period is taught by Master Miju. You are absolutely in trouble. You have skipped so many classes. She will definitely give you a good beating.
Zhang Zilin said with some sympathy.
Suja remained silent upon hearing this.
Zhu Menjing, the advanced mathematics teacher who had called him before, finally hung up the phone. At that time, Zhu Menjing was hung up on and she was so angry that she went crazy. Among the teachers, she had the worst temper, so the students nicknamed her Mistress Miju. Suja didn't care. Yi Hui should have already informed the school, so he didn't worry at all about what Zhu Menjing would do to him. He said he was not panicked at all and was even a little excited.
There are probably not many people in the whole school who can confront the teacher? Ding-a-ling.
The bell rang and Zhu Menjing walked into the classroom. When she saw Suja at the back of the classroom, her pupils began to tremble. The scene of the department head looking for her a week ago quickly appeared in her mind. The department head told her not to make things difficult for Suja, as Suja had a relationship with the school's most powerful board member. If she continued to look for trouble with Suja, even he would not be able to protect Zhu Menjing. Zhu Menjing was completely dumbfounded. As an elderly teacher with elderly parents and young children to take care of, losing her job would have a huge impact on her life. She could only endure it. Sighing in her heart, Zhu Menjing lowered her head and pretended not to see Suja. She couldn't tolerate any sand in her eyes and finally lowered her head. Next, let's talk about the general solution of second-order homogeneous linear differential equations with constant coefficients, and the steps for solving equations like y plus I plus by equals 0. Seeing that Zhu Menjing did not look for Suju and started teaching directly, Zhang Zilin was extremely shocked.
Oh my god, what's going on? You're fine.
Zhang Zilin looked at Suju as if he had seen a ghost.
Keep a low profile.
Suja's mouth curled up slightly without explaining.
I don't believe it. I guess she'll wait until after class to bother you. Zhang Zilin was unconvinced. Maybe she didn't notice you either.
Oh, you are still so stubborn. Suja smiled and shook his head, feeling fearless.
Zhu Menjing's teaching ability is average.
As an older teacher, she has been unable to adapt to the development of the times over the years. Her teaching methods are also a bit old-fashioned. Her lectures are extremely boring, and listening to her classes helps one sleep. Suja slept very well last night, and as a vampire, he shouldn't have felt sleepy, but at this moment, he was still drowsy and almost fell asleep. Advanced mathematics is indeed boring. However, with the improvement of his attributes, his learning efficiency is now much higher. Just listen to a few sentences and you will fully understand a knowledge point. Suja couldn't help but think that if he went back to his senior year of high school to prepare for the college entrance examination, with the learning ability given by his current mental strength, it would not be difficult for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. In class, most students are playing with their cell phones. In addition, there are many couples sitting together, holding hands from time to time and whispering to each other. Xu Menjing usually turns a blind eye to such situations. She would only scold students if they went too far or their actions were too obvious. There are simply too many students in a lecture hall. If we really want to be too picky, we might have to spend most of each class maintaining discipline. That would be really tiring. Although Xu Menjing is strict, she is not stupid. At most, she would check attendance and catch some people who were playing with their mobile phones too blatantly to serve as a warning to others. As long as it looks okay on the surface. Suja had really gone too far before. He openly provoked her and hung up the phone on her, which made her so angry. Chapter 63-63 Lin Shiqing's Girlfriends. At this time, in room 302 of the teaching building, it was during the break, and three beautiful girls with their own unique characteristics were sitting next to Lin Shiqing. They are Lin Shiqing's best friends at school. It can be called a girlfriend group. They are Cui Xiaoxi, president of the Korean dance club, Gu Shuyi, president of the animation club, and Yi Shiner, president of the home dance club. As soon as the three of them sat together, they attracted a lot of attention. Many boys in the class took photos quickly and told their friends to come over quickly. After all, it's really rare for people to get together like this. It's pleasing to the eyes just by looking at it. Xiaoqingqing, I haven't seen you for so long, I really miss you so much. Yi Shiner, the president of the home dance club, has a baby face but a surprisingly good figure, which has even reached D. She hugged Lin Shiqing's arm and rubbed it in her arms, making Lin Shiqing speechless. What's wrong with you? I thought I was very big, but I didn't expect that I would feel a little inferior to you. Lin Shiqing has always been confident about her figure, but she knows she is no match for Yi Shiner. No way, Xiaoqingqing, you are also very big. Yi Shiner's soft and sweet voice is so cute that she could even be a voice actor. If an ordinary boy was treated like this, he would probably have given up fishing long ago. Cui Xiaoxi and Gu Shuyi, who were standing by, asked, by the way, Shiqing, you haven't been to school for a while. What have you been doing? Lin Shiqing replied, actually, I didn't do anything. I just went back to my hometown. By the way, how are you and Suja doing? We all heard that you asked for his WeChat account half a month ago. How far have you two talked now? Yi Shiner came over and asked curiously. Lin Shiqing gave Yi Shiner a slap in the face without hesitation. Children are not allowed to ask about adults' affairs. Yi Shiner's eyes were suddenly filled with tears, which made her look pitiful with her soft face and lowly figure. But Lin Shiqing wouldn't fall for it. She added, put away your tears. Yi Shiner pouted, Xiaoqingqing, I don't like you anymore. Lin Shiqing paused, then said, Ahem, the reason I called you here today is actually to introduce you to someone who will join us in the future. Well, she's a male best friend, I guess. Male best friend? Yi Shiner's eyes suddenly widened. Cui Xiaoxi and Gu Shuyi were also very surprised. You actually found a male best friend? Let me guess, is it Suja? Suja and the others had also seen it. After all, when Suja became popular with the help of short videos, they also saw that video. Although he is out of fashion now, you can still recognize him if you see him on the street. Gu Shuyi held his glasses and said, from what I see, this male bestie is a ray of light to you. This reminds me of the anime Welcome to NHK. This anime is about the hero's redemption of the heroine. It's really touching. Cui Xiaoxi said speechlessly, you really are worthy of being in the anime club. You can think of anime for everything. Lin Shiqing had always been rather withdrawn, but it was only after getting to know them that she became a little more lively. Gu Shuyi thought that Lin Shiqing was the kind of rich girl whose family was very wealthy but lacked love, and she still thought so until now. Moreover, Lin Shiqing has never been in a relationship,
although Gu Shuyi has never been either, but she deliberately doesn't want to be in a relationship because she prefers a two-dimensional husband, which is somewhat similar to Zhang Zilin. Although Yi Xiner is a member of the otaku dance club and is relatively cute, she can only be considered half a two-dimensional person. She doesn't watch many anime series, and she also likes three-dimensional boys and is not very interested in two-dimensional paper people. Chui Xiaoxi is a typical academic master and is very self-disciplined. Although she dances Korean dance, she is very self-disciplined and never goes to nightclubs or other bad places. There were many boys who pursued her in school, but she looked down on them all. The white moonlight in her heart was a senior student who was already a doctoral student in the school and was a very mature person. Chui Xiaoxi is a typical intellectual lover. She is very interested in boys with high IQ, but she also appreciates more mature people. She had been in love once in high school, but that was all in the past, and she was very naive at the time, so the experience had almost faded from her memory. In short, among the 4 people present, except Yi Xiner who has a partner, the other 3 are still single. As for Yi Xiner's boyfriend, he seems to be a member of the home dance club, and a junior at that. The other 3 have never seen him. The 3 of them really wanted to meet Yi Xiner's boyfriend, but Yi Xiner kept refusing, which made them very helpless. Faced with the speculations of her 3 best friends, Lin Shiqing remained non-committal and smiled mysteriously. After class, I'll take you there and you'll know who it is. As the bell rang, a group of 4 people, led by Lin Shiqing, walked towards 410, which was Suja's classroom. When she arrived at the door of Suja's classroom, Lin Shiqing quickly saw Suja's figure. After a class apart, she actually missed him a little bit. This made Lin Shiqing a little puzzled. Could it be that she really fell in love with Suja? This. Lin Shiqing's thoughts were jumping around, and she felt that she was gradually falling. After seeing Suja's figure, the 3 best friends immediately smiled knowingly. I guessed it right. Zhang Zilin, who was standing next to Suja, suddenly froze in his distracted gaze. He saw a familiar person. President. He stood up and waved to Gu Shuyi. Gu Shuyi was also very surprised when he saw Zhang Zilin. After the 6 of them met up, Gu Shuyi asked, Zhang Zilin, why are you here? Of course I'm attending class, President. What are you doing here? Aren't you from the Department of Liberal Arts? Zhang Zilin smiled, then said with a silly smile. Suja was not surprised to see the 2 of them chatting enthusiastically. When the club was recruiting new members, Zhang Zilin directly chose the animation club, and that's how he met Gu Shuyi. Because both of them are in the two-dimensional world, there are many topics to talk about, from the recently popular anime to two-dimensional games such as Azure Lane, Genshin Impact, and Bounce. The 2 have gradually become good partners. Zhang Zilin has become the backbone of the animation club, and he promotes the club's recruitment every year. Lin Shiqing asked Gu Shuyi, do you know each other? Gu Shuyi nodded, yes, his name is Zhang Zilin, he is from our club, and I have known him since freshman year. We are quite familiar with each other, right? Suja had met Gu Shuyi several times before with Zhang Zilin. To be honest, he had a good impression of girls like her, but he knew that he was not the kind of person who was obsessed with the two-dimensional world, so he never thought about contacting Gu Shuyi. We have no topics to talk about and we like different things, so it would be awkward to try to get in touch with each other deliberately. Lin Shiqing nodded, then said to the 3 sisters beside her, this is Suja, you should all know him. Suja saw these 3 girls, no, maybe it would be more appropriate to call them Lin Shiqing's girlfriends, the quality was really high. Almost all the prettiest girls in the school are here. Suja, let me introduce them to you. This is Yi Xiner, the president of the home dance club. This is Chui Xiaoxi, the president of the Korean dance club. As for Gu Shuyi, you should know him. Isn't he more familiar with your friend? After a brief introduction to both parties, Suja simply greeted them. He suddenly understood that when Lin Shiqing said she came to school to find some books, she actually wanted to meet her group of girlfriends, right? But it's true, after not seeing each other for more than half a month, it's normal to come over and catch up. Chapter 64. Let me go on stage to accompany you? Ever since the 6 people met, they split into 2 groups. One group is Suja and Lin Shiqing, as well as Chui Xiaoxi and Yi Xiner. The other group is Zhang Zilin and his president Gu Shuyi. Hey, have you watched the latest anime? It's very good. Although the male protagonist has a tragic life experience, he later gets revenge on everyone who bullied him. It's really a cool anime. Zhang Zilin said excitedly. Gu Shuyi looked puzzled. Don't you like those risque anime? Why are you suddenly into this kind of cool anime? Ahem, President, stop talking nonsense. I'm a gentleman. I only read The Restorer because someone recommended it to me. I don't usually read that kind of stuff. Zhang Zilin quickly retorted. Suja helplessly watched the two people chatting enthusiastically. If someone didn't know, they would think they were discussing their illnesses. Both of them are seriously ill. Cui Xiaoxi blinked and looked at Suja. I've only seen you in short videos before. Today is my first time meeting you. As expected, you are much better looking in person than in the videos. Before Suja became a vampire, his skin was actually not very smooth and had quite a few large pores. However, as he became a vampire and his attribute points increased, his skin became much smoother. Any woman would envy such skin. In addition, the current mainstream aesthetic is fair, young, and thin. Suja has two of these characteristics, fair and thin, so it is normal for him to be likable and attract attention. Thank you. Suja nodded and smiled. Yi Shiner, who was standing by, said enviously, Xiaoqingqing, I wish my boyfriend could be as handsome as your boyfriend. Lin Shiqing was stunned when she heard this, and then quickly explained, Suju and I are just friends, don't talk nonsense. Yi Shiner and Cui Xiaoxi looked at Lin Shiqing together. His eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Shiqing turned to look at Suja speechlessly. Okay, we have something important to do. Actually, tonight is a joint party for several dance clubs in the school. The piano accompanist we originally scheduled had something urgent to do, so he can't come. So, Suja, it's time for you to take the stage. Suja was a little confused when he heard Lin Shiqing's words. Although he played the piano well, he had never played it in public before. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let him play on stage like this? No, if you want to dance, wouldn't it be enough to use the prepared background music? Do you need to hire a piano accompaniment? Suja said, a little confused. That's true, but in order to achieve a better performance, there was a band accompanying the entire evening. In addition to the piano, there were also drums, guitar, bass, cello, and violin. So professional. Suja said in surprise. Of course, this is a party that has been planned for a long time, and it must be perfect. In addition to the Korean dance club and the home dance club, there are also classical dance clubs, folk dance clubs, and several other types of dance. There are many types. Yi Shiner helped explain. I understand now. It turns out that I am just a tool. But Suja couldn't refuse, so he said, then I'll give it a try. Don't mind if I don't play it well. It's okay. Cui Xiaoxi said quickly. She silently recalled the message Lin Shiqing sent her 2 days ago. Lin Shiqing asked her to hold a dance party and sponsored a large sum of money, but the requirement was that there must be an accompaniment band, and all the necessary instruments must be included in the accompaniment band, except for a piano. She said that there was someone coming to play the piano, a master she had specially invited. Now she looked at Suja in front of her and suddenly understood everything. It turned out that Lin Shiqing specially asked a group of people to accompany him in music and dancing for Suja. Hey! It seems that Lin Shiqing really likes Suja. It just seems like this is Lin Shiqing's secret love? The two of them haven't made it clear yet that they are officially together. Wow, things are getting really interesting. The group did not get together at noon, but agreed to rush to the rehearsal hall in the afternoon to do some practice. Lin Shiqing's 3 best friends were actually very surprised because they had never had dinner with her since they met her. No matter what time it is, if you invite her to dinner, she will never accept it. But maybe this is just a quirk of rich people? They really don't understand the world of rich people. Suja and Lin Shiqing chose a private cinema to rest at noon. They ordered a comedy and sat together eating popcorn. To be honest, I have never performed on stage before. It is really challenging for me to perform on stage suddenly. Suja said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing looked at Suja. You actually play the piano quite well. It would be a shame if you didn't perform on stage. Lin Shiqing is still very optimistic about Suja. The scene of Suja playing the piano for him last time is still vivid in his mind. As for why she asked Suja to go on stage as an accompaniment, it was because she wanted to find a legitimate reason to listen to Suja play the piano. The most important thing is that the dance music for this evening party was all specified by Lin Shiqing, and they were basically piano dance music. This means that other instruments can only serve as embellishments at most, and Suja still has to play the main part. Lin Shiqing couldn't bring herself to say goodbye and asked Suja to play the piano. She felt that this seemed to indicate that she had fallen in love with listening to him play the piano. Well, although it is true. But her heart did not allow her to do so. She would rather find a reason to listen to Suja play the piano. She didn't want to express her feelings for Suja too actively, otherwise it would be so embarrassing if she was rejected. Of course, she felt that Suja would definitely not reject her, right? Lin Shiqing, who had never experienced love, turned her head and looked at Suja's profile. When will you express your feelings to me? If you confess to me, I will be reserved for a few days at most, and I will definitely agree to you. Hey! But we've only known each other for half a month. If we're together so early, doesn't that make me seem easy to pursue? Lin Shiqing was conflicted again. Never mind, it's nice to listen to him play the piano in the evening. Suja was completely unaware of Lin Shiqing's inner thoughts. He was concentrating on watching the movie in front of him, laughing out loud from time to time. This comedy is really interesting. In the afternoon, Suja and Lin Shiqing went to the lecture hall for rehearsal together. In fact, Cui Xiaoxi, Yi Shiner, and Gu Shuyi had already noticed how inseparable the two of them were. None of them stayed with Lin Shiqing at noon, only Suja stayed by her side. This already explains a big problem. Xiaoqingqing, you're here. Yi Shiner gave Lin Shiqing a big hug. Although Lin Shiqing acted disgusted, she still responded with a gentle hug. This little Lolita is really likable. Do you have all the dance music for tonight? I need to practice in advance. Suja asked Cui Xiaoxi. Cui Xiaoxi had already prepared the dance music score and handed it to Suja. There are 17 dance pieces in total, 15 of which are piano dance pieces, more classical in style. Take a look. Suja asked in surprise, isn't it Korean dance or home dance? Why are they mostly piano dance music? Well, the main reason is that the theme of this dance party is piano dance, so... Cui Xiaoxi explained reluctantly. You can't say that this was specially designated by your sponsor, Lin Shiqing, and that she just wanted to hear you play the piano. Suja was speechless. Now his workload would be really heavy. Chapter 65 Lin Shiqing's jealousy. The lecture hall for the performance was very large and there was ample space on the stage. Suja looked around and saw many people preparing for the evening performance. Cui Xiaoxi thought to herself that Lin Shiqing's behavior was like making dumplings just to drink some vinegar. Just to listen to Suja playing the piano, they mobilized such a large group, not only finding a professional performance group, but also letting a group of girls from a dance academy to dance with him. It's really unparalleled. Maybe the life of rich people is just so simple, plain, and boring. Kong Hao? Suja looked at the guitarist in surprise. When he was a freshman, Suja joined the school's music club and met many like-minded friends there. Kong Hao is one of them. He plays the guitar very well and was even the fingerstyle champion of Binhai City. Suja? Kong Hao recognized Suja at a glance. He stood up, about 1.75 meters tall, with a literary look, and his medium-length hair was soft and flowing, with a faint fragrance. When he was in the music club, many little girls liked Kong Hao and flirted with him. But 3 years after college, he is still single and has never found a partner. Long time no see. Suja patted Kong Hao's shoulder. I didn't expect to meet him here. Long time no see. Kong Hao nodded with a smile. Lin Shiqing noticed the scene and walked over. Suja, is this your friend? Lin Shiqing asked. Yes, this is Kong Hao. He plays the guitar very well. We knew each other when we were freshmen. Suja introduced him to Lin Shiqing. So that's how it is. Kong Hao looked at Lin Shiqing, with her golden hair draped over her shoulders, her face as white as snow, her beauty as bright as the moon, her eyes as clear as autumn water, and an air of elegance and nobility. He must know Lin Shiqing, who is the aloof school beauty who is widely discussed on the school forum, and many people take pictures of Lin Shiqing. Hello, Lin Shiqing. Kong Hao greeted her generously. At the same time, I thought to myself, could this Lin Shiqing be Suja's girlfriend? It's hard to say. I just said a few words to Suja and she came over. What does this mean? It means that they must have a good relationship. You know me? Lin Shiqing asked in surprise. Is there anyone in our school who doesn't know you? Kong Hao said with a smile. Suja echoed from the side, indeed, Shiqing, you are very popular in our school forum. Whenever you come to school, there will be a lot of photos of you posted on the forum. Lin Shiqing said helplessly, I'm drunk too. Every time I come to school, many people will take secret photos of me. I don't know why. What else could it be? A rich girl and a school beauty, these two identities overlap, so it's normal that she attracts attention. Suju analyzed. Human beings are inherently bored, and when they are bored, they want to peek into other people's lives. This is why many people like to read celebrity gossip. When Kang Hao heard Suju call Lin Shiqing, he felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. The relationship between these two people is definitely not ordinary. By the way, Suju, you are not the master pianist today, are you? We were just discussing that a master piano player was coming. I thought, isn't that you? When you were a freshman, a lot of girls came to learn piano from you. Upon hearing this, Suju said modestly, what master? If I am a master, then you are the master of masters. Lin Shiqing was listening at the side, but couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Kang Hao just said that many girls are looking for Suju Xue to play the piano? This one do. Suju could only teach himself to play the piano. Frowning slightly, Lin Shiqing planned to find an opportunity to ask clearly later. In an orchestra, the core is not the king of instruments, the piano, but the strings. Among string instruments, the violin has the highest pitch and frequency. So the violinist is very important in this performance. Although most of the dance music this time is piano music, other instruments are still needed to embellish it. One instrument is still too monotonous. It's like singing a cappella without any accompaniment. The effect will definitely not be very good. Under the leadership of Kang Hao, Suju greeted the musicians in the orchestra. Kang Hao has a deep love for guitar and has always wanted to further his studies. So when he was in the music club, he participated in many activities of musical groups outside of school, and eventually he officially joined a musical group part-time as a guitarist. Compared with Kang Hao, Suju is like a salted fish. He has little interest in improving his piano skills. It is enough for him to maintain his current level and be able to play some music by reading the score. There is no need to make things difficult for himself and strive for perfection. He has no intention of becoming a pianist in the future. Playing some music to cultivate his sentiments is enough for him. Suju has always believed in a saying, that is, if you treat a hobby as a career, then your interest in this hobby will gradually fade, and you may even become disgusted with it. Making a living is painful. When a hobby is aimed at making money, it is no longer pure. Kang Hao's family is rich, and he joined the orchestra just to play music. He doesn't care about the salary at all. Suju's family is not wealthy, and he still has to consider his future job. With a heavy workload, he has to give up the piano. But all this has quietly changed 180 degrees since the moment the system was awakened. This is the violinist, Lin Shiqing, Kang Hao introduced. Suju's eyes lit up. It's not because Lin Shiqing is beautiful, but because Suju has seen her before. But I just saw it from a distance. Lin Shiqing looks like milk tea sister and was quite popular on the school forum at that time. There were also many boys who posted a lot of confession posts, but in the end they did not receive any replies. Hello. Suju greeted. Lin Shiqing nodded, hello. Although Lin Shiqing was standing in the distance, chatting with Yi Shiner and Shui Xiaoxi, she had actually been distracted for a long time and kept pretending to look at Suju unintentionally. Ha? Why are you talking to a pretty girl? How is this possible? When Shui Xiaoxi noticed this scene, he couldn't help laughing. After coughing, she said, Shiqing, if you're still thinking about your Suju, just go over there. You keep looking sideways. I'm afraid you'll develop squinting eyes if you keep looking that way. Lin Shiqing, who was exposed, quickly retorted, Xiaoxi, I just took a few glances, don't say anything nonsense. From Shui Xiaoxi's perspective as an observer, Lin Shiqing's jealousy had reached a peak. But it's true. The most obvious sign of loving someone is the desire to possess him/her. Any person of the opposite sex, or even the same sex, appearing around him/her will cause jealousy. Suju had a brief contact with the musicians and then prepared to rehearse with the dancers. There are only a few hours left until the evening performance, so we must hurry. Chapter 66-66 Caring too much about Suju. Everything has a first time. Once you take the first step, the rest will be much easier. Suju has a deep understanding of this. When he first started working with other musicians in the accompaniment band, he always felt unfamiliar. However, after more than half an hour of working together, they had already become much more tacit in their understanding of each other.
The dancers for this evening party had basically rehearsed in advance, that is, they used some recorded accompaniments for simulation training. Most of the dancers are girls from the dance department of Binhai University. They have all started practicing since childhood and are able to master various styles of dance. Suja's fingers tapped on the piano keys, and the drum set and guitar coordinated with him tacitly. Modern dance music always likes to use drums and electric guitars as the main melody, and the only thing missing is a DJ playing electronic music. To be honest, Suja was not very interested in this kind of noisy music. He prefers the kind of beautiful piano music that is as soft as water and as smooth as a dream. This is also the motivation that drives him to practice piano all the time. With his piano skills still there, Suja played with ease. As the melodious sound of the piano and other instruments complemented each other, the girls on the stage began to dance gracefully. The most important thing to become a dancer is not to be too short. If you are too short, your figure will look ugly. Therefore, the girls dancing on the stage are at least 1.7 meters tall, and this height would probably make many boys feel ashamed. And girls generally have smaller heads, so their body proportions will be better. If a man and a woman are both 1.7 meters tall, at first glance, people tend to think that the girl is taller. Suja had no time to appreciate their dancing. He was concentrating on hitting each note accurately according to the music score. It's not enough to just click accurately. Anyone who has learned piano knows that there are even markings for dynamics, speed, and even expression on piano scores. For example, PP pianissimo means the weakest beat, and adagio means slow tempo. It's quite complicated. Lin Shiqing was sitting in the audience, her eyes suddenly fixed on Suja. Although there was no light shining on him, she felt that Suja was shining. The light of the stage is all on the dancing dancers, and the dazzling light makes their figures more eye-catching. At this moment, Lin Shiqing felt that these dancing girls were somewhat overshadowing the main event. She wanted to listen to Suja playing the piano, not to watch them dance. Frowning slightly, she patted Cui Xiaoxi's shoulder. "Xiaoxi, go talk to the lighting technician and ask him to shine more light on the accompaniment group, especially on the piano." Cui Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what Lin Shiqing meant. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll be right there." At Cui Xiaoxi's urging, the lighting technician dispersed the lights, making the accompaniment band side brighter. Suja's piano was in the middle of the accompaniment group, in the C position. After noticing the pouring light, he was a little surprised. "Aren't these lights for dancing? Why are they for accompaniment?" Lin Shiqing was happy. She looked at the light flowing on Suja's body, and her gaze never moved again, fixed on him. Although the dancing girls seemed a little strange, they didn't take it seriously. The reason is simple, simply because the money is enough. This performance was not done out of love. When Lin Shiqing was looking for someone to dance, she had already agreed to pay each person 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount of money for a college student with no stage experience to rehearse and perform in a show. So these girls have been rehearsing with all their heart and soul. At the same time, they can also have some fun from dancing. Stretch your body, let the sweat drip down your shoulders, and exercise itself can make you happy. As long as you give me money, I can do anything I ask of you. During this hour, Suja's fingers kept flying on the piano keys. Because these dance pieces all contain piano parts, unlike other musicians, they can take a break from time to time. For example, a dance piece might include some guitar and drum parts, so the musicians who control those instruments have to rehearse along with them. But the next dance song only involves violin and bass, so the guitar and drum players can take a break. Only Suja did not rest throughout the whole process. He had a feeling that this was like a piano solo performance by himself, and everyone else was just a foil. Finally able to take a break, Suja stood up. He had been sitting on the piano chair and his body was a little stiff. Violinist Lu Churan walked over with stars in his eyes. "Senior Su, you play the piano so well." She meant what she said. She had worked part-time in many music groups before and knew many pianists. But without exception, they were no match for Suja in terms of pitch or rhythm. Suja smiled slightly. "No way, stop joking with me." Although he said this on the surface, he still felt very happy about it in his heart. Any man would be moved if he were praised like this by a beautiful girl. I have to say that Suja's current piano level has improved greatly compared to before. This is due to the huge improvement in his various attributes, especially his spiritual attributes. The most significant aspect of the spiritual attribute is that it allows Suja to multitask. With the blessing of spiritual attributes, his brain has been updated and iterated, its operating speed has increased several times, and it can handle multiple tasks with ease.
My head is a little itchy, I have a brain.
Before the release, Suja really didn't dare to say that he could play all the dance music without making any mistakes.
Senior Su, I'm serious. You're almost the best pianist I've ever seen.
Lu Charan said seriously, his eyes burning.
If you say that, then where will you put Lang Lang, Li Yundi, and the others? They are different. I haven't seen them. I've only seen you. So you are the best pianist I have ever seen.
Lu Charan said with a smile, his eyes curved into little crescents, which was very cute. Sitting in the audience, Lin Shiqing watched Lu Charan and Suja chatting, and suddenly became uneasy.
She is still hesitating whether to go.
After having sex with him, she felt very possessive, as if Suja was her personal property. But if she didn't go, she would feel very uncomfortable. As if seeing through Lin Shiqing's heart, Yishiner gently patted Lin Shiqing's shoulder.
If you really like Suja, then go. Otherwise he would really be snatched away by that girl. It will be too late to regret it then.
Lin Shiqing looked at Lu Charan's face.
She was indeed beautiful.
Of course, she was definitely not as beautiful as herself. She still has some confidence. It's just that the girl is very proactive.
Isn't it said that when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them, but when a woman pursues a man, there is only a layer of gauze between them? What if Suja can't stand the test and falls at the feet of that girl? What should I do?
Lin Shiqing couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. But she didn't know where this grievance came from.
In fact, it was because she cared too much about Suja. Chapter 67-67 You can't add his WeChat.
Suja felt a little elated by Lu Charan's praise.
Kang Hao, who was standing by, saw this and decided to add fuel to the fire. Chu Ran, haven't you been single for a long time? Why don't you consider Suja and spend more time with him?
Lu Charan looks very pure, like the first love that every man will encounter during adolescence. A pair of bright eyes, so cute.
After hearing Kang Hao's words, a blush quickly crept up her cheeks. Senior, please stop joking with me.
Lu Charan said embarrassedly, nervously tidying up the hair around his ears. Suja quickly said, Kang Hao, stop talking nonsense and be quiet for a while. Seeing Kang Hao's evil smile, he immediately understood that this guy was deliberately making trouble for him.
Senior Su. Lu Charan looked up. Can I add you on WeChat? That way, if I have any piano questions I want to ask you in the future, I can find you. Cannot.
Before Suja could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him.
Ah. Suja was stunned.
The voice was very familiar.
It was clearly Lin Shiqing's voice.
Lin Shiqing was wearing a black low-V dress today.
Her straight, white long legs were revealed under the swaying hem of the dress.
She was naked and looked extremely sexy.
And at the knees, there is a touch of pink. As her body rose and fell, the transparent gem earrings swayed from side to side.
Lin Shiqing's face was frosty, and her aura was fully open. Suja was a little dazed, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling a little torn.
Why does it feel like the wife is facing a green tea mistress? Suja is already my boyfriend, so you can't add him on WeChat.
As they spoke, Lin Shiqing took Suja's arm. Suja vaguely felt that Lin Shiqing's body was trembling slightly.
Ah.
Lu Charan looked a little flustered. I'm sorry, Senior Su, I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
I'm sorry. Lin Shiqing said calmly, it's good that you know now.
In this invisible game, Lin Shiqing achieved an overwhelming victory.
The momentum is so powerful. The entire performance hall fell silent. All eyes were focused on Lin Shiqing, Lu Charan, and Suja beside them.
Lin Shiqing exerted a little force. Suja came back to his senses, and with Lin Shiqing's guidance, the two of them walked into the small room behind the scenes. As they left, the entire performance hall gradually began to be filled with voices.
Are Lin Shiqing and Suja really together? How could it be fake? Wasn't it just officially announced? I really regret not having the time to record that exciting moment. If I had posted it on the school forum, it would have definitely made headlines. I have a friend who likes Lin Shiqing and was planning to pursue her, but she already has a boyfriend. Oh my god, you must be kidding me. The friend you're talking about is yourself, right? You're making a friend out of nothing. I quickly told my friend, this is the biggest melon I've eaten this week. Zhang Zilin and Gu Shui, who had been chatting about the latest anime and games in the audience, were also stunned. Oh my god, I've noticed that there's something wrong with this kid Suja, but I didn't expect that he's really with Lin Shiqing. This guy is really good at making a big splash when he does. Zhang Zilin sighed. Gu Shui said softly, Suja really is Lin Shiqing's light. It seems that Suja has really become Lin Shiqing's light. Zhang Zilin, whose concentration of the second dimension exceeded the standard, immediately understood Gu Shui's Japanese. Zhang Zilin's expression changed for a moment. After a moment, he said, "What is my light? But where is my light?" As soon as the words came out, Gu Shui trembled and couldn't help but look at Zhang Zilin. The two looked at each other. At this moment, their eyes began to collide and clash head-on, and their affections instantly became continuous. At this moment, in the small room behind the scenes. As soon as Lin Shiqing entered the room, she immediately let go of Suja and walked aside. His eyes darted back and forth, not daring to look at Suja. She was a vampire, and her heart didn't beat, but in such a tense situation, she actually felt her heart starting to beat again. This is outrageous. The same situation as before. She had already forgotten how she had walked up to him and said those words. I felt a surge of arrogance and walked up to him, completely forgetting what I said. Impulse is the devil. Suja wanted to laugh when he saw this. Why does Lin Shiqing suddenly seem so cowardly? Well, don't get me wrong, I just said those words to prevent anything from happening between you and that girl. I have to remind you that you are a vampire now, not a human being. If you have too much contact with the girl, you are hurting her. In order to make that girl give up, I decided to temporarily act as your girlfriend and let her back off. You should thank me. Really? But there's one thing I want to ask you. Does what you just said mean anything? Suja looked at Lin Shiqing, wanting to tease her. What's up? Of course you're my girlfriend. You wish. Do you think it's so easy for me to become your girlfriend? Don't take it seriously. Lin Shiqing said quickly, her eyes flickering. I thought to myself, if you confess your love to me, I might agree to be your girlfriend. I don't want to pursue you, I will lose face. Suja smiled accordingly. So what you mean is, you don't want me to take it seriously, but you want so many people outside to take it seriously? Ah. Lin Shiqing was stunned, and a thoughtful look appeared on her little face. That's about it. From now on, you will be my boyfriend in school, but privately, we are not a couple. Lin Shiqing thought for a while and then said, Okay, let's start the performance from now on. As Suja spoke, he took Lin Shiqing's soft little hand. He immediately opened the door of the small room. What are you doing? Lin Shiqing asked in confusion, trying to pull her hand out of Suja's. We didn't even hold hands, how could so many people outside take it seriously? Suja said carefully. After listening to Suja's words, Lin Shiqing actually felt that what he said made sense. So she stopped pulling out and felt Suja's big palm wrapped around her. No wonder Xiaofan likes Suja to stroke its head. Being wrapped in such a palm, there is indeed a sense of peace. Suja took Lin Shiqing's hand and walked onto the stage. The light just happened to shine on the two of them. The two of them were shrouded in light, shining brightly. Suja smiled and held Lin Shiqing's hand tightly. Lin Shiqing, who was standing aside, was holding hands with a boy for the first time. Standing in front of so many people, she felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what expression to make. Her emotions were churning, but she continued to maintain her usual cold demeanor. Under Suja's palm, she relaxed a lot. Many students who had just missed the opportunity to take pictures raised their phones at this moment. Just like a press conference, many photos of Suja and Lin Shiqing were taken. Some of these photos were posted on forums, and some were forwarded to groups in many schools. Suja has a tall and straight figure, handsome and elegant appearance, while Lin Shiqing has a graceful figure, cool and charming. 360-degree handsomeness and beauty without any blind spots. It was as if the prince and princess in the fairy tale broke through the dimensional wall and stood on the stage. Suja didn't care about the students' discussions. He understood deeply that since he had the system and became a vampire, and even in the distant future, he would spend his life with one person. There is no other candidate for that person except Lin Shiqing. Chapter 68 Second Zillion Fan Club? When night came, Suja felt much more comfortable. It must be because there is no sun to suppress the energy in the body, so the surging blood can flow throughout the body. He was behind the scenes at this moment. The party would start in half an hour. After Lin Shiqing's official announcement in the afternoon, the violinist, the girl who looked like Milk Tea's sister, Lu Churin, never spoke to Suzhou again. Suzhou looked at her a few times during the subsequent rehearsal in the afternoon, but found that she was always a little absent-minded, and her pitch when playing the violin was also quite poor. What happened in the afternoon probably took her a while to recover. Kang Hao and Zhang Zilin are birds of a feather. They admire and envy Suzhou at the same time. After all, Lin Shiqing is not only beautiful, but also comes from a wealthy family. She's simply the perfect person to be a girlfriend. Zhang Zilin seemed to be lucky in love, or rather, the official announcement of Lin Shiqing and Suzhou broke through the window paper between him and Gu Shuyi, and their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. As hardcore 2D fans with the same hobby, their souls are compatible. So even though Zhang Zilin's appearance is indeed average, a little fat and looks a bit silly, this does not affect Gu Shuyi's liking for him. Sometimes, love can ignore appearance. As long as Gu Shuyi expressed an opinion or told a joke, Zhang Zilin could completely understand her. The two of them had a lot of common topics and seemed to have endless things to talk about. When I see an ugly man with a beautiful woman on the street, I always wonder where I lost. In fact, when judging people, we should not just look at their appearance. Either a fat wallet, similar interests, or a soulmate, you have to have one of these. In the second half of the rehearsal, Suzhou discovered that Zhang Zilin and Gu Shuyi had disappeared. After asking Lin Shiqing, I found out that these two people actually went to a private cinema outside to watch anime. These two people might really be able to succeed. Unexpectedly, the year before graduation, Zhang Zilin miraculously found his partner. Originally, Suzhou had already made up his mind that Zhang Zilin, a otaku who only watched anime and played mobile games every day, was destined to be single in college, but he did not expect that fate would come so quickly. This kid's luck really turns around. However, Suzhou was skeptical whether he still had the money to establish a bond with his two-dimensional wife after finding a three-dimensional wife. Anyway, this guy will definitely be conflicted because he has to give up one of his wives in the three-dimensional world and the other in the two-dimensional world. In addition to providing a place for performers to rest, the backstage of the performance hall also serves as a dressing room. Although Suzhou is a boy, he still put on a layer of makeup. However, his makeup is very different from those girls. His makeup is just a light layer and not obvious. Mainly to brighten the skin. But in fact, this step is somewhat unnecessary because Suzhou's skin is so good. Even the makeup artist couldn't help but marvel at the most perfect skin she had ever seen. Suzhou took a quick look at the posts on the forum before going on stage. What he found interesting was that there were actually quite a few girls who were in love and were supporting the couple Suzhou and Lin Shiqing. Even a fan club was set up. This is too outrageous, isn't it? The name of the fan club is Zhang Zilin Fan Club. In the fan club, there are paparazzi, who are mainly responsible for secretly photographing the daily interactions of Lin Shiqing and Suzhou, and there are financiers, who provide funds for the paparazzi and financial assistance for Lin Shiqing and Suzhou to hold fan meetings. In addition to these two, there is also the most core operation, which is to organize various activities. Suzhou was a little confused. Isn't this the same thing as in fan circles? On the short video platform, he has some understanding of fan circles. For example, classic sayings include, "My brother is the best, my brother works so hard, can't you see, you guys can be black, but don't eat the eggs he lays." And the fan's voice was hilarious after being spoofed. The rules of the entertainment industry are that explanations are whitewashing, and not explaining is acquiescence. Look who the netizens let off. I dare not scold, ouch. Suzhou was speechless about the fan circle stuff. He decided to ignore this so-called fan club. After a long time, they felt it was boring and stopped doing it. Get ready to go on stage. Kang Hao patted Suzhou's shoulder. The time has come to 7:55. Tonight's performance will start at 8 o'clock. Lin Shiqing was not backstage. She was sitting in the center of the audience with a wide view. Sitting next to them were Yi Shiner and Cui Xiaoxi. I didn't expect that you would suddenly be no longer single. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Cui Xiaoxi said with a smile. Xiao Qingqing, you two are already together, but you were hiding it this morning. That's so mean of you. Yi Shiner said angrily. Lin Shiqing explained, I originally planned to keep it a secret from you. After all, we just got together. I planned to tell you after things became stable. If that girl hadn't asked for Suzhou's WeChat, I think you were planning to hide it from us forever. Yi Shiner snorted. Seeing this, Chui Xiaoxi said, "Anyway, it's a good thing that Shiqing has a boyfriend." Yi Xiner also smiled and said, "That's right, I have discovered that with the nourishment of love, Xiao Qingqing has become even more charming." Lin Shiqing laughed and scolded when she heard this. "Stop talking nonsense, what a mess, and you still call it charming." The three sisters joked and time came to 8 o'clock. The entire performance hall suddenly became dark. All the lights were on the stage. The lights were divided into two parts, one for the accompaniment group and the other for the dancers. The audience was packed, and many students came upon hearing the news. A considerable number of the students were boys, and they all cast their eyes on the stage with admiration for the long legs. The first dance is a classical piano dance. It's called gavotte. This dance music is not long, less than 2 minutes, and is considered to be a relatively cheerful type. Suja was playing the piano with full concentration. He was wearing a white suit today. The spotlight shone on him, revealing his almost perfect profile. Many female students in the audience looked at Suja with stars in their eyes. The male students were paying attention to the dancing girls, adjusting their sitting positions from time to time because they were feeling uncomfortable. Lin Shiqing looked at Suja on the stage, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. She was very proud that Suja played so well, and she felt very proud too. Now the whole school knows about her relationship with Suja. Since her boyfriend is talented, she, as his girlfriend, will also benefit from it and be envied by the female classmates. Lin Shiqing is 180 years old this year. Logically, she shouldn't be so childish and still want to make the girls in the same school envious. There are mainly two reasons for this. On the one hand, Lin Shiqing had been sleeping for most of the previous 180 years, so her mental age was actually very young, her mentality was not overly mature, and she still had a bit of the feeling of a little girl. On the other hand, being in the whirlpool of love, Lin Shiqing has been degraded. A woman in love has zero IQ. This sentence is vividly reflected in Lin Shiqing. I have to say that the atmosphere of this party was very good. The dancers stretched their bodies, the music played melodiously and pleasantly, Suja concentrated his emotions on the piano, and Lin Shiqing closed her eyes and listened to Suja's piano with a smile on her face. Time passed minute by minute, and the last dance song slowly ended. This also means that the party has come to an end. At this moment, Suja stood up. The host next to him handed him the microphone. The spotlight was now on Suja. The audience in the audience were very confused when they saw this and didn't know what Suja wanted to do. Lin Shiqing also frowned slightly and looked at Suja in confusion. Chapter 69. You must be happy. Behind Suja, the other musicians of the orchestra and the dancers on the stage walked back in tacit understanding, and under the guidance of Kong Hao, they left the stage one after another. They walked behind the scenes, and next, it would be Suja's home court. Kong Hao looked at Suja's tall, thin, and straight back with a complicated look in his eyes. He remembered that 3 years ago, when the club was recruiting new members, Suja came into his sight with a sunny look. To put it bluntly, before meeting Suja, Kong Hao always thought he was a normal heterosexual, but after meeting Suja, he actually became a little undecided. See a rainbow, eat a rainbow? But he knew clearly that Suja was a real straight man, and an invincible vibranium-level straight man. So he would never reveal his emotions. Moreover, he is still unclear about what category his feelings for Suja should be classified into. Is it that kind of love, or brotherhood? For this reason, he avoided contact with Suja for a long time. But on WeChat Moments, Douyin, Weibo, and many other social platforms, Kong Hao has been silently following Suja's updates. It's enough not to disturb your life and just watch you from afar. This is also the reason why he has never found a girlfriend. Because you are not clear about your own sexual orientation and just find a girlfriend casually, it is irresponsible to the girl. When he learned that Su Ro had cheated on Suja, he was very angry, but he had no good solution. Su Ro is a female sea king who deceived Suja's feelings, which made Kong Hao determined to help Suja avenge. His original idea was to print the story of Su Ro cheating on someone else on flyers and distribute them to her family to ruin her reputation. After some online box opening, human flesh search and some other means of searching for information, Kong Hao found a lot of information about Su Ro. But he was surprised to find out in the end that Su Ro was actually an orphan. She grew up in an orphanage, had no parents since childhood, had a miserable fate and a miserable life. Does this mean that there must be something pitiful about hateful people? However, even if life is rather bumpy, this is not a reason to deceive other people's feelings, right? In the end, Kong Hao couldn't bear it and rushed to the Jiangzhou Welfare Institute where Su Ro had lived since childhood and spread the news that she would do anything for money.
As an orphan, being able to be admitted to the top university in the country, Binhai University, through his own efforts is already an extremely inspiring thing.
Su-ro finally fell.
With a feeling of regret, Kang Hao let Su-ro go. Su-ro and Suja have broken up. As long as Suja is fine in the future, that's enough. During the afternoon rehearsal, he saw Suja again and was very happy. After a long separation, when he saw Suja again in real life, he wanted to hug him. But to be honest, it is actually quite awkward and abrupt for two grown men to hug each other. He has changed his mind now, as long as Suja has a good future. If there is anything he needs help with, he will do his best to help. From now on, just be brothers with Suja. Of course, he will remain single until he figures out his sexual orientation. He will always remember every detail of Suja and his time in the music club during his freshman and sophomore years. Suja has a girlfriend and Kang Hao is happy for him. You must be happy. With a slight smile on his lips and a blessing in his heart, Kang Hao stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. At this moment, on the stage, Suju was holding the microphone, but he seemed a little nervous. He remembered a sentence. If you are nervous on stage, just imagine everyone in the audience as big carrots. After a pause, Suja felt that the audience seats in front of him were filled with big radishes of varying heights and weights. There was only one person who did not turn into a big radish. Lin Shiqing's figure appeared in a sea of white radishes. Suja looked at her quietly, a glance that lasted for 1,000 years, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Now he is not nervous at all. There are so many big names in the audience, and Lin Shiqing is the only one there. What is there to be nervous about? Hello everyone, I would like to dedicate a song to my girlfriend Lin Shiqing at the end of this evening. The name of the song is Xiao Yu. Many students suddenly became excited. This is also the normal behavior of most people. When they see others showing their affection and giving each other sweet things, even though they silently say you really deserve to die, they still can't help but watch on and sigh, when can I be like this? Suja placed the microphone on the piano and began to sing. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I met you. Your gentle and clear eyes appeared in my dream. In the audience, Lin Shiqing covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes trembling. Yi Shiner on the side clasped her hands in front of her chest with an envious look on her face. How romantic. Although Cui Xiaoxi advocates intellectual love and is somewhat allergic to romance, she is not very interested in this kind of confession scene that is like kindergarten children playing house, but as a girl, she is still touched. After all, which girl doesn't want to meet her own hero who comes to marry her on a rainbow cloud? Suja's voice is not very pleasant, and is even a little out of tune. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, vocal music is not something that can be improved just by being physically strong. The voice will not change as the attribute points increase. But the song Xiaoyu is still very simple, the pitch is not high, and it is not difficult to sing. In singing, emotion is the killer move, and technique is to serve emotion. As long as the emotions are deep, even without great skills, you can still move people. Just like the hot news before, I sang 10 years and made 8 KTV ladies cry. Suja's voice is somewhat magnetic, not too low, and has a youthful feel. Fingers flew and jumped on the piano keys, and the notes echoed melodiously in the performance hall. In between singing, Suju would occasionally look at Lin Shiqing in the audience and interact with her through eye contact. Ah, this is so delicious. Hurry up and film it. Then we can edit it into a video and post it on the school forum. We can also use it as a treasured video for our fan club. Isn't this much better than shipping those so-called celebrity couples? I'm really crying. When can I have a boyfriend like Suja? It's more interesting to watch other people fall in love. Many enthusiastic fans of the Zeking Zillion fan club started a discussion in the audience. He also raised his phone to give Suja and Lin Shiqing enough shots. Suja noticed this scene, but he was not angry or annoyed. He even had to thank these fans for preserving this precious memory for him. The singing and playing ended, the sound of the last note was still echoing, and Suja stood up. Backstage, Kang Hao was holding a large bouquet of roses. When he saw that Suja had finished his performance, he immediately walked up. Chapter 70 So happy that I want to cry. This bouquet of roses for Kang Hao was prepared by Suja in advance. The final stage must be to give flowers to Lin Shiqing. If I don't send flowers, I always feel like something is missing. Taking the rose handed to him by Kang Hao, Suja walked towards Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing's eyes flickered, she covered her mouth, and looked incredulous. She felt like she was about to cry with happiness.
What is love? She has been thinking about it for many years, but she still can't figure it out. According to her vampire mentality, how could anyone in this world, other than her family, be willing to treat her well at all costs? She had never met those of the same age in the family, and she only had some superficial contact with them. They were from different branches, had conflicting interests, and the relationship was not pure. And before that, Lin Shiqing, the fiancé designated by the family, was attracted by her beauty and wanted to fulfill the marriage contract with her. Many of the people I met were attracted by my wealthy family conditions, or liked my looks and figure, and their purpose in contacting me was not pure. But Suja, after this period of contact, she gradually realized that she had fallen in love with him. He used time stop to reverse the situation, but with white hair and mental exhaustion, he blocked a fatal attack for her at Silver Moon Mountain and nearly died. The two of them sat together in the villa, playing the piano and enjoying Suja's warm embrace. There are many funny moments, such as Suja being scared away by a little pinky, the dirt in Suja's body being discharged from his pores due to the increase in attribute points, and the stench of defense on his body, which is extremely bad, and the unexpected video call with Suja's mother. Memories flow and time passes. Being able to connect with each other in soul and support each other, that is love. Desire may make people overwhelmed by dopamine in an instant, and make them want unspeakable things to happen. But after the relationship actually happens, the novelty gradually wears off, and what's left? Very few people can continue to go on. In a long life, there are too many things that are more unifying than sex. Feeling happy is the meaning of pursuing love. In the corner, a boy clenched his fists. Pure love, god of war, rise up. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Minotaur. Suja stood next to Lin Shiqing's seat, and the lighting technician took great pains to adjust the spotlight so that it fell on the two of them. Everyone in the hall was looking at them at this moment. Many girls feel like they are watching an idol drama. However, this scene is obviously much more beautiful and pleasing to the eye than many embarrassing idol dramas. Suja slowly bent down and placed the flowers in front of Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing, I like you. Suja doesn't know how to say sweet words. His science-oriented brain really can't think of any touching romantic words. So he finally chose to speak his mind. But these few short and simple words are far more effective than long and sweet words. Lin Shiqing was so moved that she held back her tears of happiness. She raised her slender hand and took the rose from Suja. Looking at Suja, who was so close, she thought to herself, this stupid guy finally got it. Then she wanted to stand up and hug Suja. But at this moment an accident happened. Bang! Lin Shiqing tripped on the steps, her ankle cracked, and she fell forward. At such a critical moment, she actually sprained her ankle. Suja reacted quickly and hugged her tightly. The two sisters beside her, Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Xiner, quickly stood up and supported Lin Shiqing. Sha Qingqing, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle? Shiqing, look at your feet, they're all swollen. As a vampire, Lin Shiqing was not frightened by this little pain. When she stood up just now, her mind went completely blank. She stood up too quickly and accidentally twisted her ankle. A 180-year-old fourth-level vampire sprained his ankle. It would be so embarrassing to tell others about it. Even when she was about to fall, she still tightly held the bouquet of roses that Suja gave her. When they were in the clanland, the bouquet of roses that Lin Shiqing gave her was not only large in number, but each flower was much more beautiful than the one Suja bought from the flower shop on the spur of the moment. But she didn't hesitate and threw it into the trash can. The quality of a rose is not determined by how brilliant it is, how beautiful it blooms, or how full and gorgeous its petals are. But look at the person who gave the roses. The rose Suja gave was the most beautiful rose in the world. Suja, it seems that Shiqing's ankle is indeed sprained. Carry her on your back and go to the hospital quickly. Cui Xiaoxi urged. Yi Xiner on the side also agreed, yes, let's go to the hospital quickly. The sooner we go to the hospital, the faster we will recover. Suja nodded after hearing this, and then said, okay. He bent down and carried Lin Shiqing on his back. Lin Shiqing screamed and hugged Suja's neck tightly. Suja walked along the stairs of the auditorium of the performance hall, carrying Lin Shiqing on his back, and quickly reached the exit. The people present gradually came to their senses. Seeing this, some fanatical female fans of the Zeking Zillion fan club hurriedly stood up from their seats, wanting to catch up and continue to support the couple. The entire performance hall was suddenly in chaos. Cui Xiaoxi observed the scene keenly. She stopped at the door and pulled Yi Xiner. At the same time, she closed the door of the performance hall and locked it. Yi Shiner on the side looked at her in surprise. What are you doing? Let me ask you, what do you want to do? The young couple is going to the hospital, why are you, a big lightbulb, joining in the fun? Chui Xiaoxi said speechlessly. Oh yes. Yi Shiner suddenly came back to her senses. At this time, many enthusiastic female fans of Zeking Zillion had already arrived at the door. You can't follow them. Chui Xiaoxi, tall and slender, said with a dashing voice, let them get along well. Don't go over and take pictures, it's not a bother for them. Chui Xiaoxi expressed her incomprehension towards these so-called Zeking Zillion fan club members. How can there be such people in the world? But the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Chui Xiaoxi is like a single man guarding the pass, keeping 10,000 men at bay. Senior, are you seriously ill? How does it bother you if we take their pictures? You're such a busybody. How can there be people like you, blocking the door and not letting people out? Even a good dog wouldn't block the road. No matter how these fanatical fans spoke rudely, Chui Xiaoxi remained calm and stood at the door. Yi Shiner, who was standing aside, had stars in her eyes and looked at Chui Xiaoxi with admiration. If she were to stand at the door, she would definitely not be able to stop so many fanatical fans. At the critical moment, it still has to be my sister Chui. Seeing that there was no way to go out through the front door, these fanatical fans from the fan club turned around and headed towards the back door. Chui Xiaoxi was at a loss when she saw this. At this moment, outside the performance hall, Suja had already escaped with Lin Shiqing on his back. With his physical fitness, it would be no problem for him to get rid of those ordinary people. Suja ran all the way out of the school without even taking a breath. This is also related to Lin Shiqing's low weight. He is 1.68 meters tall and weighs less than 100 kilograms. Although I am relatively thin, I still have meat where it should be meat, and I am very thin where it should be thin. Feeling Lin Shiqing's boneless body on his back, the two soft lumps constantly rising and falling, Suja couldn't help but feel his heart swaying. I have to say, this feels really good. Wait, I am a gentleman, how can I have such thoughts? Chapter 71 must satisfy her. By the way, why did you sprain your ankle just now? It's really funny that an adult vampire sprained his ankle. Suja said with a smile. Lin Shiqing was furious when she heard this, it's because you attacked me unexpectedly and sang to me. I was startled by you, so I sprained my ankle. Then let me ask you, did I sing well just now? Suja asked. Lin Shiqing tilted her head in thought for a moment, then said firmly, it's not good. It's not good at all. So the tears in your eyes just now were because my singing was so bad, and it made you cry? The corners of Lin Shiqing's eyes sparkled, shining slightly in the night. After being exposed, Lin Shiqing said angrily. Yes. Your singing is so bad that it makes me cry. Is there a problem? Suja laughed, of course there is no problem. However, I still have a question. Is your foot injured? If you use blood to heal it a little, the sprain will be back to normal immediately. Lin Shiqing snorted, it's fine now, but I still want you to carry me. Ha! I don't know who just told me that he liked me, but now he doesn't even want to carry me on his back? Of course I do. In fact, there is still the second half of the sentence that has not been said. I think any man would be willing to do that. Lin Shiqing was wearing a dress with only safety pants underneath, and her long legs were smooth and silky. Suja held her thighs with both hands, and the feeling was quite good. Not to mention the soft touch on my back. Suja's younger brother almost stood up. But this does not deny his character. He is still very upright, but he just cannot control his physiological reactions. That's pretty good. Lin Shiqing said with satisfaction. Suja carried Lin Shiqing on his back, and the latter let him walk into the park next to the school. Lin Shiqing doesn't want to go back yet and wants to play outside for a while. There happens to be a park next to the school. Changlin Park is one of the largest parks in Binhai City. It covers a large area and has many entertainment facilities and landscapes. It was nighttime, and the park should have been crowded. But for some reason, there were not many people in the park tonight, even very few. Suja was happy to carry Lin Shiqing on his back. He was physically strong, so carrying 100 kilograms was a piece of cake for him. Just as Suja was walking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his neck. Hiss, what are you doing? Suja screamed. A drop of blood slid down Lin Shiqing's fangs and she raised her head.
Humph, bloodsucking, this is to punish you for laughing at me and spraining my ankle. Don't attack me by surprise, it really hurts. If you are mentally prepared, the pain of having your blood sucked is easier to accept. But if you are not mentally prepared, just do it. That would be so painful. Seeing that Suja was in pain, Lin Shiqing panicked. Really? A trace of red blood energy emerged from her fingertips, covering Suja's wound. The wound healed quickly. Then she rubbed Suja carefully. Is this a bit more comfortable? Lin Shiqing asked with concern. Then I won't suddenly suck your blood like that next time. I'm sorry. Lin Shiqing's voice is usually cold, but it became much softer at this moment. It's like a little sweet girl acting coquettishly. Suja's heart melted after hearing this. It's okay, if you want to smoke, you can do it any time. Suja said proudly. He is a man who responds to soft words but not to harsh ones. Lin Shiqing is so cute, just suck her as you like. Inhale as much as you want. Otherwise, why do people say that women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life? Acting coquettishly is really a killer move for men. Hiss. You're so rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shiqing gave him another sip. She took a sip, and a sweet blood flowed between her lips and teeth. I really want to stay on his back for the rest of my life, suck his blood when I'm hungry, and fall asleep on his back when I'm tired. Suja carried Lin Shiqing on his back, his heart in turmoil. Has he officially confirmed his relationship with Lin Shiqing now? It seems not yet, because Lin Shiqing has not promised him in person. At this moment. Hey, was what you said before true? Lin Shiqing suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Suja was confused for a moment, thinking it was about blood-sucking. Of course, you can smoke as much as you want in the future. You idiot, that's not the case. Lin Shiqing said angrily. Why is this guy so unromantic? Suja began to ponder deeply, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Lin Shiqing was referring to the words he said to her when he gave her flowers in the performance hall, right? I really like you. Lin Shiqing trembled and paused. Okay, I understand. Suja seemed to suddenly understand, and he then asked tentatively, then, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Shiqing was silent. She had originally planned to test Suja for a while. But now she couldn't help but want to agree. It's all this guy's fault. He made her so touched last night. A voice as light as a mosquito sounded in the silence, and Suja immediately stopped moving after hearing it. This, you agree to it now? Ah. I'm really not prepared yet. Well, then, wife? Can you please not be so cheesy right from the start? Lin Shiqing patted Suja's shoulder speechlessly, buried her head in it, and her face flushed. Wife, wife, wife. Suja became excited and shouted several times in a row. Lin Shiqing's face turned red from being shouted at, and she pinched Suja's flesh. I told you not to do something, but you insisted on doing it, right? Where's the fun in not working against each other? You're really going to die. Suja really enjoyed this atmosphere, and the two of them laughed and talked all the way. Just as the two were arguing, raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. Oh no! I was wondering why no one came to the park. Turns out it's going to rain. Suja said in surprise. Don't worry, Suja, I'm going to give you the first test. Test? Suja's expression froze when he heard Lin Shiqing's words. Oh boy, there's still a test? Of course, I've only given you a preliminary promise. If you think everything is fine now, that's impossible. If I were so easy to pursue, you wouldn't cherish me. Lin Shiqing said clearly. Just tell me, as long as you don't ask me to go to the sky and pick the moon for you, I will try my best to satisfy you. Suja replied. You carried me on your back all the way home in the rain. Suja was stunned when he heard this. What? This place must be more than 20 kilometers away from the villa. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with 20 kilometers? Just tell me if you're willing or not. And you can't run all the way at your current speed. Lin Shiqing continued. The raindrops had begun to pour down, and both of their bodies were getting wet. And the clothes gradually became soaked. Suja expressed his confusion and was greatly shocked. Are you being hard on yourself or me? It's not a good feeling to be soaked to the skin, is it? I just want to stay on your back for a while longer. Lin Shiqing said softly.
Suja suddenly realized. What did Lin Shiqing do wrong? She just wanted to stay with him for a while longer. As her boyfriend, I must satisfy her request. Chapter 72 Practice Love. The Left Bank Western restaurant was quiet with only a few guests and only some slight whispers. Yi Hui looked at the medium rare steak in front of him. There was some blood congealed on it, and it looked very ordinary. He didn't know why Beiying brought him to such a place. Wow! They are all vampires and don't need to eat at all. Even if they eat these steaks, they will spit them out intact. Lin Shiqing could still digest the desserts such as cakes and creams that she ate, but the Blood Clan's severely degenerated digestive system was simply unable to bear the burden of such meat. But seeing Beiying calmly cutting the steak on the plate into two halves, then picking up a piece with a fork and putting it in her mouth to chew, Yi Hui unexpectedly felt that she was enjoying the process. In the afternoon, after finishing work at the company, I was planning to go home, but Beiying suddenly suggested that we go to a Western restaurant to sit down and have something to eat. In this way, Yi Hui was brought to the Left Bank Western restaurant in a daze. I don't quite understand. You and I can't digest this steak at all. Why did you order it? Yi Hui finally couldn't help but ask. Beiying smiled when she heard that. Actually, I've always felt that eating is a very happy thing. Even though I've become a vampire, it doesn't mean I have to give up eating. But you will still spit it out. Yi Hui said. You're right, but after people eat, it's not just about taking in food and not leaving it. Beiying retorted indifferently. Yi Hui frowned upon hearing this, but humans have to eat. They eat to get energy. You won't get any energy from these foods at all. You will just vomit it out. Well, so what? Beiying asked, what's the core of your problem? After thinking for a moment, Yi Hui organized his words. I want to ask you, what is the meaning of your meal? Beiying breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Another strange meaning, but there aren't that many meanings in the world. I eat purely for pleasure. Happy? Eating is just to please yourself. If you say so, there's no point in living. We're all going to die anyway. Yi Hui felt that he could not win the argument with Beiying on this point, so he changed his angle. Why do you still like to eat after becoming a vampire? In the early days of becoming a vampire, Yi Hui also tried to eat food. He unexpectedly felt that his appetite had dropped to zero. Just like when humans see human blood, they generally have no appetite. The race has changed, and eating habits have also undergone tremendous changes. This question is quite interesting. Indeed, among the vampires I know, I seem to be the only one who likes to eat human food. Maybe I didn't completely become a vampire, or some mutation occurred? Even when I was still a human, I loved eating, and after becoming a vampire, this hobby continued. Beiying said thoughtfully. It must be very uncomfortable to spit out all that food, right? Yi Hui continued to ask. He had eaten human food once before, but he vomited it out not long after. The vomiting process is hard to describe. The pain was so severe that Yi Hui never ate any human food for hundreds of years. Anyway, once you get used to it, it's like that with everything. If you try to eat something for the first time, you will definitely feel uncomfortable and spit it out. Beiying looked at Yi Hui in front of her. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a uniquely handsome man in ancient times. After wearing a suit, he looked extraordinary and charming. But at this time his hands were a little restless, changing positions from time to time. It was not right to put them on the table, nor was it right to let them hang down. Just like you now, you are not used to interacting with me, so you act very awkwardly. Beiying shrugged. Yeah. When you talk to me, you're always nervous, and it seems like you're afraid of making mistakes. Yi Hui frowned slightly. This woman in front of me is a bit scary, it feels like she can read minds. He was afraid of making mistakes and lowering his image in front of Beiying. After all, it was Lin Shiqing who introduced her, so he attached great importance to this so-called blind date and wanted to leave a good impression on Beiying. Do you know why I brought you here today? Beiying suddenly changed the subject. Why? Look around here, there are couples everywhere. Left Bank Western Restaurant is a must-visit place for many couples. Yi Hui, I want to ask you, do you want to have further contact with me? Yi Hui was a little confused by Beiying's words. So caught off guard. In this relationship, Beiying has always been in an offensive position. This made Yi Hui feel warm, but he also often felt overwhelmed. Looking at Beiying,
She was dressed very beautifully today. Her silver earrings flickered slightly in the candlelight, her eyes were soft like water, and her light red lipstick was cute and playful.
Yes. Yi Hui replied.
If you want to, we should have more contact in the future to improve our relationship.
We need to practice the feeling of being in love.
Look at what the couples around you do, having a candlelight dinner on a weekend night and listening to live piano music in the hall. That's what love feels like. Bai Ying said with a smile, her eyes somewhat like crescent moons.
Yes, of course.
Bai Ying shook her head when she heard that.
You're so tense, your voice is so stiff, as if I'm forcing you to answer. Have you noticed that assistant Zhou Shueming in the company is very relaxed when you're with her? Yi Hui was stunned. This is the power of habit.
If you get used to having me by your side, and get used to my joys and sorrows, and my personality and mood, you will relax.
Bai Ying said softly. That assistant named Zhou Shueming has been with you for many years. By the time you and I have known each other for the same amount of time, you will have gotten used to me.
Come to the movies with me, I have bought the tickets, and we will find a hotel to stay in tonight.
Ha? Isn't that too fast?
Before Yi Hui could finish his words, Bai Ying took his arm and pulled him up.
Just follow me, I'll arrange everything from now on.
The sky was overcast and it had started to rain moderately. Yi Hui didn't have an umbrella, so he decided to take off his coat to shield Bai Ying from the rain and walk to the parking lot.
He took off his coat and stood up like a roof. Bai Ying hid under the eaves.
Yi Hui and her trotted forward closely, and soon they arrived at the parking lot. Bai Ying was not splashed with any raindrops, but Yi Hui, half of his body was soaked. Bai Ying felt warm in her heart. It seemed that Yi Hui was not the kind of guy who had no understanding of romance. At the critical moment, he was still very useful.
You're so wet, so let's not go to the movies today and go directly to the hotel I booked. Bai Ying thought for a while and then said. It's okay, this little rain is nothing.
Yi Hui said nonchalantly.
Be good, be obedient. It's not pleasant to have raindrops sticking to your body. I know. Bai Ying smiled gently. Thank you for shielding me from the wind and rain just now. I'm very touched. She then stood on tiptoe and gave Yi Hui a kiss on the face. Chapter 73-73 My Thoughts on Being a Boyfriend. Zhou Shueming looked outside through the glass of the cafe. Opposite was the Left Bank Western restaurant.
Suddenly it started to rain, and the raindrops scattered on the glass, making the light and shadow of the night street psychedelic and scattered.
The most popular coffee in the coffee shop is American coffee. Zhou Shueming, who had never drunk coffee before, followed the crowd and ordered a cup. She didn't come here to drink coffee.
She took a sip of the coffee brought by the waiter absent-mindedly just now, and her mouth tasted bitter.
She almost spit it out. It seems that I am not suitable for drinking coffee.
The scenery became blurry, but Zhou Shueming still saw the other side of the street at a glance. Yi Hui held up his coat, and under the coat, the deputy general manager named Bai Ying was well protected, and no raindrops fell on her.
She followed Yi Hui and Bai Ying. When she got off work in the afternoon, she was planning to go home, but at the company gate, she saw Yi Hui and Bai Ying getting into the same car. The two were talking and laughing, and they looked very harmonious. Zhou Shueming was restless for several days and was eager to know the relationship between Yi Hui and Bai Ying.
She didn't know whether she liked Yi Hui or not. She wanted to avoid this question, but after thinking about it, she gave herself a definite answer. It is precisely because I have a good impression of Yi Hui that I care so much about his relationship with Bai Ying. So she hailed a taxi and asked it to follow behind Yi Hui and Bai Ying.
Zhou Shueming followed all the way here.
Now seeing Yi Hui helping Bai Ying shelter from the wind and rain, Zhou Shueming, who should have been heartbroken, did not feel too sad. She raised the American coffee in front of her and took a sip.
Why isn't the coffee as bitter as before? Mumu, Zhou Shueming called the waiter, paid the bill and prepared to leave the cafe.
I want to cry but I have no tears seems to be a more appropriate way to describe her mood.
Alas, in the blink of an eye, many years have passed.
She is 31 years old this year and is considered a leftover woman. Her family has urged her to get married many times, but she has refused every time.
The assistant to the general manager of Lin Group has a very high salary indeed.
He can earn almost 30,000 yuan a month before tax, plus a year-end bonus. It is easy to earn 15 yuan a year. By this calculation, it is very comfortable to get a salary of more than 400,000 yuan a year. But this is Binhai, and the monthly rent is about 5,000 yuan, which is 60,000 yuan a year.
Add to that the bags at home and the little Shiba Inu she raises, and daily meals and shopping, and it costs a lot of money. Since becoming the assistant to the general manager 3 years ago, he has been able to save more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year. After graduating from college, at the age of 22, she joined the Lin Group, starting as a clerk at the bottom and working her way up to where she is today. For 9 years, almost 10 years, she has been in the Lin Group. During this period, she saved a total of more than 600,000 yuan, most of which was saved in recent years after she became the assistant to the general manager. This money is not a small amount, but it is still not enough to settle down in Binhai. The starting price for a house is tens of millions, which is too expensive. But Zhou Xueming is already very satisfied. After all, living alone with such a high salary is already very comfortable. Recalling her first day in the company, she met Yi Hui. Speaking of the process of getting to know each other, it is also very wonderful. Zhou Xueming and Yi Hui took the same elevator, but it broke down halfway. While waiting for rescue, she was terrified and hugged Yi Hui, even wanting to say her last words. Yi Hui kept comforting her, helping her gradually calm down. The experience at that time was still fresh in his mind, and Zhou Xueming couldn't help laughing. I was so embarrassed. After I realized I was hugging the general manager, I worried for several days that I would be fired. Unexpectedly, after this indissoluble bond, Zhou Xueming and Yi Hui had some exchanges and would talk to each other from time to time. Yi Hui is very mysterious. He never shows up at company dinners. Even old employees don't know the actual situation of Yi Hui's family, such as whether he is married or where his hometown is. You were single before, but now, you should have a partner, right? Zhou Xueming sighed. She didn't bring an umbrella, so she had to cover her head with the bag in her hand and quickly ran to the bus stop on the side of the road. The scattered raindrops hit her body, drop by drop, feeling a little cold. When she arrived at the bus stop, there were no buses left. She waved, stopped a taxi, and got in. Zhou Xueming started to have wild thoughts again. Sister Beiying is also very good. She is so gentle and intellectual. She will definitely be a good wife. When the time comes, I can go to the wedding and eat a few more candies, and the matter will be over. It's also good that a secret love ends like this. Some things have to be let go. Zhou Xueming returned home in a daze, half soaked. As soon as I opened the door, the little Shiba Inu came running over barking. Zhou Xueming smiled and picked up the little Shiba Inu. You little one, you're so cute. On the muddy street, Suja carried Lin Shiqing on his back, and the two continued to move forward in the rain. Suja thought to himself that they were now on Tianshui Street, and after 2 more intersections they would be not far from the villa. Passers-by wearing raincoats and riding electric bikes were surprised when they saw Suzhou and Lin Shiqing, and couldn't help but sigh that young people nowadays are having more and more fun. Isn't this performance art? Suzhou and Lin Shiqing were soaked, and their clothes were sticking to their skin. Under the washing of rain, Suzhou tried his best to keep his eyes open. Lin Shiqing, who was on Suzhou's back, hugged his neck without saying a word. She just lay there silently on his back, feeling the warmth of Suzhou's body and the feeling of the heavy rain washing over her. We're finally here. Suzhou exclaimed. So fast. Lin Shiqing suddenly realized. That's still fast. We've been walking for 4 or 5 hours. Suzhou was speechless. So, we've been a couple for 4 or 5 hours? If you count from the moment you agreed to be my girlfriend, that's exactly what happened. Tell us what you think about it. How does it feel to be my boyfriend? Lin Shiqing asked, becoming interested. Do you think it's inappropriate for us to discuss this issue in this situation? The sky was filled with heavy rain, and 2 extremely wet rats were walking on the midnight street, like 2 ghosts. In fact, it really is a ghost of vampire. Suzhou's hair was stuck to his scalp, and the rain kept flowing down from top to bottom, washing his eyes so hard that he could hardly open them. Just answer. Lin Shiqing said softly, hugging Suzhou tightly. She ignored the rain all over her body, and the feeling of happiness wrapped her tightly. Now I am also a girl who is loved, cared for and held in the palm of someone's hand. I don't have to watch others show their affection anymore, I can show it too from now on. Suzhou wiped his face and said, the greatest feeling is that I can finally hug you to sleep in the future. Lin Shiqing groaned when she heard this, no way, don't even think about it, I can sleep alone. If you sleep with me, I don't know what bad intentions you will have. Chapter 74 The 5 Stages of Intimacy. But if a boyfriend and girlfriend don't sleep together, what kind of boyfriend and girlfriend are they? Suja said indignantly. Lin Shiqing didn't answer Suja's question directly, but asked in return, "So, you really want to sleep with me?" "Of course." "How much do you want it?" Suja was stunned and thought about it. "I really want to, I want to. I have to say it 3 times because it's important." Lin Shiqing burst out laughing when she heard that. "What the hell? You said it 3 times. Isn't this just saying I want to sleep with you?" A sly smile appeared on Lin Shiqing's face. "Humph, the more you want it, the less likely I will agree. If you don't want to, I will agree." "Huh? What the hell is this?" Suja was completely confused. "The easier it is to get something, the less likely we are to cherish it. That's why I just want to whet your appetite." Lin Shiqing pulled Suja's ear. "Ah, this." The handsome boy was speechless and shed tears. "It's okay, as long as you be a good boyfriend to me, one day I will agree." Lin Shiqing said softly. "Is this true?" "Of course." Suja's eyes flashed and he started to think in his mind. There are roughly 5 stages of romantic intimacy. The first stage is holding hands. This is the green period when people just fall in love, and it is also the most beautiful and pure stage. The 2 people are ignorant and their feelings are pure. The second stage is hugging. The 2 people hug each other and have sufficient body contact, which shows that their relationship has taken a step forward. The third stage is a kiss on the cheek, and the fourth stage is a formal kiss on the lips. As for the fifth stage, it is naturally the combination of spirit and flesh, and wonderful things happen. Lovers who can proceed step by step and complete these 5 steps without haste or impatience are more likely to stay together in the future and have a deeper relationship. But if it happens too quickly, for example, after only knowing each other for a few days or just one night, you take the final step, such feelings come quickly and go quickly. In this fast-paced era, everyone is too anxious. By watching a short video, you can fall in love with a girl in a few seconds, and then forget the girl in a few seconds. Feelings need to be adjusted, but desire does not. It can directly bring an extraordinarily stimulating pleasure. But the spiritual comfort that emotions can bring is far more profound and lasting than desire. For example, when a man enters the sage time, he still likes the girl around him very much and does not feel annoyed at all. This shows that the man really loves the girl. Although Suja may feel timid sometimes, he is still a conservative person at heart and keeps himself clean. He had known Su Ro for 3 months, and the latter had hinted to him many times that something unspeakable might happen. Suja didn't want things to develop so quickly, so he rejected Su Ro, which is something he is thankful for now. Su Ro is too dirty. Suja asked tentatively, "Then what is my current authority?" Lin Shiqing was puzzled. What authority? Boyfriends and girlfriends always have some intimate contact. How deep do you think our contact can go? Suja added. Ah. Lin Shiqing was stunned. She really hadn't thought it through. I need to think. After tilting her head and thinking for a while, Lin Shiqing said, "At most, it's just a hug." Ha? What's wrong? Do you want to go further? It's not impossible. Humph, you're dreaming. Lin Shiqing blushed slightly, and her next words were very soft. "If we want to go further, it depends on your performance." Suja was not in a hurry. He was happy to take it slow with Lin Shiqing. Although a lot has happened between them, it is undeniable that they have only known each other for more than half a month. In the Lin family villa, Lin Xiaohua and Linwen were in the living room. The 2 people were lying on the sofa. Lin Xiaohua was holding Linwen, Linwen was in front and he was behind. Linwen is well maintained. On the one hand, it is because she is a vampire and her cells age very slowly. On the other hand, it is because she has lived a life of luxury for a long time and has no pressure or worries. Flowers in the greenhouse are indeed more colorful and eye-catching. Lin Xiaohua caressed his wife's skin, but Linwen held his hand. You dare to do that in the living room? Don't mess around. What's wrong? My wife and I are doing something we love, isn't it okay? Linwen was speechless, but this is the living room. What if Xiaoqing and the others come back later? Come back if you want, we haven't done anything bad. Can you keep your hands still? Linwen's face flushed a little. She didn't expect that she would actually feel something. However, when talking about his daughter, Lin Xiaohua really started to worry again. That's right, why hasn't Xiaoqing come back yet? It's already past midnight. Is she really going to spend the night outside with that boy? What are you afraid of? Xiaoqing knows her limits. Didn't we tell her before not to do anything out of line with Suzha?
Lin Xiaohua shook his head. That sounds nice, but when love is deep, it's like dry wood in raging fire.
I don't think they can stop it in time.
Lin Wen was still very relieved. I know Xiaoqing very well. She will abide by her promises.
Don't worry about it. Lin Xiaohua sighed and said, it's quite sad to think about it.
I didn't expect that Xiaoqing would actually fall in love with a blood slave. I feel a little uncomfortable, but in the end I decided to let her go. As long as she is happy, and Xiaoqing can live a peaceful life, that's all that matters. Lin Xiaohua wasn't short of money. In today's society, as long as you had money, you could solve 99% of your problems.
The remaining 1% of your problems might be due to not having enough money.
As for Lin Shiqing falling in love with a blood slave, the family status of his lineage should be affected, but those are actually false and there is no need to take it too seriously. In fact, through this period of contact, Lin Xiaohua's grudges against Suzha have been eliminated a lot. The anger he felt towards this guy who kidnapped his daughter without a word had basically dissipated.
Suzha is very caring and attentive to his daughter.
Although he may not have much ability, he can at least make his daughter live a happy life.
How about we practice another trumpet?
Lin Xiaohua said with a flash of inspiration.
What are you talking about?
Lin Wen was startled. The vampire's reproductive cycle is very long, often lasting more than 10 years. When Lin Shiqing was born, she was pregnant for 19 years before giving birth.
Having children is so tiring.
Xiaowen, don't worry, as long as you get pregnant, I will definitely not let you do any work. I will take good care of you and won't let you suffer at all. Just stay home and take care of your baby. Lin Xiaohua comforted.
Oh, okay then.
Lin Wen still agreed.
Who made her love this man?
Not only do vampires have a long reproductive cycle, but the probability of getting pregnant is also low. Without having sex dozens or hundreds of times, it is basically impossible to get pregnant. Lin Xiaohua knew that since he decided to train a small trumpet, he was bound to have a long and drawn-out battle.
Chapter 75 Awkward Scene.
That night, the rain was still falling. In the dim and blurry streets, one could still see a figure leaning on another person's shoulder, walking slowly.
This is Suzha and Lin Shiqing.
They are about to arrive at the Lin family villa. When seeing the outskirts of the Lin family villa area, Lin Shiqing patted Suzhu on the shoulder.
Let me come down.
We have to be quiet and sneak into the villa without my parents noticing. Lin Shiqing said softly.
Suzhu was stunned, but your father is a baron, he is so powerful, how could he not discover us?
If they happen to be asleep, as long as we hide our blood and energy fluctuations, they won't notice us, Lin Shiqing explained. Slowly putting Lin Shiqing on the ground, Suzhu looked at the girl so close to him, and his attention couldn't help but move downwards.
Well, can I watch this without paying? Are you trying to tempt me with your whole body?
It was summer, and Lin Shiqing was not wearing much, so her beautiful outline was inevitably revealed when soaked by the rain. When Lin Shiqing noticed Suzha's gaze, she quickly crossed her arms and covered her chest.
What are you looking at?
Ahem, nothing.
Suzha said quickly.
At the same time, he took off his suit jacket and put it on Lin Shiqing.
That's good.
Seeing this, Lin Shiqing felt warm in her heart and hugged Suzha tightly. The two of them hugged each other, and Suzha felt like his front was about to melt.
Is it so soft? I was right about you.
Lin Shiqing hugged Suzha and whispered, you are different from those who only care about my body.
Of course, I am a gentleman. When Suzha said this, he couldn't help but blushing.
It happened that thunder was heard at this moment, and Suzha closed his eyes guiltily.
This thunder won't be directed at me, right?
Lightning flashed across the sky, and Suzha was safe and sound. Fortunately, I didn't get hurt. Suzha felt comforted. It seemed that God recognized that he was a gentleman.
After separating from Lin Shiqing, Suzha touched her little head. Let's go in.
Good. The two of them walked one in front and one behind and slowly entered the villa area.
Compared with Shilin Villa, this villa area is more modern, with an overall European design. The interior decoration and various landscapes also have a Western flavor.
As soon as they entered the villa area, Suzha and Lin Shiqing concealed their blood and energy fluctuations. As long as they are not searched carefully by powerful vampires, they will generally not be discovered. There is a huge fountain at the entrance, with the water flowing, which is not so obvious against the noise of rain.
Suja and Lin Shiqing followed closely and soon approached the villa. And in the hall of the villa, a beautiful scene was being played out. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen are being intimate. Because they were completely immersed in the sports, none of them noticed Suja and Lin Shiqing approaching. Suja and Lin Shiqing, who had no idea about the situation in the hall, chose to climb over the wall after arriving at the door of the villa. The wall outside the villa is not high, and it may take some effort for ordinary people to cross it, but for the vampires, it is just an effortless jump to sneak in. The sound of rain tonight is a good disguise. In such a heavy rain outdoors, Lin Xiaohua and his wife are even more passionate. They thought Suja and Lin Shiqing wouldn't be back tonight, but unexpectedly, they returned just in time for them to do something unspeakable. Ha! Why are there some strange noises? Lin Shiqing stopped and frowned. Looking at Suja, he was also confused at this time. Is this voice serious? Isn't that the sound from some action movies? Is someone watching a movie in the villa? Impossible? Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen don't seem like that kind of people. Having lived for hundreds of years, they certainly have no interest in this piece. However, I can't really say. After thinking about it carefully, Suja felt that the sound was very three-dimensional, surround, and clear, and it didn't seem like it could come from a speaker. Won't. Lin Shiqing, who was standing beside him, had already taken a look inside through the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room. She took just one look and then shrank back. The little face also turned red. She held Suja's hand and whispered, "Let's stay outside tonight." When Suja saw the scene, he almost understood what was happening. He pretended to be ignorant and did not ask any further questions. This is so embarrassing. In addition, although he was a little curious, he still didn't dare to look inside through the glass. Maybe you'll get sty? In addition, if he saw it, the image of Lin Xiaohua and his wife would completely collapse in his eyes. It's better not to watch it. Dragged by Lin Shiqing, the two walked out of the villa area. Suja noticed that Lin Shiqing almost wanted to speak, but ultimately remained silent. There should be a hotel nearby. We can just sleep there for one night. Lin Shiqing suggested. Suja nodded, sure, but I'm not very sleepy. Are you sleepy? Ever since becoming a vampire, Suja found that he was sleeping less and less, and even staying up all night for several days in a row would probably not be a problem. I'm not really that sleepy, after all, I've been sleeping for a whole day, and my blood energy is full. But the main reason I went to a hotel was to take a shower. I felt really uncomfortable being wet. Then let me find it. Suja reached into his pocket and touched something hard. It's a mobile phone. The waterproofness of the Guozi phone is pretty good. It has been in the rain for so long and it's still fine. Suja couldn't help but sigh. I opened the map software and searched for nearby hotels. There is a motel about 800 meters away from here. Shall we go there? Suja asked. Lin Shiqing nodded. I definitely can't go back home. The scene with her parents just now really shocked her. Even their image has collapsed in my mind. But if you think about it carefully, it's human nature and there's nothing to worry about. She has those moments too. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Suja. My face can't help but turn red. So, what exactly does that feel like? Led by Suja, the two walked towards the Express Hotel. The Dun Express Hotel is open 24 hours a day, and even in the rainy night, the sign still flickers with a faint light. Suja walked in front and reached the counter before Lin Shiqing. The waiter at the front desk was a man, about 20 years old. Because it was the night shift, his face showed obvious fatigue. After seeing Suja and Lin Shiqing walk in, he stood up. At the same time, I felt a little surprised. How come these two people were soaked so thoroughly? It was as if they were taking a shower under the rain. The clothes kept dripping water onto the ground, dripping. In the middle of the night, I always encounter strange customers and strange things. The waiter calmed down and asked. Hello sir, how many rooms do you need? Chapter 76 3 views exploded. Suja paused and blinked wildly at the male waiter. At the same time, extend a finger on your hand. The waiter should understand what he means, right? The male waiter understood immediately when he saw this. Having stayed in the Express Hotel for so long, met many customers and seen a lot, he naturally understood what Suja meant. Ahem, I just checked for you, and there's only one king-size room left in the hotel. Hearing the man's words, Suja's brows immediately relaxed. Yes, you are indeed aware of the current situation.
Lin Shiqing behind him kept looking towards the front desk. She was also wearing Suja's suit jacket, and her curves were faintly visible under the jacket.
Then let me ask.
Then he turned and walked to Lin Shiqing. There's only one king-size room left.
Is that okay? Lin Shiqing hesitated. Are there no other rooms? Are there any other hotels nearby? It seems to be gone. This is the only hotel within a few miles.
Suja replied. A fierce struggle was going on in Lin Shiqing's brain. After thinking about it, I realized that I was just coming to the hotel to take a shower.
I wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary with Suja. There's no need to be nervous, right? Then let's do it here.
Lin Shiqing said.
Suja nodded. Okay, then I'll go get a room. Fortunately, Suja brought his ID card, otherwise there would be problems with checking in.
The room was booked and the price for that night was 388, which was not too expensive. The male waiter handed Suja the room card and inadvertently saw Lin Shiqing.
This is so beautiful. This brother is so lucky tonight.
Unlike me, I am still a virgin at the age of 28 and have never even held a girl's hand. The man felt a little sad. He watched Lin Shiqing and Suja go upstairs together, imagining an intimate scene between them.
My heart hurts even more at this moment. Someday, please find me a girlfriend.
After going upstairs, Suja opened the door with the room card, and then let Lin Shiqing go in first. The environment of this motel is pretty good, the room is very clean and the big bed is very clean.
Go take a shower first.
Suja sat on a chair in the room and said to Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing nodded and walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of water was heard. She doesn't take a long time to shower like many other girls, often taking 30 minutes to an hour.
In less than 20 minutes, Lin Shiqing came out wearing a bathrobe.
With her hair wet, she looked petite and lovely. Seeing this, Suja immediately lost the desire to take a shower. Just as he was about to hug her, Lin Shiqing pushed him away.
You're so wet, go take a shower.
Lin Shiqing blinked her eyes. Suja had no choice but to reply, okay.
He walked into the bathroom and quickly took off his clothes. After rinsing, which took less than 10 minutes, Suja walked out.
The only thing is that the shampoo in this hotel smells a bit bad, and I don't know if using it will cause baldness.
Looking at the big bed, Suja was stunned. You are.
Lin Shiqing was lying on the bed, with bedding between them.
The bedding became a dividing line between the two, dividing the large bed into two. Let's take a break. Let's lie down and chat.
Lin Shiqing patted the bed on the other side. Suja lay beside him.
Everything was fine except for the quilt that was in the way. What a pity. But just lying there and talking made me happy. The Hampton Hotel in the city center.
As one of the best 5-star hotels in Binhai City, the rooms inside are extremely luxurious. The magnificent decorations make people feel like they have entered a medieval royal palace. Yi Hui leaned against the headboard, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom.
Everything just now was so dreamy and fake. He and Beiying just slept like that? My centuries-long virginity was broken just like that? It's true. Without any hesitation, as soon as they entered the room, Beiying pressed him against the wall and started moving up and down.
The desire was aroused and the urge to reproduce surged in my heart. Yi Hui and Beiying started a very physically demanding exercise. He was still savoring the aftertaste of what had just happened.
What level is it if you persist for 20 minutes? It shouldn't be low, right? Judging from Beiying's expression, she seems to be satisfied. That's it.
Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would become a quick shooter the first time.
That would be kind of embarrassing.
But this organ, which had not been used for hundreds of years, was now playing an extraordinary role. The sound of running water stopped and the bathroom door was pushed open.
Beiying seemed even more charming in her nightgown. The shoulders and collarbones were not buttoned tightly, revealing a lot of scenery. Is this something I can watch?
Yi Hui thought to himself and said at the same time, your top button is not fastened tightly.
I know. Beiying shrugged, so do you like it?
Beiying came over all of a sudden and put her face in front of Yi Hui. The fragrance was so refreshing that Yi Hui touched his nose.
Then don't be so shy. It's as if I'm forcing you.
Beiying hugged Yi Hui generously. Yi Hui's head was caught off guard and buried in the ark.
Sorry.
Yi Hui looked up quickly. That softness just now was somewhat ecstatic. Yi Hui, I know you've always been quite lonely. Let me take care of you from now on. Bai Ying smiled like a flower. No matter what, since we've already done this, you have to be responsible for me from now on. Yi Hui's heart was surging. It is actually right to be responsible. As a vampire who has lived since the Ming dynasty, he understands that after having in-depth communication with a woman, he cannot let her down. Although hundreds of years have passed, the remnants of those ancient social ideas still exist. You look so serious, but you can actually refuse me. Bai Ying said half-jokingly. I didn't mean to reject you. It just felt like everything happened too fast, and I haven't recovered yet. Sleeping with a man of the opposite sex who was about the same age as him in less than a week of knowing each other had a huge impact on Yi Hui. I think you're just too burdened. The world is so fast-paced these days. Bai Ying said indifferently, have sex quickly. As long as both parties feel it's okay, then there's no problem. I think I like you and I am happy to do it with you. Bai Ying's blunt words made Yi Hui's heart surge. He felt a little unwell. It's like Bai Ying often does this, having one-night stands or something. Is it possible to do this to a man after just knowing him for a short time? Yi Hui frowned slightly. He looked at Bai Ying and felt very torn. She looks innocent on the surface, doesn't she seem like that kind of person? In the absence of an emotional basis, doing this is just a way to vent sexual desire and pursue excitement. Isn't it really not dirty to be so casual? You've met men a few times before, so is this okay? Yi Hui asked tentatively. It depends on my mood. I'm actually quite open-minded about this. If I feel good about it, I can have sex right away. But if I don't have that feeling at first glance, I won't do it. As long as you are happy, that's all. Also, if you want to have something happen with other girls, I don't mind. We are all vampires, there is no need to care too much about such things. Bai Ying's words shattered Yi Hui's three views. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, and his face turned ugly. Chapter 77-77 Call Me Dad. What's wrong with you? Bai Ying asked curiously when she noticed that Yi Hui's face looked strange. Yi Hui regretted what had just happened with Bai Ying, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Bai Ying was really too good. He could barely ignore Bai Ying's past and choose to accept it, but as she said just now, even after they confirmed their relationship, they could still play around with each other outside as they pleased. Isn't this a kind of minotaur? Deep down, Yi Hui has always believed that love is about two people supporting each other, not just casually messing around outside. Encountering this situation, he felt more and more disgusted. Bai Ying, I hope we can keep our distance from each other in the future. Yi Hui picked up the clothes from the bedside and began to put them on. Such a scene feels like someone just pulling up his pants and not recognizing the person. Bai Ying was puzzled and asked anxiously, why? Didn't you just say you were responsible for me? I absolutely cannot agree with your point of view. I can't accept a one-night stand with so many unclear relationships. Instead of continuing to be together, it's better to end it as soon as possible. Yi Hui shook his head and walked out of the room. On the bed, Bai Ying was a little dazed. She thought Yi Hui could accept her ideas. Shouldn't we do whatever we want in this life? If you come across something new and don't try it, you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Bai Ying couldn't understand Yi Hui, just as Yi Hui couldn't understand her. Time passed and the sky brightened. A lot happened last night. Suzha and Lin Shiqing were lying on the big bed, and they really didn't do anything. I just rested quietly for the whole night. It's time, let's go back. Lin Shiqing sat up, clapped her hands, and said to Suzha. No, I'm very tired and need a kiss before I can get up. Suzha acted like a rogue, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Is a kiss a panacea? Can a kiss relieve fatigue? Lin Shiqing was speechless. She seriously suspected that Suzha was talking nonsense, but she had no evidence. Other people's kisses may not be okay, but yours is definitely fine. Suzha blinked. Like a chick pecking at rice, Lin Shiqing pecked Suzha on the face. Why don't you kiss? Don't you want to? Suzha asked. Don't push your luck. Lin Shiqing raised her little pink fist. Suzha immediately became alert and sat up. 10 minutes later. Suzha and Lin Shiqing went downstairs. At the front desk, Suzha bought a black umbrella. He knew that Lin Shiqing didn't like sunlight.
Opening the black umbrella, Suja covered Lin Shiqing under it. The two walked outside.
It's not bad to have a boyfriend. Is there someone holding an umbrella for me? Lin Shiqing giggled.
The best is yet to come.
The two of them bickered and laughed all the way back to the villa.
The atmosphere between the two people was very harmonious.
Suja suddenly realized that Lin Shiqing had changed a lot since she first met her. She is much more cheerful now. Thinking back to the beginning, Lin Shiqing always had a stiff and cold face. But now, there is no ambiguity in the jokes I make on myself.
People change. It was 8 o'clock at this time.
It took me more than 10 minutes to get home, and I happened to meet Lin Xiaohua and his wife sitting in the restaurant drinking blood.
You're finally back.
Lin Xiaohua glanced at Lin Shiqing and said lightly.
Didn't it rain last night? We stayed outside.
Lin Shiqing explained, and at the same time, her mind couldn't help but think of last night when she saw her parents doing that thing.
Oh. It's really not easy to let go completely.
Okay, I won't continue to oppose your relationship with Suja, but you must think it over carefully. Lin Xiaohua said calmly, this is the path you chose, and you must be responsible for it.
Dad, is it true?
Lin Shiqing asked in surprise. My father hated Suja so much before, but now he suddenly agreed.
It's incredible.
In fact, last night, after making love, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen discussed for a long time. Anyway, they planned to have another child and practice the small account, so they decided not to interfere too much with Lin Shiqing's main account.
Happiness is still important.
We only have one life, a mere 1,000 years, so we must follow our own heart. The last generation of vampires generally have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and only by breaking through to the Baron can their lifespan be doubled.
As a 13th generation vampire, Lin Shiqing's bloodline is too thin.
It cannot be said that it is completely impossible for him to break through to the Baron, but it can only be said that the probability is very low. Unless you swallow some pure blood in essence.
But that is too difficult. There are not so many powerful vampires to devour.
Of course it's true.
After finishing speaking, Lin Xiaohua looked at Suja.
Suja, I have temporarily agreed to your request, but if I find out that you treat my daughter badly, I will make you pay the price. Suja nodded when he heard this. I will definitely treat Shiqing well.
Well, in that case, you two should just get along well. If you need money, just let me know.
As long as it doesn't exceed 10 million a month, you can spend it freely. Lin Xiaohua said casually, the thing our family has the most is money. The Lin Group is basically controlled by Lin Xiaohua's branch. As a listed real estate company, it is also involved in other industries and investments, with an annual net profit of billions.
Dad, I knew you were the best.
Lin Shiqing walked up, took Lin Xiaohua's arm, and looked happy.
You should thank your mother.
It was she who persuaded me, and I finally agreed. Lin Xiaohua waved his hand and said,
Mom, thank you.
Lin Shiqing said with a smile. Lin Wen said helplessly, you are too willful, but after making this decision, you'd better not regret it. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing looked at Suja.
Did you hear me? Don't make me regret it. Suja said repeatedly, of course not.
Lin Shiqing is as pure as he is. Being able to fall in love with such a pure vampire lady who loves him is enough for his life.
Pure love god of war, Suja expressed his happiness.
From today on, Suja, you will learn combat techniques from me. Although you're a blood servant and your strength limit isn't very high, learning some combat techniques will be very helpful for your future, Lin Xiaohua said solemnly.
Suja's eyes lit up.
Having a Baron-level vampire teaching him combat skills would be of great help to him.
Suja's current shortcomings are indeed lack of combat skills and experience.
Having great strength but no skills at all may help you kill a master with random punches, but this is not a long-term solution.
What should I do if I encounter someone of the same level? Can I just run away? Suja still wanted to try to be tough. Simply escaping was not his style. Okay, uncle, then I will learn fighting skills from you in the future.
Suja replied.
Still calling me uncle? Lin Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Dad?
Suja said tentatively.
Yeah.
Lin Xiaohua responded calmly.
Suja felt a little numb.
Wow, it only took me more than half a month to get my father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Is it that strong? Chapter 78 Bleed and Drink Your Own Blood.
The next few days were relatively uneventful. Suja and Lin Shiqing skipped classes as usual and stayed together, waiting for the blood-sucking CD to end. After the CD ends, if Lin Shiqing sucks blood again, it will bring another chance to draw a lottery. Nowadays, a slight improvement in all attributes is almost nothing, and the improvement is very small.
Maybe things will change after he becomes a baron?
Lin Xiaohua needs to go back again because of clan matters. The combat skills that he had originally planned to teach Suzhou also needed to be put on hold temporarily, but he would be back in 3 days at most, and Suzhou's training plan would be put on the agenda. During these 3 days, Lin Wen temporarily took over and tutored Suzhou in combat training classes. Although Lin Wen is not as strong as Lin Xiaohua, she is also a vampire who is nearly 500 years old. Her realm has reached the 9th level and she knows some combat skills. Nowadays, vampires generally do not need close combat, so the so-called Sanda, Muay Thai, Judo and other fighting skills are not very useful. The most important thing is to help Suzhou become familiar with the vampire's magic skills and dodging techniques. Suzhou's biggest gain in the past few days is that the so-called combat skills are more about prediction plus reaction. Just like playing a game, before the vampires cast a spell, there will be a pre-swing action. The main attack magics are Blood Energy Ball, Blood Flame, and Blood Beam. Basically, these can be released as long as you master the use of blood energy. There are no particularly difficult techniques. Before releasing the magic, there will be a period of time to accumulate power, and this time is the key node for making predictions in advance. But if it is a tracking skill, it will be difficult to predict and dodge, and it requires higher agility.
Reaction is very important.
Suzhou was surprised to find that after his spiritual attribute reached 100, his reaction ability was even stronger than Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing is a 4th level vampire. If he is stronger than her, it means that his reaction ability is 1 level higher than his original level. This is a surprise, and it can also pave the way for subsequent cross-level battles. In short, his attribute points are also very useful, but Suzhou has not discovered more of the benefits yet. Regarding the defense point, Suzhou was worried that his defense was too high, so that Lin Shiqing could not break his defense and absorb his blood, but this worry was completely unnecessary. Suzhou can control the tension of his body at will.
If he completely relaxes and does not take any defenses, the strength of his skin is still very limited, and Lin Shiqing will definitely be able to break it. But if she tried to tighten the skin, it would be much more difficult for Lin Shiqing to break the skin. This is like the iron cover. There are always jokes online saying that if you practice to the extreme but suddenly get appendicitis, wouldn't you be unable to undergo surgery?
In fact, this is nonsense.
After practicing such defensive methods, the tightness of the skin can be adjusted by itself.
It is not always a fixed value.
If you can't even make some adjustments, what's the difference between skin and steel?
His manipulation of blood energy is gradually improving. With the guidance of Lin Wen and Lin Shiqing, Suzhou can now condense some smaller energy balls.
Although the damage is limited, it's a start at least. There has been an unusual phenomenon in the past few days. That is, Yi Hui and Bai Ying, who were originally a perfect match, now don't even say a word to each other. The current state of these two people is very strange, as if they have become a pair of strangers. I don't know what happened between them.
During this period, Suzhou had a flash of inspiration and came up with a new idea. That is, he would bleed when in human form, and then turn into a vampire and suck the blood.
Could this help him improve his strength, just like Lin Shiqing improved his strength by sucking blood? This is a fun experiment and is well worth testing.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Wen was still sleeping. Yi Hui and Bai Ying went to the company, leaving only Suzhou and Lin Shiqing in the huge villa.
This is a good time to experiment.
Suzhou called Lin Shiqing, and the two of them brought a highball glass from the kitchen together.
Afterwards, Suzhou transformed into a human. Don't use the fangs to cut, just stab with the knife.
Suzhou said to Lin Shiqing, it will bleed faster that way. Lin Shiqing was a little unsure. She wasn't a doctor, and if she used a little more force, she might have cut Suzhou's throat.
For your safety, please use your mouth.
Suzhou shook his head.
Just stab me with a knife, what are you afraid of?
Suzhou was very curious about one thing, which was what it would feel like to have his neck cut.
Why does it feel a bit perverted?
Seeing that Lin Shiqing didn't dare to take action, Suzhou decided to do it himself.
He went to the kitchen, got a knife, and then went into the bathroom alone with the goblet.
Outside the door, Lin Shiqing knocked. If you feel something is wrong, call me quickly and I will save you immediately with blood energy. Lin Shiqing was also speechless. Why did her boyfriend have to take such a risk? The only reason Suzhou did this was to have some fun for himself.
Life is too dull, I need some excitement. After hearing Lin Shiqing's words, he responded, I know, don't worry, my blood will never stop flowing. Are you stupid? Your blood will never stop flowing, but your neck is cut. What about the blood supply to your brain? Lin Shiqing said as if she was facing a fool. Oh. Suja felt that what Lin Shiqing said made some sense. But then he felt relieved. It's just a small cut. The bleeding will stop at any time. Don't worry. Suja, who was a little suicidal, picked up the dinner knife and then stood in front of the mirror. With a casual wipe, a wound appeared. There was no heavy bleeding. Suja cut the vein, so the blood did not flow too fast. It didn't hurt, just like a mosquito bite. So this is what it feels like to have your neck cut open. Suja suddenly realized. There is just a slight side effect, my head feels a little dizzy. In fact, you can be a little crazy and cut half of your neck. But that's a bit crazy and indeed suicidal. After all, we only have one life, so cherish it. Soon, the flowing blood filled the entire glass. Suja transformed into a vampire with ease and then healed the wound on his neck. There is no pressure to bleed yourself. He walked out with the cup of blood. There was still some blood on his body. This was accidentally contaminated just now. Lin Shiqing saw the bloodstains on Suja's body and thought for a moment, you need to wash this set of clothes. I will wash it for you later. You, a young lady, can wash clothes? Suja expressed surprise. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Lin Shiqing said unconvincedly, do you look down on a young lady like me? How is that possible? I definitely respect her. Suja said repeatedly, I'm so happy to have a wife who washes my clothes. That's pretty good. Lin Shiqing said with satisfaction. She saw a short video last night. The short video says that if you want to express your love to your boyfriend, the best way is to help him wash his clothes. Although I have never washed clothes before, I can learn it, right? Chapter 79 can only drink now. There is no need to rush about washing clothes. The most important thing at the moment is to try drinking your own blood to see if it can help improve your strength. Suja brought the tall glass in front of him, but couldn't help frowning. Xingbao, look, isn't this blood becoming a little cloudy? Love Treasure is the nickname Suja recently gave to Lin Shiqing. It's also a nickname. In fact, Suja had thought about how to call Lin Shiqing for a long time. At first, he thought Shiqing would be enough, but later he felt that it was too ordinary. So in a flash of inspiration, he decided to call Lin Shiqing Xingbao from then on. Lin Shiqing initially found this nickname cheesy and couldn't accept it, but as Suja called her more and more, she gradually got used to it. Let me see. Lin Shiqing came over and took the glass from Suja's hand. There were actually some impurities mixed in the crystal clear liquid. It's true. There are not many impurities, but they are constantly being generated. Frowning, Lin Shiqing asked, could it be that exposing blood to air will cause it to become turbid? Will it also gradually generate impurities? Suja was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but agree, it's really possible. Originally, Lin Shiqing would suck blood and drink it immediately without transferring it into a container. When Lin Shiqing first became suspicious of Suja's physical condition, she simply placed his blood in a large basin without observing it. It can be said that this was the first time that Suja and Lin Shiqing observed the condition of Suja's blood outside the body. I can feel that the taste of this blood is gradually getting worse, which means that the quality of the blood is declining. Lin Shiqing said slowly. I feel the same way. Suja nodded, then I'll drink it quickly. Picking up the glass, Suja drank it in one gulp. The first time Suja drank his own blood, he had a strange feeling. The blood with a slight residual warmth flows from the throat into the stomach, and its effectiveness is still online. This undoubtedly opened up an idea for Suja. Bleed yourself in human form, and then let your vampire form absorb the blood. Wow, a perpetual motion machine. But one thing needs to be noted, when he is in vampire form, just like Lin Shiqing, he also needs digestion time. The maximum capacity of the stomach is roughly 500 to 600 milliliters, and digestion takes about 3 days. Like ordinary vampires, he cannot drink too much blood. There must be a balance between your own blood and the blood you suck. Suja also discovered a very interesting point. The vampire form and the human form are completely independent. If one of the forms is injured, the wound will disappear immediately after switching to the other form. The status will also be fully restored. This means that Suja has double the physical strength and double the life. If one of his forms suffers fatal damage, he can activate his skills and switch to the other form. But if both forms received fatal injuries, it would be very dangerous. How is it? How do you feel? Lin Shiqing asked curiously. This is the first time I've seen a vampire drink his own blood. It's not my own blood. In fact, the blood I drank is essentially human blood. Suju explained. Can your blood bring you improvement? Has there been any change in your strength and blood purity? Lin Shiqing continued to ask. I felt it and found that I can digest my blood, but it doesn't bring much improvement to me. Suja hesitated. The blood in the body is gradually being digested and then turns into strands of red blood energy. I understand. If you drink my blood right away, it will greatly improve your strength. It is also the purest and most perfect. However, if the blood is stored in the outside world for a period of time, even for just 1 second, it will lose its activity and its quality will be greatly reduced. In short, my blood can only be consumed immediately. Storing it outside the body is completely unfeasible. Suja has a deeper understanding of his own system. Lin Shiqing couldn't help but sigh after hearing Suja's words. It seems your idea is shattered. Suja smiled and said, that's fine. As long as I have enough chances to draw lots, my realm will improve quickly. It won't be a pity if this idea fails. Lin Shiqing's fighting spirit was ignited. That's good. It just suddenly occurred to me that many precious and powerful essences and blood cannot come into contact with the air. There are records of this in some ancient texts. Once the precious blood essence comes into contact with the air, its quality will be greatly reduced. Lin Shiqing's words inspired Suja, and this also provided a reasonable explanation for the current situation. By the way, aren't you going to do my laundry? Now's the time. The experiment has been completed, and Suja plans to change his blood-stained clothes. Lin Shiqing nodded. Okay, this is my first time washing your clothes, I'm sure I can wash them well. Just put it in the washing machine, no need to wash it by hand. Suja reminded, don't you have a fully automatic washing machine at home? It's still very convenient. Lin Shiqing shook her head when she heard that. I don't want that. If that's the case, you can wash it yourself, why should I help you? In the short video last night, I said that a girlfriend has to wash her boyfriend's clothes by hand. Is this a rule? Suja had a face full of question marks. Wait, you mentioned short videos? Let me see the video you made last night. Lin Shiqing took out a pink phone case of the Fruit 14 Pro Max Dark Purple 1TB from her pocket, opened it and showed Suja the video she had watched last night. It's this video. Suja took Lin Shiqing's cell phone. Blogger, girls should observe female virtues. The text of the video is as follows. Girls should talk less and do more, and no matter what their husbands say, they should say yes, good, and right. Don't fight back when he hits you, don't talk back when he scolds you, just accept it and absolutely support your husband's decisions. From today on, insist on washing your husband's clothes by hand. This is what every girl should do. If you don't do this, how can you prove that you love your husband? The sky is big, the earth is big, but my husband is the biggest. Suja looked very unhappy. What kind of feudal dregs is this? When you click on the Blogger's homepage, you will see all kinds of junk videos that are poisoning the minds of contemporary girls. He doesn't think that promoting male superiority and female inferiority is a good thing. Men and women should be equal. Xingbao, don't read this blogger anymore. The blogger's values are totally wrong. He is full of bad intentions. He advocates male superiority and female inferiority and stirs up gender confrontation. Suja said speechlessly. In this day and age, how should I put it, as long as it involves gender confrontation, there will be a steady stream of traffic. Adhering to the concept that black and red are also red in traffic is king, many bloggers began to produce videos that cause gender confrontation. It is true that the traffic is high, but it is also true that these bloggers who will do anything to get traffic have no horses. Ha! Lin Shiqing was surprised. Oh my god, I thought washing clothes by hand for your boyfriend was a custom for you human lovers to express your love. It seems I misunderstood. As vampires and humans are of different ethnic groups, there are some differences in customs. Lin Shiqing was deceived by the blogger. Since you have a washing machine at home, you can just use it to wash my clothes. Washing them by hand is a sheer waste of time and energy. If we have that much time, we might as well sit down and chat or play games. Really? Lin Shiqing's eyes flickered in surprise. This kid, why is he a little dull? Well, it's true that a woman in love has zero IQ. Of course. If you have to wash by hand, what's the use of a washing machine? Suja nodded. Chapter 80 Bloodline Purity Promotion. Today's short video platforms are really messy. Coupled with poor supervision, information is flooding, and the platforms are a bit out of reach, resulting in too many messy videos. Suja was so angry that he took out his cell phone and reported the video blogger directly. I don't know how many girls will be harmed by such remarks. These days, there are too many situations that provoke gender confrontation. Correspondingly, men are tricked into taking care of girls, buying bags for them, not letting them do housework or cook, and letting men do everything. Girls should be pampered. The person who said this is not a good person. In fact, there is no need to be so clear between lovers. You help me and I help you. This is the best situation. It is wrong for either party to give blindly. This is my first time in love, and I didn't really understand it. I thought I had to wash clothes for my boyfriend by hand. Lin Shiqing said with sudden enlightenment. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. It's really rare to see such a silly girl. Be careful, don't kill it. The basement of the Lin family villa was converted into a training ground. In the past 2 days, Suja and Lin Shiqing often came here to try to manipulate blood energy. From being unfamiliar at the beginning to being proficient now, Suja has practiced hundreds and thousands of times. The speed at which blood can be restored is limited, and the number of times he can try is limited. If you use up all your blood energy, you will not be able to continue training. By guiding the blood energy from the blood pill and gathering it in your hands, you can shape it into various attack magics. Imagine that the blood energy is gathered into a circle, which is an energy ball. When they converge into a ray, it becomes a beam of light. It spreads out into mist, which is the blood flame. Suja waved his right hand, and a blood flame spurted out. He raised his left hand and threw out a blood-red energy ball. Suja was very satisfied with his performance. After training for 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon, Suja's blood energy was basically exhausted. In this case, I can only wait until my blood recovers a little before trying again. There is another thing today. Lin Shiqing has digested the blood he had sucked before and can now continue to suck blood. It's another chance to draw a lottery, and I don't know what I will get this time. Last time, Suja drew a very bad reward. After summarizing his experience, he felt that it was because he did not turn on the BGM. Turning on the BGM this time will definitely increase your luck and bring out a more powerful skill. Suja did it right away and lay on the bed, like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Lin Shiqing was wearing a casual t-shirt, with the curve of her chest faintly visible, and she walked over ready to suck blood. Just like an old married couple, Suja was no longer bothered by this. Lin Shiqing skillfully broke the skin and began to suck. Soon, 500 milliliters was absorbed. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Mission rewards are now being issued, +1 to all attributes, 1 chance to win a prize. Suja sat up, and Lin Shiqing wiped the corner of her mouth and lay down on the bed. She was breathing slightly. Ever since the average of Suja's all attribute points has been greatly improved, the quality of his blood has undergone earth-shaking changes. In this case, Lin Shiqing would also feel some pain when sucking blood. While bringing blood energy to Lin Shiqing, the blood also transformed the purity of her bloodline. This is quite crucial. If the purity of Lin Shiqing's bloodline can be improved, even to the level of the 12th generation of Blood Clan, the upper limit of strength and the speed of cultivation will be much higher. Lin Shiqing's face flushed blood red, and she began to moan softly. Seeing this, Suja did not plan to use the lottery draw times he had just obtained immediately, but instead lay down and hugged Lin Shiqing. It's okay, I'm here. Hold on, it will be fine in a while. Suja comforted him softly. It was as if after his attribute points increased dramatically, all the muscles and bones in his body began to ache violently, preparing for the transformation. This transformation is like an evolution, a growth. If there are benefits, there must be a certain price to pay. Wanting to get everything without any effort, that's not possible. The body of a vampire should be cold, but at this moment, Lin Shiqing's body suddenly became hot. Lin Shiqing's pupils glowed red, and she hugged Suja tightly. It hurts so much. It has never been so painful before, and I don't know why it is so uncomfortable this time. Lin Shiqing's nails were not long, and she held Suja's back tightly. There were even scratches on his back from his nails, drawing blood. Suju endured it secretly and silently encouraged Lin Shiqing. It will be done soon. After it's over, I'll buy you a cake. Suja comforted softly. I want to eat the sweetest kind of chocolate cake. Lin Shiqing's face glowed with life and she said in a trembling voice. Okay, then let's eat chocolate cake. Suja quickly agreed. He had a feeling as if Lin Shiqing was giving birth and he was the one delivering the baby. But judging by the level of pain Lin Shiqing was in, it was probably no different from giving birth. It's even more painful than giving birth. 30 minutes later, the storm was followed by a long calm. The heat on Lin Shiqing's body gradually subsided, and her mind gradually became clear. Her eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, Suja, the purity of my bloodline has actually made a qualitative leap. The blood purity of the vampires is divided according to generations, like a ladder. From the first generation to the 13th generation, the blood purity decreases all the way. Even if both parents are purebred vampires, giving birth to a new vampire will still cause a certain amount of blood loss. Perhaps this is a restriction imposed by the creator on this ethnic group. If the bloodline had not been damaged at all, there would be many beings in the world that were as powerful as the ancestors of the blood clan. However, since both parents are of pure blood, the purity of the newborn vampire's bloodline will still be relatively high. Even among vampires of the same generation, there are differences in the purity of their bloodlines. For example, Lin Shiqing, her parents are both purebred 12th generation vampires, and her bloodline is pure enough to be considered the top among all 13 generation vampires. At this moment, after sucking Suja's blood for more than half a month, nearly a month, the purity of her bloodline rose to the 12th generation. Theoretically speaking, Lin Shiqing's probability of breaking through to the Baron level has increased at least tenfold. If the purity of my bloodline was a puddle before, now it's a small pond. Lin Shiqing said excitedly, my bloodline purity has actually increased to the 12th generation. It's unbelievable. Suja smiled and said, that's great. I was wondering why you didn't have such a big reaction when you sucked my blood before. Why are you acting so strangely today? Lin Shiqing smiled and said, I was also puzzled at first, but after I felt the drastic changes in my blood, I finally understood. Suja was about to continue speaking when he felt a pain from behind him. He couldn't help but groan softly, a look of pain on his face. Lin Shiqing felt something was wrong and immediately asked, what's wrong with you? Suja waved his hand, it's okay, you just pinched my back with your fingers, and there are some wounds. I can use blood to heal quickly. Let me see. Lin Shiqing anxiously wanted Suja to turn over, but Suja said indifferently, it's okay, it's just a small wound. Be good, turn around and let me see. The more she was not allowed to watch, the more worried Lin Shiqing became, and at the same time, she felt guilty. How could I do that? Chapter 81 Blood Devouring. Suja's blood energy has begun to heal the wound on his back, but it cannot be fully restored in a short time. He turned around and faced away from Lin Shiqing. There were red bloodstains on the clothes. Lin Shiqing slowly uncovered the clothes with heartache and saw the wounds underneath. Lin Shiqing covered her mouth in surprise. A long scar spread out. What kind of pain did Suju endure just now? Driven by blood energy, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suja said calmly, see, it will be fine soon. What's so good about that? You should have pushed me away when I fingered you just now. Lin Shiqing said guiltily and excitedly. Her right hand flew, and blood-red energy surged from her white hand. She also began to help Suja repair the wound on his back. With the concerted efforts of the two, the blood energy quickly healed the wound to its original state, leaving only some shallow scars. Fortunately, Lin Shiqing's nails were not long. If they were longer, the wound would probably be much deeper. Are you feeling better? Lin Shiqing asked. It's healed already. In fact, even if you didn't help with the blood recovery, my wound would have healed in no time. The wound is secondary. The key is the pain. Lin Shiqing shook her head. It's all my fault. I made you so painful. Aren't you in pain too? If you want to feel pain, then we can feel pain together. What's the big deal? Suja raised the corners of his mouth. We are a family. We have to feel pain together. When we die in the future, we can lie on the board together. Go away, who wants to lie down with you, and still talking about death, aren't you unlucky? Lin Shiqing scolded with a smile. Okay, everything is over. The purity of your bloodline has been improved, and I have also gained more lottery entries. We are all happy.
Suja hugged Lin Shiqing. She was so soft and boneless in my arms, and her fragrance was so fragrant.
Life advice: hugging a girl is really an extremely comfortable thing.
She smells fragrant, soft, and tender.
It is really a pleasure. Well, it's all over.
Lin Shiqing leaned on Suja's shoulder, feeling very relieved.
By the way, did you draw the lottery? Facing Lin Shiqing's question, Suja replied, not yet.
It's not because I saw your bloodline advance just now that I didn't have time.
Now I have time.
Then get started.
I hope you'll have better luck this time and draw something good.
Lin Shiqing sat up, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and a hint of hope appeared on her little face. I hope Xiaobao can draw something he likes.
Following the example of Qingbao, Lin Shiqing now also calls Suja Xiaobao. This pair is considered complete. Seeing Lin Shiqing's serious look, Suja smiled slightly and his brows relaxed. She really looks like a beautiful girl bathing in holy light and starting to pray. There is one thing you definitely don't know,
Suja said mysteriously.
Lin Shiqing asked in confusion, what?
I usually have a ceremony for my raffles, and this ceremony is very effective.
What?
Suja took out his cell phone and played Good Luck Comes. When the festive sounds echoed in the room, Lin Shiqing blinked. This song was played in the car by Suja when he was in the Hui area. This song, Good Luck, is a must-have for lottery draws.
Lucky tycoons use it as a magic weapon for winning, while unlucky tycoons see it as a lifeline.
If you play mobile games with lucky draws, you'll definitely understand the value of this background music,
Suja said with a faint smile. You mean mobile games with lottery draws?
I've played some, but that was last year. Lin Shiqing counted on her fingers. Seoul, Tomorrow's Boat, Nuclear Peace Elite, Orchid Lane, Bounce, and many more, but I haven't missed this background music in any of them, and I've never understood them.
Ha! Since you didn't play the BGM, then your luck must be bad. Is it guaranteed to be the bottom line every time?
Suja asked. I can't remember clearly, I just remember that my hands were tired from clicking, and I didn't know there was any guaranteed prize. I would keep paying for the things I liked until I got them. Lin Shiqing replied.
Depend on.
Suja was shocked.
Is this using money to defeat the shackles of luck? As long as the money is in place, any roll or prop is possible, right? Is this what it looks like when rich people play games? I am short-sighted.
While the poor are still thinking about how to work harder and have better luck. Lin Shiqing has already started clicking on recharge and becoming a god with one click.
Incomparable. Then why didn't you play anymore? It's too boring. I draw a character every time I see one.
After a long time, it feels boring to go back and forth. It's better to watch a TV series or watch some short videos. Lin Shiqing shrugged.
I see.
When the game becomes a cracked version.
That's really boring. Suja expressed his understanding. Amidst the festive background music, Suja clicked the lottery button. A flash of golden light. Based on past experience, this is a good thing. Wow, golden legend.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Blood Devouring.
Surprised, Suja quickly clicked on the details interface.
Blood Devouring, devour the blood of vampires at a 50% devouring rate, with no loss during the conversion process. Furthermore, the higher the purity of the blood, the greater the boost to one's own strength, which can be converted into attribute points.
Suja's eyes lit up. At the same time, there are too many ways to help improve this skill. Look at your own attributes. Host, Suja. Strength, 122. Spirit, 124. Speed, 123. Defense, 120.
Skills, Time Stop Basic, transform into a vampire, Blood Devouring. The third level last generation of vampires, followed by 3 skills.
All 3 skills are very useful and are considered his core now. The advantage of Blood Devouring is that as long as you kill some Western vampires, you can improve your own strength. Besides, devouring is secondary.
The important thing is to promote the majesty of the East.
What kind of Western vampires are you? Do they really think they are superior to others? But for now, there doesn't seem to be any clues about the Western vampires.
Suja frowned slightly.
Seeing this, Lin Shiqing asked, what's wrong? Didn't you get a good reward? If you don't get it, forget it, it's okay. Hearing Lin Shiqing's comfort, Suja couldn't help but smile. No, I was lucky this time. It's a skill.
As he spoke, Suja told Lin Shiqing about the skill of blood devouring.
This skill should be quite powerful, right?
After all, if you simply kill other vampires and devour their essence and blood, it will cause some damage.
But this skill is a good way to avoid waste.
Lin Shiqing nodded when she heard this.
Indeed.
With the help of this skill, devouring other vampires can increase strength faster.
Suja suddenly realized a problem.
He is a 3rd-level vampire, and Lin Shiqing is a 4th-level vampire.
The strength of these two people really feels a bit like fighting against 5 scumbags.
Just now I was so ambitious and wanted to clear the name of the Eastern Vampire clan.
Isn't this just a daydream? It doesn't matter where you go to hunt the Western vampires. The key is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Chapter 8282 Free and Easy by Ing.
Regarding the existence of the system, Suja would only let Lin Shiqing know, and he would never reveal anything to anyone else. And before that, I told Lin Shiqing that the most important thing was that she was a vested interest holder, and the existence of the system was also of great benefit to her. The key is that the system's task is designated for Lin Shiqing. If I am not honest with her and lose her trust in me, it will be difficult to continue.
Suja needs Lin Shiqing to continuously complete the system tasks. This is the core.
When the 2 Western vampires invaded, Suja had to use the time stop skill.
If I don't tell Lin Shiqing the existence of the system, any explanation of the time stop skill will seem pale. He needs Lin Shiqing's trust to take the next step.
At the same time, Lin Shiqing and he also developed a close relationship. Suja thought it was absolutely reliable to tell her about the existence of the system.
Today's breakthrough in Lin Shiqing's blood purity cannot be noticed by other vampires, especially Lin Shiqing's parents.
It is not difficult to conceal this matter. You only need to hide some of the blood and chi fluctuations. He and Lin Shiqing are still young and have not yet developed the ability to protect themselves, so they naturally have to stay low-key. As their strength increased, they became powerful and stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Blood Clan.
Even in the clan, no one dared to say anything against them. The strong rule. Xingbao, you must hide your bloodline. If others find out, there will be endless troubles.
Suja said seriously. Lin Shiqing herself was a Chinese major, and she understood the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure.
She nodded and said, I understand, don't worry.
Lin Shiqing is the person Suja trusts the most at the moment. It's not that family members can't be trusted, but if they knew what was happening now, they might be scared to death. When you and I become stronger, we can look for clues about the Western vampires. We will become hunters, and then my strength will definitely grow much faster. Suja said in a deep voice. But you must remember that you must protect your own safety, otherwise don't act rashly. Lin Shiqing warned.
Of course I know.
Suja said with a smile. In the Lin Group's building, Yi Hui was flipping through the report in his hand, while Zhou Shueming in front of him was secretly looking at him.
Why do I feel like Mr. Yi is in a bad mood today?
A few days ago, Yi Hui and Bai Ying were seen being very close, but these days, she suddenly discovered that they had no contact. Before, Yi Hui often asked her to show documents to Bai Ying for review, but now he does it all by himself.
Is there a contradiction?
Zhou Shueming kept guessing, and her jade-like fingers tapped the file bag in her hand a few times.
Well, this plan is quite detailed. Let's do as you say.
Yi Hui raised his head, looked at Zhou Shueming, and spoke slowly.
Okay, Mr. Yi. Bai Ying walked in at this time.
Her steps were as fast as the wind, and she soon arrived in front of Yi Hui's desk. She just shrugged and said, Yi Hui, I have something to tell you. Seeing this, Zhou Shueming wisely said, Then Mr. Yi, Mr. Bai, I'll be leaving first.
After Yi Hui nodded, Zhou Shueming turned and walked out of the office.
After the door was closed, Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying.
What do you want? I came here to say goodbye to you. I'm going back to my clan. Bai Ying said indifferently.
Yi Hui raised his eyebrows, a little confused.
What? You think I'm going to stay here? Bai Ying couldn't help but laugh. How could I possibly stay here after you rejected me? Does the patriarch know? Did he agree?
I told him that you and I don't get along, and he agreed to let me go back. Bai Ying said with a faint smile.
That's fine, it's nice to go back.
Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief.
Bai Ying's way of dealing with people is indeed very different from his. In Beiying's eyes, sex is more like a toy that can happen with many people. But in Yi Hui's eyes, sex is very sacred and can only happen with the person he loves the most. Correspondingly, the person he loves the most can only have sex with him. When a pure love warrior meets a cynical lustful woman, there is bound to be no good outcome. Beiying can take it and let it go, and leaving now is a good ending. The head of the family wanted to keep me, but I refused. Yi Hui, I shouldn't have delayed you. Just treat what happened that night as a dream. Bai Ying added. Yi Hui couldn't help but ask, I still don't understand. If you only pursue physical stimulation, don't you feel empty or guilty? Beiying smiled, revealing her pearly teeth. You don't have to try to convince me, just as I won't try to convince you. We just have different values. It's as simple as that. Beiying left, her back was slender and she had a free and easy temperament. There will be no chance for the two of them to see each other again in the future. Yi Hui is no longer allowed to go to the clan territory, so it is unlikely that they will have any more stories in the future. Just as Beiying was about to open the door, she suddenly turned around. Whenever your mind changes, you can contact me. I still like you very much. In addition, that assistant named Zhou Xueming really likes you. I suggest you either cut the Gordian knot and distance yourself from her, or, everything is in your hands. Ever since I came here, I've always felt like I was in a love triangle. It wasn't until Beiying had been gone for several minutes that Yi Hui came to his senses. He also began to think about Zhou Xueming. That girl, does she really like me? Beiying mentioned it to him on the first day she arrived here. He didn't care at that time. But after observing for a period of time, he gradually discovered that Zhou Xueming often glanced at him, as if he wanted to observe something. We have to think of a way. Yi Hui frowned slightly, and his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Xiaohua. Yi Hui, Beiying said she was leaving. You should know about this, right? Of course I know. She just left. Lin Xiaohua was in the clan territory at this time and had just found time to call Yi Hui. If you don't like the one you're with this time, that's fine. We have many beautiful female blood servants in our clan. So, let's find another one. I'm in the clan right now, so I can find another one. Lin Xiaohua was quite kind to Yi Hui and was determined to help him arrange his life events. Yi Hui quickly said, Master, forget it. I want to talk about it later. And even if there's another one, it's not certain that she and I will be able to get along. After all, we're not familiar with each other at all. If we don't get along again, it would be a waste of effort. Hey! Isn't that the point of blind dates? It would be strange if we could find the right one right away. Yi Hui still insisted, no need, really, Patriarch, I appreciate your kindness, let's talk about it later. Seeing Yi Hui so persistent, Lin Xiaohua couldn't insist any longer. Okay then. I'll be back about the day after tomorrow, and we'll continue our discussion then. Okay, Master. Putting down his phone, Yi Hui looked at the huge office and slowly closed his eyes. It seems like I haven't had a good rest for half a month. Yi Hui leaned back on the recliner feeling a little tired and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 83. I am almost dying of suffering. First, beat an egg in a container, then pour some granulated sugar, and then use a blender to start stirring, then pour in some low-fat flour and cocoa powder, and continue stirring. Suja kept muttering while his hands were moving. He is making chocolate cake. Just now, when Lin Shiqing was upgrading her bloodline, he promised her that he would make chocolate cake. Now we have to bite the bullet and prepare. To be honest, he really doesn't know how to make chocolate cake. These so-called processes are all guides he found on the internet. If anything goes wrong, the chocolate cake won't turn out well. Because he had no experience, he was very cautious. He handled it well with just the flick of his hands. Be highly focused and proceed step by step in an orderly manner. Outside the kitchen, Lin Shiqing was somewhat expectant. How's it going? It's strange that Suja still doesn't let her watch it. Is he trying to play some tricks? The reason behind this is that Suja had boasted too much before, saying that he could do it and do it very well. In order to maintain his image as a baking expert, he naturally couldn't let Lin Shiqing see him searching for tutorials online. It will be ready soon, just wait a moment. Suja shouted while continuing to prepare. Suja was nervous when he put the container of cake batter into the baking oven. This is my first attempt, so I shouldn't fail, right? After putting the things in place, Suja set the baking time to 1 hour. Then he walked out of the kitchen. Why are you so mysterious? You don't even let me see.
Lin Shiqing said angrily.
The main reason is that there are people next to me, so I might not be able to do it well.
Suju explained quickly.
An hour later, Suju returned to the kitchen, took out the cake and looked at it. The cake has taken shape and looks good.
Spread a little chocolate sauce on it and then add a few small cherries.
It looks very good.
Suju was not very fond of this kind of greasy cake.
He didn't like sweets.
When asked why Lin Shiqing likes to eat sweets, Suju got the answer, because sweets taste fun. In order to prove his point, Lin Shiqing also cited some scientific evidence.
Scientific research shows that sweet foods can help promote the synthesis of hormones such as dopamine and endorphin in the brain.
These hormones can make people feel happy, satisfied, excited, and happy.
I believe it. Isn't that enough?
Lin Shiqing was serious for once, which made Suju change his opinion of her. It seems that this child is not the kind of fierce and brainless type. When the chocolate cake was brought to the table, Lin Shiqing clapped her hands.
It looks really good. I wonder how it tastes. Lin Shiqing's eyes flashed and she looked at Suju.
Suju said confidently, the taste is definitely not bad, you will know after you try it. He was so overconfident sometimes that when Lin Shiqing looked pained, he realized that he had put too much cocoa powder.
Suju, this is so miserable, I'm almost dying of suffering. Are you trying to murder me?
Lin Shiqing was so distressed that her face turned pale and she couldn't even shout out to Zhabao.
It feels like taking a mouthful of bitter melon or chewing it slowly.
Suju panicked and quickly ran to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. After rinsing her mouth several times, Lin Shiqing finally regained her composure.
It seems that I still trusted you too much.
Lin Shiqing put a large piece of cake into her mouth at once, which undoubtedly expressed her trust in Suju's baking skills. But unfortunately, Suju let her down.
Suju said apologetically, let me practice more. I will definitely be better in the future.
I swear, next time I have to let you eat first, otherwise I will never dare to eat. After learning from the painful experience, Lin Shiqing spoke slowly. I was wondering why the chocolate cake you made was so dark.
It felt a little off.
Lin Shiqing's mouth twitched, and the bitter taste just now surged into her heart. She felt that she had a traumatic experience with chocolate cake and was about to lose interest in it.
Suju sighed. I'm still a little too confident.
It was unexpected, but it also happened as expected.
But if you practice more in the future, there shouldn't be any problem.
The next morning, Lin Shiqing wanted Suju to take her to find Su Hongmei, the old lady who made osmanthus cake and was also Suju's landlord. I just remembered that the osmanthus cakes we had before were buried under the ruins at the old villa.
I want to eat them again.
Let's go find that old lady together. Lin Shiqing requested. Suju nodded when he heard this. Okay, I haven't visited Grandma Su for a while.
Time flies and it's almost been a month. The National Day holiday is coming soon. Many people in their circle of friends have started posting their plans for National Day.
As for Suju, currently, due to his weak strength, he has no intention of traveling. To be honest, he really wanted to go out and play with Lin Shiqing. But now the Western vampires have infiltrated into Shenzhou, and you might encounter some of them while traveling. By that time, his strength would not be enough to protect Lin Shiqing, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. Humans cannot recognize the fluctuations of vampires, but for powerful vampires, it is not difficult to identify their own kind.
Suju could easily transform himself into a human to avoid being tracked, but Lin Shiqing couldn't do that.
As long as she appeared outside, there would be a certain fluctuation among the vampires. This is also the source of danger. Lin Shiqing had just moved and didn't buy a car, so she could only drive her mother Linwen's. Linwen now likes Suju a lot more because she can feel that he really cares about her daughter and he is a very good boyfriend. Lin Shiqing also seemed very happy, and Linwen was already very satisfied.
Linwen's car is a red Maserati Ghibli.
Lin Shiqing has no problem driving it, but it is not as flashy as the original pink Maserati. After putting some small poisonous insects into Xiaofen's lunchbox, Lin Shiqing touched its head and comforted it softly.
I'm going to go out for a while and will be back soon.
Take good care of yourself at home.
Suju watched from the side.
Although this little pink is a spider, it has to be said that it can really understand what Lin Shiqing said and it can understand what she says. Xiaofen nodded, swung its 8 long furry legs, and stretched out its front 2 legs, as if waving goodbye to Lin Shiqing. Suju also walked up and touched its little head.
After these days of interaction, they became more and more familiar with each other. Xiaofan also seemed to treat the child as his own. It was very well behaved and listened to him very well. They had become partners. Suja stroked Xiaofan's little head and suddenly had an idea. If Xiaofan also absorbs some of his blood, will it become stronger? Maybe it is possible. Chapter 84 Lin Shiqing's driving skills. The sound of wind outside the window brought Suja back to reality. He realized that Lin Shiqing was racing again. On the ring road, the speed has exceeded 200 miles. Damn it, miss, the speed limit here is 100 miles per hour, and you're actually doing double that. You're really brave. Suja had long known that Lin Shiqing liked racing. After teaching a lesson to the rich second generation who had been harassing Lin Shiqing in the Neon era, Lin Shiqing kept speeding when she came back. The speed at that time was even close to 300 kilometers per hour. It's really flying close to the ground. Although Lin Shiqing is a good driver, Suja is still a little worried. Just looking at the car body that is constantly overtaking and swaying back and forth, it feels unsafe. Lin Shiqing chuckled. What, you said faster? Another step on the accelerator and the speed soared again. Selective deafness, huh? Handsome Suja was speechless, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside the window. One car after another was left behind. But there's nothing to worry about. Even if there's a car accident, the two of them shouldn't die. Their physical strength and powerful regenerative ability are many times greater than that of normal humans. At most, one car is lost. The maximum speed of this Maserati is over 260 kilometers per hour. After hitting the upper limit, it can no longer accelerate. Lin Shiqing was a little disappointed. Oh, it seems I have to buy another sports car later. This car is still not good enough. Seeing that Lin Shiqing likes racing so much, Suja couldn't help but become interested. Otherwise, he might as well find a way to get a sports car for fun. I have never driven a sports car, so this matter needs further consideration. Although Lin Shiqing likes to race cars, he is not the kind of madman who would risk his life for the sake of pleasure. After she got off the highway, she gradually slowed down. The speed slowed down and they soon approached the steel plant's staff quarters in the urban area. That is Su Hongmei's home. Suja looked at the familiar scenes around him and silently recalled the 2 years of college time he spent here. Grandpa Li, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Zhang. After getting off the car and walking to the gate of the community, Suja greeted the elderly people in the community. Lin Shiqing, who was beside him, was holding his arm. The appearance of the two of them was very pleasing to the eye and attracted a lot of attention in an instant. Okay, Xiao Su, long time no see. Long time no see, you haven't changed at all, you even look a little younger. This guy is really energetic. These old people were also looking at Lin Shiqing on the side, and were guessing in their hearts. This girl should be Suja's girlfriend, right? Is that the rich girl who drove the luxury car last time? I didn't expect that Suja would get together with someone so quickly. This is a great thing. Being able to find such a rich girlfriend means he won't have to worry about anything for the next few decades. Lin Shiqing also smiled slightly. Her personality has changed now. She is not as cold as before and is much kinder. After the two men left, the old men immediately started talking. That girl actually smiled just now, did you see that? See, I thought she had facial paralysis before, but I didn't expect she has any expression. It's true, actually. Although I thought that girl was pretty before, I didn't think she was overly pretty. But when she smiled, I suddenly felt that she was a really beautiful girl. In the distance, Lin Shiqing was walking with a dark face. He thought I was too far away to hear him, but I'm a vampire and my 5 senses are so well developed, how could I not hear him clearly? It was so clear to hear, as if it was spoken into Lin Shiqing's ear. Suja was trying to hold back his laughter. This is the first time I know that you used to have facial paralysis. Lin Shiqing's eyes flashed with ferocity. She swung her pink fist and hit Suja immediately. Are you going to die? Suja put away his smile and looked serious. You heard it too, right? Actually, you look best when you smile. Smile more in the future. Lin Shiqing snorted when she heard this. As long as you don't make me angry, I will definitely laugh, but if you provoke me, humph. The two of them went upstairs while talking nonsense. Knocked on Su Hongmei's door. Who is it? A familiar voice was heard and the door opened. Xiao Su.
Su Hongmei said in surprise. She noticed Lin Shiqing standing beside her.
Your classmate is here too.
Seeing Lin Shiqing holding Suja's arm, Su Hongmei said, it seems like they are not classmates anymore, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Suja smiled. Yes, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Lin Shiqing.
Lin Shiqing, this is a good name. Su Hongmei smiled happily.
Her house is usually very quiet. Her husband has passed away and her children don't live with them. She stays alone at home.
The only way to make the house a little more lively is to turn on the TV.
The sound of the TV can make the house more lively.
There were also some osmanthus cakes on the table.
Because Lin Shiqing said last time that she liked the osmanthus cake she made, which made her feel needed, so she hurried to make some more. She doesn't have much to do on a normal day, and making osmanthus cake actually makes her feel more fulfilled. Shiqing, you said you liked it last time, so I made some more these days and will bring it back later. Lin Shiqing was very happy to hear this and said happily, thank you so much, Grandma Su. But this osmanthus cake must have wasted a lot of time, it's really troublesome. Su Hongmei waved her hand, I did this in my spare time.
I don't have much to do anyway.
Suja understood deeply that it was indeed lonely for an empty nest elderly person to live alone. It's a pity that I don't live here anymore, otherwise we could still be in touch and spend time with the landlady.
All living beings suffer. Living is not an easy thing.
Lin Shiqing sat at the dining table and chatted with Su Hongmei about family matters. Honestly, Xiaosu is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend like you.
You two look like a perfect couple.
Su Hongmei said with a smile, the wrinkles on her face piled up together, looking very kind. Lin Shiqing's face flushed a little, and Suja said shamelessly, Grandma Su, she was attracted by my charm.
There's nothing she can do about it. Who made me so handsome?
Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqing's eyes flashed with ferocity again.
Then he pinched Suja.
Suja had a blank expression on his face, but he was already cursing in his heart.
It really hurts. For some reason, I just feel relaxed and willing to talk when I'm with Su Hongmei.
Perhaps in Su Hongmei, Suja saw the figure of his deceased grandmother. I still remember that when he was a child, his grandmother gave him all the good things. Then 1 year after the spring festival, she suddenly died of a heart attack.
It was so sudden. See you in heaven. Life is not perfect, there will always be some regrets. Su Hongmei looked at Suja and Lin Shiqing's fight with a kind face and happily watched them. After chatting with Su Hongmei for more than 2 hours, the two of them prepared to leave with a bag of osmanthus cake. Before leaving, Su Hongmei looked at the two of them with some reluctance. Remember to come often.
You should also study hard in school and strive to serve the country in the future. The thoughts of the older generation are so pure. Suja and Lin Shiqing responded and waved goodbye.
Chapter 85 White-Haired Queen?
That movie just now was really terrible.
Yeah, that plot is really embarrassing and ridiculous.
I really should have read the online reviews before deciding whether to come or not. There were 6 people in the group, 2 boys, one was tall and thin, the other was short and a little fat. The other 4 girls each have their own characteristics, Lolita, a girl with glasses, a Korean-style trainee, and a cool and elegant lady. This combination was so pleasing to the eyes that passers-by on the entire street couldn't help but look at them. Several boys were attracted to the girl for too long, and were pinched several times by their girlfriends.
The loli is naturally Yi Shiner.
Today she is wearing a Lolita dress, which suits her very well. The long skirt matches her harmless eyes. Her face with a little baby fat is cute, and her eyes are big, round and watery. The girl with glasses is Gu Shui. She wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks gentle and elegant. However, only those who know her know how disconnected her appearance is from her inner self. This child is not simple, she is a middle school girl and a senior 2D artist. She looks pure and introverted, not talkative, but she is actually very wild. He is known for his ability to unleash his full power once he takes off his glasses.
The Korean-style trainee is Choi Xiaoxi.
She has been influenced by the culture of South Korea and has some understanding of the girl group culture there, so her outfit also tends to be similar to that style.
The hot denim shorts paired with a belly-bearing t-shirt show the waistline very clearly and the whole person looks very cool.
As for the cold and domineering sister, it is Lin Shiqing. She has a pair of eyes with a hint of coldness, and her black outfit is a bit sharp. Her facial contours are clear and smooth, and she is full of coolness. She held Suja's arm and walked beside him. The shorter and chubby one is Zheng Zilin. He has already held Gu Shui's hand, and the two of them have already sparked love. Seeing the intimacy between Zhang Zilin and Gu Shuyi, some single young men shopping in the mall almost gritted their teeth.
You really deserve to die.
Where did I lose?
The 6 people just came out of the cinema.
There was a comedy that was released recently and was quite popular. Unexpectedly, after entering the cinema to check it out, they found out that it was a bad movie. They couldn't stand it after watching more than half of it and walked out directly.
With 2 couples and 2 beautiful girls, many young men have begun to get restless and are wondering whether they should go up and ask for their WeChat.
Shiner, look at them, they are in pairs. You should bring your boyfriend out to see them too.
We haven't seen them yet. Cui Xiaoxi couldn't help but joked.
Yi Shiner was stunned and a little flustered when she heard this.
Forget it, he's very busy. No matter how busy you are, you have to spend time with your girlfriend. Cui Xiaoxi stood up for her.
Oh, it's okay. After a while, when he feels more relaxed, I will definitely bring him to see you. Yi Shiner explained, besides, if I also brought my partner, you would be so embarrassed.
You are the only third wheel in the room. At least I am here with you now. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this. So where are we going next?
Lin Shiqing asked. For people with good looks, changing to some rarer hair colors is a big plus because they can control it. But if the appearance is questionable and the hair color is rare, the effect can only be described as explosive. All in all, hair color can only be the icing on the cake. Yi Shiner had dyed her hair pink a long time ago, which was similar to her personality. Cui Xiaoxi's hair color is brown with a slight hint of yellow, and this hair color suits her best. As for Gu Shuyi, her hair has always been black and she never dyes it.
This middle school girl doesn't like to dress up. She just puts on some light makeup when she goes out every day. She spends most of her time watching anime, so she doesn't have time to deal with cosmetics.
Even so, Gu Shuyi still looks very good, her skin is very tender and delicate, without a single acne.
Some people are really weird.
They stay up late every day to watch TV series and eat midnight snacks, but they just don't gain weight.
Their skin is still so good, and they don't even have dark circles. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Suja has never thought about dyeing his hair. He has always had black hair with a boyish hairstyle of bangs.
He looks much younger, like a high school student. Lin Shiqing gradually became firmer after being persuaded by everyone. Then go dye your hair a different color. Anyway, nothing has changed in a long time.
The hair of the vampires is as strong as iron.
They never go bald, and there is no need to worry about perming or dyeing making their hair worse.
This is also a major advantage of vampires.
In many ways, vampires seem to be the pro-max version of humans. The vampires are like the evolved version of humans, with many of their flaws made up for.
I walked into the barber shop in the mall and it looked pretty good.
Only Lin Shiqing needs to dye her hair, no one else needs to perm or dye her hair.
They were in Shangling Plaza, the largest shopping mall in Binhai.
The rent for opening a store here is very high because it is close to the city center and has a large flow of people.
The monthly rent is hundreds of thousands.
Brown's barber shop is luxuriously decorated and many people are queuing inside.
Tony saw a group of 6 people coming over and greeted them quickly. Ms. Lin, you are here.
Tony directly invited Lin Shiqing to the VLP waiting area. Many people waiting looked indignant, but helpless.
If you want priority treatment, you have to pay.
What did you say?
No money? Then go cool off. Reality is so naked and real.
Lin Shiqing had dyed her hair here before. Because the service attitude here was good and the technology was up to standard, she simply applied for a Supreme VLP card here to enjoy the top-notch service.
Tony quickly found Heather, the best hairdresser here. Heather is very knowledgeable about perming and dyeing.
He also knows Lin Shiqing and knows that she is a big customer of the store, so he is very humble. After asking Lin Shiqing about her thoughts, the heater brought a notebook with different hair colors on it for comparison. There are many types of hair colors, and there are many branches under white, such as matte gray, flax white, beige gray, etc.
It is not just about dyeing white. After some selection, Lin Shiqing finally chose champagne gray.
This color has a silvery white feeling, is very high-end, and looks very comfortable. Suja supported Lin Shiqing's decision, and the other 4 also felt that this hair color would be very suitable for Lin Shiqing. Sitting in the waiting area next to him, Suja was imagining something.
Oh my god, my girlfriend is about to become a white-haired queen? Chapter 86. Leave the washing of your hair to me from now on. Heather's hair dyeing skills are obvious to all. He holds a very important position in the entire Brown hair salon and his techniques are first class. At this time, he was preparing to wash Lin Shiqing's hair. It is worth noting that Heather is a Chinese-British mixed race, with more three-dimensional facial features and a Caucasian look. With her medium-length, flowing hair, she exudes an artistic aura. Warm water flowed on Lin Shiqing's head. Heather was about to reach out but was stopped by Lin Shiqing. "Suja, come here and wash my hair," Lin Shiqing then said. Suja was stunned when he heard this. "Me? I'm not a professional. What skills are needed to wash my hair? Just wash my hair the same way you usually do." Lin Shiqing was speechless. Can this vibranium-level straight man be a little harder? It's simply the height of being unromantic. Suja came over, and Heater smiled when he saw him. "Come on then, your girlfriend is very beautiful." "Thank you." Suja responded with a forced smile, then took the shower head from Heather. Although Heather is not bad-looking, she is still inferior to Suja. Sitting next to Lin Shiqing and looking down at her from a bird's eye view, I have a different feeling. It is very different from facing it normally. But no matter from which angle you look at her, Lin Shiqing is flawless, without a single blemish. Suja was a little stunned by what he saw. I was stunned by the beauty. "What are you looking at? Go wash up." Lin Shiqing felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Suja, and couldn't help but urge him. Suja came back to his senses and nodded, "Okay." After adjusting the temperature of the shower head, Suja tried it with his hand first. It felt okay, so he poured the water on Lin Shiqing's head. "Is this water temperature okay?" Suja asked. "It's okay, that's all." Lin Shiqing lay on the shampooing bed with her eyes closed. Suja began to caress Lin Shiqing's head, massaging it carefully first, and then applying shampoo. "This is actually useless as a vampire, I don't have dandruff or secretions. There is just a little dust on the scalp, and it can be washed clean with just one rinse of clean water." Lin Shiqing felt so comfortable being massaged by Suja that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. It would be fine if it was outside the barber shop, where there would be more people, the space would be open, and the noise would be louder. But this is Supreme VLP's barber shop, and there are only Heather and 4 other people in the whole room. Therefore, this humming sound was heard directly by everyone present. The key is that Lin Shiqing is not aware of it. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Suja is a shameless person, so he doesn't care. He even sighed in his heart. "It sounds nice, I love it, I will hum it more often in the future." Who can resist the humming of a girl like Lin Shiqing? I'm afraid it's only monks, right? Even monks probably can't do it. It is precisely because of this that Suja, the 6th old man, has become addicted to massage. The massage lasted nearly 10 minutes. It made everyone present numb. Gu Shuyi whispered to Zhang Zilin. "This voice is so beautiful, it feels like I'm watching a girl's anime." Zhang Zilin deeply agrees. So the two of them started discussing girls' anime again, and the conversation continued. Chui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner, who were sitting nearby, were speechless. At the same time, I have a deeper impression of the two-dimensional world. It's true that everything can be connected to the second dimension. I admire you. Heather was not in a hurry either. He sat on the chair next to him and played with his mobile phone. A barber of his level doesn't have to worry about efficiency issues at all. As long as you serve big customers like Lin Shiqing well, you will make a lot of money. The money earned from serving Lin Shiqing once was even more than what a barber outside could earn in a week of hard work. Lin Shiqing also felt that Suja's massage was taking a little too long. She opened her eyes and looked at Suja with confusion. "Isn't it time for you to shampoo?" Suja woke up as if from a dream. He was so engrossed in listening that he ignored the time. "Oh, it really is." Suja felt a little regretful and said, "Leave washing your hair to me from now on." Lin Shiqing didn't understand what was going on and thought that this guy had a change of heart and wanted to be a warm-hearted man. So she accepted it happily, feeling very happy. Suja put some shampoo on his hands, rubbed it into foam, and began to apply it on Lin Shiqing's head. After washing, rinse off the foam, and Heather beside reminded. Remember to apply some conditioning liquid so that you can reduce the damage to your hair when you dye it later. Suja nodded and applied the care solution to Lin Shiqing again.
After the shampooing session, Suja sat in the rest area on the side and became a spectator.
Lin Shiqing's hair dyeing journey took a lot of time.
Because the champagne gray is very light, it needs to be bleached and dyed repeatedly, which made Suja stunned. I didn't expect dyeing my hair could be so troublesome. Suja thought that as long as he applied some hair dye on it, everything would be fine.
Dyeing your hair actually takes more time than you think. During this period, Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner were bored, so they went to chat with Suja. Do you usually eat with Lin Shiqing? What does she eat? Yi Shiner asked curiously.
Suja was stunned, thought for a while, and replied, he eats everything.
This child is not picky about food. Really? We haven't had dinner with her yet. Cui Xiaoxi said in surprise. Suja smiled and said, really? She actually likes to eat alone and doesn't like to eat with others. Oh, I see. Cui Xiaoxi didn't doubt it. After all, everyone has their own habits.
Yi Shiner moved a little closer to Suja.
Let me ask you something. How did you meet Xiaocheng, and how did you two get together? Suja looked embarrassed and didn't know where to start. I can't honestly say that Lin Shiqing and I are both vampires, right?
Cui Xiaoxi on the side quickly grabbed her.
Don't be so nosy. This is someone else's private matter. Why are you asking so many questions?
Yi Shiner puffed up her cheeks and said helplessly.
Well, I won't ask. Suja observed the two of them from the side and felt that he had a deeper understanding of their personalities.
In a nutshell, Cui Xiaoxi is the type of girl with big breasts and brains, while Yi Shiner is the type of girl with big breasts but no brains.
Cui Xiaoxi is very rational in everything and has a high emotional intelligence.
In comparison, Yi Shiner is a bit childish and naive. I glanced at Zhang Zilin from the side and saw that he was still chatting with Gu Shuyi. Gu Shuyi's profile is very delicate, her nose is straight and upturned, and she wears glasses on it. She is discussing with Zhang Zilin with a sincere look on her face.
This guy is really lucky. Last night, Zhang Zilin returned the 1,000 yuan that Suja had borrowed from him.
After asking about the source of the money, he found out that it was given to him by Gu Shuyi. Wow, it turns out Gu Shuyi is also a rich woman. Suja didn't know much about this, but looking at the Chanel and silver ring on Gu Shuyi's hand, they should not be cheap.
His family background must not be bad.
Seeing that his brother had also avoided decades of detours like himself and found a rich woman who was both beautiful and easy to talk to, he expressed his blessing. By the way, this guy has always had good luck. He always wins at rock paper scissors, and always gets the joker or the jack when playing landlord. He even got lucky in the college entrance examination and was admitted to Binhai University with a very low score. It's hard to describe my luck when drawing cards.
Suja had a flash of inspiration.
This phenomenon probably follows the law of conservation of luck.
If you are too lucky in life, you will be unlucky when drawing cards. Chapter 87 First Time Racing.
After waiting for 3 hours, Lin Shiqing's white hair was finally dyed. At the same time, Heather also trimmed her hair, so that it was long and draped over her shoulders, not too long nor too short.
Which side do you think needs trimming? Heather asked softly. No, this length is just right. I think it's great.
Lin Shiqing nodded with satisfaction.
Changing my hair color really makes a big difference.
Suja could hardly move his eyes away. This champagne gray is really the right color. It's not too white, more like silvery white, and this color is just right for Lin Shiqing. It is also very suitable for the vampire race. White-haired vampires, that's pretty good just to think about. Lin Shiqing stood up and turned to show the other 5 people. She looked at Suja first. His opinion is undoubtedly the most important.
Seeing Lin Shiqing's expectant look, Suja praised her generously. It looks great, really. This hair color suits you so well. The 4 people next to him also agreed.
Lin Shiqing felt relieved. She was also worried that her new hair color might not suit her. The champagne gray hair color makes Lin Shiqing look even whiter. But her whiteness was not the kind of sickly paleness, but a beautiful whiteness with some blood color and rosy complexion. Suja felt that he was really lucky to be able to find such a wife.
Zhang Zilin's luck was already good enough, but his luck was obviously better.
Lin Shiqing exuded a fresh fragrance. She took Suja's arm, and the two of them prepared to walk out of the barber shop together.
Today happens to be the weekend, so the 6 of us got together. Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner were preparing to go back to school, so they left together. Gu Shuyi and Zhang Zilin continued to visit the two-dimensional peripheral stores in this mall. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they seemed even more affectionate than Su Jia and Lin Shiqing. You guys are having this intense discussion about your condition, right? They are fellow patients, terminally ill with 2D cancer. There's no hope. Just bury him in the ground. Today is the day Lin Xiaohua returns, and he told Su Jia to come back early. He was going to start tutoring Su Jia in combat skills. So after Su Jia and Lin Shiqing dyed their hair, they did not stay any longer, but Su Jia drove them back to the villa. As for why Su Jia was driving, the main reason was that Su Jia was about to start trying to drive on the road. I just passed the driving test but never drove on the road, and I almost forgot how to drive. Driving home is also a way to get a feel for it. Lin Shiqing sat in the passenger seat, watching Su Jia get on the Ring Expressway, still at a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and couldn't help but complain, "You are too slow, aren't you? Can't you go faster? Are you afraid?" Su Jia was provoked by Lin Shiqing's provocation. He chuckled. "Okay, if you let me race, I'll show you how to race." Lin Shiqing cheered up, "Then speed up and sprint, let me see your strength." Thanks to his spiritual growth, Su Jia's operation of the vehicle has also become more meticulous. Even at extremely high speeds, it can still maintain efficient operation. Just step on the accelerator and the speed of an automatic transmission car will increase all the way without shifting gears. Directly soared to 200 miles. The whistling sound of the wind was endless. It was the first time that Lin Shiqing sat in the passenger seat and watched others racing. She suddenly had a different feeling. It seems quite cool. Although she really wanted to open the window and shout loudly, Lin Shiqing knew that the window must not be opened. Once opened, the vehicle will encounter serious problems in driving at such high speeds. At the very least, it can cause shaking, and at the worst, it can cause complete loss of control. It was Su Jia's first time speed racing, and he felt like he had fallen in love with the feeling. Feeling the roar of the engine, he now understood why Lin Shiqing loved racing so much. It's really fun. It took 20 minutes to reach the Lin family villa. Su Jia, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so steady and fast on your first drive. Hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Su Jia smiled crookedly. The 3-year period is up, and I'm no longer going to keep a low profile. The beautiful girl Lin Shiqing was speechless. Why was her boyfriend becoming more and more stupid? After parking the car in the garage, the two got out together. In the distance, Lin Xiaohua watched all this quietly. The two of them were still quite happy. Lin Shiqing naturally held Su Jia's arm, the two of them looked a perfect match. Sighing inwardly, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. It seems that this son-in-law is pretty good. Cough cough. Lin Xiaohua coughed. Su Jia and Lin Shiqing in the distance immediately froze. Looking up, Lin Shiqing quickly asked, "Dad? Why are you here?" "Your mother said you and Su Jia went out, so I'll wait for you here for a while." "But why did you dye your hair white? Wasn't your previous blonde hair pretty good?" Although Lin Xiaohua has lived for hundreds of years, he is not an old antique who does not know how to adapt. He keeps pace with the times and understands a lot about the culture of young people. He looked at it a few more times with admiration. "Yes, you are worthy of being my Lin Xiaohua's daughter. Just beautiful. I've had blonde hair for too long, so I wanted to change it up. Dad, do you think this hair looks good?" "Beautiful, beautiful, how can my daughter not be beautiful?" Lin Xiaohua laughed out loud. Su Jia also laughed a few times. The next moment, Lin Xiaohua walked up and patted Su Jia on the shoulder. "You haven't been bullying my daughter lately, have you? How is that possible?" "Dad, I hold my precious baby in my hands every day for fear of dropping it, and I hold it in my mouth for fear of it melting. I can't even take care of her enough, how could I possibly bully her?" Su Jia hesitated for a moment, wondering what to call him, uncle or dad. If you think about it carefully, since he has kidnapped Lin Shiqing, it is not wrong to call him dad and it is also reasonable. Lin Xiaohua raised his eyebrows when he heard Su Jia's answer. "Do you still want to hold Xiaoqing in your mouth?" Su Jia was stunned. "I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof." "Ugh. That's a metaphor." Lin Xiaohua laughed, "It's just a joke, you look so nervous." Now communicating with Lin Xiaohua, Su Jia felt much more relaxed. At the beginning, Lin Xiaohua had a rather stern image and seemed difficult to approach. But now, he can joke about it, and he should have gradually accepted himself.
Although I don't know what I did to make Lin Xiaohua recognize me. But the result is always good. What he didn't know was that Lin Xiaohua cared most about whether his son-in-law could be good to his daughter. As long as he is good to his daughter, all his requirements will be met. Lin Xiaohua is not a sycophant, he is a very down-to-earth person. When she walked into the house, Lin Wen was surprised to see her daughter's new hair color. But she had the same taste as Lin Xiaohua, and thought it was pretty and trendy. In the evening, the family of four sat at the dining table. After drinking the blood, Lin Xiaohua took Suzhi to the basement to help him train. Chapter 88 Father-in-law's Gift. Suzhi raised his palms slightly upwards. A blood-red energy ball condensed in it, gradually taking shape and growing bigger. It became the size of a basketball, and he waved his hand and threw it at the dark explosion-proof wall in front of him. Boom! A loud bang echoed and dust flew up. A hole appeared in the blast-proof wall. Your energy ball can now break a hole in it. That's not easy, Lin Xiaohua said in surprise. Suzhi nodded modestly, it's just a small improvement. He hasn't used his full strength yet and has only exerted 20% of his power. This is the highest strength of a normal first-level blood servant. If he performs a little more, Lin Xiaohua will become suspicious. When he becomes a baron, his strength will be exposed. After all, Lin Xiaohua's strength is only that of a baron. Reveal your strength when you are stronger than him, and just find some excuse to explain it. Even if Lin Xiaohua didn't believe it, he had no way to ask further. At that time, I was stronger than him and could take the initiative. Thinking of this, Suzhi hid his strength. This is an energy ball. How well have you mastered the blood flame and blood-colored beam? Lin Xiaohua asked. The progress is similar to that of the energy ball, both are progressing at a similar pace. I feel that if one of them learns, the other two will soon become proficient as well. After practicing for so long, Suzhi has figured out some principles. These so-called blood energy attack magics actually test the degree of control over blood energy. Just like making pottery, it is actually just molding the clay into the desired shape. If you learn to make one kind of pottery, it will be much easier to make pottery of other shapes. Just copy what you see. The more proficient you are with blood energy, the easier it will be to perform blood energy attacks. It's really good that you can understand this truth. Lin Xiaohua agreed. Blood energy is a very wonderful existence, like a gift from the creator to the vampires. In addition to the attack magic just now, it can also transform into various shapes. As he spoke, Lin Xiaohua transformed the blood energy in his hand into a blood sword. The blood sword was cold, and the blood on it was shining and gleaming, looking eerie and terrifying. Suzhi felt such fluctuations and had no doubt that if Lin Xiaohua hit him with the blood sword, he would definitely die. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Is this the Baron's strength? There is a huge difference between them, indeed a huge difference. However, Suzhi felt relieved when he thought that he could reach this level in a month or two at most. Take it slow, there will always be a day when you can succeed. And this. Lin Xiaohua transformed the blood energy in his hand into a knife, a dagger, and even a piece of armor and a hat. You can create anything you want, Lin Xiaohua said with a smile on his face. Two words suddenly appeared in Suzhi's mind. Fighting Qi turns into a horse? Fighting Qi turns into wings? Another meme flashed through my mind. It seems that this blood energy has similarities with fighting spirit. But it's normal. It is reasonable for such strange energy to condense into objects. That makes so much sense. Don't just stand there, try it. Lin Xiaohua looked at Suzhi. Suzhi raised his hand and gathered the blood energy and the blood pill into his palm. Following Lin Xiaohua's appearance, it began to solidify. The first object he wanted to solidify was a dagger. The reason is simple, the dagger is smaller and less difficult to use. The blood could gather together, but Suzhi suddenly found that it was difficult to transform it into a delicate shape. In other words, he could only roughly gather the blood energy into some rectangular, circular and other shapes. But when I wanted to condense it into an object, it was simply impossible to achieve. The blood energy in his hand lost control and scattered directly. Lin Xiaohua smiled, just as I expected, you really can't do it. Suzhi shook his head helplessly. It's really difficult. This is normal. Blood energy is the symbol of the Baron. Do you know why the Baron can fly in the sky? It's because he can transform his blood energy into wings.
Lin Shiqing's explanation made Suja even more fascinated by the realm of Baron. I also have to play the whole Baron. It's interesting to think that blood can transform into things. Suja. Lin Shiqing's voice suddenly became deep. Calling on it, you and Shiqing have only been together for a short time, right? Only about a month. Suja nodded, almost. When I first met you, I wasn't optimistic about you and put some pressure on you. I didn't expect you to adapt so well, and your relationship with Shiqing has grown deeper. Now that things have come to this, I also want you to have the ability to protect Shiqing. With a flick of his hand, a bottle of crystal red medicine appeared in Lin Shiqing's hand. This is the primary blood-quenching magic potion. It contains concentrated blood of the vampire race. It can improve the purity of your bloodline by a small amount. Although it still cannot make your bloodline purity reach Shiqing's level, it is at least some progress. You must understand my good intentions and strengthen your strength, understand? Lin Shiqing's eyes became deep and he handed the blood-quenching magic potion to Suja. Suja got the blood-quenching magic potion, but found that the bottle, which was originally not big, could only hold 100 milliliters at most, but he didn't expect that it weighed several kilograms. This means that the liquid is incredibly dense. Absolutely great stuff. A sign appeared in my mind. Primary blood-quenching potion. Effect: tempering infusing the blood essence in the body, improving the purity of the blood to a certain extent. Evaluation: a treasure that improves the purity of your bloodline. Don't waste even a drop. Suja was a little confused. Giving Lin Shiqing some words will help her improve her strength to a higher level, which might be helpful to her a lot. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be given to the strong first to make them stronger, which is much more effective than giving it to the weak. But Lin Shiqing chose to give it to himself. Noticing Suja's puzzled look, Lin Shiqing spoke calmly. Giving this to Shiqing won't help her much. Her bloodline is already quite pure. What she needs is the bloodline advancement potion to advance it to the purity of a 12th generation vampire. Lin Shiqing didn't know that Lin Shiqing's blood purity had reached the 12th generation of the vampire clan. If he knew, he would probably jump in fright. Suja pretended to be confused and nodded, I see. The blood-quenching magic potion in your hand can only bring about quantitative changes, but cannot promote qualitative changes. And the bloodline advancement potion can bring about a qualitative change. Shiqing is a girl. As a man, isn't it a very sad thing that you don't have the ability to protect the girl you love? I know that it's popular among young people these days to say things like living off a woman, but I always believe that a man should have the responsibility and courage of a man. Lin Shiqing's voice was not loud, even a little low, but it was extremely clear. If you want to become strong, I can help you with everything I can do. I hope you have the strength to protect Shiqing. Right now, things are not peaceful at home and abroad, and there are too many unknowns. Lin Shiqing sighed, his face heavy. Suja's expression also became serious. Chapter 89-89 Those special ethnic groups. Are those vampires from the west attacking again? Suja asked. Hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing shook his head. They won't be coming for a while. They are already busy taking care of themselves right now. Too busy to take care of yourself? Suja was confused. Werewolves are beginning to spread across the west. Many vampires have been attacked, and some large families have suffered severe damage. Lin Shiqing turned his head and looked at Suja. You probably don't know about the existence of werewolves yet, right? I've only seen one once. There are basically no traces of werewolves in this country. The West is the birthplace of werewolves, who rely on absorbing moonlight to strengthen themselves. For the past few hundred years, werewolves have been dormant, but now they have become powerful and dare to openly confront the vampires. Suja has always been imagining the extraordinary powers in this world. He has heard of werewolves from many movies or novels, but he didn't expect that they still exist in reality. Sure enough, novels and movies may really be projections of reality. What does a werewolf look like? Suja asked curiously. Over 100 years ago, I met a werewolf. It was a moonlit night. The werewolf had loose silver hair, a wolf-like face, and muscles that stretched out of his clothes, looking quite exaggerated. He walks upright, the claws on his hands are very sharp, and he moves very fast. I don't know why that werewolf appeared in Silver Moon Mountain. Luckily, he wasn't too strong, so several vampires from the family came forward and killed him, said Lin Shiqing. Suja swallowed his saliva.
Werewolves are the natural enemies of the vampires, and the situation in the West is bound to become tense. Perhaps because he read a lot of fantasy novels and watched animations in his early years, Suja was excited about the existence of werewolves. He hadn't fought for a long time, and the blood in his body was flowing again. We must work hard to improve our strength so that we have the confidence to fight. Besides werewolves, are there any other powerful beings? Suja couldn't help but ask. Of course there are. There are also magicians and witches in the West, but they are not that common. I have never seen them. I have only heard about them from the elders of the older generation. There are also zombies and monsters in the country, but their numbers are not too large, and they are in a state of mutual checks and balances with the vampires. In today's world, human civilization is the mainstream, and we, the minority ethnic groups, are hidden in the dark. When Suja heard about zombies, he suddenly became interested. Zombies can be called Eastern vampires. They also suck human blood and can spread by biting humans. However, due to stereotypes, zombies generally do not look very good. Oh, Suja suddenly remembered that when Zhang Zilin played the game called Yuanshan, he said that one of the characters was a zombie. It's also a zombie loli, and her name seems to be Chi-Chi. Maybe there are some good-looking zombies? Not impossible. It is said that zombies may not be very intelligent. Is that true? Suja asked. Lin Shiqing explained, zombies are classified from low to high as purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering zombies, crouching zombies, and undecayed bones. In the early stages, zombies' intelligence is very low, and they are basically beasts. But as the level increases, when it reaches the level of a flying zombie, its intelligence will be comparable to that of humans. As for further advancement, your intelligence will only become stronger and stronger. Suja nodded suddenly. So that's how it is. After Lin Shiqing's introduction, he felt that his understanding of this world had become much deeper. The vampires are not alone. There are many strange ethnic groups hiding in the darkness in this world. Suja suddenly became curious about a question. He asked, with so many strange creatures, why is the city still so safe, with basically no attacks? Are these events well hidden and unknown to the world, or is there some other reason? Lin Shiqing replied, human safety is not that simple. It's not like humans don't have countermeasures. The Creator created so many ethnic groups and gave them powerful powers. As the most powerful being in the universe, how could the Creator not give us some gifts? After a pause, Lin Shiqing continued, human potential is infinite, but it is extremely difficult to realize its full potential. If the process of developing potential is likened to opening locks, it is also the way for humans to become stronger. This is the potential lock. The Creator has placed a shackle on the human body. If you want to become stronger, you must break the shackle. As the development potential gradually increases, even some special functions will be born. The world calls them extraordinary ones. Extraordinary. Suja was surprised, are there still immortal cultivators in this world? Lin Shiqing couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed, you really are a thinker, have you read too many fantasy novels? You have to know one thing, cultivating immortality requires at least spiritual energy, right? But on the current blue star, where is the spiritual energy? This is truly the Dharma ending age. Perhaps long ago, there were still traces of immortal cultivators, but now, there is absolutely no such person. Suja understood. This world has many extraordinary and powerful beings, but it does not have the immortal civilization that one might imagine. The extraordinary people, this human group aroused Suja's interest. So according to you, it was the extraordinary beings who were secretly protecting humans? Yes, there is a supernatural organization that spans across Blue Star, and that is the Supernatural Association. As a balancer of all special ethnic groups in the world, the Supernatural Association signed a treaty with all special ethnic groups thousands of years ago, prohibiting large-scale massacres of humans. If a similar situation arises, the Supernatural Association will unite with other special ethnic groups and attack them collectively. Suja sensed the hidden meaning. If there's no large-scale massacre, then small-scale massacres will be fine? A small number of humans is still okay. After all, the Supernatural Association doesn't have that much energy to track them down. As long as they look okay on the surface, it's fine. Lin Shiqing replied. In fact, the top leaders of various countries are well aware of the Supernatural Association and other special ethnic groups. Really? Suja was surprised again. But you can understand it as a secret that cannot be told, otherwise it will trigger large-scale panic and riots among humans, and in the end there will be no fun. Lin Xiaohua said. Without humans, who would make things? Who would provide blood for the vampires? Who would construct buildings? Without humans, there would be no modern advanced science and technology, mobile phones would no longer exist, and there would be no electricity. It would be like returning to the agricultural age. Which is more comfortable, the agricultural age or modern society? Definitely modern society. Without mobile phones and various means of transportation, everything becomes a problem. This planet cannot exist without humans. Suja's eyes flickered. Countless special ethnic groups are like poisonous insects, constantly sucking blood from humans. But this is normal. The law of the jungle is the cornerstone of the existence of the entire natural world. Humans are being sucked dry by these special ethnic groups and they are the victims. But little do people know that humans are also killing animals. The fish, cows, sheep, and all kinds of animals on the dinner table are killed in captivity or hunted. Do those animals deserve to be eaten by humans? Obviously not. Just like humans don't deserve to be killed and exploited by a special ethnic group. The strong should be superior to the weak, there is no reasoning. The Virgin Mary probably couldn't stand it any longer at this point, and even stood on the side of humans, waving her arms and shouting, demanding that all special ethnic groups not exploit humans. Suja is not a saint. He feels that this is as it should be. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but this is the nature of the world. Giving up childish ideas and facing reality is the only way to maturity. Chapter 90 Don't take protective measures. The attribute panel in his mind made Suja's heart surge. Just now Lin Xiaohua mentioned the extraordinary people, which is the way for human beings to advance. He has two forms, one of which is human. Does this mean that he can also become a transcendent? I just don't know what special abilities the extraordinary people have. How do your attribute points convert into the level of a transcendent? Casting an inquiring look at Lin Xiaohua, Suja said, I want to know some information about the extraordinary people. Tonight, Lin Xiaohua has decided to tell Suju everything, and he will tell him everything he knows and answer many of his questions. Lin Xiaohua did not hide his feelings about this issue. As I said earlier, the extraordinary people unlock and develop their own abilities. The first level is called the potential lock, which has 9 levels in total. The next level is the potential lock. At this level, one can awaken their own special abilities. For example, freezing time, mind control, telepathy, etc., are numerous and complicated. You should also be able to see that this potential lock realm corresponds to the last generation of vampires, and the potential lock corresponds to my realm, that is, the Baron. Seeing that Lin Xiaohua stopped talking, Suja asked, what about the next realm? As for the rest, I only know that the next realm is called transformation of the spirit, which involves developing mental and spiritual abilities. As for the realms after that, they seem to be myriad things, sea of spirits, origin, and life path. It's a bit difficult to pronounce, right? Actually, you just need to understand it, there is no need to remember it. The state after that will have nothing to do with you and me. At this stage, it is impossible to come into contact with such a powerful, extraordinary person. The world is quite balanced right now, and there won't be any major conflicts, so there won't be any chance for contact. Suja nodded, and his understanding of the realm of the extraordinary deepened. All in all, this world is really wonderful. As a human being, I could never imagine that there are so many unknowns in the shadows of the world. By the way, you just said that the domestic situation is unclear. What is the situation now? Lin Xiaohua's eyes became solemn. Some werewolves came here from the west. They came with such force that another blood family in the country suffered a huge impact. They were the first, but they will definitely not be the last. But at least there is a clue. Only when the moon is full can the werewolves' strength reach its peak, and they will choose to launch a sneak attack at that time. At other times, they will not have an advantage if they attack. You don't have to worry for now, we are all relatively safe in the city. Suja nodded. Time passed quietly while we were talking. When I looked at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Xiaohua told Suja to keep the blood-quenching magic potion given to him and drink it in the evening. Suja nodded and was about to leave, but was stopped by Lin Xiaohua. There's one thing you have to promise me. What? Suja's expression froze. You and Xiaoqing should try not to do anything unspeakable. But if it really wants to happen, don't take any protective measures.
After hearing this, Suzhou was dumbfounded. I wondered if Lin Xiaohua had said it the wrong way. Shouldn't we take protective measures? Ahem, Dad, did you say something wrong? Shouldn't we take protective measures? I'm not wrong. Do you really think you can just let your little feelings come to you so easily? Lin Xiaohua shook his head. The pregnancy rate of vampires is very low. They may not succeed even once in 100 attempts. Don't be too confident. I also hope that Xiaoqing can get pregnant and give birth to a new vampire. That will also be a new force for the family. But after all, you and Xiaoqing have only known each other for a short time, so it's not a good idea to have this happen too early. I think you should get to know each other more deeply and wait for the right time to proceed. In addition, if there is anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Xiaoqing doesn't tell me her true feelings very often, so you have to stand on my side and tell me if there is anything going on. Don't worry, if you have a conflict with Xiaoqing, and it's Xiaoqing's fault, I will definitely stand on your side. But if it's your problem... A cold light flashed in Lin Xiaohua's eyes. Suzhou shuddered. I understand. I'm sure there will be no problem. Lin Xiaohua patted Suzhou on the shoulder. I trust you. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious for a while. When they walked out of the basement, they saw Lin Shiqing and Lin Wen sitting on the sofa watching TV. They were talking about Yi Hui. Lin Shiqing expressed regret that Yi Hui and Baiying did not succeed. But she believed that Uncle Yi's charm was there, and he had such high abilities that he would definitely be able to find the person to whom the information was sent. She even thought that Uncle Yi didn't necessarily have to limit his search for a partner to the blood servants. You can look at it from another angle and choose among humans. Isn't it enough to just give her a hug when the time comes? Lin Wen expressed her opposition to this, believing that it would be more appropriate to find a blood servant to combine with. In that case, the blood of the child born will be purer. And there is no need for the cumbersome first embrace. The first embrace can cause great harm to one's body and damage one's essence and blood. Seeing Suzhou and his father coming out, Lin Shiqing stood up immediately. Dad, how is Suzhou's skills now? Lin Shiqing asked expectantly. She was very familiar with Suzhou's skills. Based on his abilities, he should be able to surprise his father. It can be said that there has been great progress, which is beyond my imagination. This is true. Lin Xiaohua feels that Suzhou is actually quite talented. The only disadvantage is that he is a blood servant and his bloodline is not pure. Otherwise, his strength would be even stronger. Right. Lin Shiqing took Suzhou's arm and said proudly. Seeing this scene, Lin Wen smiled speechlessly. My daughter is very cold when she is with strangers. But once he became close to her, he immediately became much more lively and cheerful. No one knows where Yi Hui is tonight, and he didn't say he would come back. There were only 4 of them left in the huge villa. Beside him are his father-in-law, mother-in-law and wife. Suzhou seemed like half an outsider. The 4 vampires sat together on the sofa, a boring celebrity reality show was playing on TV, and they glanced at the script. The potion in Suzhou's hand quickly attracted Lin Shiqing's attention. What is this? Lin Shiqing asked curiously. Before Suzhou could answer, Lin Xiaohua explained, this is the blood-tempering magic potion, which helps Suzhou improve the purity of his bloodline. Suzhou was a little surprised. Calling myself Suzhou. Suddenly, Suzhou felt a warmth. My father-in-law is really nice. He supports and helps himself, and is very open-minded about himself and Lin Shiqing. After all, they are vampires who have lived for hundreds of years, so their state of mind is naturally different from that of ordinary humans. They will not be obsessed with details and are more tolerant. Lin Wen knew that her husband gave Suzhou the blood-tempering magic potion, and she supported it. The relationship between Suzhou and Xiaoqing has become deep. He is also Xiaoqing's blood servant and can be called a family member. It is only right to help him improve his strength. Chapter 91 Questions about bloodline purity. Blood-quenching magic potion. Lin Shiqing said in surprise. She had also heard of this potion, which was very effective in improving blood purity. And it is also very precious. Why did his father suddenly choose to give Suzhou such a good thing? This surprised her. Xiaoqing, I temporarily approve of what's going on between you and Suzhou, but what happens in the future depends on whether this guy treats you well. Lin Xiaohua said. He was embraced by you for the first time, so his bloodline purity is not high. Giving him the blood-tempering magic potion is to make his blood essence pure, so that there will be more room for improvement in the future. If you encounter any danger in the future, you will be more calm.
Lin Shiqing was deeply moved by Lin Xiaohua's words. Hugging her father, she thanked him. Dad, I knew you were the best.
Okay, stop flattering me. Go and take Suja to take this blood-quenching magic potion.
Lin Xiaohua felt a little heart bleeding. He had exchanged this blood-quenching magic potion with a member of his clan using one of the few blood crystals in his family. Blood crystals can be embedded in weapons, or made into accessories such as necklaces and bracelets to enhance the power of blood energy.
Blood crystal is naturally formed and its quantity is limited. Using such a treasure to exchange for the blood-quenching potion is even a bit of a loss.
But there is no way, after all, Suja is his son-in-law. If I don't take care of him, who else will? So in the end Lin Xiaohua still changed.
Okay, Dad.
Lin Shiqing smiled sweetly and then took Suja's hand.
Let's go.
Suja said goodbye to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. The two of them returned to their room together. Lin Xiaohua looked at the backs of the two people and shook his head helplessly. Lin Wen on the side said, Hey, seeing how sweet they are, it really reminds me of us back then.
Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but nodded. Yeah, we were so affectionate back then.
We would hold hands even when we went back to the room, with one person holding the hand in front and the other walking behind. Lin Wen patted Lin Xiaohua's shoulder, then leaned over to whisper in his ear.
It probably didn't work last time. Let's try again tonight.
You just got back, so we need to try more. Lin Xiaohua instantly understood what Lin Wen meant. It is about giving birth to a new vampire clan. Lin Xiaohua remains interested in this sport and his desire is very strong. He was still very young, about 400 years old, and was essentially the youngest of the young among the barons. Baron Gao is the last vampire of the High Realm and has a lifespan of 2,000 years. In other words, Lin Xiaohua is equivalent to about 20 or 30 years old in human age, or even younger. He picked up Lin Wen and the two of them were inseparable.
Lin Wen was full of the charm of a mature woman. The two of them kissed and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor.
At this time in the room, Suja and Lin Shiqing were already sitting beside the bed.
Should I drink it now or wait a while? Suja was a little hesitant.
Lin Shiqing on the side stroked her chin.
Just drink it now. It will definitely be good for you. Suja couldn't figure out one thing now.
That is the level of purity of his bloodline. First of all, his ability to become a vampire was given by the system. From this perspective, he is a first-generation vampire. But based on the fluctuations of his blood, the purity of his bloodline cannot be that high. A generation of vampires, my god, that's on the level of Cain. On par with gods. With a wave of his hand, he can kill countless people.
But obviously, he doesn't have that kind of strength.
The purity of the blood in Suja's body is at best equivalent to that of a 13th-generation vampire. He realized one more thing. That is, as your attribute points increase, your blood purity will increase. The magnitude of this increase depends on the amount of attribute points increased.
Maybe the purity of my bloodline is also linked to attribute points,
Suja said to himself. Attribute points are the source of all strength and the basic unit of all abilities. Looking at Lin Shiqing, Suja said, according to my calculations, if I drink this bottle of blood-quenching potion, my attribute points should also increase.
It's a very simple logic.
Attribute points affect blood purity, and the improvement of blood purity will also have a reverse effect on attribute points.
The two are interdependent and move forward in sync.
If that's the case, your attributes will be able to leap forward again. Lin Shiqing said with anticipation. And most importantly, your blood quality will improve again. For Lin Shiqing, Suja's blood is like a panacea and the key to improving her strength. That's for sure.
The quality of my blood will increase linearly with my attribute points.
Suja suddenly remembered the powerful humans, the extraordinary ones that Lin Xiaohua mentioned in the basement.
By the way, Qingbao, have you heard of the extraordinary people? Superhuman? I seem to have some impression of it.
It is said that there are realm divisions such as potential lock and energy lock, but I am not very clear about the details.
Lin Shiqing replied. I was wondering, in my human form, my attribute points have already transformed me into a transcendent of the corresponding realm?
According to previous investigations, my vampire realm advances every 50 attribute points. That is to say,
when the average attribute points are between 1 and 50, I am the last vampire of the first level, and so on, every 50 points will increase 1 level. If calculated this way, I am not only a 3rd level last generation vampire, but also a 3rd level potential lock transcendent. The more Suja thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In fact, realm is just a title and a standard for judging one's own strength. In actual division, there must be corresponding reflection. The vampires rely on looking at the moon symbol on the blood pill to determine their own realm. And the extraordinary people probably also have ways to determine their own realm. Punch power, speed, reaction? It can be determined using some modern instruments. Will there even be a chi and blood value? A character that can often be seen in Gao Wu's novels. Suja didn't know that much either. Just now in the basement, he asked Lin Xiaohua. Lin Xiaohua said that he had never come into contact with any extraordinary people and didn't know much about it. But what he can be sure of is that when the extraordinary person is in the potential lock stage, it is purely an enhancement of his own physical fitness and there is no special magical energy. Only when you reach the potential lock stage, you may unlock some elemental attack methods and special abilities. But don't underestimate the extraordinary people in the potential lock stage. Relying on their strong individual qualities and combined with modern offensive weapons, they will not necessarily lose to the vampires of the same level or other special ethnic groups. The power of technology is great. Lin Shiqing's eyes flickered. She had also seen Suja's physical fitness, and he was indeed very fast. By the way, Uncle Yi seems to know a little more about extraordinary people. His predecessor, Bloodlord Lin Mang, had fought against transcendents before and has a deeper understanding of them. You can ask him. Lin Shiqing suddenly said. Suja's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll ask Butler Yi when he comes back. Turning his eyes to the blood-quenching potion in his hand, Suja prepared to drink it. He was looking forward to seeing how many attribute points this potion could help him improve. Chapter 92 Next Life as a Human. Let me open it for you. Lin Shiqing took the blood-quenching magic potion from Suja's hand. When the lid of the potion was opened, a surge of blood quickly gushed out. Suja took a breath and immediately felt an unprecedented comfort. After the blood and energy were absorbed into his body, they nourished his body. Just one breath can have such an effect. If you drink it into your body, the effect should be even stronger, right? Lin Shiqing brought the blood-quenching magic potion to Suja's mouth, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Changing to a gentle tone, she soothed him, "De Lang, take the medicine." Suja looked at Lin Shiqing in confusion. Did he hear it right? De Lang, drink quickly. Lin Shiqing couldn't hold it in any longer. Suja's face was full of black lines. This guy must have been watching some messed up short videos again. He raised his hand and wanted to give her a slap. But then I thought, this is my girlfriend, what if she runs away? Forget it, I won't fight anymore. Suja pinched Lin Shiqing's ear and said, watch less short videos in the future. Look at what you have learned. Lin Shiqing snorted, I just thought it was fun. Lin Shiqing has become different from before, and there is another manifestation of this. That means he is even better at showing off and joking now. This is not bad. At least it makes me feel a lot easier to interact with her. Suja raised his hand and drank the blood-quenching magic potion in one gulp. My body felt hot for a moment, which lasted for more than a minute, and there was a fire burning in my abdomen. The body made a few soft sounds. Then I felt nothing. Suja waited for a minute or two, but found that the effect of the medicine seemed to have ended. Looking up at his attribute points, he found that his attributes had only increased by 10 points. Host, Suja. Strength, 132. Spirit, 134. Speed, 133. Defense, 130. Skills, time stop basic, transform into a vampire, blood devouring. No wonder there wasn't much feeling. If this attribute point increases by 10 points, he generally won't have any particularly serious reaction. Only when it increases by 20 points or even more at once will he feel more pain and have to go through the process of expelling waste through the pores. Lin Shiqing was also a little surprised. Have you finished your promotion? Suja nodded, indeed. Lin Shiqing's eyes widened, so fast. Maybe it's because I've done it so many times before, and my body has gotten used to it, so the reaction isn't that big, Suja explained. How much did your attribute points increase? 10 points. Suja replied, my current average attribute value has exceeded 130. This means that I am only 20 points away from advancing to become a 4th level last generation vampire. Every 50 is a level, and when the average exceeds 150, it is the 4th level of vampires. Your strength is about to catch up with mine. Lin Shiqing couldn't believe it. I have a question for you. Now that you're absorbing my blood, how is your realm progressing? Suja asked. Is your realm breaking through quickly? In other words, when will you be able to become a 5th level vampire? He was a little worried about one thing, that is, his strength was improving rapidly, but he had left Lin Shiqing behind. That's not good. He prefers that the two of them break through the realm together, so that their realm remains in a relatively balanced state. I can't tell you exactly how good your blood is right now. It will take me at least a month or two to reach the next level. So slow. Suja held his head. Brother, this isn't slow at all. If I were to cultivate on my own, it would take me at least several years, or even more than 10 years. Lin Shiqing said speechlessly, do you think realms are easy to come by? Suja suddenly realized. In fact, it was because he broke through too quickly that he had this illusion. For ordinary vampires, it is very difficult to improve their strength. The curtains were open at this time, and the moonlight shone into the room. Lin Shiqing's body emanated a faint white glow. This is the power she possesses from absorbing moonlight. In addition to sucking blood, vampires can also increase their strength by bathing in moonlight. This is also the reason why Lin Shiqing must open the curtains at night. Unless it is a cloudy day, the curtains will not be drawn as long as there is moonlight. When vampires are exposed to moonlight, their strength increases. But this increased strength is actually quite small and can only be accumulated over the years. Suja is a human being, so he is not keen on bathing in the moonlight. But according to Lin Shiqing, vampires have a natural affinity for moonlight. When the moonlight covers your body, you will feel extremely peaceful. Moonlight is essentially the refraction of sunlight. Why do vampires hate sunlight and like moonlight? This is a question worth thinking about. Perhaps it is because the wavelengths of moonlight and sunlight are different, so the moonlight has undergone certain mutations and is more favored by nocturnal tribes such as vampires. The two of them slowly got on the bed and hugged each other. Vampires only enter coffins when they are asleep or during the day. At night, you want to bathe in the moonlight, so sleeping in bed is the most appropriate. Lin Shiqing's body was soft, with a faint fragrance, and her hair rested on the tip of Suja's nose. While sniffing and kissing, Suja put his arms around her neck. Lin Shiqing rested her head on Suja's shoulder. They enjoyed the quietness of the moment. Hum. Gasping sound? The rapid humming broke the silence of the night. Suja and Lin Shiqing were instantly confused. And the body became stiff. Are Lin Xiaohua and his wife carrying out an exercise to breed new vampires? One cannot, or at least should not. Logically speaking, there were several walls between them and they were quite far away, so they shouldn't have heard anything. But the bad thing is that they are vampires and have very keen hearing. After looking at Lin Shiqing, Suja realized. It's time to install thick soundproof walls in his and Lin Shiqing's room. Otherwise, what if they do something bad and Lin Xiaohua and his wife hear it? At the same time, it also avoids hearing the indescribable sounds of your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Suja doesn't have any messy habits, so he just feels ashamed when he hears this kind of sound. In order to prevent their voices from reaching the ears of Lin Xiaohua and his wife, and thus ruining their pregnancy plan, Suja and Lin Shiqing took out their mobile phones tacitly. Suja, your parents have a really good relationship and they have a really good affection. Lin Shiqing, it's really strange. They never did this before. Why is it happening so frequently lately? I still remember the night a few days ago when Suju and she just established their relationship. I've already run into him once, on the sofa in the living room. Suja, maybe I want to give you a younger brother or sister. Lin Shiqing, really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Suja, it's just that it takes too long for you vampires to reproduce, often more than 10 or 20 years. If you want to see your child, it will take a very long time. Lin Shiqing, that is true, there is nothing we can do about it. After a pause, she continued to send a message, if I have a next life, I would still like to be a human. Suja turned his head and looked at Lin Shiqing's profile, expressing his confusion. Typing, why? When vampires can live so long and possess such powerful powers, why would you want to be human? Lin Shiqing, living too long is not necessarily a good thing. In fact, it is better to live your life like humans and experience a rich and colorful life in a few decades. After a long time, life becomes boring and empty. Suja suddenly understood. This may be the siege. Human beings want to pursue immortality and hope to stay young. However, vampires find immortality boring and want to experience a limited life. People outside the city want to get in, and people inside the city want to get out. When you are really in the other person's situation, you will feel that it is not as good as you thought. Everything has two sides.
Chapter 93 Traces of the Western Blood Clan.
Suja, when you really become a human, you won't think so.
When you don't have something, you think about owning it, but when you actually own it, you will find a lot of shortcomings.
Life is full of old age, sickness, and death.
It's okay if you are in a wealthy family, but it's really uncomfortable if you are poor.
Lin Shiqing, you're right. Indeed, I only thought about the benefits of being a human before.
The two chatted about something else and waited for 30 minutes before the voices from Lin Xiaohua and his wife finally disappeared. Suja thought to himself, he's really still strong despite his age.
He can actually last this long. Suja expressed his admiration and was curious about how long he could last now.
He was a little virgin who had no energy for that kind of thing and had never had sex before, so naturally he didn't know his true strength. As the sun rose, Suja slowly opened his eyes. Last night he and Lin Shiqing slept in each other's arms.
The sunlight was very dazzling.
Suja knew that Lin Shiqing didn't like the sunlight, so he got out of bed and pulled the curtains. Lin Shiqing opened her hazy eyes and stretched out her arms.
Hug.
When Suja heard Lin Shiqing's soft voice, he felt like his bones were going to crisp. He hugged Lin Shiqing and kissed her on the face.
Hold me, baby.
Suja said softly while complaining in his heart. Why am I so cheesy, ugh? There was a knock on the door. Lin Wen's voice came. Xiaoqing, Xiaozhe, get up and drink blood.
Suja and Lin Shiqing quickly responded, okay.
Lin Wen outside the door smiled and shook her head.
Why does it feel like I really have a son-in-law? It was so sudden. I'm still a little uncomfortable.
Lin Shiqing was still lying on Suja's body, refusing to get out of bed.
Hurry up and get up, your mother is calling you. Suja touched Lin Shiqing's little head and said.
Lin Shiqing raised her head with a smile on her face.
Kiss me again and I'll get up. Suja had never kissed Lin Shiqing's lips before.
At this moment, he was impulsive and kissed her directly.
Ha!
Lin Shiqing wanted Suja to kiss her on the cheek, but unexpectedly Suja kissed her lips directly.
Ah! Most people have a bad breath when they wake up.
But vampires don't have this worry. The mouth will always have a fresh fragrance and there will be no strange odor.
Suja was not that bold. He just pecked Lin Shiqing lightly when she wasn't noticing.
Naturally, there was no tongue sticking out. Lin Shiqing immediately became alert. She sat up from the bed and covered her mouth in surprise.
My first kiss.
Suja couldn't hold it in any longer and blinked his eyes.
Well, actually, it was my first kiss too. You are so mean, why didn't you tell me in advance?
I also wanted to have a candlelight dinner on a romantic evening.
We wore beautiful dresses and kissed again. Now it's all gone.
Lin Shiqing said angrily, tears almost coming out of the corners of her eyes. Suja didn't expect that Lin Shiqing had thought so much. He just got carried away and kissed her.
I didn't think that much. Then let's just ignore this time. Suja said. How could it not count? You even kissed me.
Lin Shiqing suppressed her voice to avoid being heard by outsiders. It is morning now, not as quiet as night.
Therefore, some sounds cannot be heard clearly by parents.
Listen to me, a real first kiss requires putting your tongue into the other person's mouth. I didn't put my tongue in there, so it wasn't too late. Suja's words made sense. Lin Shiqing suspected that he was talking nonsense, but she had no evidence. Believe me, a real kiss requires sticking out your tongue. Lin Shiqing's expression relaxed.
Well, I believe you for now, but you are not allowed to do this again in the future.
I want to save my first kiss for a romantic occasion, not now. Lin Shiqing is actually also a little girl, a 180-year-old little girl. So she also looks forward to some romantic scenes like other girls. She wanted a sense of ceremony.
Okay.
Suja nodded and respected Lin Shiqing's idea on this point.
It's only right to be a little romantic. The two of them did not take off their clothes. They were both wearing clothes when they went to bed last night. After just washing their faces, the two of them walked out of the room. I have to say, Lin Shiqing's bare face is really invincible. The skin is smooth, completely different from applying liquid foundation or powder. She has big eyes, a straight and small nose, and rosy lips. She doesn't look bad even without lipstick. Pure and beautiful, like an angel. It is completely different from the kind of existence shown in many short videos, where the person looks like two completely different people with and without makeup. She is so beautiful that she can look stunning even without makeup. On his way to the dining table, Suja heard discussions coming from the other side. I heard from my family's informant in Binhai that the Western vampires appeared in the west of the city. Those 3 or 4 Western vampires are quite strong, around level 6 or 7. They seem to be injured and are temporarily staying at the Dole Hotel. If you don't have anything to do, don't go there to avoid danger. I'd like to go over and get rid of them, but I'm really busy lately. The family has a mission for me, so I can't leave. Lin Xiaohua instructed Yi Hui. Looking up and seeing Su Zhou and Lin Shiqing, Lin Xiaohua continued, "You heard what I said just now, right? Don't go to the west of the city recently. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. Just stay at home." Su Zhou and Lin Shiqing nodded, "I understand." Although he agreed on the surface, Su Zhou felt something in his heart. Maybe you can try it yourself and take the initiative. He has been lying dormant for so long, and he doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 94 Do a Job. Lin Wen walked out of the kitchen with a transparent glass bottle in her hand, and the bottle was filled with clear blood. Sitting down at the dining table, she placed the blood on the table. Su Zhou and Lin Shiqing had already taken their seats, and Lin Wen poured them a glass of blood. During drinking time, the whole family sits around the dining table, which is a rare warmth. "Xiaoqing, Xiozha, is everything going on at school? Even if you do, don't go out for now. School isn't that important. Your father and I have to go out for 2 days to complete a family mission. You should stay at home and take care of yourselves during these 2 days." Lin Wen said this while looking at her daughter and Su Zhe. "I know, Mom. We'll stay home and won't go out unless necessary." Yi Hui said on the side, "It's okay, Patriarch and Madam, you can go out without worry. I'll take care of them at home, and nothing will happen to them." Lin Wen nodded, "I feel relieved with you here." Another coastal enterprise of the family, Faming Group, has encountered some problems and needs to settle some related matters and people. Lin Xiaohua and his wife need to go together to sort things out. There are only 2 possible outcomes when dealing with humans: coercion or inducement. It would be best if bribery could be used, but if that is not possible, then coercion is the only option. This was also the purpose of Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen's trip. Let a few key people drink the Sal potion and become puppets of the family. After the breakfast, Lin Xiaohua and his wife left quickly. They were in a hurry, which was enough to show that the matter was urgent. Yi Hui still had company matters to deal with, so he left quickly after the breakfast. When he left, he told them to stay at home. Su Zhe agreed on the surface, but he had his own plans in mind. Only he and Lin Shiqing were left in the huge villa. He grabbed Lin Shiqing's hand. "There is something we need to discuss," Su Zhe said. Lin Shiqing looked puzzled. Since morning, she felt that Su Zhe was planning something. "I just don't know what it will be." "What's wrong?" "You just heard it, the vampires are at the Dole Hotel." Su Zhe said, "I was wondering if there's any chance we can pull off a deal." "Ah. But didn't my dad say that they were the last vampires of the 6th or 7th level? They are so powerful, can we really win? Didn't your father just say that they were injured? Their strength must have been weakened. And I also have skills. The first time I used the time stop skill, I was able to freeze a 6th level vampire for nearly 10 seconds. At that time, my attribute was only about 50, but now it has doubled and nearly tripled. The effect of time stop will also be greatly enhanced. So I think we still have a good chance of winning." During the breakfast, Su Zhe calculated the feasibility of this matter in his mind. Finally found that it is still very worthwhile. The most important thing is that he now has the skill of blood devouring, which allows him to devour all the vampires he kills. His strength can be improved through this. Maybe it would allow me to reach the Barren Realm sooner. Su Zhe thought it was worth a try. He doesn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse, and if he can fight, he will definitely not refuse. Lin Shiqing lowered her head in thought. After a moment, she agreed to Suja's request. Well, then let's work together and try to end this matter perfectly. Seeing Lin Shiqing agreed, Suja responded, I know, the key is that I have the ability to stop sometimes, which is a big advantage for us. Suja slid his fingers across his phone, checking the location of the Door Hotel. I only know that the Dole Hotel is in the west of the city, but I am not very clear about the details. After checking on his mobile phone, Suja saw that the area around the Door Hotel was the urban-rural fringe, that is, the suburban area. However, this place has been well developed and is quite prosperous. But it certainly can't compare with the downtown area. The hotel has a beautiful landscape and there is a large park next to it. It is said that it is opened by a foreigner, so the suites are decorated in a more Western style and are quite luxurious. As long as it is not in the downtown area, Suja is still quite confident. There are so many people in the downtown area and it will be difficult to escape. Monitoring is a problem. And we don't know the specific locations of those Western vampires. Now we have to keep watch outside the Dole Hotel and see if we can find any clues. Suja's heart sank again. After all, I'm not 100% sure. We need to come up with a more feasible plan. Suja rubbed his chin. No matter what, the premise is that you must ensure your own safety. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suja and Lin Shiqing were in a milk tea shop opposite the Dole Hotel, drinking milk tea while keeping an eye on the opposite side of the Dole Hotel. At this time, Suja was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, disguising himself. The same was true for Lin Shiqing on the opposite side. The two wanted to be cautious and try not to attract the attention of those around them. It's not a good idea to keep watching here all the time. Suja sighed. He and Lin Shiqing have been watching here for a whole morning and 2 hours, but have not gained anything. They originally thought that those Western vampires would go out, which would make them very conspicuous. If the two of them followed them, the situation would be under their control. But perhaps those Western vampires were too badly injured, so it seems that I need to change my thinking. The surging traffic and pedestrians flashed back and forth outside the glass window. Suja looked at Lin Shiqing, who was sitting opposite him. I have to take the initiative. Lin Shiqing was puzzled. What do you mean? Wait here for me. I'll go to the hotel and use my vampire hypnosis skills to see if I can get anything out of the staff. Hearing Suja's words, Lin Shiqing said without hesitation, I'll go with you. We can take care of each other then. No, there are too many surveillance cameras here. The two of us would be too conspicuous. I can go alone. Suja shook his head. Don't worry, I can definitely go alone. Lin Shiqing's eyes flickered. After a moment, she nodded, okay, then I'll wait here for you to come back. Good. Suja stood up and walked out of the milk tea shop. There were not many people at the gate of Dole Hotel, and the tall gate was magnificent. Arriving at the door of the Dole Hotel, a young doorman bowed his head to welcome us. Welcome. Suja had already prepared his speech. He asked, can you come with me for a moment? I have a lot of luggage in the parking lot that needs to be picked up. The parking lot for the Door Hotel is underground, just a little way west, and it doesn't take long to get there. One of the doorman's duties is to help guests with their luggage, so the doorman did not suspect anything and nodded to Suja, okay, sir. Led by Suja, the two went to the underground parking lot one after the other. Suja was ready to ask some information from the doorman. If they are vampires, they will generally be more conspicuous. What's more, they are from the Western vampire clan. Although the Dole Hotel is a restaurant opened by foreigners, there are not many foreign tourists here. If several white people check in together, it will most likely attract the attention of the doorman. With this in mind, Suja finally chose this method. There were not many people at the entrance of the parking lot, which was conducive to the implementation of Suja's plan. The dim parking lot couldn't compare to the sunny scene outside, and it felt quite eerie. The doorman expressed confusion under the cold light of the parking lot's ceiling lights. Where's your car, sir? Suja's eyes suddenly flashed red at this moment. He's about to start hypnotizing. Chapter 95 Abandoned Chess Piece. When the doorman saw Suja's eyes turn red, his mind immediately became unclear. The corners of Suja's mouth curled up slightly. This shows that his hypnosis has worked. Have you seen any white people coming here in the past few days? Suja asked. Yes, 3 white people came the day before yesterday. They looked very pale and sick, but they probably had plenty of money. They stayed in the top-notch presidential suite. The doorman's words made Suja's eyes light up. Aren't these the 3 Western vampires that I'm looking for? I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This couldn't help but boost Suja's confidence. He continued to inquire, do you know which room those white people live in? What is the room number? 1214, the doorman answered confusedly. Suja was delighted. Now that the location has been determined, things will be much easier. He then asked the doorman for other details about the hotel. For example, the location of the monitoring room and its internal structure. The doorman has been working in this hotel for 7 or 8 years and is quite familiar with everything. He answered Suja's questions fluently. After figuring out the general situation, Suja breathed a sigh of relief. Snapping his fingers, he said to the doorman in front of him, "You helped me with my luggage, so you need to go back now." The red light in his eyes gradually faded, and the doorman came back to his senses. He nodded to Suju as if waking from a dream. "Sir, your luggage has been collected. I will go back now." Suja smiled, "Goodbye." The entire plan process has appeared in his mind. The first step is to enter the Dole Hotel. There's no need to wear a baseball cap or a mask, as those are too conspicuous. The correct way to open it is to just walk in casually, without booking a room, and go directly to the 12th floor. He and Lin Shiqing's figures would definitely be captured by surveillance cameras. This is not a big deal. Just go to the monitoring room afterwards, hypnotize the relevant staff, and delete the surveillance video. When you reach the 12th floor, observe the situation first. It would be best to put on some staff clothes, find an excuse to go into the room, and let those Western vampires let down their guard. Finally, when the door opened, Suja used the time-stop skill and went forward with Lin Shiqing to kill all 3 Western vampires. There is no place for Xiaofan in this plan. The main reason is that its appearance is too flashy, and if brought here, it will attract too much attention. Such a big spider, if it was seen or photographed by humans, it would not end well. It is best to execute the plan later in the day, when there will not be so many people in the hotel and it is the easiest time to implement the plan. Kill those 3 Western vampires, use the blood devouring skill to devour the blood essence of the 3 vampires, and the matter will be successfully concluded. Thinking of this, Suja had a rough idea in his mind. I walked quickly out of the underground parking lot and slowly towards the milk tea shop under the sunshine. Lin Shiqing, who was sitting by the window in the distance, quickly noticed him. A pair of bright eyes immediately began to blink. She felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that Suja had already collected the relevant information. Suja walked into the milk tea shop and sat opposite Lin Shiqing. "How is it?" Lin Shiqing asked anxiously. Suja replied with a smile. "Of course, it was completed successfully. Fortunately, the doorman actually noticed that Western vampire, so we can take action directly." Suja told Lin Shiqing all his plans. After listening to this, Lin Shiqing's face showed a thoughtful look. The core of all this plan lies in one skill, hypnosis. Looking at the whole process, the easiest thing is to kill the 3 Western vampires. The most important thing is not to let anyone find out, it must be kept absolutely confidential. It is also very important that it cannot be captured by surveillance video. Hypnotize the relevant staff and make them forget about this matter. Never let any of them go. Lin Shiqing suddenly felt it was full of challenges. Maybe try hypnotic waves. I have a new idea. Maybe you can try hypnotic waves. Lin Shiqing suggested. Hypnotic wave? Suja was stunned and said that he had never heard of this term. When those 2 Western vampires attacked the villa, they used hypnotic waves to hypnotize all the residents in the villa area. I was thinking, what if we go into the Dole Hotel in the early hours of this morning and hypnotize everyone? This way, we won't attract anyone's attention. I just don't know if it will work. Suja just shook his head. Impossible. If we do this, the Western vampires upstairs will definitely notice it. This is a fluctuation unique to the vampires, and they are quite powerful, so they can definitely sense it. If we alert the enemy by then, things will become even more difficult. After hearing what Suja said, Lin Shiqing immediately felt that it made sense. That's right, they must make their plan without being discovered by the 3 Western vampires. Okay then, let's do as you say. The 2 did not stay in the milk tea shop for long. After walking out, they pretended to be tourists and entered the Dole Hotel to learn more about its structure. It turned out to be similar to what the doorman said. Suja now had an idea. As he walked out of the hotel, he looked up at the upper floors and thought silently. Tonight, I must give you a big surprise. At this time, it was on the 12th floor of the Dole Hotel, room 1214. In the luxurious and spacious presidential suite, there lived 3 white people with pale faces, 3-dimensional features and high-nose bridges. There was a strong smell of blood in the room, and on the table were several open bags of blood. Sid, has the master replied to you? When will the contact arrive? We need to leave as soon as possible, otherwise we will run into those extraordinary people sooner or later. Sid shook his head. No, I can't contact the master right now. Maybe there's a problem with the communication signal on his end, or maybe he didn't see my message. Rue scoffed, do you think it's possible? We could get in touch easily before, why are we out of touch now? I think the Lord is giving up on us. We have become discarded pawns. Yes, the Lord must have given up on us. Let us think about how to escape from here now. The roads out of the city are blocked by extraordinary people. It's really difficult for us to escape. Sheldon sighed. About 7 days ago, they carried out a massacre in a small village near the sea, killing hundreds of innocent people. This action quickly attracted the attention of the Supernatural Association, which sent several supernatural beings to investigate. The mission to massacre the village was given to them by the Lord. According to the Lord, the Supernatural Association has recently tightened its surveillance of the city, and the vampires under his command have been greatly hindered in doing things in the city. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission in the city, it is necessary to create some chaos to disrupt the Supernatural Association and distract their attention. When the master issued the mission, he promised them that he would ensure their safety and give them a lot of essence and blood potions to help them improve their strength. They also believed in this master and actually did it. The end result was that they were wanted by the Supernatural Association, and now they cannot leave the city at all. And the extraordinary people are still tracking them, and they may be found at any time. Chapter 96. Something is wrong. We are truly crazy. We listened to the orders of the Lord, and that led to the current situation. For a moment, Sid, Sheldon, and Riel were silent. He massacred the village 7 days ago and was discovered by a superhuman 3 days ago. The superhuman was quite powerful. The 3 of them worked together and paid a considerable price to kill him. This also directly led to their current weakness. The more I thought about it, the less hope there was of escaping. Riel stood up and walked to the window, slightly opening the curtains. The blinding and dazzling sunlight shone on his face, and he looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling confused. There is really no chance. The extraordinary people are still searching. They will find us in 2 days at most. Sheldon's voice rang out. Rue shook his head, if there is really no other way, let's give it a try and see if there is a chance to escape. Sid smiled bitterly. If they were all transcendents with potential locks, it would be fine, but there are transcendents with potential locks among them. They are on par with the Baron, and we have no power to fight back. Massacring the village was undoubtedly a provocation to the Supernatural Association. Killing humans at will is not allowed. This has been the rule for hundreds and thousands of years. They broke the rule, so even if the extraordinary people kill them, there is no problem at all. The impact of this incident was too bad. In a small village with many elderly people and children, the attack by these 3 people turned the village into a river of blood, and it would break many families. The Supernatural Association still suppressed the matter, and not many people knew about it, but even so, the 3 Western vampires had to be captured and killed without mercy. If they were allowed to escape, the Supernatural Association would be too ashamed to face the people who died in the village. After all, extraordinary people are all human beings. As human beings, they will sympathize with the plight of their compatriots. The room suddenly became extremely quiet. Time passed by minute, but they still didn't come up with any good solution. Leaning on a chair or lying on the bed, the sun outside the window gradually sets and the moon rises. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, there was only one doorman left at the entrance of the Dole Hotel. Suja and Lin Shiqing were on the opposite side of the intersection and walked slowly forward. In just one afternoon, they had become completely familiar with the plan. Try not to make any mistakes. The doorman saw the 2 of them and nodded in welcome. Welcome. Suja and Lin Shiqing nodded slightly, then went straight upstairs along the route they had traced out in the afternoon. When they reached the 12th floor, they did not immediately go to the room where the 3 Western vampires were, but turned to the stairs on the side. There is a place for staff to store their belongings at the entrance of the stairs. There are related clothing, trolleys, and cleaning supplies here. Suja and Lin Shiqing took out 2 sets of clothes and put them on quickly. Just a pair of pants and a jacket, it's easy to put on. 12:14, let's go.
Suja said softly, and the two of them pushed the cart towards 12:14. From the appearance, the two of them are indeed no different from the staff. They were all dressed the same, and judging from the peephole at the door, it shouldn't arouse any suspicion from those Western vampires. They also hid the fluctuations of their blood and chi so that they would not be detected. The location of 12:14 is relatively inner. After the two walked to the door, they looked at each other and Suja knocked on the door.
Hello, we are cleaning staff, please open the door.
The 3 Western vampires inside the door immediately became tense.
They looked at each other for a few moments. Who called the cleaning service?
Sid looked at the other two with a puzzled look on his face. Little did he know that the other two were also confused.
We didn't scream. How strange. Sid's eyes suddenly became stern. They must be extraordinary people. They are disguised as cleaning staff and want to catch us.
His words immediately gained the approval of the 2 people next to him. It is very unusual that staff came to clean the house so suddenly.
When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. In that case, let's fight to the death.
Sheldon said coldly.
Then he whispered to the other 2, come with me to the door in a moment, and when I open it, I will kill the person at the door. No matter whether he is a superhuman or not, if he is, that would be great, but if not, then that cleaner is unlucky. It is better to kill than to let go. If we die, we'll definitely take a few people with us, so it won't be a loss.
Hearing his words, the other 2 vampires agreed deeply.
Yes, we can't die in vain. Let the extraordinary people know how powerful we are. We must drag a few of them down with us. Killing 1 is no loss, killing 2 is a huge profit.
A blood-red light suddenly burned in the eyes of the 3 men, and murderous intent surged.
Sid stood up and said to the door, I'm coming.
The 2 vampires followed him all the way to the door. Sid put his hand on the door handle and winked at his teammates on both sides. Blood energy began to surge in Sheldon and Riel's hands, and blood-colored beams of light were condensing. Seeing that the 2 were ready, Sid's right hand was also filled with fluctuations of blood energy. The next moment, he immediately opened the door. At the same time, Sid roared,
Go meet Satan, asshole.
Chapter 97-97 The Last 4th Class Blood Clan. When Sid was about to swing the blood energy beam in his hand towards Suja, an accident happened.
He felt like he couldn't move a muscle at all. It was as if a layer of transparent shackles bound him tightly.
Not only him, but also Hilton and Riel next to him. They were terrified, but couldn't show any expression. Judging from this fluctuation, it is very likely that this is a supernatural power that only those with potential lock extraordinary powers have. The next moment, several silver rays flashed by. A slender figure quickly stepped forward, and 6 mithril daggers were ejected, firmly inserted into their hearts and blood pills in the lower abdomen. Their bodies suffered a huge impact and they couldn't help but retreat. Their hearts and blood pills were pierced, and they didn't have the strength to resist. With blurred vision, they looked at the 2 figures standing not far in front of them, their hearts dead.
As expected, is I going to die?
Suja breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the 3 Western vampires in front of him had lost their ability to resist, he paused his time-stop skill. The consumption this time was still very large, basically exhausting all his mental energy.
But there was no mental exhaustion or backlash like last time.
The moment he opened the door, Suja felt a sharp surge of blood rushing towards him. With a serious look in his eyes, he immediately used the time-stop skill. After applying the effect of the skill to the 3 Western vampires in front of him, Lin Shiqing beside him immediately rushed forward.
Time stop is not a completely range-based skill, but more of a targeted skill. Simply apply the skill to the desired target to freeze its behavior.
Suja walked forward slowly, and Shido was still breathing. The blood can escape, and the whole body is filled with surging blood energy. Although the fluctuations were quite terrifying, the blood and energy had lost control and had become a runaway horse, rising aimlessly and finally slowly dissipating into the air.
You are a superhuman. Sid's eyes flickered. No, I am a vampire.
Suja raised the corners of his mouth, and then he no longer restrained the fluctuations of his blood energy.
What? After feeling the unique fluctuations belonging to the vampires, Sid's eyes were filled with horror and his whole body was trembling. Western vampires, it's time for you to get out of the East.
Embrace death and go to Satan to atone for your sins.
Suja waved his arm lightly, and a bright light quickly appeared. The light was bright and divided into 3 rays, which enveloped the bodies of the 3 Western vampires. The next moment, the bodies of the 3 Western vampires began to twist and slowly melt away. As time passed, the ground became empty. This is the blood-devouring skill, which can devour the body and all the blood essence of the vampire without wasting a single bit. Suja could feel a powerful force filling his body. His attribute points also began to rise rapidly. It lasted for more than a minute before the swelling feeling disappeared. Host, Suja. Strength, 151. Spirit, 153. Speed, 152. Defense, 149. Skills, Time Stop Basic, Transform into a Vampire, Blood Devouring. Compared to before, all attributes increased by 19 points in total. What does that mean? Suja's eyes flashed, he thought for a while, and then understood why it was 19 o'clock. The 3 Western vampires just killed were 2 level 6 and 1 level 7. In other words, the strength of the first level can be converted into 1 attribute point. It seems that the increase is not too much. Suja said to himself. Lin Shiqing, who was standing by, was in disbelief when she saw this scene. Suja just let the 3 dead vampires disappear. There was no trace at all, as if these 3 vampires had not existed just now. And all the blood splattered on the ground just now disappeared. I was thinking of cleaning it up, but it seems there is no need to do so anymore. I have now reached the 4th level of the last generation of vampires. Suja said. He looked inward toward his lower abdomen. There were already 4 crescent moons on the blood pill in the lower abdomen. The 4 waning moons were shining brightly with a cold light. This means that he is now a genuine 4th level last generation vampire. So fast. Lin Shiqing said in surprise. It's really fast. Suja smiled. Another thing is, my blood quality has definitely improved. Does this mean that I can break through sooner by sucking your blood? Lin Shiqing reasoned. Bingo! Looking around, Suja wanted to find something left by the Western vampires in the room. Maybe there will be something good that will benefit me? Suja paced around the room, turned around, and found a notebook on the table. His eyes lit up. This is a computer of unknown brand. It is completely black in appearance, like a big black box. It's not very thick, only 4 or 5 centimeters thick. After opening it, Suja's eyes flashed. There is still a password. This was also within his expectations. After all, these days, who doesn't have a password on their computer? Take it for now. If you can crack it, you might be able to get some valuable information from it. There were still a few bags of leftover blood on the table. This thing must be put away. If you leave it here without cleaning it up, you might arouse suspicion from the cleaning staff who come here to clean up, thus causing trouble again. Suja called Lin Shiqing. Come here, let's clean up the table together. Lin Shiqing nodded when she heard this. Okay, I'll be right there. The 2 of them worked together to clean up all the abnormal situations in the room, leaving no loopholes. Suja was still cautious. He didn't want to cause any trouble, so he looked around and confirmed several times that there was nothing that would arouse suspicion. After confirming it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suja smiled brightly and patted Lin Shiqing on the shoulder. Pack up, we're ready to go. I pushed the cart to the stairwell and changed into the clothes I had brought up earlier. They also hypnotized the humans they met along the way to prevent anyone from remembering their presence. In addition, there is surveillance. I walked to the monitoring room downstairs, where a haggard young man was sitting. After Suja knocked on the door, he immediately frowned. What are you doing? This is the monitoring room, no entry for outsiders. A faint red light flashed in Suja's eyes, hypnotizing the young man in front of him. Delete all surveillance footage from the past 2 days. Okay, I'll go right away. The young man walked to the computer and performed some operations. After watching the whole process with satisfaction, Suja and Lin Shiqing walked out of the monitoring room. The decoration of the Dole Hotel was indeed nice, and under the huge ceiling lamp, the light enveloped the 2 of them. They didn't stay any longer and prepared to leave. Things ended perfectly. The evening breeze blew on Suja and Lin Shiqing's faces, and the 2 went home hand in hand. They were not in a hurry to take a taxi home. Uncle Yi also said that he had some things to do at the company in the evening, so he would be back later. When parents go to complete family tasks, no one will urge them to go back. It feels like fighting has become a very easy thing. Lin Shiqing suddenly said. Ha? Suja expressed his confusion. Every time you just need to use your skills, I will go up and reap the harvest, and the battle is over. It feels very simple. Lin Shiqing said with emotion. Ha! This is just because I haven't encountered a strong enemy. If it were a stronger vampire, my time stop probably wouldn't have any effect on it. Chapter 98 The Luckiest Thing. Lin Shiqing shook her head after hearing Suja's words. Even so, it's more than enough. 2 6th level vampires and 1 7th level vampire are even more powerful than Uncle Yi. Suja was stunned. Yes. Before he knew it, his strength had approached Yi Hui's. Yi Hui's strength is that of the last vampire of the 5th level, and he is slowly approaching the last vampire of the 6th level. The blood purity of the blood slave is too weak and the growth rate of strength is relatively slow. During his lifetime of 1,000 years, he could probably only reach the level of the last generation of 9th order vampires at best. This is assuming everything goes well. Maybe you will encounter a bottleneck in one of the realms and get stuck there for a long time, even decades. It's only been a month. In another month, I estimate that I will reach the strength of a baron. By that time, the growth rate of my strength will probably slow down. Suja pondered. There's no need to worry about realms. The most important thing is that we're fine. Lin Shiqing suddenly said, after the baron there's the viscount, after the viscount there's the earl, after the earl there's the marquis, where is the end of the realms? She held Suja's hand tightly and looked up at the vast starry sky. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Suja smiled and said, meeting you is also the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. It is a wonderful thing to walk slowly and step by step with the person you love and become stronger together. They have only just begun exploring a future with endless possibilities. At this time, on the top floor of the Lin Group building, Zhou Xueming stretched lazily. My back aches a bit, and I feel a bit tired all over. But the work report was finally completed. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and this was the latest time she had ever worked overtime. The main reason was that there were many errors in the company's reports. The outsourced company's capabilities were really poor, and the reports they produced were full of problems. The partner was urging us to get them done, so we had to hurry up and finish the reports. I looked up at Yi Hui's office not far away, and there was still dim light inside. You can really endure. It is said that CEOs will spend less time at work and more time enjoying life. But Yi Hui is like a workaholic, a breath of fresh air among CEOs. His work ethic seemed to have no limit. Every time she was busy to the point of falling apart, Yi Hui still had nothing to do. The vice president named Bai Ying has been away for several days and has no intention of coming back. It seems that he has resigned? Zhou Xueming's mind moved, and she began to wonder if she had another chance. In addition, Yi Hui and Bai Ying haven't been seen together in the past few days. Could it be that they are not a couple as he thought? You never know. Maybe the previous time they went to the Western restaurant was also for work-related meals. Yi Hui held up his clothes and covered Bai Ying with them to prevent her from getting wet in the rain, out of courtesy. But who can tell? Zhou Xueming couldn't see through Yi Hui. This was not just her feeling, everyone around her had the same feeling. Yi Hui is like a robot and basically does not show any emotional fluctuations. Zhou Xueming had followed him for a long time before she could understand his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. For example, when Yi Hui is happy, his eyes will look up, but when he is angry, his eyes will look down. There are many such small movements, but they are not obvious and require a long time to figure out. Zhou Xueming stood up and printed out the report. Holding the sorted report, she walked to the door of Yi Hui's office. After knocking on the door, Zhou Xueming asked, Mr. Yi, the report is ready. Yi Hui responded from inside the room, okay, come in. Yi Hui sat behind the table, his expression as calm as ever. Zhou Xueming walked forward and put the report on the table. Landau handled the outsourcing business very poorly this time. I have already contacted the legal department and asked them to pay the penalty for breach of contract. I will not cooperate with them in the future. Zhou Xueming said indignantly. Don't worry, there will always be some such things. The outsourcing companies vary in quality, so just take it easy. It's just hard work for you to work overtime until now. Yi Hui said softly as he flipped through the documents in his hand. Well, Mr. Yi, aren't you going to go back and rest? Zhou Xueming asked. Go back. Yi Hui glanced at his watch. It's already past 10 o'clock. How about this? I'll take you home. It's okay, Mr. Yi, I can go back by myself. It won't take long to take a taxi. Zhou Xueming waved his hand quickly. Yi Hui shook his head slightly. You are a girl going home late at night. What if something unexpected happens? Listen to me, I will take you home. It won't take long anyway. Okay then, thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Hui nodded and continued to look through the report in his hand. He is an MBA graduate and is very familiar with this type of report and can find errors quickly. In addition, the vampire's mental strength, memory, and reaction ability are much stronger than ordinary people, so their efficiency in reading the report will be very high. So after spending 5 minutes, he read the entire report. No errors were found, and Zhou Xueming's professional ability is still very good. Okay, there's no problem with this version. Yi Hui handed the report to Zhou Xueming. Send the electronic version to your partners now. I'll clean it up and we'll go downstairs together later. Zhou Xueming nodded and took the report. She still admires Yi Hui's professional ability. Such a person is truly worthy of the title of president, without any exaggeration. Turning back to the computer, she immediately sent the electronic version to her partner. Seeing that Yi Hui had already walked out of the office, Zhou Xueming hurriedly packed up her things and walked to his side. Let's go. Zhou Xueming smiled. Chapter 99. What do you think of me? In the elevator, Zhou Xueming half-jokingly mentioned the embarrassing incident when they were trapped in the elevator together. I never thought that you would be the CEO of this company. Zhou Xueming said with a smile. The elevator was dark at first, and she threw herself into Yi Hui's arms like a bolt of lightning, curled up in him, and began to tell her last words. Come to think of it, it's a very explosive operation. Yi Hui smiled slightly when he heard this. That past is really hilarious. After saying this, the air became a little silent. Zhou Xueming's heart was beating fast and he looked up slightly. Why did Mr. Bai leave suddenly? How strange. Zhou Xueming couldn't help but ask. Horror. Yi Hui's expression froze. It's just a normal personnel transfer. She chose another company, and there's nothing wrong with that. Zhou Xueming looked at Yi Hui's profile, trying to see some answer from his face. But unfortunately, Yi Hui's expression remained calm, without any change. Yi Hui was driving a relatively old Maybach, which seemed to be a model from 10 years ago. He was driving the car and Zhou Xueming was sitting in the passenger seat. Along the way, Zhou Xueming wanted to speak several times, but he didn't know what to say. Your home is in this community, right? Yi Hui asked. At the next corner is Vincent Apartments, an apartment building relatively close to the city center, and its residents are generally white-collar workers who work nearby. Zhou Xueming nodded. Yes, it's here. The security in the community was relatively relaxed, so Yi Hui drove straight in. The car stopped downstairs of Zhou Xueming's building and Yi Hui's voice rang out. Go up, bye. Zhou Xueming turned her head away, but did not agree immediately. Mr. Yi, there is one thing I still want to ask you. Zhou Xueming finally spoke. Yi Hui was stunned. What's the matter? Well, everyone in the company is curious about whether you are married, and I really want to ask you. As for me, I'm still single. There's a lot of gossip in the company, so you'd better focus on your work. Yi Hui replied. Ah, you're still single, Mr. Yi. You must be in your 30s, why don't you find a girlfriend? After getting Yi Hui's negative answer, Zhou Xueming couldn't help but want a more in-depth answer. Whether or not to find a girlfriend, there's really no need for that. After all, everyone has their own lifestyle. Some people like to fall in love, so they need to find a partner, but some people can live well alone, and finding a partner is like finding a burden. Everyone is different. Yi Hui spoke calmly, his voice slow and methodical, neither fast nor slow. He was intrigued by Zhou Xueming. My assistant seems to be in his 30s. As a vampire, I don't care much about age, but for humans, if you are still not married at the age of 30, almost half of your life has passed. For girls, 30 is also a watershed. If you are not married at the age of 30, it will probably be much more difficult to consider getting married later. A new term has emerged in society, and these girls are called leftover women. Yi Hui suddenly felt a little guilty. Was it because he had assigned too many tasks to Zhou Xueming, so that she had no time to fall in love? Maybe that's the case. As the president's assistant, I need to coordinate matters between various departments and report to myself. There is a lot of work to do every day, and it takes up a lot of time outside of work. You don't seem to be looking for a partner yet? Let me think about it, you're really not young anymore. If you want to try to find a boyfriend, I can introduce you to someone. As for your position, you have been working with me for several years and have accumulated a lot of work experience. You can consider both the business department and the human resources department. I can arrange a less busy position for you. Then you'll have time to think about your own life. Yi Hui's voice was so gentle that Zhou Shueming was in a trance for a moment. The person I like is right in front of me, but I can't say it out loud. What's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Seeing that Zhou Shueming didn't answer, Yi Hui stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Mr. Yi, what do you think of me? Mustering up the courage, Zhou Shueming asked with his head down. How are you? You're doing great. You're very serious about your work and have helped me a lot. You've also done a great job coordinating between departments. You are a very good assistant. What's wrong? Why are you asking this question all of a sudden? No, I want to ask you, if we are in a relationship between a man and a woman, what do you think of me? What kind of person am I? Zhou Shueming saw that Yi Hui brought the topic to work and quickly corrected him. Chapter 100 I am a vampire. When he said this, Zhou Shueming admired his own courage. I actually said it out loud. This is a historic moment. Between men and women, Xiao Zhou, what do you mean? Yi Hui didn't know what to say for a moment. Mr. Yi, actually. Zhou Shueming wanted to say the last 4 words, but he seemed to be stuck and suddenly couldn't say it. Actually what? Yi Hui had a vague premonition that Zhou Shueming seemed to be about to say something earth-shattering. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Ever since we were trapped in the elevator together, I've noticed you. Until now, when I'm your CEO's assistant, I feel my feelings for you are growing deeper and deeper. If there's a chance, I want to be with you. Zhou Shueming's mouth was like a Gatling machine gun that kept firing. He kept talking for a long time, which made Yi Hui a little confused. I was actually confessed to? Or your own assistant? After a moment of shock, Yi Hui began to think. No matter what, it is impossible for me to be with Zhou Shueming. He is a vampire, while Zhou Shueming is a human. If he were to be with himself, he and Zhou Shueming would definitely not go far, and it would be difficult for them to have a human love experience. It is such a strange picture that Yi Hui still has a young face, while Zhou Shueming is already in his 80s with white hair. He will delay this girl. Yi Hui shook his head. I can't be with you. Zhou Shueming's heart sank, and she asked unwillingly, why? Don't you like me? But if you don't like me, why did you let me be your assistant? Her chest heaved up and down, and her face was full of confusion and bewilderment. Whether I like you or not has nothing to do with whether I want you to be my assistant. You need to understand that what I value is your professional ability. Yi Hui said stubbornly. No, there are many people in the entire company who are better than me. You didn't choose them, but chose me. This shows a certain problem. Zhou Shueming continued to ask. Yi Hui was stunned. If he were to be honest, he would realize that there were some subjective factors behind his promotion of Zhou Shueming. He did have some feelings for this lively and lovely girl. Zhou Shueming was chattering away, and just listening to her talking in his ear made him feel very happy. Yi Hui really likes listening to her work reports. Her reports are very vivid, often relating them to many aspects of the company's operations, and she even makes a few interesting jokes. Her voice was clear and melodious, just like a lark, which was Yi Hui's favorite bird when he was a child. During the Ming Dynasty, he was only 8 years old. There were many larks in the woods in that countryside, and those larks would make melodious sounds every evening. Young Yi Hui sat by the woods, holding a bullwhip, watching the sunset and listening to the singing of the lark. Zhou Shueming has a very cute, innocent face. When she first started working, she encountered many problems and made many jokes. She even cried in frustration once. But Yi Hui never put much pressure on her. With Yi Hui's tolerance, she gradually adapted. Countless past events played out before his eyes, and Yi Hui's heart softened. His eyes moved away and he was about to answer when Zhou Shueming hugged him directly. She rested her head on his shoulder and wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight. A hot body enveloped him. Zhou Shueming suddenly felt why Yi Hui's body was so cold. It was freezing cold, not even human temperature. What's going on? Zhou Shueming was shocked, and Yi Hui in his arms did not react at all. Is it cold? Yi Hui asked suddenly. A little. Zhou Xueming hesitated. She muttered to herself, could Yi Hui be suffering from some disease? But looking at his normal appearance, he doesn't look like a sick person. A body temperature of more than 10 degrees is not just a little cold, right? Yi Hui said lightly. Why is your temperature so low? Zhou Xueming leaned on Yi Hui's shoulder, unwilling to leave. Are you sick? If you are, you will be well after active treatment. I will accompany you and get well. You are the president of the company, so you must have the money for treatment. Zhou Xueming's voice was anxious, and Yi Hui felt a warmth from it. There's no cure. This all stems from the fact that I'm a vampire. Blood clan. Zhou Xueming's body shook, and she slowly sat back in the passenger seat in disbelief. Looking at Yi Hui's face, her eyes changed. Yi Hui just looked at Zhou Xueming quietly. It was dark in the car, but he could see her clearly through his vampire vision. Zhou Xueming's expression was a little stiff, his eyes were wide open, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was about to speak.